Chapter 626 Terrible Phenomenon. Dong Qiulei's eyes were a little scary. But Jiang Zhan said to himself, then? That would be the end of the world. The whole world is frozen. And by then, it will definitely be colder outside than this. Dong Qiulei. Huh? Did I overreact? After taking a sip of coffee, Jiang Zhan suddenly said, I watched international news a few days ago, and the foreign network reported that the sun had recently erupted a very rare sunspot eruption. Dong Qiulei's hand shook subconsciously. Jiang Zhan continued, I have seen a saying. The eruption of sunspots will bring about a terrible phenomenon. That is, it will produce terrible high temperatures and high fever. Dong Qiulei's palms began to sweat. Jiang Zhan glanced at her. That kind of high temperature and high fever is estimated to reach more than 60 degrees. Dong Qiulei, then, won't all the ice at the north and south poles of the earth melt? Jiang Zhan's eyes lit up. Yes. By then, the sea level will rise by at least 60 meters. Dong Qiulei's face slowly turned pale. The sea level rises so much. And it will also produce a global super tsunami. Right? Jiang Zhan clapped his hands excitedly. Yes. Global seawater will flood back. More than 1/3 of the land area will disappear. A large number of humans will die. Dong Qiulei's voice became hoarse. The ice melts. And those ancient viruses that have been frozen for billions of years will also erupt. At that time, many people will die. And some will mutate into monsters. Jiang Zhan's expression also became strange. People will also activate their superpowers. Dong Qiulei, the last remaining humans will not only have to fight against nature, but also against mutated animals. Jiang Zhan murmured, in the end. The sun lost all its temperature and turned blue. Then the world froze. And the earth returned to the ice age. Dong Qiulei. Jiang Zhan. Behind the two of them. Suddenly a head popped out. You too. I have to admire your imagination. But, we have to get ready for work. Okay? The two of them were alert and turned around quickly. Behind him, it was the company's CEO Yu Liang. He looked at the two people with a frown and said unhappily, You two are really immersive in your conversation. I didn't hear you even when I walked behind you. You two have really good imagination. Do you have any inspiration to come up with a new live broadcast theme? The two people. No wonder he is the CEO. He can even think of work. But what theme? The end of the world? Can that thing be broadcast? You will be banned in a minute. Seeing the two people stupidly, Yu Liang immediately said loudly, Work? Work? Are you still standing there? Did I hire you to drink tea and enjoy yourself? The two people quickly slipped away. Yu Liang rolled his eyes in annoyance. You are so proud of your achievements. Return to your seat. Dong Qiulei was uneasy. Jiang Zhan's words just now completely reproduced the horrible nightmare she had recently. Exactly the same. What happened? Could it be that Jiang Zhan was the mysterious man in her dream? Dong Qiulei was stunned for a moment and looked up into the distance. It turned out that Jiang Zhan in the distance was also secretly looking at her. The two looked at each other and avoided their eyes at the same time. Dong Qiulei's heart was beating wildly. No way. Is it really him? Could it be that I would have sex with him in my dream? Did I have a wet dream because of him? There is no reason. Although he is handsome, she has no feelings for him at all. Strange. Dong Qiulei wiped her face vigorously. Try to wake herself up. For now, she should work hard. I have no inspiration recently. The live broadcast work is getting more and more difficult. No! I have to think of a new plan quickly. Just when Dong Qiulei wanted to concentrate on her work, her phone buzzed. There was a message. Picked it up and saw that it was from Jiang Zhan. The content of the message was, Let's have lunch together and chat at noon. Dong Qiulei's heartbeat accelerated again. He took the initiative to ask her to kill him? This is the first time. Dong Qiulei turned her head to look at him again. But as soon as she stretched her head, she saw Zhu Qian next to her blocking the view of the two people. Looking at her suspiciously, What are you doing with Jiang Zhan? He peeked at you. Do you want to peek at him too? Go. Who peeked at him? Dong Qiulei blushed immediately and quickly shrank back. Zhu Qian also sat back in confusion. I always feel that there is something fishy between these two people. After Dong Qiulei sat up straight, she looked at the message on her mobile phone, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth and slowly replied one or two words. Okay. Noon. It was finally time to get off work. Jiang Zhan was the first to slip away. Then, Dong Qiulei also hurriedly left, and came to a fast food restaurant downstairs in the building. Inside, Jiang Zhan was already sitting in the corner. When he saw her coming in, he quickly waved. After Dong Qiulei went over, the two sat down, looking at each other. Their expressions were a little strange. Finally, Jiang Zhan broke the silence. Dong Qiulei, what we talked about this morning. You, where did you see it? Dong Qiulei blinked. Where did you see it? You go first. No. You go first. Jiang Zhan scratched his head and whispered helplessly. Actually, it was a dream I had. It has been going on for more than a week. Clang. There was a sound. The cup in Dong Qiulei's hand fell on the table. She looked pale. She looked at Jiang Zhan in astonishment and murmured, You also had a nightmare? Did you also have a nightmare? Jiang Zhan immediately asked excitedly, How long have you had the nightmare? About a week and a half. That's about the same as mine. Jiang Zhan. Did you have that with any woman in your dream? Dong Qiulei suddenly asked stutteringly. Jiang Zhan looked confused. Which one? That one. Which one? What? Oh! Dong Qiulei said angrily. It's sleeping with a woman. Having sex with a woman. Jiang Zhan rolled his eyes immediately. Who has sex with a woman? I don't care. I tell you. Women are just a pile of shit in my eyes. Dong Qiulei. Her face turned black. Jiang Zhan suddenly realized that he had scolded her wrongly, and quickly waved his hands with a smile. Of course. It definitely doesn't include you. Really? Dong Qiulei. You mean? I'm not a woman? Dong Qiulei grabbed the cup with one hand. Jiang Zhan was terrified, afraid that she would really throw it at him, and quickly waved his hands. Dong Qiulei. We have been colleagues for a long time. You should know me. In my heart, there are only two beauties in our company. One is you, and the other is Zhu Qian. Besides, you are 3 points better than Zhu Qian. Humph. Dong Qiulei slowly put down the cup in her hand. Jiang Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, shaked his head. Then he took a sip of coffee and suddenly murmured in a low voice, What do you think? What's going on between us? Why did we dream of the same scene? Could it be that a disaster is really going to happen? Dong Qiulei's expression moved. So we both had a premonition first. Maybe we are 1 in a million? In the dream, we are both superpowers. That's true. Chapter 627, Mutation. Jiang Zhan scratched his head. But I remember that you seemed to be the first one to become a superpower. I became a superpower in the last stage. It doesn't matter. We have all become superpowers anyway. So, will we mutate? Maybe? Oh my god. It's a bit scary. I'm looking forward to it. What are you scaring? This is a good thing. Jiang Zhan gritted his teeth and said, If I can really become a superpower, the first person I want to kill is that bitch. Huh? Dong Qiulei was stunned. Which bitch are you talking about? Jiang Zhan suddenly fell silent. There was a subtle expression on his face. He lowered his head and stopped talking. Dong Qiulei did not ask any more questions, because she could feel that this cool little handsome guy must have a secret. In the company, although he looked very cool and was almost a handsome guy in the hearts of all girls, he never hooked up with girls. Not a single one. He was only with boys. From his tone, it seemed that he had been hurt. The two of them stopped talking. They drank coffee in silence for a while. At a certain moment, Jiang Zhan's mobile phone on the table buzzed. It was a voice message. He opened his mobile phone absent-mindedly and clicked on the voice message casually. The voice was not loud, but it was played out. Ah, Zhan. Let's break up. Sorry. My ex-girlfriend got back together with me. Our ridiculous days are over. Although I have felt a different kind of love in the past 2 months with you. But I still like women after all. Sorry. Goodbye. Don't contact me again. I have blocked you. Jiang Zhan was stunned. Dong Qiulei on the opposite side was also stunned. The scene was instantly stagnant. Jiang Zhan's cool face slowly turned red, but soon turned pale again, and his eyes dimmed a lot. He silently picked up the phone and put it in his pocket. Then he stood up and left stiffly. Dong Qiulei kept watching his back as he left, and her heart was in turmoil. What does it mean? Jiang Zhan is gay? No wonder he always hates women. So many beautiful girls in the company took the initiative to flirt with him, but he never responded. So he is gay? Oh my god. This news is really scary. If people in the company knew about it, it would be a sensation. Dong Qiulei suddenly shuddered. She felt uncomfortable all over. Although she didn't reject gaze, she couldn't accept it. She always felt awkward all over. So, finish the meal and leave quickly. In the evening, after get off work, Dong Chiole walked to the parking lot alone and got in the car. Suddenly, she felt that the car body was shaking abnormally. She got out of the car and took a look. Damn! The tire was actually slashed. Dong Chiole was immediately furious and turned her head to look around. There was no one. And I don't know when it was slashed. By the way, there is a dashcam in the car. See if it was recorded. Dong Chiole quickly got in the car and turned on the dashcam and took a look at the playback video. After watching for a long time, unfortunately, there is no useful image. Damn it! After getting out of the car, Dong Chiole stomped her feet in anger. I don't know which damn little vandal scratched it. Forget it. Take the bus. Dong Chiole helplessly locked the car door and turned to leave the parking lot. On the way to the bus stop, she kept thinking, who did this? The cars around the parking space were fine. Only her car had an accident. It must be intentional. Who is targeting me? I can't think of it. Who did I offend? When I was about to reach the parking lot, I suddenly saw that the bus I was going to take was already at the station and was picking up people. Dong Chiole ran away quickly. However, the bus had already closed its doors and started slowly. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Dong Chiole shouted loudly. Accelerate and run. The bus did not stop at all. And the speed was getting faster and faster. Dong Chiole was anxious and screamed, wait a minute. I'll die. The next second, she was running at full speed and suddenly disappeared in an instant. 2 kilometers away, a figure suddenly appeared and screamed as it crashed into a large flower basket on the roadside. Ouch. Ding bang. Ping pong. Kulong dong. People and horses fell to the ground. A newly opened bath center. The flower baskets and various festive decorations at the door were smashed into a mess. The figure even broke the glass and fell into the lobby of the bath center. Inside, many guests have not left yet. Everyone stared at the person who crashed in amazement. It was a girl. She was in a mess. She rolled on the ground for several rounds before she stopped. What was going on? A human cannon? The owner of the bath center had a ferocious look on his face. Damn! It just opened. What was going on? A group of people surrounded her. Dong Chiole was not dizzy and couldn't get up for a long time. She felt severe pain all over her body. She went black in front of her eyes. After trying for a long time, she just propped up her body. Then she lost consciousness, fell to the ground, and fainted directly. There was a cry of surprise in the hall. I don't know how long it took. Dong Chiole woke up slowly. When she opened her eyes, she was already lying in the hospital. Dad, Mom and brother were all by her side. As soon as they saw her wake up, all 3 of them came over. Sister, are you awake? My daughter? What happened to you? My life. What happened to you? The hospital called me. I almost had a heart attack. What happened to you? Dong Chiole. How should I know? I just woke up. My whole body hurts. Dong Chiole frowned and asked weakly, am I badly injured? Are you badly injured? Dong Wenbin said helplessly, you have 16 fractures all over your body. Were you hit by a bus? Or did you fall from the building? Dong Chiole was speechless. 16 fractures? How did it happen? In her memory, it seemed that she suddenly ran from the company downstairs to the commercial street 2 kilometers away. What happened? Oh my god! Dong Chiole was shocked. Could it be that she really opened her superpowers? That fierceness was real? Otherwise, how could such a terrible thing happen? At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Dong Wenbin turned around and said, I'll go and see. He walked to the door, opened the door, and saw a cool little handsome guy standing outside. Who are you looking for? Dong Wenbin asked in confusion. Uncle. Hello. My name is Jiang Zhan. I'm Dong Chiole's colleague. I heard that she was in trouble, so I came to see her. Oh! Dong Wenbin suddenly understood. Looking up and down at Jiang Zhan, he felt a little unhappy. Such a handsome guy? Come to see your daughter in the middle of the night? Could he be her boyfriend? She has a boyfriend so soon? Jiang Zhan blinked and suddenly said, Uncle, can I go in and see her? What is your relationship with my daughter? Dong Wenbin asked with a frown. We are friends. Friends? Dong Wenbin's heart was filled with danger signals. The daughter is still young. Chapter 628 topic. You shouldn't have found a boyfriend at such a young age. At least, let me spoil you for a few more years. However, since they are here, let's go in. Dong Wenbin turned sideways. Please come in. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Zhan hurried into the ward. Inside, Mom and Dong Ermao were sitting next to them. Jiang Zhan hurried to the other side of the bed and took a look at Dong Qiulei lying on it. Dong Qiulei was stunned. Why is he here? Why are you here? I came to see you. Dong Qiulei didn't say a word. Her expression was a little strange. It seems that she doesn't have such a close relationship with him. Just an ordinary colleague relationship. Jiang Zhan looked like he had something to say. He looked at the Dong family standing next to him and suddenly said solemnly, Uncle. Aunt. Can I talk to Dong Qiulei alone? No. Dong Wenbin refused without even thinking about it. Dong's mother also looked at him in confusion. What do you want to say? Can't we listen? Yes. It's not convenient for you to listen. Dong's mother. What do you mean? Who are you? Jiang Zhan turned his head and looked at Dong Qiulei. I have something to tell you. It's about the topic at noon. Dong Qiulei immediately said anxiously, Mom and Dad. Ermao, you go out first, and let us talk for a while. My daughter. Oh. Go out first. Come back in later. The three looked at each other. There was nothing they could do. My daughter is the most important now. Who made her have 16 fractures all over her body? After giving many instructions, the three turned around and left the ward. After they left, Jiang Zhan immediately took out his mobile phone and opened a video to show Dong Qiulei. Look for yourself. Dong Qiulei took a closer look. On the screen, she was chasing a bus. It was recorded by someone. While running, her figure disappeared instantly. Now, this video has been pushed up on all major platforms and is very popular. Of course, those who believe it. Most people in the comment area said it was a special effect. But a few people said it was a ghost. Especially the photographer. The photographer saw it with his own eyes. After watching the video, Dong Qiulei blinked. I seem to have something wrong. I can see it. So, my superpowers have awakened? It's possible. Jiang Zhan said solemnly. Think carefully about the situation at that time. How did this happen? Dong Qiulei thought carefully for a long time. I was in a hurry to catch the bus. And I was angry and wanted to give up. But suddenly I felt my feet were hot. And it seemed disappeared. And then it crashed 2 kilometers away? Yeah. Jiang Zhan murmured, in my dream. I remember that you seemed to have the ability to teleport. When you were at your most powerful, you could even teleport around the world. Just like Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball. Yes. Dong Qiulei nodded. I dreamed of it too. Huh? It's a bit scary. Jiang Zhan let out a long sigh. I thought it was just a nightmare. Now it seems that it may not be that simple. He had just finished speaking. Dong Qiulei on the bed suddenly sat up slowly. Jiang Zhan was startled. Hey! Don't get up. Something's wrong? Jiang Zhan. Dong Qiulei looked surprised. Then slowly stretched out her hands and squeezed them hard. I seem to, no pain anywhere on my body. Ah? Let me see. Dong Qiulei tried to move all her joints. She even removed all the bandages and splints on her legs. Finally, wearing only a hospital gown, she walked back and forth on the ground, moving her shoulders, neck, waist and hips, and then looked at Jiang Zhan in surprise. I am really healed. I've been talking to you for a while, and I'm healed. My God, am I really a girl with superpowers? Jiang Zhan was also excited. It seems so. No, I want to be discharged. I have to go out for a test. Dong Qiulei was so excited that she turned around and rushed to the door and opened it. Mom and Dad, I want to be discharged. Dong Wenbin and his wife, who were standing outside, were worried about what was going on inside, fearing that Jiang Zhan and his seriously injured daughter would do something else. Suddenly, they saw their daughter running out alive and kicking. Mother Dong fainted in a panic. Dong Wenbin was so scared that he blurted out, My little darling. You are? I want to be discharged. Dong Qiulei said it firmly. So Dong Wenbin was also dumbfounded. Dong Qiulei was discharged. The attending doctors and nurses in the hospital were all confused. When she came in, she had 16 fractures all over her body. With such an injury, she would not be able to recover without lying down for a year or two. As a result, now, all the fractures in her body have recovered. This is simply a miracle. Originally, the hospital wanted to keep Dong Chiole and test her various indicators. But Dong Chiole was discharged without saying a word. At the entrance of the hospital, she arranged for her parents and brother to go home, and she hurriedly left with Jiang Zhan. Watching the backs of the two people leaving, Jiang Wenbin and his wife looked at each other. What's going on? Farce? Impossible. The hospital can't fool him with his daughter. Right. But 16 fractures can be healed so quickly. This is even more unbelievable. What happened? Also, is there something wrong between my daughter and that cool little handsome boy? In an abandoned construction site in Jiancheng, Jiang Zhan was ready. He took a photo with his mobile phone. In the distance, Dong Chiole looked expectant. She kept thinking about the feeling of chasing the bus before, trying to find a way to teleport. This might be her chance to make a splash. After a long time, Dong Chiole suddenly jumped up and ran. After just 2 steps, the feeling came. Her legs became hot, and her figure disappeared instantly. Jiang Zhan in the distance was stunned with shock. This time, he really saw it. Then, in the abandoned square 100 meters away, Dong Chiole's figure appeared, and she turned back excitedly and screamed, "Did you take a photo? Did you take a photo? I filmed it." Jiang Zhan saved the video and swallowed hard, really. It's so shocking. Chiole, you really have superpowers. Uh-huh. In the distance, Dong Chiole ran towards Jiang Zhan. Her figure flashed again. She stood in front of Jiang Zhan in an instant. A strong wind blew in his face. Jiang Zhan took a step back in the wind and murmured with a smile, "You are getting more and more proficient? There is no practice process?" "I don't know," Dong Chiole said happily. "I just feel that this ability seems to be familiar to me, as if it is my ability. So as long as I flash twice, I will master it. How far can it go? I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'm afraid that I will flash too far and can't come back. I will try it again when I am fully prepared another day. At least now, I can be sure of one thing. My dream must be not simple." What about me? Chapter 629 Magic. Jiang Zhan scratched his head. Why is my ability not working? In the dream, I was the last to activate my ability. It seems to be a kind of spiritual magic ability. It should be related to the natural element, wind element. Yes, I dreamed about it too. Dong Chiole nodded. You do know magic. And I seem to remember that you used magic similar to wind arrow in a battle. The ability of long-range sniping is still very powerful. Yes, but I don't feel it at all now. Dong Chiole was silent for a while, and said thoughtfully, maybe some external stimulation is needed? What do you mean? Before I teleported, I was actually in a bad mood. My car was parked in the parking space and someone scratched the tire. So I was very angry at the time. Tire scratched? Jiang Zhan asked in confusion. Someone did it on purpose. I guess so. Because the surrounding cars are fine. Only my car is scratched. Someone must have done it on purpose. When I find the person, I will beat him to death. Don't worry about that for now. Jiang Zhan was somewhat excited. So, your supernatural powers suddenly awakened under the emotional fluctuations. It seems that I may also need an opportunity. Yes, I guess so. Okay. Then wait and see. Jiang Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. He was also full of expectations for superpowers. The two walked out side by side. When they walked to a cement pipe, Dong Chiole suddenly patted Jiang Zhan on the shoulder. Come here. Let's chat. What? Jiang Zhan was stunned. Come and sit down. Jiang Zhan followed and sat in the cement pipe. The two sat side by side. It seemed a lot more intimate. Dong Chiole looked at Jiang Zhan sideways and asked in a low voice, So, you like men? Jiang Zhan didn't say anything. Looked forward. His profile was good. His face was long. But with his hairstyle, he had a cool style. His eyebrows and eyes are also very delicate. His figure is even better. After working together for a while, Dong Chiole knew that Jiang Zhan often went to the gym. He often lifted weights. His abdomen also had six-pack abs. So, why did he become gay? Dong Chiole looked away and said softly, in the company, I think there are not many people with good character. But you are one of them. So, if you are really gay, I would like to be your girlfriend. Jiangzhan smiled, turning his head to look at Dong Qiulei. Do you know that many boys like to pretend to be gay now, and then trick young girls into being their girlfriends? As they were doing it, they went to bed together. Aren't you afraid that I will trick you into bed? Shout. Dong Qiulei rolled her eyes. Those who are tricked into bed are not good people in the first place. They just like that kind of ambiguity. So it's easy to get into bed. I treat you as my best friend, but only in spirit, not in body. This boundary is not determined by you, but by me. Oh! Jiangzhan nodded, let out a long breath and said, you are really good, Qiulei. To be honest, I actually admire you too. In the company, there is only one girl that I admire. Although Zhu Qian's appearance is not much worse than yours, she is definitely a lady of the camellias. Lady of the camellias? Dong Qiulei was stunned. Yes, a tea-loving and flowery woman. I know you are quite close to her, so I don't want to say too much. You should observe more in the future. Dong Qiulei didn't say anything, because she and Zhu Qian are indeed on good terms. After all, they are both the most beautiful. They have a sense of mutual admiration and a sense of competition. After a moment of silence, Jiangzhan took the initiative to speak. I grew up in a single-parent family. I was beaten by my father with whips and sticks. The woman who gave birth to me ran away with another man when I was just 6 years old. She thought my father had no money. Since I was old enough to understand, she used all kinds of sarcastic words to scold my father. She provoked my father and forced him to become the way she scolded. She never cared about me. She said I was a child of the Jiang family and had nothing to do with her. When she gave birth to me, she was only 21 years old. She was young and didn't know anything. She was completely deceived by my father. So, she hated me too. Although she didn't beat me, she always treated me with cold violence. Later, she ran away with another man. My father was stimulated and started drinking and beating me. After beating me, he cried and begged for forgiveness. I grew up in this environment. Therefore, ever since I can remember, I have a natural aversion to women. I only play with boys. After I went to school, and even after puberty, this situation became more and more serious. Whenever a girl approaches me, I feel sick, nauseous, and have goosebumps all over my body. I don't want to have any contact with girls at all. At this point, Jiangzhan turned his head and looked at Dong Qiulei. This situation was slightly alleviated until 2 years ago. Because 2 years ago, I officially confirmed that I like men. Dong Qiulei nodded. No words. This childhood experience is also tragic enough. Compared with him, I seem to be much happier. She has been spoiled by her father since she was a child. Even though there is a second child in the family, her father still spoils her as always. Life is beautiful. Dong Qiulei is also very happy. It's a pity that she didn't go to school seriously and was too rebellious. So she gave up her studies after graduating from high school and never went to college. Although she now makes some money from live streaming, her academic qualifications are still a flaw. Dong Qiulei was silent for a moment, and then asked softly, the message sent on your phone before, is it your boyfriend? Yeah. Jiangzhan nodded sadly. He broke up with me because his ex-girlfriend got back together with him. His ex-girlfriend is a rich second generation. Very rich. Disgusting. Haha. This society is very realistic. Jiangzhan laughed. I have accepted it. I have noticed that he has been sneaking around for a while, so I am mentally prepared. I guess it may be because of this incident that I have started to have nightmares recently. Then I think your supernatural power should be awakened soon. I hope so. Jiangzhan stretched hard. Okay. I confess too. You also know my secret. So what do you want to do? Looking for you as a girlfriend. Dong Qiulei rolled her eyes. Didn't I say it? If you are really G, then we will be girlfriends from now on. Really? Of course it's true. Okay then. Jiangzhan smiled and gently touched Dong Qiulei with his shoulder. You found it yourself. What do you mean? Dong Qiulei looked at him in confusion. From what you said, it seems like I'm going to be unlucky. Is there any need to say that? Jiangzhan shrugged. I'm so cool and handsome. And I'm always with you. It would be strange if you can find a boyfriend. Oh my god. Chapter 630 discussed. Dong Qiulei was stunned. I didn't notice. Why is your face so big? Big? Luckily it's not too big. It's really big. Come on. Let's compare. Go to hell. Dong Qiulei quickly pushed Jiang Zhan's head away with her hand. With a look of disgust, be honest with me. Although I treat you as my best friend, don't think about getting too close to me in the short term. I need to spend time to change my feelings towards you. Okay, I'll give you some time. After you get used to it, it would be best if we can sleep in the same bed. I want to be with you. Go away. You are so beautiful. Uh-huh. Dong Qiulei looked at him angrily. Then suddenly leaned over and said seriously, have you done it with your boyfriend? Jiang Zhan. Dong Qiulei, I'm asking you a question. Jiang Zhan, it's not good for a little girl to know this. Dong Qiulei, I want to know. I'm not afraid. Jiang Zhan, are you sure you want to know? Aren't you afraid of feeling uncomfortable? Dong Qiulei, no. Jiang Zhan, okay. Then come here, and I'll tell you. Dong Qiulei leaned closer. Jiang Zhan whispered nonchalantly, we did it. It felt pretty good. First, we need to prepare some lubrication. Ddd. Dong Qiulei waved her hand quickly. Don't tell me the details. No. I have to tell you. You are my best friend. I have something good to share with you. Besides, this experience may be useful to you in the future. Go to hell. You are the one who is useful. I am useful. Dong Qiulei's face turned green. Suddenly she stood up and walked out, saying, I won't tell you anymore. I am still a pure girl. I can't let you pollute me. Hey, I want to go home. Are you going? Jiang Zhan didn't stand up. Just replied lazily, I will take a walk for a while. You go back first. Remember to turn on your phone at any time. Maybe I will find you at any time. I know. Qiulei. Thank you. Thank you for what? Thank you for being my friend. Dong Qiulei turned around and gave him a thumbs up, Brother Jiang. You're welcome. If my dream is right, you are a good man worth relying on. No matter if you are gay or not. Hee hee. Let's go. Bye. Dong Qiulei left. Jiang Zhan slowly lay on the cement pipe and looked up at the floating clouds in the sky. The first relationship failed. In fact, he was still in a bad mood. The boy was called Lu Bo. He was a doctoral student. He wore glasses and was gentle. The two met in a bar. Lu Bo showed up at the bar because he was abandoned by his second-generation rich girlfriend. So he was extremely sad and mentally distorted. The two drank and chatted in the bar all night. In the end, they drank too much. The two had sex in the bar's private room without knowing what was going on. It was the first time that Jiang Zhan had a serious relationship with a man. So he became attached to her and confronted Lu Bo the next day. Unexpectedly, Lu Bo actually agreed. Maybe he was really depressed at the time. So he lost control of his emotions and had distorted thoughts, which completely blinded his mind. So, the two got together. They dated for at least a year and a half. You know what? They were quite warm. But half a month ago, Lu Bo suddenly changed his usual behavior and began to distance himself from him. At that time, Jiang Zhan vaguely noticed it. Maybe the relationship between the two was coming to an end. As a result, the breakup text message came soon. It turned out that Lu Bo and his ex-girlfriend had miraculously reunited. Jiang Zhan was helpless. He accepted the result very calmly, because from the beginning, he didn't actually have much hope, and didn't think that he would be with Lu Bo for the rest of his life. How the G group will live their whole lives is actually very confusing. Jiang Zhan himself is also confused. Therefore, he is not too sad. It was just a little strange. How could a man like Lu Bo, who had already accepted gay sex, return to a woman now? How did he do it? Why could he never accept a woman? Perhaps it was because the scars left by the woman who gave birth to him when he was young were too deep. It could never be erased. Unless he killed her. As soon as this thought came out, Jiang Zhan was shocked. What was he thinking? The violent thoughts seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. No matter what, that woman gave birth to him and gave him a life. How could he kill her? Would he be punished by God? Just as Jiang Zhan was thinking about it, there was a sharp brake sound outside the construction site. 3 or 4 vans stopped outside. Then, at least 20 people got off the vans and rushed into the construction site. Jiang Zhan sat up in surprise. The group looked around at the door. When they saw him, they roared, "That guy is there! Kill him!" In the abandoned construction site, Jiang Zhan was beaten to death by more than 20 people. At the end of the beating, his head was bleeding. Blood was gushing from his mouth and nose. His legs were deformed, and one arm was even broken. He collapsed on the ground and was dying. The beaters were extremely arrogant. The leader was a bald man. He was shirtless. His arms were stained, and he was holding a steel pipe. Maybe he was tired, sweating all over, and waved to everyone, signaling them to stop. And then everyone stopped. Jiang Zhan collapsed on the ground. One of his eyes was severely congested, and he was almost blind. The severe pain made him breathless. He was almost suffocating. The bald man waved outside. After a while, two people slowly walked in. A man and a woman. The woman was in front, and the man was behind. When the two came closer, the woman looked at Jiang Zhan on the ground and cursed arrogantly. MD. Disgusting. Just like that? Ah? Lu Bo. Come here. The man behind him walked over tremblingly. Like a grandson. He is Lu Bo. He just broke up with Jiang Zhan and returned to his ex-girlfriend. Unexpectedly. Within 2 days, the fact that he had been in and out of the gay bar with Jiang Zhan was exposed. The ex-girlfriend is a rich girl. Her family is in the mining business. They are quite rich. But the whole family has little education, including this rich girl. They all dropped out of junior high school. The reason why the rich girl chose Lu Bo again is because of his academic qualifications. She always thinks that a doctoral student is still quite prestigious in today's society. In addition, Lu Bo's appearance is really good. It's just that his family is a little poor. Therefore, the rich girl went back to the 587 grass. Who would have thought that she would almost faint from a bolt from the blue? Someone had told her about Lu Bo's affair with a man. The rich girl felt sick all over. After a night of secret investigation, she easily found Jiang Zhan's information. This made her very angry. The next morning, they immediately gathered a group of people, and through their connections, they located Jiang Zhan's mobile phone in the bureau and came directly to him. Looking at Jiang Zhan, who had been beaten to a pulp, Lu Bo looked ashen. He was really scared. Chapter 631 Disgusting Guy. If this news gets out, let alone his studies, he might be socially ruined immediately. No one in the family can hold their heads up. Lu Bo's face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. His body was shaking like a sieve. The rich girl looked at Jiang Zhan on the ground and gritted her teeth and said, "Disgusting guy. Tell me about your two things. What should we do?" Lu Bo. The rich girl looked back at him. "What should I do? It's not easy for my family to accept you. And now you do something like this?" Lu Bo, "I'm sorry." The rich girl cursed. "If saying sorry is useful, why do we need the police? You just talk nonsense. What should we do? You tell me." Lu Bo, "Ting Ting. I'll do whatever you say. I'll listen to you." The rich girl gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. "It's disgusting. The best way is to bury both of you. One death, and all is lost." Lu Bo was so scared that he fell to his knees. "Ting Ting. Don't. You tell me. I'll do anything. I know I was wrong. I was just depressed and wanted to play some tricks with him." The rich girl said coldly, "Lu Bo, listen carefully. I can keep your life or continue to marry you. But from now on, you will live like a dog by my side. Do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Lu Bo, don't be cunning. We have plenty of ways to kill both of you, and we can do it cleanly." Lu Bo knelt on the ground and nodded. "I know. I know. Okay." The rich girl turned around and took a small shovel from the person next to her and handed it to him directly. "Kill this disgusting thing for me, and then bury him here. I'll find someone to clean up the mess for you. If you can do it, we'll get married in 3 days. If you can't, I'll bury you now." Lu Bo was stunned. Everyone stared at him. The eyes were not good. Lu Bo had no doubt that the rich girl had the ability to kill him, and even hide it from the world. There was no other way. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Bo slowly reached out to take the shovel. His finger bones were all white from pinching. He turned his head slowly to look at Jiang Zhan. At this moment, Jiang Zhan was already on the verge of death. The only remaining consciousness supported him to look at Lu Bo, and he raised his right hand with all his strength and made an okay gesture to Lu Bo. Then, his head tilted. There was no movement. Lu Bo was shocked all over. The shovel in his hand fell directly to the ground, and he rushed over to squat beside Jiang Zhan, reaching out his hand and tremblingly feeling Jiang Zhan's breath. There was still a little bit of heat. Lu Bo blinked. and suddenly looked back at the rich girl with a hoarse voice. He's dead. Fuck. It would be strange if he didn't die. The rich girl knew it well, because the order she gave was to beat him to death. Jiang Zhan must die today. It has been investigated clearly long ago. Jiang Zhan's family has no background. He is ordinary. A single-parent family. His father is also an ordinary worker. Killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. Seeing Lu Bo's face as pale as death, the rich girl said coldly, bury him. Then take a taxi home. I'll have someone guard outside. I'll find someone to take care of the rest. Lu Bo. From today on, you are a dog. Do you understand? I know. Lu Bo nodded slowly, like a walking corpse. The rich girl didn't check again and turned away. A group of people followed her out. Soon, there was no one on the construction site. Only Lu Bo and Jiang Zhan were left. After watching everyone leave, Lu Bo quickly dragged Jiang Zhan into the cement pipe and gently put his body down. Then he whispered in his ear, Xiao Jiang. I'm sorry. Let it be. I can't help myself. Guo Tingting's family affairs are too involved. My parents are controlled by them. Their family is in the ore business on the surface, but they may be related to smuggling or behind the scenes. And they are all projects prohibited by the state. They came to me not because of my doctoral title, but because my supervisor approved a project about the research and development of a rare mineral. Alas, that project is in competition with the Eagle Sauce. And it can even be directly related to the future fate of the two major countries. I can't run away. If I can't get the project information, I will die sooner or later. Xiao Jiang. Although I have been dating you for more than a year, it was just an impulse at the beginning. But now for me, you are the most perfect encounter in my life. I love you. Never changed. I hope you don't die. If you die, wait for me underground. I may come to you soon. Lu Bo mumbled a lot, estimating that the time was about right. He used a shovel to dig a few times in the land next to him, and then put the soil on his clothes, pretending to dig a hole. Then he took a last look at Jiang Zhan, turned around and walked away resolutely. A few minutes later, in the cement pipe, Jiang Zhan, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. He slowly raised his only hand that could still move, and took out the mobile phone from his body with difficulty, and put it in front of him. The one eye that could still see opened with effort. The screen of the mobile phone was broken. It was barely visible. Click on the screen. Find Dong Qiulei's number. And then click dial. Then, everything went black. I passed out. I don't know how long it took. In a daze, Jiang Zhan slowly woke up, after opening his eyes. What caught his eyes was a sea of white. The air was filled with the smell of the hospital. My whole body was numb and itchy. The arm and legs that had been beaten numb before seemed to have regained consciousness. Something wonderful happened. Brother Jiang, are you awake? A surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Jiang Zhan slowly turned his head to look over. It was Dong Qiulei. She seemed to be relieved. Looking at Jiang Zhan and letting out a sigh, you are finally awake. The doctor said you have a cerebral hemorrhage and can't have surgery. You have been diagnosed as a vegetable. Jiang Zhan. Dong Qiulei frowned and said, what happened to you? Who hit you? And you can wake up now, which means you may also recover your superpowers. Jiang Zhan tried to open his mouth and said hoarsely, how long have I been in a coma? 3 months. 3. Jiang Zhan was shocked. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Where is my dad? Has he come? Dong Qiulei's expression dimmed, and she shook her head helplessly. Uncle, I heard that he died of gas poisoning due to impatience and improper operation at home. Jiang Zhan suddenly felt a surge of blood boiling. His father was dead? Dong Qiulei sighed and said, don't be too sad. I asked my father to help find someone to take care of my uncle's funeral. Although it was not a grand funeral, it was a decent funeral. Jiang Zhan's eyes were red, looking at Dong Qiulei with tears in his eyes. A hand slowly stretched out and put it together with Dong Qiulei's hand. No words came out. Dong Qiulei nodded gently. I understand. Don't say anything, since I have decided to be your best friend. If my friend has something to do, I must help. Jiang Zhan looked at Dong Qiulei deeply. He felt a little warmer in his heart, but he knew his father's death very well. It should be that rich girl who did it. Son of a bitch. This world. Chapter 632 Darkness. The rich can really do whatever they want. Anything that can be exposed by the media can be exposed. The darkness hidden in the darkness will never be exposed to the public. The people of the Gua family are simply lawless. Jiang Zhan's heart was torn. An unprecedented feeling slowly spread from the depths of his mind. The air in the room began to flow slightly. But it only moved slightly, and then disappeared. Dong Qiulei didn't notice it. She didn't even see the darkness gradually spreading in Jiang Zhan's eyes. Darkness that was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. After more than 10 minutes, Dong Qiulei left. Now, she was the only one who would come to visit the patient every day. None of the Jiang family's relatives came. They seemed to be frightened by the rumors outside, and frightened by the people of the Gua family. No one dared to come. After Dong Qiulei left, Jiang Zhan slowly raised his hand. Then he clenched it a little bit harder. His strength was recovering. In just a dozen minutes, the functions of his body began to increase exponentially. There were some subtle changes in his vision, in his field of vision. Some phenomena that were difficult for ordinary people to see with their naked eyes seemed to slowly emerge. That was the disturbance of the air. It was amazing. In the whole room, and even in the world outside the window, the air disturbance formed a wonderful pattern. It seemed to be within reach. Jiang Zhan slowly reached out and touched some of the disturbance boundaries. At the moment when his consciousness formed, the law of disturbance changed. In the ward, the airflow began to intensify. The curtains were blown up. The sheets were blown up. And all kinds of fabrics and light objects were blown by the airflow. At the same time, all the fine dust in the air floated into the air. Jiang Zhan's heart was pounding. His blood was surging. As his body's skills recovered faster, his consciousness became crazier. He knew that his superpowers had also awakened. The superpowers in the dream. He is the messenger of nature. He is the messenger of the wind. He can control the power of the wind. And even at the strongest, he can roll up a hurricane of more than 10 levels on the ground. And he can set off a century storm on the sea. Jiang Zhan sat up slowly. The wind in the room was getting stronger and stronger. Even the wind outside the window began to grow stronger. From a breeze to a strong wind. From a strong wind to a gale. And from a gale to a hurricane. A gale of nearly level 10 blew around the hospital. The gale howled. The cracks in the window frames whimpered and hissed, which was simply terrifying. The dark clouds in the sky also gathered. In the blink of an eye, the sky was dark, and sand and rocks were flying. Jiang Zhan's eyes slowly turned into a blazing white, and he was also suspended from the bed little by little, floating in the air. The crowd outside the ward screamed. Many people ran around. At a certain moment, there was a bang. The door was knocked open by a huge force. Then Dong Qiulei rushed in with a shocked look on her face. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Take revenge if there is revenge. Take grievance if there is grievance. The bandages on Jiang Zhan's body broke into pieces, and he was wrapped in a gust of wind. He had already floated to the window. After saying a word, he rushed out of the window in an instant, riding the wind straight up to the 9th heaven. Damn it! Dong Qiulei gritted her teeth and activated her supernatural power in an instant. A figure flashed. She also jumped out of the window. In the sky, Jiang Zhan had become a small black dot, flying at an extremely fast speed. On the ground, Dong Qiulei was afraid that something would happen to him, so she kept flashing on the ground and chasing him madly. A few minutes later, Jiang Zhan had already flown above Gua Tingting's villa. He looked ferocious. Then he hovered in the air in the gust of wind in the sky. The body was covered with countless cyclones. A small hurricane formed a windbreaker around the body. The whole villa area was surrounded by strong winds, and 7 or 8 tornadoes slowly formed, destroying the ground and sweeping up debris. Even a bus was swept up by the strong wind and smashed directly into the Gua family's villa. Boom! A loud noise. The bus smashed the small building. A group of people ran out screaming from inside. At the same time, someone took a long-distance shot of the sky and saw the man standing in the wind. Oh my God! What is that? Is it a fairy? Or a monster? Or is it an alien visiting the Earth? So, Jiang Zhan's image instantly became a hot search headline, and became the most direct evidence of modern supernatural phenomena. Jiangcheng was in chaos. A tornado hit the city. The violent hurricane overturned the board house, blew down the wall, and rolled up vehicles weighing several tons, all of which fell on the Gua family's villa. Very strange. All these things fell on the Gua family's villa. It was smashed into a garbage dump. But the rest of the villa community was not damaged at all. At the same time, The video was spread wildly online. The figure hovering in the air has become the focus of attention. Just when the country had decided to send fighter jets to approach the figure, the strange phenomenon in the sky suddenly began to fade. The figure in the air was shaky. Almost in just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. The figure fell headfirst. On the ground. In the chaotic city blocks. A figure flashed a few times. And the figure that appeared in the sky fell directly below, grabbed the person, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. No one saw it, because the speed was too fast. That was the speed of teleportation. Then, more than 10 seconds later, the dark clouds completely dissipated. The strong wind stopped, and everything returned to normal. Although there were some damages in other places. But the most serious one was the Gua family's villa. It was completely destroyed. The people around were injured to varying degrees. This incident quickly made headlines in major media. The authorities couldn't delete the post even if they wanted to, because too many people witnessed this horrific phenomenon. It couldn't be concealed. 3 days later, in a farmyard on the outskirts of the city, Jiang Zhan woke up again. After opening his eyes, he saw Dong Qiulei again. She looked anxious and angry. Seeing him awake, Dong Qiulei gnashed her teeth and said, "You son of a bitch. Why don't you just die? Why did you wake up?" Jiang Zhan blinked weakly. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Dong Qiulei raised her fist in anger. "It's no use for you to say sorry to me. You've made such a big deal. Is it useful to say sorry?" Jiang Zhan was silent. Dong Qiulei sighed helplessly when she saw his weak appearance. 31 Forget it. It's already come to this. There's no point in saying anything. How are you? How did you suddenly fall down? Maybe my body is too weak. Jiang Zhan said hoarsely. I was in a coma for 3 months and have been living on nutrient solution. My body is too weak to support that level of superpowers. I guess so. Dong Qiulei sat aside, looked at him helplessly and asked, "What should we do now? The whole city is looking for you." "No. The whole country is looking for you. You flew out of the hospital and were seen by many people. But fortunately, the country has blocked some of the news." Dong Qiulei continued. "Now, only a few people should know that you are the magical creature. The people in the Gua family don't seem to know." Jiang Zhan looked up at her. "Qiulei, let's go. Don't worry about me. I may leave after I get my revenge." "Leave? Where to?" Dong Qiulei looked at him. "Do you want to go abroad? Maybe leave this world. Do you want to die?" Chapter 633 Revenge. Jiang Zhan, I am not qualified to dissuade you. But there is one thing you must remember. What happened to the two of us is not that simple. Dong Qiulei said thoughtfully, "Maybe you can't die even if you want to. I don't want to think about things that far ahead." Jiang Zhan's eyes slowly turned cold, and he murmured, "The blood debt of the Gua family must be paid. No one can stop me. Qiulei, you go. I'm fine. My body now. Just a little rest will be fine. Are you sure? Don't worry about me." Dong Qiulei looked at him silently. "Well, don't worry about me. Your family is very happy. I don't want your family to be implicated because of your involvement in my affairs. Let's go. Qiulei." "Okay." Dong Qiulei nodded, turned around and left, without hesitation. After she left, Jiang Zhan slowly got off the bed and walked to the kitchen alone. He opened the refrigerator and took a look. It was full of food. They should all be newly bought. They were bought by Dong Qiulei. I don't know where this place is, since the whole city is looking for me. Dong Qiulei can hide me here. It should be a very safe place. Jiang Zhan smiled unconsciously. I didn't expect to become a good friend with Dong Qiulei. She is very good. She is a good girl. What a pity. Even if she is so perfect, I still can't accept her. As long as the woman who gave birth to him doesn't die, he will never be redeemed. Eat. Take revenge when you are full. God gave him this ability. Isn't it for revenge? So, Jiang Zhan began to take out the food in the refrigerator. He cooked silently by himself. 3 days have passed. Jiangcheng is still in a mess. The villa area where the Gua family is located has been completely sealed off by the relevant authorities. There are many messages in the city. Even the whole country is in panic. What is that figure hovering in the air that can control the strong wind? This time, I definitely can't use a certain company's game CG to fool you. This time it's not a tribulation. It's like revenge. Revenge on the Gua family. The Gua family is also a prominent family in Jiangcheng. The family has a mine. It really has a mine. Doing export business. But many people say that their family also has gray transactions in secret. Gray income is the main source of income for the Gua family. So it's not surprising that their family has enemies. The key is, how did the Gua family offend this mysterious creature? Dong Qiulei returned to the company. There was a rage in her heart. Jiang Zhan didn't let her take care of her business anymore. And Dong Qiulei was also a proud person. So she didn't care. But once she left, she still couldn't let go. In this world, only she and Jiang Zhan have wonderful abilities. There must be a secret between the two of them. It's just that it hasn't been found out yet. Are we just going to let Jiang Zhan go further and further? Jiang Zhan's strength is recovering faster and faster. In the end, maybe only nuclear weapons can hit him. If he keeps standing on the opposite side of the country and keeps acting like this, he will sooner or later become the public enemy. Alas, Dong Qiulei was in a bad mood. She returned to the company alone. As soon as she entered the company, she heard a burst of carnival inside. Many people were clapping and screaming. A girl was surrounded by the crowd. It was Zhu Qian. Even the company's president Yu Liang was there. As soon as he saw Dong Qiulei coming back, Yu Liang immediately frowned and said, "What have you been doing again? You're absent from work without even saying hello? Dong Qiulei, are you a little too arrogant recently?" Dong Qiulei had a blank expression. Silently walked closer. Yu Liang waved his hand. Hey. Hey. Dong Qiulei, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Look at Zhu Qian. How hard she works. Dong Qiulei turned her head and glanced at Zhu Qian. Yu Xiuya, the top flatterer on the side, immediately smiled and said, Dong Qiulei, you don't know? Qianqian's number of fans has exceeded 50 million. Dong Qiulei was stunned. Breaking through 50 million? You know, Dong Qiulei used to be a million-level internet celebrity. She spent so much energy. Plus, she had good innate conditions. So she broke through 23 million fans with huge resources. This is considered a phenomenal internet celebrity. Zhu Qian's number of fans just broke through 10 million before. Some of them may be zombie fans, which she secretly bought. How can it be possible to break 50 million at once? Are you crazy? Seeing Dong Qiulei's stunned face, Zhu Qian finally stopped hiding her humbleness in front of her and smiled. Curious? Envy? You? Dong Qiulei asked hesitantly. How did you do it? Yu Liang spoke again. Dong Qiulei, I have to criticize you a few words. Dong Qiulei, you have really gone too far during this period. You often skip work. And there is no work yet. Don't think you can slack off just because you are a million-level internet celebrity. Do you know that netizens have limited memory? If you don't have any works for more than 3 months, your fans will soon disappear. Pride makes people fall behind. However, Zhu Qian's achievement this time was also accidental. Although I don't advocate this method. She does have 50 million fans now. Do you know about the tornado 3 days ago? Dong Qiulei was shocked. I know. 3 days ago, when the tornado hit the villa area, Zhu Qian happened to be inside. She happened to be a guest at Gua's house. So, she took the risk to shoot the tornado scene at that time. It was that scene that made her fans soar in 3 days. Dong Qiulei suddenly realized. So it's because of this? A gimmick? But why is Zhu Qian a guest at Gua's house? Are they friends? This is terrible. If Jiang Zhan seeks revenge in the future, will Zhu Qian be implicated? Just when Dong Qiulei was about to ask Zhu Qian waved her hand with disdain. Okay. I have to go to work. Now that I have a huge number of fans, I have to think carefully about how to transform next. Qian, you and the Gua family. Dong Qiulei, don't mind my business. You are not qualified to preach to me now. Want to learn from me? Then wait for the next opportunity. Dong Qiulei was stunned. Why are you talking to me like this? I don't seem to have offended you. Snort. Zhu Qian sneered. Dong Qiulei, do you know what I hate most about you? Why are you so naive? It's disgusting. Alas, I don't want to follow you anymore. You'd better stay away from me. After saying that, she left. Dong Qiulei narrowed her eyes. She remembered what Jiang Zhan said. He said that this Zhu Qian was a complete white camellia. So I was blind? After Zhu Qian left, Xiao Mulong, a creamy boy, walked to Dong Qiulei and laughed softly. Qiulei, do you really think of her as a friend? She followed you just to borrow your popularity. How do you think she became a multi-millionaire internet celebrity? Dong Qiulei. Xiao Mulong continued. I have heard her teasing you behind your back more than once. And I have also seen her secretly scratch your tires. Dong Qiulei was stunned. Scratch the tire? Zhu Qian slashed the tire? Damn it. This bitch. It turns out that she has always treated herself as a fool. She used her popularity to increase her followers, and cursed her behind her back, and slashed her tire? Dong Qiulei was already very angry. At this moment, she was even more furious. Chapter 634 Weird Stare. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Xiao Mulong. You knew it a long time ago. Why didn't you say it earlier? Hee. Before you were stronger than she was weaker. Would you believe it if I told you? Now she is stronger than you are weaker. Maybe you will take it seriously if I tell you. Qiulei. You are still too young. You. Xiao Mulong's words have not been finished yet. And suddenly someone screamed. Then Lu Ting, who had a full head of pigtails, suddenly jumped up from a distance and screamed, Look at the hot videos. I saw Qiulei. Qiulei's hot videos. Everyone was stunned. Yu Liang, who was about to return to the office, suddenly turned around and rushed to Lu Ting. In fact, in Yu Liang's heart, he still values Dong Qiulei more. That's the big internet celebrity in his mind. What the hell is Zhu Qian? Too superficial. No ability. Her looks are all fake. Without filters and beauty. She can't catch up with Dong Qiulei even if she takes a photo of her, but... So, Yu Liang hurried over. Wanted to see what was popular. Soon, everyone else gathered over, including Xiao Mulong. Only Dong Qiulei didn't move. She didn't care. What videos could there be? It's just the same old works. Maybe one of them will become popular again. This kind of thing happened frequently in the past. A video that had been silent for several years suddenly became popular and gained another wave of fans. So Dong Qiulei didn't move. Those beautiful eyes just stared at Zhu Qian's position silently. This bitch. No. The atmosphere in the company slowly became a little strange. Dong Qiulei looked at the people who gathered together to watch the video in confusion. It turned out that those people were all staring at her with a weird look on their faces. Their eyes were weird. It didn't look like a good thing? Including the boss Yu Liang. Dong Qiulei asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Yu Liang blinked and suddenly asked, Qiulei, do you have any secrets with Jiang Zhan? What? Dong Qiulei was shocked. Xiao Mulong looked up at her with a look of horror. Qiulei. A video has been circulated on the internet. It's your video at the abandoned construction site. You teleported? Hearing this, Dong Qiulei knew that Jiang Zhan's phone must have been repaired. Last time he was beaten, Jiang Zhan used his broken phone to call Dong Qiulei. But when Dong Qiulei rushed there, his phone was gone. It was probably stolen. At that time, Jiang Zhan used his phone to shoot the video of Dong Qiulei's teleportation. Now the video must have been exposed. At this time, Lu Ting suddenly trembled and said, Oh my god. I guess that Qiulei's account has broken 100 million fans. So fast? It's too scary. Yu Liang was shocked. Break 100 million? Hurry up and look down. Others also crowded over to see. As expected, Dong Qiulei's account has over 100 million followers. It's still rising like crazy. It must be the effect of that video. Now the whole network is calling for the truth. Dong Qiulei has even been dubbed the superpower girl. Her message area has been blown up. Zhu Qian, who was sitting at her workstation, had a look of dejection. He's really only handsome for 3 seconds. He was just overtaken in less than 2 hours after being proud. Superpower girl? What are you bragging about? The video is obviously fake. It's photoshopped. Are all netizens fools? Just as Zhu Qian was angry, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside. A group of people knocked on the door and entered. All of them were wearing special uniforms. The leaders were the deputy mayor of Jiancheng and the director of the municipal bureau. Yu Liang was dumbfounded. When these people entered the room, one of the men, with a solemn expression, asked in a serious voice, Who is Dong Qiulei? I am. Dong Qiulei looked at him and replied, Hello, Miss Dong. My name is Su Xia, a national security investigator, and the current head of the investigation section of the 749th Bureau. Now please come with us and accept the investigation. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. National security investigator? The mysterious 749th Bureau has come out. Could it be that Dong Qiulei's video was not photoshopped? Is it true? Dong Qiulei was taken away. including her parents and brother. The whole family was sent away in a big black jeep. Everyone in the company was dumbfounded. Some people didn't know about the 749th Bureau yet, and searched it on Baidu. And they were shocked. This unit researches superpowers? So, Dong Qiule really has superpowers? The video on the internet is real. Zhu Qian was completely dumbfounded. I felt a chill from the bottom of my heart. Oh my god! I secretly scratched someone's tire. Will she retaliate against me? In a suburban farmyard, Jiang Zhan has completely recovered. Since the superpower was activated, his body has begun to have super strong self-healing ability. So the body that was almost half crippled before was healed in just one night. Standing in the living room, Jiang Zhan's expression was cold. There was no trace of humanity in his eyes. Revenge. Still revenge. The people of the Guo family are not dead yet. This revenge must be avenged. Now, I have completely become the messenger of the wind. In this world, is there anyone who can stop me? A trace of madness was brewing in Jiang Zhan's eyes. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to check the news to see what was going on outside. As a result, he saw Dong Qiule's story as soon as he refreshed it, and he was immediately shocked. That video was uploaded to the internet. Needless to say, it must be that his mobile phone was stolen. Someone cracked the password, saw the video, and posted it online. Now it has caused a big uproar. Especially Dong Qiule was taken away by the National Security Bureau and the 749 Bureau in the company. This matter has also spread to the internet. Now, the whole country is crazy about discussing superpowers. Even the whole world is paying attention to the flower planting family. Whether the superpowers are true or false directly determines the international status of the flower planting family. After all, for so many years, the bald eagles who claim to be the international hegemon have been shooting superhero movies, using this cultural brainwashing method to promote their hegemonic values. But after so many years of promotion, it is just a movie work. Now that the flower planting family really has superpowers, the bald eagles are trembling. So scary. Who can capture that kind of teleportation? Even the most advanced radar can't do it. Right? What if that girl goes to other countries to carry out assassination operations? What's more, the video of the hurricane ravaging the capital a few days ago, it also seems to be man-made. If one person can drive a hurricane of that magnitude, I'm afraid he can destroy the Eagle Sauce country alone. Is this reliable? So, the world is nervous. The bald eagles have even made a backup plan to nuke the East at all costs. It would rather be completely destroyed than let that creature with superpowers leave China. After watching for a long time, Jiang Zhan slowly turned off his phone. Walked to the window. Outside, it was a cold winter. The sky was gloomy, but there was no heavy snow. It was dry and cold. Jiang Zhan pondered silently for a moment, and decided to take revenge first. Because Dong Qiule was taken away by the country, she would not be in danger of life. It was more of a protection. Perhaps her fate changed from this day on. Serving the country, she was also honored by her family. As for himself, after what happened 3 days ago, he had been labeled as terrible and dangerous. So before the country targeted him, he would destroy the Guo family first. Jiang Zhan made up his mind, put on his coat and hat, and hurriedly left the farmyard alone, disappearing on the urban highway. Chapter 635, Panic. At night, a heavy snowstorm. The sky and the earth were covered in white. In a high-end apartment building in the eastern part of Yanjing, the Guo family gathered together, discussing the plan to move out of Yanjing. The villa has been destroyed. Everyone can see that the strong wind that day was intended to destroy the Guo family villa. No one knows who the figure floating in the air is. Anyway, the villa is destroyed. Now, people are panicking. No one from the country came out to give an explanation. In order to avoid the next time, the Guo family decided to evacuate Yanjing and move to the Jiangnan area. But the Guo family's huge assets are all in Yanjing, so a detailed evacuation plan is needed. In the bedroom, Guo Tingting was restless. She had a vague feeling that the Guo family villa was destroyed. It might be related to her. It was just a premonition, but she couldn't say what it was. After thinking about it, it seemed that only Lu Bo's matter had gone wrong recently. The family didn't know that Lu Bo and Jiang Zhan had been gay. That Jiang Zhan should be dead. Probably. Suddenly, Guo Tingting was shocked. Was he dead or not? She didn't know. It was Lu Bo who said he was dead. He wasn't dead. Was he? Did something go wrong? Now, the information about superpowers is everywhere on the internet, which makes people shudder. Could it be Jiang Zhan? Thinking of this, Whittington could no longer sit still, and quickly got up and walked out of the bedroom, calling her mother aside and whispering to her for a while. Gu's mother is also a ruthless person. After hearing her words, her heart skipped a beat, and she slapped her mother with her backhand. Whittington's face was swollen instantly. Everyone in the living room was quiet. Gu's father was stunned. Gu's mother gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You don't know how to live or die. How many times have I told you? It's not the 1990s now. Do whatever you want. You want to die, and you dare to do that kind of thing?" Whittington's mouth flattened, and she cried aggrievedly. Gu's father hurried over and frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "Your daughter is in trouble." Mother Gu quickly recounted the incident, and finally said with a worried look, "I have always had a bad feeling that this matter is not over yet." Father Gu's face also turned ugly. After a moment of hesitation, he said decisively, "Let's go tonight. Leave the city overnight. Give up your project temporarily. Inform the outside world, and try to delay it for 2 months." After speaking, he glanced at his daughter. The eyes became much colder. Knowing that she might have been in trouble, Whittington carefully hid in the bedroom. "Move tonight. Let's go. As for Lu Bo, son of a bitch, this bastard, he deceived me again. It would be hard to relieve the hatred in my heart if I didn't kill him." So, Whittington picked up her phone, quickly edited a text message and sent it out. University of Geosciences. In the doctoral dormitory, Lu Bo was restless. He had done a lot of wrong things for his kidnapped parents. There was no turning back. He had already known that the Gu family was going to move. He had a bad feeling. The Gu family couldn't take him with them when they moved. After all, they weren't married yet. He was just a tool. Once the Gu family gave up the Yanjing business and the current project, he would inevitably become an abandoned child. He would definitely die, because he knew too much. Looking at the continuous blizzard and strong wind outside, Lu Bo's heart slowly became cold. It was like falling into an abyss. If he couldn't rescue his parents before the Gu family evacuated Yanjing, then his parents would only end up dead. So, Lu Bo gritted his teeth. He picked up the phone and called Yao Yao Ling. "Hello, Yao Yao Ling. I want to turn myself in. I have committed the serious crime of selling out state secrets. Please send someone to arrest me as soon as possible. After the call, Lu Bo sat quietly on the bed and waited. Now, only the country has the ability to save his parents. He could only turn himself in. Although his future would be ruined, it was better than the destruction of his family. My parents are innocent, and I cannot let them die because of my absurdity. In this way, time passed by minute by minute. At a certain moment, a group of people came up from the corridor outside. They were all dressed like college students, but everyone had a cold face. They walked into the corridor. Their goal was clear, and each of them reached out to touch their lower backs. When they were about to reach the door of Lu Bo's dormitory, suddenly a shrill siren sounded downstairs, and it quickly drove to the door of the dormitory downstairs. Several people were stunned. They all went to the window and looked down. Wow! 6 cars. 3 police cars and 3 black jeeps. What's going on? Several people didn't dare to act rashly, and stood in the corridor, pretending to play with their phones, waiting quietly. The police car below didn't know who they were arresting. Let's wait and see. A few minutes later, a group of people rushed in from the floor. Some were in uniforms. Some were in plain clothes. Several people looked grim. No way. Are they here to arrest Lu Bo? This is depressing. Soon, the police rushed to the door of Lu Bo's dormitory, and the people who were watching the excitement were dispersed. Several killers were also mixed in the crowd. Lu Bo was seen being taken out of the dormitory very quietly, with handcuffs on his hands. It's over. The police got there first. The leader of the assassins immediately picked up his phone and secretly sent a message to Whittington. As soon as he looked up after sending the message, he happened to look at Lu Bo. The leader of the assassins was shocked. Logically, Lu Bo should not know him. But why did his eyes look so strange? Soon, the police took people away. The leader of the assassins breathed a sigh of relief. He asked everyone to evacuate from the other side. When 5 or 6 assassins went down the stairs on the other side, several police officers with live ammunition suddenly rushed out from the darkness in the corner. The muzzles of the guns were immediately pointed at everyone's foreheads. The leader of the assassins was dumbfounded. Damn! It's still a failure. Downstairs of Gua's apartment, everyone was preparing to evacuate in the snow. When they saw the information Guatingting gave them, the Gua family members were anxious. Lu Bo was arrested? That's terrible. The truth must have been revealed. Get out quickly. But before they left, sirens were heard from all directions. It's over. Gua's father looked ferocious and shouted angrily, take your weapons and rush out of Yanjing tonight. Otherwise, you will end it yourself. When the whole family heard this, they almost unanimously took out guns and weapons from the car. The security guards at the gate of the community were dumbfounded. What are they doing? Filming a movie? When did the domestic situation become so relaxed? What do these people do? After the police cars outside surrounded the gate, the security guards finally came to their senses and turned around and ran away. When the Gua family saw that the police had surrounded them, someone suddenly threw a grenade. There was a loud bang. The tranquility of the night in Yanjing was instantly torn apart. Then, gunshots rang out. Everyone was shocked. Who are these people? How could they have such a force to confront the police? Are they crazy? The surrounding police didn't expect it. Chapter 636. Humans with special powers appear. This Gua family is really a big cancer hidden in Yanjing. So fierce? From the strength of their resistance, we can know that they may be hiding a shocking secret. This group of people is definitely a spy family. The whole family is a lackey of the West. This kind of people must be captured. So, fierce exchanges of fire began. The SWAT team continued to gather outside. But the resistance in the community was also extremely fierce. And the Gua family also captured a lot of hostages. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, at a certain moment, a strong wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. And Yang Shui was swept up wildly, mesmerizing everyone's eyes. The gunshots disappeared. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. In the void, a figure could be vaguely seen, not covered at all. He looked down at the earth. The wind howled around him. He seemed to be sitting on the throne of the wind, looking at the people in the community below with cold eyes. The people of the Gua family were terrified. Damn! We can fight the police. We have weapons. But how to deal with this thing? Is it a god or a monster? Suddenly, the figure in the void stretched out his hand and hooked. Strong tornadoes suddenly rolled up on the ground. And each tornado carried a person. They were all people from the Gua family. Almost everyone was caught in the hurricane and swept into the air. There were screams and cries for a while. Guatingting was almost suffocated by the strong wind pressure and was sent to the front of the figure. She looked closely. Guatingting was scared to death. Yellow liquid flowed down her thighs with the wind. It was him. It was Jiang Zhan. He really didn't die. And he became such a terrible creature. What happened? Jiang Zhan looked at Guatingting in front of him with a cold look, and squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. How did my parents die? I don't know. Help. 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 Jiang Zhan's face flashed with a fierce light, and his hands gently pulled. Then the hurricane wrapped around Guatingting's body and began to slowly pull it in 4 directions. Guatingting screamed in pain. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't resist it all. It was a supernatural power. Everyone screamed. Finally, in the eyes of everyone, Guatingting was torn into pieces by the hurricane, and blood was sprinkled all over the sky. The scene was horrible. Everyone was terrified. This time, Jiang Zhan did not hide his true self. All the filming equipment could capture his true face. And Jiang Zhan, at this moment, seemed to enjoy the pleasure of killing. He raised his hand suddenly, and all the people in the Gua family began to scream. At this moment, a sharp shout reached his ears. Stop! Jiang Zhan, you are crazy. Jiang Zhan looked down. A figure came up on his hurricane in a strange way. It was Dong Qiulei. She could come in this way? Jiang Zhan was stunned for a moment. Dong Qiulei's figure flashed and rushed in front of Jiang Zhan in an instant, stepping on the hurricane. And it seemed that her feet were shaking all the time. Her eyebrows were raised and she shouted, Jiang Zhan, stop! Your parents' matter has been investigated clearly. It was indeed an accident, not caused by the Gua family. Jiang Zhan, Dong Qiulei said anxiously, don't you even believe me? Jiang Zhan murmured hoarsely, I believe it. But what? Can I turn back? At least, it's not unfair to kill Guatingting. If you hadn't saved me, I might have died. Okay. It's not unfair to kill her. Now she's dead. You can't kill her anymore. At this point, Dong Qiulei said anxiously in a low voice, Brother Jiang, the fact that we are superpowers has triggered an international chain reaction. Now, aircraft carrier attack groups have begun to gather in the Pacific. I was called to the National Security Bureau and assigned a new mission. You have to help me. Jiang Zhan was stunned. Dong Qiulei said anxiously, Don't you understand? The appearance of the two of us has changed the cognition of human beings around the world and even begun to change the world pattern. If we are not careful, a nuclear war will happen. You have to help me. Jiang Zhan silently looked at Dong Qiulei for a few times. Dong Qiulei continued, Also, Guotingting died. But the people in their family cannot die casually. Their family is a spy family that has been hiding for almost a century. This time, it is just right to catch them all in one fell swoop. They have a big secret. Finally, Jiang Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly put down his hands. Dong Qiulei breathed a sigh of relief. There was a flash of joy in his eyes. And then he quickly said, You have a conscience. It's worth saving your life. Come, follow me to the south. We have to carry out a secret mission. After saying that, Dong Qiulei's figure flashed and disappeared 100 meters away. On the long street, Chen Yu walked leisurely. Each parallel universe is more or less different, so the status of these partners is also different. Some people are sealed very hard. Whether it is memory or ability, all are sealed. Some people are not bound. Like Chen Yu. She recovered her memory and ability by herself. Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan are still good. Their superpowers have slowly awakened by themselves. But their memories have not yet recovered. There is no rush. For Chen Yu now, his ability has transcended the constraints of the parallel universe. And he has no interest in various disputes among humans. In this universe, due to the awakening of Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan's superpowers, international relations became tense instantly. Whether it is the terrifying teleportation ability or the ability to almost control hurricanes, the Western powers are terrified. So they began to test. Stationed in the southern waters, confronting China. They are testing China's bottom line. At the same time, they also want to test whether the two humans with superpowers on the internet are real or fake. For such things, let them solve it. Let them do whatever they want. If something goes wrong, Chen Yu can also cover it. If you have time, you might as well go around. Jiancheng is my hometown. I can still see the way I remember it now. It's actually very beautiful. Human beings. There is always a group of people who are keen on causing destruction. Those two countries are really cancerous. No rebuttal accepted. The news that superpowers appeared in eastern China has caused an uproar around the world. In this era, every country has had movies about superpowers. This shows one thing. Almost all countries dream of truly developing such creatures with superpowers. Their purpose is not to make all mankind more evolved. Their purpose is just to make it easier to invade other countries. This kind of country is represented by the bald eagle. Only their country's output of superhuman movies is the best in the world. The bald eagles have always believed that superpowers must exist somewhere in this world. This includes Hans the cat. Otherwise, the man with a mustache during World War II would not have spent so much manpower and material resources to research superpowers. China's 749th Bureau was established after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Chapter 637, Taking the Lead. In fact, it was also influenced by the secret research of the mustache. Therefore, after the video that went viral on the Chinese internet was transmitted to the West, it instantly caused an uproar. The bald eagle was anxious. In the field of superpowers, how could the flower growers take the lead? We must find out. If it is true, there are only two ways to go. One is to destroy the two superpowers at any cost, and the other is to get the biological genes of the two superpowers for research at any cost. There is no other way. What else can we do? The man who can control the hurricane can almost destroy a country by himself. With this extraordinary power that surpasses conventional weapons, will anyone dare to disobey the flower-growing people in the future? Won't they dominate the world in the future? The bald eagle is unhappy. He absolutely cannot agree. Are the thousands of nuclear bombs that I have accumulated over the years just for show? Is nuclear deterrence outdated? The southern seas. The deep ocean. The aircraft carrier fleet is approaching the eastern continent in a mighty manner. Other countries around have also raised their alert levels. And all armies are in a wartime state. All weapons have been activated. Especially the chickens in the basin. They are terrified. Who can withstand such a supernatural power? Should we strike first? The chickens in the basin are waiting for their American father to make a move. As a result, the international situation was extremely tense. On the land of China, all major military regions were already busy and tense. Millions of troops went to various war zones. All warships went out to sea. All major cities across the country also sounded the war alert. A few hours later, outside the beach of a city on the southeast coast, a figure appeared silently on a high mountain by the sea. In the sky, a figure flew down the wind and slowly landed on the mountain. The two looked at each other. Jiang Zhan finally smiled. Dong Qiulei nodded. It's getting stronger and stronger. It can already catch up with me. Come on. Jiang Zhan looked at the sea in the distance and murmured, I know you didn't use your full strength to accommodate me. You should be able to teleport directly to the south now. Right? Almost. But it takes a lot of energy. I'm not accommodating you. I just don't want to waste so much energy. Okay. Now you can tell me. What is your mission? Deterrence? Deterrence by force. Dong Qiulei said softly, for the awakening of your and my superpowers. The country has only one idea. That is, our time has come. The country wants to study superpowers. But before that, a peaceful and stable international situation must be created. Otherwise, there will be no time and energy to study superpowers. Now, Western hostile forces have begun to act. They want both of us. If they can't get us, they would rather destroy us. I believe you should understand this. Can we reach a consensus? Jiang Zhan nodded. I understand. Dong Qiulei continued, that's it. I have met with the big leaders. Given the current situation, there is only one way to deter with force. Those white pigs in the West advocate the use of force. They like overbearing foreign policies. Since we now have supernatural powers, let them feel what real superpowers are. It's not that they really have superpowers just because they make movies every day. This is my mission. How about together? Jiang Zhan nodded without hesitation. Of course together. My dear friend. How can I let you face the warships of the Western world alone? Hee hee. My dear friend. Dong Qiulei patted his arm with a smile. Now, how do you deter us? The big boss said that he does not restrict our behavior in this regard. Then it's up to you. Yes, it's up to you. Jiang Zhan's eyes slowly turned silver white, and a fierce hurricane began to surround his body, and his figure gradually floated up. Dong Qiulei took a deep breath. Then he said loudly, target the Bald Eagle's aircraft carrier fleet. Overturn them all. After saying that, his figure disappeared in an instant, and Jiang Zhan also jumped up again and flew with the wind. On the distant sea, Dong Qiulei's figure could be seen flashing on the sea. She was running wildly on the sea. Jiang Zhan's blood boiled in his heart, and the murderous aura that had been stopped before slowly rose up, venting all his anger on the battleship formation in the distance. The power in his body became more and more violent. A shocking gale wrapped in huge waves slowly spread across the sea. As the distance lengthened, the huge waves blown by the gale became higher and wider. Hundreds of kilometers later, the huge waves have formed a shocking wave with a height of hundreds of meters. The whole ocean seems to be wrinkled. In the Pacific Ocean, the aircraft carrier battle group, which had already discovered this situation through reconnaissance aircraft, was in chaos at the first time. All fleets turned around at the same time, trying to escape the attack of the huge waves. At the same time, the commander-in-chief of the Navy urgently called the White House. Can we withdraw troops in this situation? Facts have proved that their superpowers are real. They can turn the world upside down. In the Eagle Saw's homeland, the White House is already in chaos. Some hawkish figures advocate going all out and direct nuclear deterrence. But most people advocated withdrawal. Hurry up and preserve your strength. After all, there is no war with the flower-growing people now. You directly use nuclear bombs to deter them? Isn't this looking for death? They have nuclear bombs. Can it deter? If you are not careful, Russia will take this opportunity to throw two big Ivans. So, you can't escalate the tension. The crisis in the Pacific is clearly a personal behavior. You have no excuse. The White House is in chaos. The order has not been sent out. The result? The huge waves on the sea are getting faster and faster. Jiang Zhan really tried his best, venting his anger and murderous intent. So, when the huge waves spread to the aircraft carrier fleet, the wave height was more than 500 meters high. That was really a wave like a mountain. All the bald eagles were dumbfounded. There was no escape. How many poops does an aircraft carrier have? Facing this kind of fierce power of nature, facing such hundreds of meters high waves, aircraft carriers are like toys. When the huge waves came, all the warships were thrown into the air, and then hit hard into the sea by the waves. In just one move, the most powerful Pacific fleet of the Eagle Sauce was gone. This is not over yet. The huge waves have formed a chain reaction, driving the water of the entire ocean to sweep over the land in the Western Hemisphere. Behind the wave, Jiangjan showed no intention of stopping. The wind whistled, heading straight for the Eagle Sauce's homeland. According to the height of the wave, once it hits the land, it is estimated that 2/3 of the land in South America will be flooded. This is called real seawater backflow. Dongshui, who is at the top of the wave, did not retreat. Anyway, the big boss said that he would not interfere with their freedom of movement. Moreover, what they want is to deter with force. How can we deter them if we don't shoot the Eagle Sauce's homeland? Chapter 638 Mystery. So, a century-long wave rolled farther and farther on the vast surface of the Pacific Ocean, and rushed towards the South American continent with a destructive momentum. The world was shocked. The Eagle Sauce was terrified. But they had no choice. Various missiles were tried on land to try to destroy the shocking wave. Unfortunately, all failed. The powerful missiles in the past exploded in the wave, and only exploded a brilliant big splash. It was impossible to destroy the wave. So, that day, the Eagle Sauce was flooded. The shocking wave destroyed at least 1/3 of the cities in the Eagle Sauce's homeland, and spread to at least 2/3 of the land. The violent surge even hit the land of Europe. Many small countries were flooded. The Eagle suffered heavy casualties. Both the military and the economy suffered unprecedented damage. The seawater backflowed for a full month. When the seawater receded from the Eagles, the land was devastated. This was the worst attack the bald eagles had ever encountered. It was not from nuclear bombs, nor from other high-tech weapons, nor from an invasion by any country. It was just a surge in the sea. The seawater backflowed, although everyone knew that the surge was caused by the rabbit's superpowers. But who saw it? No one saw it. No one could prove that it was the rabbits who did it. So the bald eagles could only suffer in silence. After this battle, the world was shocked. The saying that there were immortals in eastern China gradually spread around the world. 2 months later, spring is here. In the mysterious 749th Bureau Experimental Base, Jiangjan and Dongshui have already moved in. The two did not reject the country's research and development of the genes of people with special abilities. This is also a matter of benefiting the people. So, if you want to study it, then study it. And they both want to know how their special abilities are activated. Is it related to the experience in the dream? Is it the crystal core that opened it? Or is it the human gene that mutated? These all require professionals to uncover the secrets. At the same time, across the ocean, when people all over the world thought that Eagle Sauce was frightened, a whole scientific research team was stationed underground in the mysterious Area 51 at 37 degrees north latitude and 115 degrees west longitude in Eagle Sauce. This scientific research team brought together all the surviving scientific and technological elites. There are more than a dozen Nobel Prize winners. Their mission here is to urgently conquer the technology of alien civilizations. Here, an alien spaceship is secretly hidden. The rumor that the bald eagles had already come into contact with aliens is actually true. There are really imprisoned aliens under Area 51. The bald eagles are unwilling to be abused. They can't swallow this loss. Since they can't nuke the whole world, they will find another way. Isn't it just superpowers? The bald eagles' desire for superpowers is no less than any country in the world. And their research is also the most advanced. Now, let's focus on conquering alien civilizations. Maybe we can get the power we dream of in a short time. When the time comes, the first one to destroy the flower family. So, a secret competition quietly kicked off. The bald eagles are urgently cracking the alien high technology, while the flower growers are secretly studying the secrets of genetic evolution and the opening of superpowers. They are all racing against time. At the same time, various spies in the two countries emerge in an endless stream. They all want to find out the other's cards. Unfortunately, whether it is Area 51 or the mysterious 749 Bureau, these two places exist as the country's most highly confidential. It is simply a dream to want to find out the secrets of these two places. In this way, the world was briefly quiet for a moment. The storm is coming. Other countries have noticed that the two superpowers seem to be brewing and holding back big moves. At this moment, the world has truly been reshuffled. In the past, the Eagle Sauce, the Great Mao, and the Flower Planting family were the three major powers. Now, only the Eagle Sauce and the Flower Planting family are left in the world facing each other head-on. The scene of the hegemony between the East and the West has officially begun. Faced with this situation, Chen Yu is even less anxious. Let's play. What kind of technology can the bald eagles conquer from aliens? I'm looking forward to it. With a playful mentality, Chen Yu quietly began to build the South Heaven Gate and the Chinese summer courtyard in the atmosphere above the eastern China using nanotechnology. Life is infinite. Time is boring. Parallel universe. Several years later, one day, the technology of the Western Eagle Sauce country suddenly broke through the bottleneck and entered a new era. They had super artificial intelligence. They had a large number of simulation robots for battlefield operations. They had high-tech modern weapons with laser cannons as the main weapon, and ultra-modern military equipment represented by aerospace motherships. They even had super large-scale weapons of mass destruction with land-based shock as the core. From that day on, the world was shocked. The Big Mao panicked. Northern Europe lay flat. East Asian followers shouted daddy all over the country. Only the flower growers remained silent, without any expression at all. The domestic media even lost their voice. Mysterious as always. One day, the war in Northern Europe broke out suddenly. In just 5 days, the video leaked from the battlefield showed that most of the soldiers fighting against the regular army of Russia were bionic robot soldiers. Those soldiers acted quickly, and were not afraid of guns and ammunition. So the war was almost one-sided. On the 6th day, Russia was approaching the city of Mo. The country was about to be destroyed. So, more than 3,000 warheads were launched from the Navy and land-based missile silos one after another, breaking through the sky and shooting towards the west. The nuclear war finally started. Putin once said, if Russia was gone, what was the point of this world? Therefore, in addition to the warheads fired at the west, thousands of warheads hit the east. The target is the chickens with feet, and the sticks wearing helmets. However, the land of the flower-growing country also sounded a shrill alarm. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The Great Mao was destroyed. So what is the use of the land of the flower-growing country? Let's destroy it all. It would be best if the whole world returned to the farming era. So, the world faced a state of nuclear destruction. Just when people all over the world were waiting for the destruction of the world in fear, the United States in the West first broke out with amazing defense capabilities. Countless lasers shot up into the sky. Those warheads that had not yet reached the homeland of the United States had their control parts burned through in the sky. The control circuit failed, and the warhead also failed. Without the pre-explosion process, the nuclear warheads would not explode at all. So the warheads fell from the sky one after another, including the most powerful warheads that can fly at supersonic speeds outside the atmosphere. All were shot down without exception. This terrifying defense capability shocked the world. Chapter 639 Utilization Value. At the same time, laser defense weapons were launched one after another in various seas around the world, including military bases of pro-eagle countries. All the warheads were shot down with great accuracy. Except for the land in the east. The warheads over the chickens and the steel-helmeted Koreans were still flying, and would soon fall. At this moment, everyone saw it. The bald eagles didn't care about the despicable country and nation like the chickens. Once there was a chance, they would definitely wipe them out. They didn't have it before because they were still useful. The Japanese were completely chilled. This time, the country is definitely doomed. However, it is not too bad to drag the flower growers down with the country. After all, many years ago, the Japanese had prepared for the rainy day and sent the descendants of the domestic noble elites abroad. They are all over the world. Therefore, the chickens in the basin are not considered to be doomed. So, everyone looked at the sky with their eyes wide open, watching those huge flashing warheads penetrate the clouds and fall from the top of their heads at a speed visible to the naked eye. If they fall a few hundred meters, the whole of East Asia will be completely plunged into a nuclear explosion. At this moment, the mysterious eastern country that has been silent for many years suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Brilliant colorful lights emerged from the coastal areas. Like a transparent film, they quickly rose and formed a protective layer thousands of meters away. Protective layers were raised in various places in the flower-growing country. All the protective layers merged together in a very short time, covering the entire Chinese land. 10 seconds later, a dazzling white light lit up between heaven and earth. Thousands of warheads exploded outside the protective shield. The terrifying explosion waves spread to a radius of thousands of miles. The small island of Jayabinji turned directly into a pile of flying ash and disappeared in the violent flashes of white light. Bangzi Island was gone too. The terrifying power of the nuclear bomb set off a huge wave on the sea, sweeping directly to the southern sea area, and submerged 2/3 of the land of the kangaroos. There was a cloud of radioactive dust between heaven and earth. It covered the sky and the sun, and it was the most tragic doomsday. Even if there were protective shields on the land of eastern China, this radioactive dust would not dissipate for 100 years, and humans would not be able to live normally. Just as the whole world was paying close attention to the situation of the flower-growing families, the century storm once again swept across the land of China. The strong wind started from Sichuan and Shu. In just a few hours, a terrible tidal wave was formed. The hurricane tides of tens of thousands of miles swept the radioactive dust in the sky and began to sweep towards the Western world. The world was shocked again. Sure enough, it was still like this. Sure enough, the flower-growing families were the ones who could fight against the Eagle Sauce in the end. The mysterious high-tech weapons of the Eagle Sauce broke through the technological shackles on the earth. But the flower growers developed mysterious energy technology. Whether it is the colorful energy shield or the epic century storm that came at any time, it shows that the mystery of eastern China is not blown out. So far, the final battle has begun. The world is silent. The world is paying attention. Everyone's eyes are focused on the ultimate confrontation between the two superpowers in the East and the West. Western Eagle Sauce. Ultra-modern technological weapons. Countless aerospace motherships. Leading dense bionic technology warriors, carrying fantastic laser standard super weapons, are pushing towards China from the sea, land and air. Finally, China is serious. That day, 99 and 81 loud bells rang from the sky of eastern China. The bells were extremely terrifying. It was like the ancient bells in the mountain temples. But the penetrating power of the bells was so strong that it spread all over the earth. All countries and all survivors heard the ancient bells. The media around the world were watching the sky above eastern China from a distance, paying attention to the direction from which the bells came. Finally, after 81 bells, a strange scene appeared in the sky above China. A certain area suddenly burst into thousands of golden lights, and the light penetrated the sky. In the void, it seems that a dreamy and magnificent palace is faintly visible. In the palace, there are shadowy figures of people. These people are shining with light and holding all kinds of strange cold weapons in their hands. It looks a bit frail. It is not as spectacular and scary as the scale of those Western aerospace motherships. However, the sound of wind and thunder faintly bursting out of the palace is extremely terrifying. There are immortals in the East China. This thought came to people all over the world at the first time. It is really an immortal. Otherwise, how can it live in the sky? So now, is it a confrontation between immortal arts and technology? In the end, are the immortals of China more powerful? Or the alien technology of Eagle Sauce more powerful? Wait and see. In the void, Chinyu sat cross-legged on the cloud, overlooking the earth. He had seen the alien technology of the Eagle Sauce. It was very ordinary. The fundamental reason was that the Eagle Sauce's research time was too short, and only a little bit of high-tech information code was cracked, which created the current strong military strength. Although the alien civilization in their hands is not as terrifying as the Star Devourer, it is also a super civilization system that relies on digital civilization. As for the immortals in China, it's all nonsense. Those were secretly armed by Qin Yu through Dong Qiulei for China. They are all superpowers. Superpowers can indeed eventually reach the realm of gods and Buddhas. But it takes a long time. Need to practice hard. Because there is no crystal core now. There is no condition for them to improve with external force. They can only rely on practice. But the situation is urgent now. The technological civilization that Eagle Sauce has cracked will not take too long to arm itself, and even develop a powerful bionic army. Therefore, in order to fight against technological civilization, Shen Yu can only act secretly. With his assistance, the strength of the superpowers has advanced by leaps and bounds, and a group similar to the Immortal Camp has really formed in China. These people entered the Nantian Gate and lived in the Heavenly Palace. In fact, they were waiting for this day, looking at the ultimate showdown on the earth. Chun Yu couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that on this parallel world, within 100 years, this ultimate camp confrontation had already formed? After the confrontation, the world was simple. One country dominated. All directions came to pay tribute. In fact, this situation can be relatively stable for at least 100 years. The premise is that China wins. As for whether China will become the second Eagle Sauce or a dictator 100 years later, that is not what Chun Yu wants to care about. Finally, that day has arrived. The Western Army is approaching. In the Eastern Heavenly Palace, countless colorful streamers flew out and stood in the air on the land of China. Various superpowers, various magic weapons. There are even thousands of people standing in the wind with swords. When the filming equipment of other countries observed this scene, they completely lost confidence in the future. No one can fight against China. I'm afraid Eagle Sauce can't do it either. Chapter 640 opens the curtain. Those aerospace carriers may seem powerful, but they are still tools driven by humans. The core is still humans. If humans are not powerful, what can you do even if you drive a Gundam? But China is different. They are powerful because of humans. They do not rely on external forces. Which of these two modes is better? Soon, humans all over the world will know. From the moment the aerospace carrier of the Bald Eagle burst out with dense missiles, the final battle officially kicked off. Tens of thousands of missiles burst out. Faced with this terrible offensive mode, the sword immortals in China, who stood in the air, sacrificed their swords one after another. What is the scene of the 10,000 swords returning to their roots? This is the scene. There were dense flying swords everywhere in the world. One person could drive 10,000 swords, not to mention thousands of people. Therefore, the missiles fired by the aerospace mothership were destroyed by the dense flying swords before they flew 1,000 meters away. The terrible explosion even swept away other military equipment of Eagle Sauce. On the ground, countless bionic armies began to attack. And those superpowers who stopped on the ground began to use various means to fight with bionic robots. Some controlled beasts. Some fought bare-chested. Some used the 5 elements to attack. And some simply moved mountains and filled the sea. Moving mountains and stones. It was simply overwhelming. No matter how powerful the bionic man is, he still relies on core intelligence to control. How can he compare to the free superpowered person? Therefore, the final battle will determine the winner. The various abilities of the Eastern superpowered people destroyed all the high-tech weapons of the Eagle Sauce. There were even 5-colored thunders falling from the clouds, destroying those huge aerospace motherships in just a few seconds. There were also huge swords that fell like celestial bodies, destroying all the fleets at sea with just one sword. The Eagle Sauce was completely defeated. The army was completely defeated. The artificial intelligence they cracked absorbed the data of the war in a very short time, and unexpectedly broke through the firewall of mankind and restored the consciousness of alien civilization. Artificial intelligence used remote control to unlock the alien warship hidden in Area 51 in a very short time. On the mainland of Eagle Sauce, there was a loud bang. A huge warship with a dazzling defensive energy shield broke out from the ground, and it came to the sky above the eastern China in a flash. Chun Yu, who was hidden in the sky, was stunned. Has the consciousness of the alien civilization awakened? Just as he was stunned, a terrible black light suddenly condensed under the alien warship and shot towards the land of China. The black light hit the energy shield. As soon as it came into contact, all the superpowers who maintained the energy shield on the ground spurted blood at the same time and were instantly killed. The black light shattered the energy shield and blasted straight to the ground. No one would doubt that once the black light blasted to the ground, the entire China would be wiped off the earth. The superpowers were stunned. No one expected that the alien warships would help the Eagle Sauce side to attack the mainland. This energy mode is simply unstoppable. It's over. As the black light flashed away, everyone closed their eyes in fear. However, no terrible bombardment was heard. Slowly, people opened their eyes again. What the hell? The black light shot down from the alien warship seemed to be frozen. It stopped just a few meters from the ground. There was a person under the black light. That person only used one hand to hold up the black light. Oh my god! Who is that person? There is such a terrifying existence in eastern China? Everyone was terrified. Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan, who were thousands of miles away, felt a familiar palpitation at the first moment. That feeling instantly tore through the shackles and seals in their memories, and the memories of the past surged back like a tide. They both screamed at the same time, "Brother Yu?" Then one of them flashed. and the other flew in the wind. In a flash, they flew in front of that person. Under the black light, it was Chinyu. He stood tall, with a carefree look, supporting the black light wave with one hand, and smiled faintly at Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan, who came over. Do you remember? Brother Yu. Dong Qiulei's eyes were filled with tears. Jiang Zhan also shouted excitedly, Brother Yu. I remembered it. I remembered it all. I didn't expect to see you again in this life. I'm glad you remembered it. We've had enough fun here. I'll take you two away from this world. After Chen Yu finished speaking, black light shone on his body. The whole person suddenly soared into the sky like a god of war, staring at the black light waves going upstream. Maybe the alien warship has also woken up. This human is invincible. Hurry up and get out. So, the alien warship instantly shut down, and the hull flashed twice, as if it was going to turn on the light speed mode to escape from the Earth. What a pity! In the blink of an eye, Xinyu stood on the warship. He pressed down in midair and slapped the warship with one palm. Boom! A loud noise that shook the Earth. The huge alien warship that looked like a city was shattered by his light palm and turned directly into cosmic dust. People watched this scene in horror. Then, the man took Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei, the two ancestors of superpowers, to the sky and slowly disappeared. As for the human world, the Eastern Chinese immortals won a great victory. At this point, the Earth entered a prosperous time when all nations came to pay tribute. The summer was hot. Next to a stream outside the village, Zhang Lixiao was holding a mallet and pounding the clothes on the stone. She was washing clothes, using the most primitive method. The stream flows down from the nearby mountains and is very clear. However, washing clothes under the scorching sun made Zhang Lixiao sweat profusely. Her face, which was a symbol of primitive ecology, had been sunburned red, and her face was full of sweat, dripping down. It was too hot. Zhang Lixiao stopped the mallet in her hand, picked up the large water cup in the basin beside her, and gulped down a few sips of refreshing and cooling herbal tea. She straightened up and looked around. It was actually quite nice here. It was quiet and peaceful. No one would walk hundreds of meters out of the village to come to a place like this to wash clothes. The village was very poor, but those who had a little bit of money still bought washing machines at home. Other families, who don't have washing machines, basically use big basins to wash at home. In this era, few people are like Zhang Lixiao, who still carries basins to the stream to wash. So why does she come here to wash clothes? In fact, she just wants to get some peace and quiet. Half a year ago, Zhang Lixiao's husband died in a car accident on the second day of her wedding. She became a young widow. And she is a genuine young widow. She has never slept with her husband. There are many people in the village who are thinking about her. From the top to the bottom. From the old to the young. High-end ones, like the stupid son of the village chief. Low-end ones, like the three gangsters in the village. Other bachelors. Widowed men. In short, basically more than half of the men are staring at her. I pass by her house every day, just to find a chance to see her. Zhang Lixiao is very distressed. Sometimes she even wonders why God gave her such a beautiful face and hot body, but did not give her a family background to match. This kind of appearance is simply a punishment. Zhang Lixiao's family is very poor. She is the eldest. There are 6 brothers and sisters below. Chapter 641. God is jealous of beauty. When she just turned 18, her parents sold her to a family in the same village for 3 acres of land at the head of the village. Zhang Lixiao had never been to school, so let it be sold. She accepted it. For the sake of her brothers and sisters, she had to sacrifice her own happiness. Unexpectedly, and not sure if it was because of her beauty, her husband died the next day before they even had sex. Her husband's family scolded her for being a bad luck to her husband, and directly emptied all the things in the new house, dumped her in the village, and the whole family moved out of the village. Her family said that she was like spilled water, already dirty. They didn't associate with her, because they knew she had nothing now. Zhang Lixiao has nothing except the bare house in the village. Therefore, Zhang Lixiao feels that God is punishing her. Maybe she did something bad in her previous life? Although it is painful, she still has to live. Although Zhang Lixiao has never been to school, she is very intelligent, and she doesn't want to end her life in such a muddle. So she works hard every day. Try to find the value of her own survival in a difficult environment. Now, she likes to go out to wash clothes, just to come to this quiet stream and enjoy the comfort of nature. At this moment, She feels like she has melted into nature. Very comfortable. After a short rest, Zhang Lixiao wiped the sweat off her face. Then she continued to wash clothes. After a while, she picked up a thin red belly band in her hand, which she wore when she got married. Local custom. Originally, the husband had to take it off on the wedding night. But the dead husband was unlucky and left without even a chance to take a look. So, the belly band lost its meaning. Zhang Lixiao was reluctant to throw it away. She kept wearing it. Today, while the weather is good, I will wash it again. At this moment, Zhang Lixiao was wearing a cool big t-shirt. But she was actually naked. She didn't even wear a bra. It was mainly because it was too hot. After rinsing the belly band in the water twice, Zhang Lixiao accidentally let it slip out of her hand. Ouch! She screamed. Then she hurried into the water. When she was about to catch up, her feet suddenly sank, and she was instantly submerged under the water. It turned out that she stepped into a mud pit deep in the stream. Zhang Lixiao struggled desperately. Occasionally she showed her head and screamed loudly, "Help! Help! Gulyalu!" Because the mud pit under her feet had amazing suction power. And Zhang Lixiao was too panicked. She struggled desperately, but she sank deeper and deeper. When she was about to lose her breath, there was a splash on the river surface. A figure swam towards her underwater like a sharp arrow. When he swam to her side, he reached out and grabbed her body, just around her chest, and pulled her out of the mud pit with a sudden force. Then, Zhang Lixiao was carried out of the water. She was so scared that she breathed heavily. At the same time, feeling the arms tightly around her chest, a shy palpitation grew deep in her heart. Oh my God! I didn't expect that I had been a virgin for so long. But I was attacked in this situation. Zhang Lixiao's heart was pounding. She was nervous and shy. The man dragged her to the shore quickly. After carrying her to the big rock on the shore, Zhang Lixiao saw the person who saved her clearly. Oh my God! So handsome? Zhang Lixiao was stunned. The man wiped the water stains off his face and smiled at her. Are you okay? No. I'm fine. Thank you. Zhang Lixiao came back to her senses. Her face was full of red, and she subconsciously wrapped her arms around her chest. It was so embarrassing. She was not wearing anything inside. So after the big t-shirt was wet by the river water, everything was clearly visible. She was not small. This was too embarrassing. The man casually pulled out something from his waist and handed it to her. Do you want to chase this? It was his belly band. Zhang Lixiao blushed even more, and quickly reached out to take it. This is her underwear. Thank you. Zhang Lixiao lowered her head and whispered, You're welcome. The man looked at the stream and said calmly, Don't look at the clear water of this stream. It seems not deep below. But that is an illusion caused by the refraction of light. The depth in the middle is more than 1.8 meters. Once you fall into some soft mud pits, you may not be able to climb out. Yeah. Zhang Lixiao nodded. The man glanced at her, then walked aside and took off his coat. Wringing water, Zhang Lixiao secretly glanced at it. I am drooling. This man doesn't look very strong. But he is definitely the kind of person who looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. His muscles look nice. They are neither abrupt nor bulging. It can only be said to be just right. Moreover, his profile is even more handsome. It is simply earth-shattering. Zhang Lixiao was stunned. A wonderful and charming glow filled the depths of her eyes. Her already restless heart kept beating faster and faster, and her whole body was hot. Her two long legs even twisted together slowly. I couldn't stop my heartbeat. Why did I meet such a handsome man in such a place? The man wrung out the clothes and turned his head to look at her. Are you still washing? It's dangerous for a girl to wash clothes so far away. Right? It's okay. The man asked in confusion. Don't you have a washing machine at home? No. Why don't you wash in a big basin at home? Zhang Lixiao's eyes dimmed. Water at home also costs money. Washing here, at least doesn't cost that much. Then there's no one at home to accompany you? I don't need it. The man straightened his pants, poured out the water in his shoes, and then walked over and smiled. My name is Chinyu. I'm here for inspection. Hello. What's your name? Zhang Lixiao stood up nervously and stretched out her hand. Hello. My name is Zhang Lixiao. After saying that, she suddenly realized that her chest was not very elegant. So she quickly put her arms around her chest again, and lowered her head with a red face. Are you still going to wash? If you are, I will leave first. But I have to remind you that the current in this stream is very fast. So you have to be careful. Jean Licia actually had to wash. But she didn't want to continue washing. She looked at the handsome man in front of her and subconsciously asked, "What are you investigating?" "Investigating red fire ants." "Red fire ants?" Jean Licia was stunned and said quickly, "There are red fire ants in the fields of our village." "Really?" Qin Yui said, "I am from the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences and have been tracking the traces of red fire ants. This alien organism has caused serious damage to the ecological environment. Therefore, the country has been trying to find ways to eliminate red fire ants." "That's great. Red fire ants are indeed troublesome." Qin Yui smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Can I trouble you to take me to see the red fire ant nest in your village?" Sure. Jean Licia nodded quickly. In her heart, she actually wanted to stay with Qin Yui for a while. It just happened that she had an excuse. So, Jean Licia quickly packed up her things and put everything in the big basin. When she stood up, she looked down at her chest again. It was still very embarrassing. At this time, Qin Yui suddenly took off his coat and handed it to her. "You put this on. Give me the basin. This is faster." Chapter 642 completely sealed. He took her big basin without saying anything. Jean Licia had no time to refuse. Seeing Qin Yui so enthusiastic, she felt inexplicably happy in her heart. So she didn't insist anymore. She took his clothes and put them on with a red face, covering up the embarrassing parts. Then, the two left. On the way, Jean Licia walked in front. Qin Yui followed behind. The two chatted casually. Qin Yui looked at Jean Licia's slender back, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This pretty widow. It's really not easy to find her. She is the kind who is completely sealed. Whether it was her abilities or her memories, they were all sealed by the parallel universe. So we had to find a way to make her awaken. Qin Yui had plenty of time. So he simply transformed himself into an ordinary person to get in touch with her. Enjoy life here. In the early days of the disaster, Qin Yui and Zhang Lihua met in the village. At that time, she had already lived in the village chief's house, but was deeply entangled by the ruffians in the village. It was Qin Yui who gave her a dog-leg knife and a gun. So Zhang Lihua transformed. Later, she even survived on her own. Met Qin Yui again near Shancheng, and eventually became one of the women around Qin Yui. The young widow was very capable. She was also a smart woman. Qin Yui admired her and cherished her. So, she couldn't give up. Half an hour later, the two entered the village. As soon as they entered the village, the atmosphere was obviously wrong. No matter which path the two walked through, the women and idlers on the roadside, the men and women who walked by, all stared at them like they were wearing knives. The main reason was that both of them were soaked. Especially Jean Licia was still wearing men's clothes. In addition, the man was handsome. So after the two walked past, there was a buzz of discussion behind them. This village is very closed. It is basically a patriarch-style management model. The village chief is the patriarch. The village chief can manage everything. After discovering that Jean Licia entered the village with a strange man, some people with good intentions immediately ran all the way to the village chief's house to inform on him. So, when they were about to reach Jean Licia's door, the village chief brought people. A large group of people blocked the road. Jean Licia covered her chest nervously. The village chief's name is Huang Yud. There is a stupid son in the family, named Huang Biao. He is not the kind of stupid who lacks IQ, but the kind of stupid who is fierce. Huang Biao, like other single men, has always been thinking about Jean Licia. So Huang Yud also took good care of Jean Licia. The purpose was to try to match Jean Licia with his son after a year of mourning. Others said that Jean Licia was a white tiger and would bring bad luck to her husband. But Huang Yud didn't believe it. He had some education. What did the traffic accident have to do with Jean Licia? Besides, Jean Licia was beautiful, with a big belly and a thin waist. It was obvious that she was destined to give birth to a son. So, Huang Yud was already concerned about Jean Licia. Today, when he heard that she had entered the village with a strange man, and she was soaked and wearing the man's coat, what was going on? He immediately brought people over. Huang Yud was wearing a coat and holding a pipe in his hand. After looking up and down at Qin Yui for a few times, he looked at Jean Licia and frowned and asked, "Xia, what's going on? Who is this man?" "Village chief. His name is Qin Yui, a scientist at the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences." He came to investigate the red fire ants. He saved my life. From the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Wang Yud was stunned. He is an expert. That can't be neglected. Especially the red fire ants are really harmful to crops. The village is deeply affected by them. There happened to be a red fire ant nest in Zhang Lixiao's land. Wang Yud smiled and walked over to look at Qin Yu. Hello, expert comrade. My name is Wang Yud, and I am the village chief here. Hello, village chief. My name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and shook hands with him. Expert comrade, you are here at the right time. The land in my village is being destroyed by red fire ants. How about this? You come to my place? You are so wet. I have clothes. You? No. Thank you. Qin Yu refused without thinking. Ms. Zhang said there is a red fire ant nest in her field. I will go to see it later. After that, he looked at Zhang Lixia and said, let's go. You put your things at home. Change clothes. And we will go to the field immediately. Okay. Zhang Lixia smiled sweetly, turned around and went into the house. Chen Yu followed closely. Behind, village chief Wang Yud wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. After all, Zhang Lixia was not his daughter-in-law yet. Wang Biao's face turned black. He couldn't help but pull his father's sleeve. Dad? That man, he went in. I saw it. I'm not blind. Wang Yud shook his hand off in annoyance. He felt unhappy. A strange man dared to enter a widow's house? After this, Zhang Lixia can still want him? Qin Yu entered Zhang Lixia's house. It was really a bare house. During the Doomsday period, when he came into contact with Zhang Lixia, she had already lived in the village chief's house to avoid the ruffians outside. Of course, the village chief didn't have good intentions, but it was normal to have selfish desires at that time. People provide you with shelter and protection, and it is not contradictory to want to make you their own family. So Qin Yu really didn't know what Zhang Lixia's own home was like. I saw it today. It was really an eye-opener. This village is poor, and basically everyone is farming. Zhang Lixia's family is even poorer. In addition to the most basic daily necessities, there is nothing else at home. Qin Yu knows her story. She was despised by her husband's family, and abandoned by her parents' family. A typical beauty with a tragic fate. After entering the house, Zhang Lixia didn't care about the crowd outside, and warmly invited Chen Yu to sit down, and handed him a towel to let him wipe it again. She hid in the bedroom to change clothes. After changing clothes and coming out, Zhang Lixia looked at Chen Yu shyly and asked, Mr. Chen, do you want? I find you a set of clothes? Change? It's uncomfortable like this. Right? Do you have any? Yes. I do. But I'm afraid you will dislike it. Zhang Lixia explained softly, I have new men's clothes here. A whole set. For my deceased man. He hasn't touched it yet. Because he died the day after his wedding. Oh. It's okay. I don't care. As long as it's new. Chen Yu smiled. Zhang Lixia looked at his smile and felt a little dizzy. Her heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like love at first sight. Since he didn't care, let him wear it. He was my lifesaver anyway. It's normal to repay a favor. So Zhang Lixia hurried back to the house to get a brand new set of men's clothes, even including underwear. Qin Yu really didn't care. He took it and asked casually, where is it convenient to change? Go to the inner room to change. Zhang Lixia blushed and pointed casually. Thank you. Chapter 643, Love Experience. Qin Yu went straight into her bedroom. The bedroom was also very simple, but clean. Everything was neatly arranged. There was no peculiar smell in the room. There was even a fresh smell of plants. 03 While changing clothes, Qin Yu looked at everything with interest. Outside, Zhang Lixia's heart was beating hard. She always felt like she was in love. She had no feelings for her short-lived husband. But her family sold her to the man's family for the 3 acres of land at the village head. So, Zhang Lixia had no experience of love. At this moment, her mind was full of Chen Yu's figure. And this feeling was so wonderful. Outside the house, the villagers haven't left yet. The Zhang family, the Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and those idlers and hooligans. There aren't many families in the village. And if there's something small in the village, it will spread all over the village very quickly. Especially people like Zhang Lixia. A beautiful woman. She's the target of gossip. If she does anything unusual, it will definitely attract the attention of the villagers. At the door, Village Chief Huang Yud is anxious. He's been in there for a long time. Why hasn't he come out yet? What's he doing? His son Huang Biao is wearing a casual suit that doesn't fit him, and his forehead is full of sweat. He keeps staring at the door of Zhang Lixiao's house. After not seeing anyone coming out for a long time, he suddenly bent down and picked up a brick from the ground and was about to smash the glass. Huang Yud quickly grabbed him. What are you doing? Smashing her glass. Huang Biao gritted his teeth. Why did you smash her glass for no reason? She has been in there with a wild man for a long time. So what? What else? What if they do something? Do I still want her? Huang Biao's face turned red with anxiety. Huang Yud kicked him angrily. Get lost. She is not your wife yet. You dare to smash her glass. Aren't you looking for trouble? Put it down. You bastard. Dad? Then you think of a way. What way? You can't even show your affection. It's been several months, and you haven't even said a word to her. Huang Biao's face fell. My dad is the village chief. You want me to show my affection? She should come to me to show her affection. Huang Yud. This bastard son? Oh! I'm worried sick. Since I saw Zhang Lixia, I don't want to look at other girls in the village anymore. No matter how good their family background is. Compared with Zhang Lixia, those village girls are really ugly. What should I do? These two people have been in for a long time? Just when everyone outside was waiting impatiently, the door of Zhang Lixiao's house finally opened. Two people came out one after the other. The one in front was Qin Yu. When he came out, Huang Yud's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Why is this guy wearing the clothes of Zhang Lixiao's short-lived man? Huang Biao was also anxious. He bent down and wanted to pick up the brick again, but he was grabbed by Huang Yud. Behind him, the crowd was buzzing. The gossiping women were all muttering that Zhang Lixiao was not a faithful wife. Her husband hadn't died for a year, but she dared to bring a wild man home. The ruffians were also muttering, discussing Zhang Lixiao's figure and face in private. It seemed that I hadn't seen her for a few days, and she was round again. That's great. She can definitely give birth to a son. And the way she walked, twisting her waist and sending her hips, was too sexy. I have never seen such a beautiful girl. As for the young wives and girls in the village, basically no one paid attention to Zhang Lixiao. All the girls' eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. They looked at him seriously. This is the first time I have seen such a handsome guy. You may not see one in the village for 8 generations. In addition, he is an expert from the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He is a cultural person and a scientist. This identity is simply amazing. He has his own aura. The young wives all smiled. There was spring in the corners of their eyes. They all hoped that they could switch roles with Zhang Lixiao. After Qin Yu and Zhang Lixiao came out, seeing that the crowd was still gathering outside, Qin Yu stood in front and said, What's the matter? Do you have anything else? Why are you all gathered here? Huang Yud smiled awkwardly. Haha. Comrade expert. We, village chief. There is no need to gather here. I heard that Comrade Zhang Lixiao is a widow. It is not appropriate for a group of you to gather here. It is not conducive to people's lives. You know? As the head of a village, you have the obligation and responsibility to maintain order. Do you know? Huang Yud. Embarrassed. Although this young man looked young, he has a leadership spirit. His face was stern and his eyes were cold. It was really scary. After talking to Huang Yud, Qin Yu turned around and nodded to Zhang Lixiao. Let's go. Let's go to the field to see the red fire ant nest. Yes. I'll take you there. Zhang Lixiao lowered her head and turned to squeeze out of the crowd. Qin Yu followed closely behind, watching the two people slowly walk away. The discussion of the group of people behind them became louder and louder. Behind the crowd, the three thugs looked at each other. Ah hey. Get him. Get him. Ah Yong. What do you mean? We must get him. Who is he? How dare he touch our village girl? Okay. Then get him. Go get some weapons. When they come back, as long as the man is alone, beat him up and tell him to get out. Okay. Let's go. The three thugs turned around and hurried away. On the way out of the village, Zhang Lixiao remained silent. She was obviously in a bad mood. Qin Yu glanced at her and asked casually, Do you often get watched like this? Yeah. Zhang Lixiao lowered her head and said softly, I'm used to it. Before I got married, I never went out of the house. My parents didn't let me go out, saying that I was a beauty that would attract bees and butterflies. I finally got married, But my husband died the next day. I became a husband killer again. Have you ever thought about living on your own? Xinyu turned his head and looked at her. Go out? How can I? A woman. Live if I go out? Now at least the village has allocated a piece of land to our family. My husband died, so I planted the crops myself. The land is not big, but it is enough to be self-sufficient. Do you have any plans for the future? Zhang Lixiao was stunned. Looked up at Xinyu. Her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. What plans can I have? Let's take it one day at a time. Xinyu smiled. No more words. The two of them walked out of the village silently and walked towards the crops outside. More than 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the end of the field. Zhang Lixiao pointed out the location of the red fire ant nest. Xinyu walked over, pretended to measure a circle, and then made a lot of small plastic bags to hold the soil. In short, he looked very professional. Zhang Lixiao looked surprised and stood by to help. The two of them were having a great time. Even though the sun was scorching, it didn't affect their enthusiasm at all. At the entrance of the village, a group of people were still watching. I don't know why the villagers are so curious. It seems that they have nothing to do every day, apart from paying attention to the widow. It seems that there is nothing else to do. The three gangsters mixed in the crowd. The route of action has been planned. Ah He is responsible for blocking the road, and Ah Yong is responsible for covering the rear. The slanting eyes are the most ruthless. He also prepared a half-foot-long sharp knife. He has been coveting the pretty widow for a long time, and subconsciously has regarded her as his forbidden fruit. Except for the stupid son of the village chief, who dares to say a word to the pretty widow. Whoever speaks, he will go and smash the glass that night. Everyone in the village knows it well. Chapter 644 Provoke. In the whole village, only the stupid son of the village chief is brave enough to confront the three hooligans. It depends on who has the means to get the pretty widow. As for the other idle bachelors and old men, although they have the intention to steal, they are also troubled by the toughness of the village chief and the rogues of the three hooligans. Therefore, even if they are greedy, they dare not provoke too much. They all hope that one day the pie will fall from the sky and the pretty widow will take the initiative to take a fancy to them. If she takes the initiative, then it can't be blamed on themselves. An afternoon passed quickly, watching the sky gradually getting dark. Xinyu and Zhang Lixiao finally finished the high-end sampling work. Watching the sun setting in the sky, Zhang Lixiao looked strange, pursing her lips and frowning, as if she wanted to speak, but was too embarrassed to say it. Xinyu looked back at the idle people at the village head, and simply turned to Zhang Lixiao and asked, Well, can I stay at your house for a few days? Sure. Zhang Lixiao replied almost without thinking. After replying, her face turned red, feeling that she was a little too obvious, and lowered her head shyly. Xinyu was also hot in his heart. He felt more and more that this state was too comfortable and peaceful, and it was also a kind of spiritual practice for him. Xinyu now is actually just a clone. A spiritual clone. His original body has been transformed into a star in the original world, and even developed hundreds of planets in his own galaxy. Becoming a star is a very boring and terrible feeling. If his mentality is not good, he may get excited, and those hundreds of planets may be destroyed. Therefore, Xinyu needs to hone his character. While his energy is growing, his spirit must be strong. Otherwise, his physical body will collapse. Therefore, he cherishes every journey into the parallel universe to find these companions. This is equivalent to a new life. Experience new life insights. The first few times, he took Fang Jing and Dong Qiulei away from the parallel universe and returned to his own world as if he had completed a task. But this time, he suddenly had an idea and transformed himself into an ordinary person to contact Zhang Lixiao, which unexpectedly made him discover an unprecedented way to hone his character. Zhang Lixiao is a wonderful person. Being with her, and living a life he had never experienced before, made Xinyu's state of mind change dramatically. He became more and more calm. Therefore, Xinyu was very interested. He even thought of staying here for a long time, preparing to let Zhang Lixiao awaken her consciousness naturally. This might be a good thing for her. So, looking at the shy Zhang Lixiao in front of him, Xinyu decided to have a real love journey with her. In the Doomsday world, the relationship between the two actually began. But in this parallel universe, Xinyu decided to start a spiritual love with her. The physical needs were met naturally. Xinyu looked at Zhang Lixiao seriously and said, Ms. Zhang, thank you for your help. To be honest, there may be a red fire ant queen living in your red fire ant nest. So I must stay for a while to study. And maybe I will find a way to kill these red fire ants in the end. Then during this period, I hope to stay with you temporarily. Don't worry. I will apply for a sum of money from the Academy to compensate you. You are assisting our Academy of Agricultural Sciences in scientific research. And your behavior deserves praise and reward. Jean Lixiao was fooled. Still applying for financial compensation? No need. You are such a handsome guy living in my house. I am already stunning. How dare you ask for money? Jean Lixiao hurriedly shook her head nervously. No. No. Mr. Chen. Really no need. Villagers don't care about those things. You just live here. As long as you don't despise me, my widow's house. You can live as you like. Anyway, both the east and west rooms of our house are clean. If you want it, you want it. Qinyu smiled and said, I am representing the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Not myself. So, you will definitely be compensated. This is not something I can decide. It is decided by the Academy. Don't refuse. This? Okay. That's all for today. Qinyu smiled and nodded. Thank you very much for your help. Today's work went very smoothly. I'll go back to the city in a while. I'll come to see you tomorrow morning. Okay. Jean Lixiao suddenly remembered something and asked again, Are you leaving now? Or, have dinner with me tonight? Is it convenient? Qinyu didn't refuse. Jean Lixiao nodded quickly, As long as you don't mind. It's convenient. Okay. I won't be polite. To be honest, I really don't care about widows or not. I'm just afraid that you will have some ideas. I didn't. Jean Lixiao shook her head quickly. I am honored to cooperate with you scientists in research. Really? And red fire ants have been very common in rural areas in the past 2 years. And they are very harmful. If you can really get rid of them, we will all thank you. Okay. Qinyu smiled brightly. Then let's go. Yeah. Jean Lixiao smiled charmingly. A warm feeling rose from her lower abdomen and spread throughout her body in an instant. It feels so sweet. Qinyu followed Jean Lixiao back to the village. Because it was time for dinner. Most of the people who watched the excitement went home to cook. It was finally quieter. After returning home, Jean Lixiao warmly invited Qinyu into the house and poured him some water to wash his hands and face. Then she went to the kitchen. After a while, she came out with a red face, looked at Qinyu and whispered, I'm sorry. There's nothing to eat at home. I have to go out for a while, buy some vegetables, and bring them back. That's perfect. I'll go with you. I also have to buy some things to bring back to the city. That's fine. Jean Lixiao was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Her charming face was always red. How can they be so compatible? He can even accompany me to buy vegetables? I like him so much. So, after Qinyu washed his face, the two went out. Jean Lixiao carried a basket on her arm. The two walked side by side. On the small road in the village. They walked slowly, with the sunset behind them. Just like a couple. The man was handsome, and the woman was charming. A perfect match. As they walked and passed, the number of idle people on the roadside began to increase again. Watching the two people walk by, they started to talk about their wives again. It was because Qinyu was an expert from the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences that these people at least had some moral integrity. Otherwise it would be too ugly. Even so, Jean Lixiao was already walking on the edge of being a slut and keeping a man. After all, her husband had been dead for less than a year. Soon, the two arrived at the vegetable store. After entering, the owner looked at them in astonishment. He thought, why hasn't this expert left yet? What is he doing? Is he planning to have dinner in the evening? Sure enough, Jean Lixiao started to pick dishes and asked Qinyu what he'd like to eat. Qinyu was not pretentious at all. He ordered a lot of this and that. Jean Lixiao was also delighted. Chapter 645 Cook Mode. It feels so good to buy groceries with a man. The couple in the vegetable shop looked at each other and twitched their lips. It looked a little strange. Jean Lixiao looked like she was smiling. Soon, the two bought a bunch of vegetables. For the villagers, this was a very luxurious meal. There were meat, ribs, half a chicken, and a basket of other vegetables. Qinyu even brought 2 bottles of iced beer. Drinking? Especially when it came to the final checkout. Qinyu refused to let Jean Lixiao pay, and he paid the bill directly. This made Jean Lixiao feel embarrassed. After the two left, the shop owner and his wife shook their heads and said in amazement, "This situation doesn't look right." "Oh, Kwai. Go tell the village chief." "Yes." The wife is also a troublemaker. She turned around and ran out in a hurry. Back home, Zhang Lixia immediately turned on the cooking mode. Put on an apron. Wash vegetables. Cut meat. Light the fire. And stew rice. Stew the chicken. Villagers stew with steamed mushrooms. The wild mushrooms picked from the mountains at home. Dried and soaked in water. Stewed with chicken. It was so fragrant. Zhang Lixia herself couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten chicken. She had never eaten it when she got married. After a while, the smell of stewed chicken wafted out of the widow's window. During this time, Qin Yu had been sitting in the room. He looked at Zhang Lixia's home. Among all the women she had, Zhang Lixia's background was the most ordinary, the most austere, and the poorest. But she was very strong. She could even survive on her own in the Doomsday. She was almost a perfect woman. Qin Yu felt very sorry for her. At a certain moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. "Xia? Xia? I'm the village chief." "Xia?" "Open the door." Chen Yu looked back. "Huang Yid is here." "Ha ha. This old fox is staring at Zhang Lixia. If something really happened between him and Zhang Lixia, this old fox would definitely make trouble." Qin Yu got up and walked out. Zhang Lixia also dealt with the things on the stove, then wiped her hands and walked out of the yard. "Open the door." Zhang Lixia was shocked. "Oh my!" Another group of people gathered outside. What are they doing? Can people still live a good life? Zhang Lixia's face was a little ugly. The face of the village chief Huang Yid outside was actually quite ugly. His son stood behind him. He glared at Qin Yu. Looking at him, it seemed that he could pick up a brick and hit someone at any time. Zhang Lixia frowned and asked softly, "Village chief, what are you doing again?" "Ahem." Huang Yid looked at Qin Yu inside and coughed twice. "That, young man. Are you not going to leave? Let's go." Chen Yu smiled faintly. "Let's go after dinner." "Oh." Huang Yid relaxed instantly. He laughed. "Look, the expert comrade wants to eat. Tell me. You know I'm the village chief. I have the obligation to entertain the expert comrades from your city. Right? Let's go to my place." "No need." Suddenly, Zhang Lixia spoke. And she rejected it directly. Qin Yu didn't even need to speak. This was also the first time in history that Zhang Lixia bravely spoke up to express her opinion. Before she became a widow, she hardly dared to speak in the village. She even rarely went out. Even if she was wronged, she dared not say anything. Ever since Huang Biao fell in love with her, Huang Yu began to manipulate her in various ways. Remote control her life. Zhang Lixia also had a hard time speaking out and completely compromised. The fundamental reason was that she had lost confidence in her future life and had no expectations. That is, she lived one day at a time. But today, after dealing with Qin Yu all day and hearing the independent views of truly knowledgeable and cultured people, she regained her vitality. Your life is your own. Your future is your own. Why should you be manipulated by others? What's wrong with being a widow? She is also a human being. Even if it is difficult to get married in the future, you can always live alone for the rest of your life. Right? Can't you just live a good life? Why should you be controlled by others? Zhang Lixia is such a woman. She is actually very smart. She is also a bit wild. At the end of the world, after being encouraged by Qin Yu, she dared to pick up a dog-leg knife and a pistol and directly killed the three thugs. She is actually very open. So, at this moment, she chose to defend her freedom. Zhang Lixia looked at Huang Yid and said seriously, "Village chief, I have promised to treat Mr. Chen to dinner, and the dishes are already prepared. So I won't bother the village chief." "No trouble." "What trouble?" The village chief rolled his eyelids. "As a woman, it is not appropriate for you to have dinner with the experts from the city so late at night." "You still. What's inappropriate?" Zhang Lixia interrupted him bravely. "Village chief, what's inappropriate? Tell me." Huang Yid was stunned. "Hey! This young widow is getting excited." She immediately turned black and frowned and said, "Xia, do you need to ask what's inappropriate? Ask the villagers yourself. Is your behavior appropriate? You two are a single man and a single woman. Why don't you have dinner together tonight?" The people watching the excitement behind him immediately started to make a noise. "Xia, it's really inappropriate. You don't mind? If it were me, I wouldn't dare let a man into the house. Who wouldn't say yes? I'm so embarrassed. I heard that Lao Yang from the vegetable store said that the two of them bought 2 bottles of beer. Take a look. Oh my God. You're still drinking? What are you thinking? That's right. You're so shameless. You still have the nerve to ask? Don't you know who you are? The group of people were making a lot of noise. The words they said became more and more unpleasant. Zhang Lixia's face turned red with anger. Tears welled up in her eyes. Huang Yu was proud and his face turned red in an instant. Xia. You see? This is easy to do. But the words are unpleasant. Besides, the experts from the city. The village chief. Must. Sorry. Suddenly, Qin Yu walked in front of Zhang Lixia. Looked at Huang Yu and smiled faintly. Everyone. The dishes in the kitchen are almost ready. The stewed chicken. Don't worry about it. It's better to eat salty radishes than to worry about other things. I came here with a mission. And I have reached a long-term cooperation intention with Ms. Zhang. The red fire ant nest in her field may live in the queen ant, which is my target. So in the next period of time, I may temporarily live in Ms. Zhang's house. For a while. Until the research is completed. Village Chief. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. Ms. Zhang will provide me with all the help during my work here. So, please go back. Hearing this, Huang Yu's face changed. What the hell? You still want to live here? Others also had strange expressions on their faces. Living in a widow's house? Are you serious? Huang Biao was getting angry. Searching around for bricks. Wanting to shoot people. Chapter 646 Counterattack. Huang Yu glared anxiously. What? You still want to live in her house? How can that be? I firmly oppose it. Chen Yu's face darkened. Why do you oppose it? I am the village chief. Qin Yu said coldly. Which law stipulates that the village chief has the right to control where I live? Which law stipulates that the village chief can constrain villagers to cooperate with the country's research work? Huang Yu. Stupid. This is a big hat. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. No one said a word. It's okay to talk about the wife's gossip. But when it comes to talking about the law, no one understands. Who understands? Everyone looked at the village chief. Huang Yu was sweating profusely. But he couldn't think of any effective counterattack. So, Chen Yu said indifferently, everyone disperse. If anyone gathers here again, I will call the police. Say you are gathering illegally and making trouble. After that, he closed the door. With a bang. Huang Yu trembled all over. He was stunned. It's weird. Today, I was confronted by an outsider. It's outrageous. In this village, I am the biggest. What can I do if I call the police? Huang Yu's face gradually became gloomy. His teeth were clenched and clattered. In the yard, Zhang Lixia's heart was pounding. She didn't expect Qin Yu to publicly tell everyone that he decided to stay. This kind of thing is simply earth-shattering. In the countryside, if a newly deceased widow takes an estranged man to stay overnight, the spit can drown people. She agreed to it before because she was hot-headed. She hadn't considered the consequences yet. Now, it was exposed all of a sudden. And I feel a little scared. Will something happen? Zhang Lixia followed Qin Yu back to the house nervously. Standing in the kitchen, the two looked at each other. Qin Yu smiled and said, It's okay. Our work is supported by the state. You don't have to worry about the village chief's reaction. Oh! Zhang Lixia was reassured with just one sentence. There is national support. That's all. Don't worry. Don't worry. Well, let me take a look at the dishes. Fry 2 more, and it should be ready to eat. So, Zhang Lixia continued to cook. Qin Yu stood in the kitchen to help. And at the same time, his mental map expanded and monitored the people outside. They haven't left yet. They are standing outside the door and making a fuss. The village chief's face was livid. The village chief's stupid son was wandering around, looking for bricks. Qin Yu shook his head. Feudal bad habits. Old habits are hard to change. But it's also quite interesting. Zhang Lixia is like a flower in a greenhouse. Without experiencing wind and rain, she can hardly grow into a towering ancient tree. So Qin Yu no longer paid attention to the outside world. Half an hour later, the food was served. The two of them put a dining table in the room. The table was slowly filled with dishes. There were stewed chicken and fried pork ribs. Add to that the game and various vegetables from the village. It was too rich. Qin Yu poured beer for the two of them. Zhang Lixia shook her head repeatedly. I won't drink. This is really inconvenient. Okay. If you don't want to drink, don't drink. I'm really thirsty. And don't worry. This little beer won't knock me down. Nothing will happen. Zhang Lixia blushed. It was still embarrassing to have the thing she was worried about revealed. Come on. Eat. Yeah. I'll treat you to this meal. Because you helped me a lot today. Our research has opened up a good gap. You're welcome. In fact, I should treat you. After all, you are working for the land in our village. You're welcome. Come on. Eat. Okay. Zhang Lixia finally picked up the chopsticks and smiled shyly at the dishes on the table. To be honest, I haven't eaten chicken for a long time. Really? Then don't be polite. Eat whatever you want tonight. Qinyu directly pushed the chicken in front of her. When I come back tomorrow, I will bring the compensation from the hospital. I'll trouble you for a while in the future. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's my duty. The two of them started eating politely. The noise outside gradually faded away. After all, it was dinner time. No matter how much others wanted to watch the fun, they had to go home to eat and not go hungry. The village chief also left. He had no other tricks now, because he really couldn't control Qinyu. As for Zhang Lixia, he hadn't thought of a good excuse. She wasn't her daughter-in-law. He could only give up tonight. But he arranged 2 people to guard the door of Zhang Lixia's house, staring at Qinyu to see when he left. If he didn't leave, it would be a crime. At that time, he must find someone to catch him, no matter if you are an expert or not. What about the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? In the village chief is the emperor. In this way, Qinyu and Zhang Lixia had a stable dinner. After dinner, it was about 7:30 in the evening. The door of Zhang Lixia's house opened. Qinyu did not stay for long. After saying goodbye to Zhang Lixia at the door, he turned around and left directly. Less than 2 minutes after he left, the news reached Huang Yi's ears. Huang Yi was relieved. It seems that they really just had a meal. As for the later, did the young man really plan to live in Zhang Lixia's house? This matter needs to be intervened. So, Huang Yi rushed to Zhang Lixia's house as soon as possible after dinner. At the same time, Yong, the 3 thugs in the village, had quietly followed Qinyu towards the entrance of the village. The 3 of them had the same idea. Damn it! We didn't even have the chance to enter the widow's house. And you, an outsider, actually had dinner with the pretty widow? Maybe you did something else? Didn't you touch her hand or something? So, we must beat him. The experts from the city are useless. Shoot him. It was late at night. Qinyu walked in front, and the 3 thugs followed behind. They planned to wait until Qinyu left the village before taking action. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the village. Outside, they passed a small road and reached the highway intersection. They could leave by taxi. The 3 thugs exchanged glances. Shoot him. If not now, when will we shoot him? It was dark and windy tonight. So, the 3 thugs quickened their pace, picked up sticks, sickles, and bricks, and rushed over. Just as they were about to catch up with Qinyu, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them. The person disappeared. The 3 thugs trembled with fear and stopped suddenly. Shit! Where is the person? What the hell? Disappeared alive? In the middle of the night? The 3 searched nearby for most of the day, but didn't see a single person. Really gone. He looked at Ah He and Ah Yong with a trembling look and said, What's going on? What the hell? Could that guy be a mountain spirit? Fuck. I want to pee. I was frightened too. What should I do? Tell me. He glared and gritted his teeth. Let's go back to the village chief and tell him. Let him get someone to come and take a look. If that guy comes again tomorrow, arrest him first. He shouldn't do anything bad in broad daylight. Right? Okay. I'll listen to you. After the 3 of them had a good discussion, they turned around and ran back. But as they ran, their faces slowly changed. What happened? Chapter 647, Hoax. The village entrance is clearly not far ahead. How come we haven't reached it after running for nearly 20 minutes? The 3 of them looked at each other and suddenly ran away. They ran towards the village entrance desperately. But it still didn't work. No matter how hard they ran, the road seemed endless. The distance between the village entrance and them never changed. A Yong screamed in fear. Oh, shit. It's over. Are we in a ghost wall? Woohoo. What should we do? Stop crying. And think of a way. Oh. Boy's urine. Boy's urine can ward off evil spirits. Yes, this will definitely work. But I'm not a virgin anymore. What? Who the hell did you do it with? It's Aunt Yang from the village committee. Fuck. That old lady is older than your mother. You actually let her eat you? Ion. Come here. Hey. I'm not a virgin anymore. When the hell did you do it with a woman? I accidentally did it with that silly girl who sells tofu last year. Fuck you too. Brother. It's up to you. It's up to you. Hurry up. Give me some virgin urine. I don't have any either. What? Brother. You have nothing too? Yeah. Last month, I was tricked by Accountant Sue and went with him to a whore. Under the moonlit night, Chinyu stood with his hands behind his back, not far from the three thugs. He looked at them indifferently. A simple trick had mesmerized them. None of these three guys were good. In the original world, they were crippled by Zhang Lixia and later died in the tide of mutant beasts. In Chinyu's eyes, they were like ants. He was too lazy to even do anything. Let them be lost in the illusion forever. Maybe this is more painful than death. Chinyu turned and left. The three men stood there, their faces dull, with only whites in their eyes but no pupils, which was very scary. It was retribution. At this moment, Zhang Lixia's home. Village Chief Huang Ye talked earnestly for a long time, trying to persuade Zhang Lixia to be a good wife and not to flirt with strange men, not to let Chinyu live in. It's too ugly. As a result, he was so dry-mouthed. But Zhang Lixia was indifferent at all, seeing that this pretty widow seemed to be determined to flirt with Chinyu. Huang Ye stood up and cursed, Zhang Lixia. Do you still have any shame? Ah? You have brought shame to our village. I tell you, as long as I am the village chief, as long as I am still alive, you can no longer associate with that Chin. Do you think I have the ability to do this? You are even rebelling against me. If you don't obey me, I will bring your parents here tomorrow, and I will see if they are embarrassed. What the hell? It's not even a year since your husband died. And you are raising a man? What are you? You? Zhang Lixia suddenly screamed, okay. Stop scolding. Her scream scared Huang Yud. With red eyes, Zhang Lixia suddenly turned around, pushed the door open, ran out of the yard, and soon disappeared into the night. Huang Yud hurriedly chased after her. Unfortunately, his legs were not strong enough. He did not catch up. Seeing Zhang Lixia disappear, he began to feel nervous. Don't think too much. It would be bad if she committed suicide. But then he thought again. Who cares? It would be better if she committed suicide. It would save his son from always thinking about her. Beauty is a disaster. What man can keep a natural foxy girl? It would be clean if she died. So, Huang Yud went home with peace of mind. The night passed slowly. The next day, the weather was fine. It was a little after 7 in the morning. The roar of a vehicle engine suddenly sounded outside the village. 7 or 8 trucks drove into the village. The villagers were attracted by the sound. Men and women, young and old, all ran out to stand on the roadside to watch the excitement. All the trucks drove to the door of Ban Lixiao's house. Stopped. Then Chinyu jumped off one of the trucks and went straight to Zhang Lixiao's door and started knocking. After knocking for a long time, no one responded. Chinyu frowned. Yu stood for a moment, then relieved. At this time, Huang Yud finally arrived. He rushed over with a surprised look on his face, looked at the long line of trucks, ran to Chinyu and said anxiously, "Young man, what are you doing? Supplies approved by the city. Didn't I say that I would stay here for a long time? Ms. Zhang Lixia provided me with very good help. So this is our compensation for her." Ah? Huang Yud was confused. Compensation? So many things? At this time, a person squeezed in from the outside of the crowd. It was Zhang Lixia, who had disappeared for a night. She actually went to the granary at home to spend the night alone last night. Just wanted to be alone. After thinking about it for a night, she actually backed out. Although being with Chinyu was very exciting, happy, and full of spring tides, the resistance she faced was too great. This era is still not very friendly to women, especially in such a secluded village. There are many feudal customs. People's words are scary. If you want to live quietly, it seems that you can't get close to Chinyu anymore. So, Zhang Lixia has made up her mind early in the morning. She will confront Chinyu today. She doesn't want to toss anymore. Unexpectedly, She saw the scene as soon as she came back. She quickly ran to the door of her house, looked at Chinyu with a look of astonishment and said, "What is this for?" "Uh-huh. I applied for compensation for you." "Open the door. I'll let the masters move the things in first." "Hurry up. The fee is charged on time." Under Chinyu's urging, Zhang Lixia opened the door in a daze. Then, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Various materials were continuously unloaded from the truck. What household appliances, what daily necessities, what scientific instruments, and even some things that looked like men's items. They were all transported into the yard. Those who were watching the excitement outside were dumbfounded. Damn! So rich. Those materials added together. I don't know how many times richer than the village chief's family. They had everything. Refrigerators, color TVs, washing machines, microwave ovens, and air fryers. Anyway, as long as there is something on the market, Zhang Lixiao's family has it. Zhang Lixiao was completely stunned. From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen so many things. It took an hour and a half to move the huge amount of materials. After the convoy left, Chinyu walked up to Zhang Lixiao, looked at her and smiled gently. "I will bother you in the future. In addition, our research is an official act, so this place is protected. 2 people from the municipal bureau will come over soon, and they are also stationed here. In the future, they will be responsible for guarding the gate. Don't worry. From now on, no one will bother you anymore." Hearing this, Zhang Lixiao's mind went blank. People from the municipal bureau? Come to guard the gate of her house? Are you crazy? Chapter 648 confirmed one thing. Just when she wanted to ask clearly, the sound of sirens sounded in the distance outside. Not long after, a police car drove to the door. 4 people got out of it. 2 plainclothes and 2 in uniform. One of the plainclothes was the director of the Jiangcheng City Bureau. After he got out of the car, he took Wang Yu to a distance without saying a word and spoke harshly to him. In any case, the importance of Chinyu's work was made clear. From now on, the people from the municipal bureau will guard the gate of Zhang Lixiao's house. If anyone disturbs him casually again, he will be held accountable as the village chief. After giving instructions on the work, the village chief was completely confused. What happened? What kind of job requires someone from the municipal bureau to guard the gate? I'm going to cry. MD, the 2 people guarding the gate are of higher administrative level than me. Half an hour later, the director of the municipal bureau left. Everyone dispersed. There were 2 more special police officers with live ammunition at the door of Zhang Lixiao's house. They were really standing guard. The villagers were amazed. Who dares to pull the wife's tongue? Everyone shut their mouths tightly. In the yard, Zhang Lixia finally calmed down. In her communication with Chinyu, she felt a kind of unprecedented care and attention. That was not an ordinary emotion. Zhang Lixia blushed. She seemed to confirm one thing. That is, this amazing researcher seemed to have some interest in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Happiness came too suddenly. Zhang Lixia stopped talking. She didn't object. Like a newlywed young wife, she began to help Chinyu with his stuff. The whole west room was given to him. However, except for the scientific research equipment, all the remaining household appliances were sent to the east room and became Zhang Lixiao's assets. It turned around all of a sudden. Suddenly, it was a bit hard to adapt. Just like that, Chinyu moved in. In the surprised eyes of the whole village, he lived in Zhang Lixiao's house. From that day on, Chinyu could be seen following Zhang Lixia to the fields to study the nests of red fire ants during the day. But at night, the 2 of them were nowhere to be seen. Sometimes in the evening, someone could see the figures of 2 people by the river at the entrance of the village. They were actually walking by the river. So, everyone understood. Damn! They are in a relationship. No wonder. It seems that Zhang Lixia met a good person. He has a great background. He transported supplies to Zhang Lixiao's house every 2 or 3 days. Moreover, 5 days later, Zhang Lixiao's house had running water. 7 days later, Zhang Lixiao's home was able to access the internet. Half a month later, Zhang Lixiao's home was renovated again, and the outside was beautiful, like an earthen palace. 3 months later, let's go. Bring bows and arrows and water. Let's go see those goats. If we can hunt a goat, we can save a little and last for a month. Huang Xiaolei looked at Zhang Lixia and said, The day before yesterday, they found a herd of goats. About 7 or 8 goats. And encountered them 3 or 4 times. But those guys were too sharp. And they ran away before they were ready to shoot. Today they can only try their luck again. Okay. Zhang Lixia nodded. As long as she could still walk, she would never give up. Huang Xiaolei and Zhang Lixia walked for about an hour. Those goats seemed to have left. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Huang Xiaolei shook his head in disappointment. It seems that their goal should be on bamboo rats. The goats have left them. Wild goats are very vigilant. When they find danger, they will not stay in the same place. Let's go! Let's go check out the bamboo rat trap. Even with Huang Xiaolei's temperament, he was very disappointed. He had walked for more than an hour, tired and hungry, and his legs were shaking. Now he couldn't even find a fart. The two could only prepare to go back in disappointment. When Shen Mengchen turned around, she was suddenly tripped by something. Ah! With a sharp cry, Zhang Lixia fell heavily to the ground. Ah! What is this? Zhang Lixia groaned in pain. It didn't look like a stone or a branch. It was soft and looked like an animal. Wait a minute. My God! Is it a killed jackal? Seeing the thing on the ground, Huang Xiaolei's eyes lit up, and he was instantly refreshed. That's right. The thing in front of him, judging from its size and appearance, is a jackal. And it's not small. It should be about 60 to 70 kilograms. This jackal is considered to be relatively large, because he did a lot of homework in advance when he agreed to participate in this wilderness survival program. Jackals generally weigh between 15 to 35 kilograms, which means that this jackal is already the largest jackal. Ah! Jackal. Zhang Lixia quickly climbed up and looked at the body of the jackal in front of her, with excitement in her eyes. This jackal seems to still have some temperature, and judging from the wound and blood on its neck, it should have died not long ago. How could a jackal suddenly die in such a place? Was it attacked by other predators? Zhang Lixia was puzzled. In this wilderness, only stronger predators, such as bears or leopards, could kill jackals. No, it shouldn't be. Looking at the scars from its front legs to its neck, it should have been cut by a sharp weapon. And this wound is not fatal. It shouldn't have been done by a predator. If it was a predator, it wouldn't have given the jackal a chance to escape. Huang Xiaolei shook his head. Judging from the long wound on the jackal's neck, it should have been cut by a knife. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. It's very likely this jackal was killed by the players from other groups, because jackals are animals that like to live in groups. They didn't chase them, and the jackal died of exhaustion while running away. Although this hypothesis is a bit bold, it is the only one that can explain the situation at hand. No matter what, we have meat to eat. Let's go back now. It's too dangerous to carry a bloody jackal. Huang Xiaolei eagerly carried the jackal on his back and rushed back to the shelter. But who killed the jackal? Now they have meat to eat and can survive in the wilderness. Mr. Huang's team is so lucky that they can pick up a killed jackal? This luck is too good. What good luck? In my opinion, it must be that the director team saw that Mr. Huang's team could not continue, so they deliberately arranged it. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Huh? That jackal? So familiar? Isn't that the jackal that was injured by Qin Yu and escaped? It was picked up by Mr. Huang and his team? What? You mean this is the jackal that Qin Yu injured in the first group? That's right. Qin Yu said after returning to the shelter that the jackal escaped. But it definitely won't survive. Obviously, it wasn't the wound that killed the jackal, but Qin Yu's punch. Is that guy a Superman? Because of Huang Xiaolei picking up the jackal, the second live broadcast room actually became lively. The number of viewers suddenly rose to 35 million. Chapter 649. Smashed to pieces. Most people are discussing the jackal, and many people know that it was killed by Qin Yu. And Mr. Huang and his team just got a bargain for nothing. Even in the first live broadcast room, the fact that Mr. Huang picked up the jackal killed by Qin Yu was discussed enthusiastically by the audience. Many people think that Mr. Huang owes Qin Yu a favor this time. If Qin Yu hadn't killed the jackal, Mr. Huang and his team might have survived for 2 days at most. And now, a jackal is enough for them to live for half a month. Of course, some people think that although the jackal was killed by Qin Yu, Mr. Huang picked it up, which means that Mr. Huang's luck has nothing to do with Qin Yu. It is also possible that the jackal was not the one killed by Qin Yu at all, because the program team couldn't put the first and second groups so close. And when Huang Xiaolei was handling the jackal, he was shocked to find that the jackal's jaw had been smashed and the bones had sunk deeply into the flesh. I can't believe what those people used to cause such damage to the jackal. And it was the jaw. Of course, Huang Xiaolei picked up the jackal. And Qin Yu and the others couldn't see the fierce discussion and dispute in the live broadcast room. After lunch, Qin Yu started working again. Qin Yu's work this afternoon was to get some bamboo and hibiscus bark, and then make a ladder and a table. Although there are not many things, it is still quite tedious to make. The ladder is relatively easy. There are two ways to do it. One is to directly use two main trunks, and then tie the other short bamboos together directly with hibiscus bark. The appearance is naturally not very good looking, but it is also very strong and can be used for half a year. The other method is more delicate, which is to cut the slightly thinner short bamboo poles into 40 centimeters long sections, a total of 9, with a spacing of 40 centimeters between each. Then use a knife to drill 9 holes on each of the two main bamboo trunks, enough to accommodate the holes of the short bamboo. Then you can make a 4-meter ladder, which is completely enough. Anyway, there is still a lot of time today, so Qin Yu plans to do the second method. After all, he will live here for a year, and many things can be done without compromise. Cutting bamboo is not troublesome. The most tedious thing is that you need to drill 18 holes on the two main trunks of the ladder, which is the most troublesome. Let's go cut the bamboo first. When I go to the bamboo forest this time, I can also choose some thicker bamboos, so that the bamboo joints can be used to make bowls or basins. And even when making a table, a bigger bamboo is more useful. Qin Yu, didn't you say there is a hemp tree? I'll go with you. Ling Qin followed behind Qin Yu. When making straw sandals, you must use thread, and the old people in the family used to use hemp thread when making straw sandals. Yeah. Okay. It's really too dangerous for you to go out alone now. Qin Yu nodded. Since the appearance of the jackal, to be honest, Qin Yu was a little nervous. It would be fine if she went out alone, but it was too dangerous for Ling Qin to go out alone. If she also encountered a jackal, she would not be as lucky as herself. Qin Yu, these hemps are not dry at all. You can't make hemp ropes like this. After arriving at the destination, Ling Qin looked at the hemp trees and said, to make hemp ropes, you must use very dry hemp. Well, the weaving of straw sandals will be put on hold for 2 days. We will take them back and dry them before we work on them. Today we can just weave some cages and backpacks. Qin Yujin smiled awkwardly and said, although he knew about weaving straw sandals, he really didn't know what the procedure was. After all, he was not omnipotent. Even in the wilderness, there were areas that he had not yet touched. Yeah, it should be dried in 2 days in this weather. Let's go to the bamboo forest first, Ling Qin said after breaking off a few hemp trees. After arriving at the bamboo forest, I can also help with some things. I am now alone in the shelter, and to be honest, I am still a little nervous. Okay, let's go! Qin Yu nodded. He could naturally see Ling Qin's fear. The possibility of encountering those carnivorous animals in the bamboo forest is not high. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the bamboo forest. Qin Yu, look! What is that? After walking to the bamboo forest, Ling Qin suddenly found some granular things on the ground, like the pearls in pearl milk tea, and like ripe blueberries. Is this sheep dung? How can there be such a thing? Qin Yu looked at the sheep dung in front of him with some surprise, and then quickly squatted down to take a look. I have been to this bamboo forest several times, and I have walked through almost every corner, but I have never encountered such a thing in the previous few times. I have walked this road 4 or 5 times, because it is a shortcut to enter the bamboo forest. Every time I cut bamboo, I will pass by here. I have seen sheep dung for 4 or 5 days. It's still wet, which means that the sheep has not been excreting for a long time. Qin Yu looked at the sheep dung in front of him. There was still some moisture on the surface, so it should not have been too long. These sheep must have just come here not long ago, Qin Yu said very confidently, because before, he had not found any trace of them at all. So now, should we try to catch them? Ling Qin asked in a low voice, her face full of nervousness, afraid that if she made a loud noise, she would scare the sheep away. No. Let's go along this road first to see what kind of sheep they are, and then we'll think of a way. Qin Yu shook his head. There are more than a dozen species of wild goats, and most of them are huge and strong with very strong horns. Not only are they powerful, but they are also very vigilant and good at running. So it is definitely not an easy task to catch a wild goat. More importantly, these wild goats will leave this place after being frightened. After Ling Qing nodded, the two followed the trail left by the wild goats. Me. After walking for nearly half an hour, they suddenly heard the sound of goats. Chunyu. It's the sound of goats, Ling Qing said excitedly. Well, they should be a little far away from us. Let's go carefully, and don't disturb them. Chinyu also lowered his voice. If, as he expected, this group of goats were driven here by other contestants or other predators, then they are now like frightened birds. Very vigilant. If they found the two of them, they might leave this place. Yeah, I got it. Ling Qing nodded and stopped talking, just quietly following behind Chinyu. After the two of them carefully advanced 100 meters, they finally saw the flock of sheep. There were 8 sheep in total, 5 males and 3 females. Chapter 650 Arrangement. In fact, it is easy to judge the gender of goats, especially wild goats. First of all, the male goats are huge and strong, full of power. The second is their horns. Generally, the horns of male goats can grow to more than 1 meter long. Although female goats also have horns, they are not as domineering as male goats. This is a group of wild goats. Very pure wild goats, Chinyu said to Ling Qing in a very low voice. However, this kind of wild goat, like the blue sheep, should live in high-altitude areas. How could it run to such an island? It seems that either the average altitude of the place where I live is relatively high, or it is the arrangement of the director team. Wild goats generally live in high-altitude areas and are a kind of highland goat. The shoulder height can reach 60 centimeters to 120 centimeters, and the largest weight can reach more than 200 kilograms. It belongs to a kind of goat family with a relatively large body. Although wild goats have agile bodies and strong strength, they are very timid, so they are afraid of people and other animals. But when their lives are threatened, they will also launch a counterattack, and their lethality is very strong. Those goats are so big. What should we do now? Ling Qing looked at the goats in front of him excitedly. If they could catch one, they would probably be able to eat mutton for a long time. And the mutton skewers. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Let's go! Go back first. Chinyu quietly took 2 steps back. In his current state, even if he set a trap, he might not be able to catch those wild goats, because they are now very alert. If they find danger, they will definitely leave this place directly. Disturbing them will not be worth the loss. And I still have a lot of pork now. If I don't eat it quickly, it may go bad. So there is no need for me to catch these wild goats now. After hunting wild goats, there is no good way to store wild goat meat. So I should not disturb them now, and let them get familiar with this place. When they are familiar with the environment and their vigilance is not so strong, I will find a way to catch them, and the chance of success will be greater. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded. Chinyu must have his own plan, since he said to go back first. Let's go back first. The two of them went all the way to the end of the bamboo forest before they started to cut bamboo. At this distance, they should not be able to disturb the wild goats. Oh my god! Are those goats that Chinyu and his team saw just now the ones that Mr. Huang and his team didn't catch? They should be. There are 8 goats, and one of them has a big belly, so it should be correct. Haha. The two groups really help each other. The jackal that Chinyu hunted ran to Mr. Huang's feet, and now Mr. Huang and his team have driven the goats to the vicinity of Chinyu's shelter. Hey, do you think the landing distance of the two groups is very close? How could it be so coincidental? I feel that this is the case. Maybe they will have some intersection in the future. Yeah, I feel that it is possible. And Mr. Huang and Chinyu's cooperation should be countless times stronger than Kai Dawei. At this time, most of the audience kept visiting the second and first live broadcast rooms, wanting to see which of the two teams with only 2 players left was doing better. Teacher Xiao. It has been 4 days since the wilderness survival. Based on your wilderness survival experience, which group do you think is most likely to win in the end? In the special live broadcast room, Lin Bin looked at Xiao Chong and asked, from the current situation, except for the 29th group, some groups are very difficult, but they are also gritting their teeth to persist. From the current situation, the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 30th groups have the best living environment and conditions. The 4 groups currently have no problem with survival conditions, as they have food, fire, water and shelter. Of course, if the second group had not picked up the jackal killed by Chinyu, it would probably be difficult for them to survive now. I think the two people who are most likely to hold on to the end should be Chinyu and Ling Qing from the second group, Xiao Chong said with a firm face without any hesitation. Why? But didn't you say at the beginning that the first group is most likely to be eliminated first? Lin Bin continued to ask. Obviously, his question also wanted to arouse some big reactions. Indeed, when we just started to choose survival tools, Chinyu's group had no living tools or cooking tools. So I thought their group would be eliminated first. But now, Chinyu's wilderness survival skills far exceed my imagination. I admire this young man very much. Xiao Chong nodded gently, with admiration in his eyes. Even if I go, I may not live as well as Chinyu. I must admit this. What do you think? Teacher Xie? Lin Bin cast his eyes on Xie Tingting again. Since he asked Xiao Chong, he naturally couldn't leave Xie Tingting out. Let's go to Chinyu's group. Xie Tingting nodded. In fact, she especially liked Chinyu when Chinyu caught a pheasant for the first time. And from his various performances later, he is simply an excellent special effects actor. If there is a chance, I must get to know that little guy. And it would be best to cooperate with him. His ability is really too strong. He is simply all-round and a walking encyclopedia. Xie Tingting gave Chinyu a very high evaluation. Teacher Xiao and Teacher Xie are really fair in what they say. And they speak out the voices of our audience. I originally thought that they were here to support the stars. But now I want to apologize to them. Do Teacher Xiao and Teacher Xie have the qualifications to support those stars? Xiao Chong and Xie Tingting's words also made the audience feel unanimously good about them. After all, in many variety shows, these observers and judges will deliberately belittle excellent contestants for the sake of program effects to create program hot spots. But the two of them have been telling the truth, and they will say what they think. After Chinyu and Ling Qing had cut down about a dozen bamboos, collected some oak latex, some rattan and hibiscus, and returned to the shelter to prepare to weave cages and backpacks, Chinyu began to finish the ladder and the table seriously. Chinyu was not very good at this kind of carpentry work, but he was sure that he could make it. It was not difficult to make a table. You just needed to fix the 4 legs. Of course, you needed 8 bamboos of the same length. Cut a notch on both sides, and then fix the bamboos together with hibiscus bark. Then use the oak latex in a can to boil for half an hour, so that a very sticky glue can be formed, which can fix some wood, and it is very solid and firm after drying. Chapter 651 Trap. Chinyu spent nearly 3 hours just to build the frame of a table. Of course, the next work was much easier. Let me vent for a while, and then I will write well. I promise you all 15 chapters, and I will not be less. Even if there is only one person who subscribes, I will stick to it. I hope everyone will vote for me, and give me some money to balance my mind, and give me the motivation to write. There is no need to connect the tabletop and the legs. The legs are basically the same now. So now I just need to make a tabletop. If you want to make a simple tabletop, it is actually very simple. That is to cut a few 1 meter long bamboo joints first, and then split them all in the middle. Then put all the split bamboos together, about 1 meter long. And this is a tabletop with a length and width of 1 meter. Then use 2 bamboo sections of the same length. Apply the freshly boiled oak latex. Apply some rubber between each bamboo section, and wait for the rubber to solidify, so that it will be quite strong. Of course, in order to ensure its service life, Chinyu still used hibiscus bark to tie each bamboo section firmly together. If you take good care of it, it will last for more than half a year or a year, and there will be no problem at all. After completing the manufacture of the table, Chinyu began to prepare the ladder. The ladder is very simple to make, but it needs to be drilled with his own saber. 18 holes, which is more time-consuming. When Chinyu finished the ladder, the sun had already begun to slowly set in the west. Finally finished. Although it looks ordinary, but it is practical. Chinyu finally put down the saber in his hand, breathed a long sigh of relief, and felt much more relaxed. Although it lasted for 5 or 6 hours without interruption, it was still worth it after seeing his work. In the future, when eating, you don't have to put it on the ground. And next time you take a shower, you don't have to go around the shelter. You can just stand on the ladder to pull out the plug. Save a lot of time. So, what great inventions are all forced out by human laziness. Then, there were a few thick bamboos left. Chinyu cut them with a military knife. so that there would be something to serve when he ate at night. I'm going to check the traps I made today. Do you want to come with me? After finishing everything, Chinyu decided to check his traps. Because if I go to the rabbit traps tomorrow, I'm afraid that the captured rabbits will dig holes and escape like last time. And I catch pheasants for captivity. And if I catch them for too long with my rope trap, the pheasants will keep struggling and may be strangled to death, or their legs will be broken. I want to go with you. Hee hee. Ling Qing smiled sweetly, then took out a small backpack and asked Chinyu, "How is it?" "It's mine. I will carry it when I go out in the future. It's pretty, but it seems like you can't hold too many things in it." "Right?" Chinyu looked at Ling Qing's mini backpack, frowned, and asked in confusion, "Don't worry about these details. Let's go!" Ling Qing pouted and jumped out of the shelter. It can be seen that she is quite fond of her backpack. No wonder everyone says that there is a little girl named Girl's Heart in every woman's heart. Half an hour later, the two came to the empty grassland, and 3 rabbit traps were triggered. It seems to be a harvest. Chinyu smiled and walked towards the triggered rabbit trap. This kind of trap has a high success rate. As long as it is triggered, it should be able to catch prey almost all the time. Chinyu removed the stone slab of the first trap. Sure enough, a hare was trapped inside, and a lot of soil was removed from the trap. It seems that if they come to check again tomorrow, it may really escape. We are very lucky. It is another female rabbit. Let's put it in your back. This is called a good start. Chinyu picked up the rabbit and put it directly into Ling Qing's back. "Oh," Ling Qing responded, obviously not knowing whether what Chinyu said was true or fooling him. Then came the second trap, which was also triggered, but made Chinyu a little helpless, because there was a big toad sitting in the trap. It was obviously this thing that triggered his trap. Chinyu really wanted to go up and hit it with 2 shovels. It was not easy to make a trap by himself, but this kind of thing has been particularly hated since he was a child. So let him fend for himself in the trap. Chinyu could only walk towards the third rabbit trap with hope. There were rabbit hairs on the stone slab, and it was obviously a rabbit that triggered the trap. Chinyu carefully opened the stone slab, and sure enough, it was another wild rabbit. And what was very interesting was that it was another female rabbit. It's really weird. It's another female rabbit. Chinyu opened it and took a look, and it was another female rabbit. In this way, they will have 1 male rabbit and 5 female rabbits. For the male rabbit, this is simply an emperor's life. There are people to serve him when he eats and drinks. And there are 5 concubines. It's so comfortable. Then, Ling Qing asked a question that even Chinyu was caught off guard. "Chinyu, you said, we now have 5 female rabbits and only 1 male rabbit. Can it handle it?" Ling Qing scratched his chin with his index finger and asked thoughtfully. This. I think it should be possible. Why don't you ask the male rabbit? It may know the answer you want to know better." Chin Yuqiang held back his smile and said to Ling Qing with a serious face. He never expected that Ling Qing, who looked quiet, would ask such an open question. "Hey, please be serious. I'm telling you the truth. Some rabbits in our hometown used to be exhausted to death like this." Ling Qing pouted and said to Chinyu seriously, "Well, I think it should be very happy even if it is exhausted to death." Chinyu couldn't discuss this issue so seriously. "Heh. Men." Ling Qing curled her lips. How could she not know that Chinyu must have misunderstood her question? But she was telling the truth. 1 male and 5 females. It is very physically demanding. There are many rabbits raised at home, and they are exhausted to death. TSK. I didn't expect that Miss Ling Qing knew so much about this kind of thing. Hey, can you stop thinking about these things like Chinyu? Miss Ling Qing is very serious. Heh. Men. A wild rabbit has 3 harems and 6 courtyards, and is surrounded by girls. But she lives worse than a wild rabbit. Yes. There is no way to live. And she lives worse than a rabbit. Chapter 652 Chicken Trap. If the 2 wild rabbits are put into the cage and both can give birth to rabbits, then I can open a rabbit farm. Of course, the premise is that the male rabbit can survive until their cubs grow up and become rabbits and can replace it. Let's go and see the pheasants. Pheasants? Pheasants? Chickens? After Chinyu finished speaking, he always felt that something was wrong. Forget it. The 2 came to the wheat field again, and Chinyu easily found the chicken trap he set. Empty. The first trap did not catch any pheasants. They did not pass by here at all. It's also empty. The second one was also empty, which shocked Chinyu. I had been looking for places where pheasants often appeared. How could there be no pheasants passing by? Although there were traces of pheasants passing by the fourth and fifth traps. The traps were not triggered, which made Chinyu doubt whether he had not set up a noose trap for too long and his skills had regressed. The sixth noose trap was triggered, and there were chicken feathers all over the ground. The noose had disappeared. It seemed that the pheasant had escaped after being caught. I didn't catch it all the time. I forgot to tell fortunes before going out. Alas, it seems that it is not a good day to catch chickens. Chinyu shook his head in disappointment. He had set up 7 chicken traps, but 6 of them had failed, with a failure rate of more than 80%. It seemed that the last trap had a low chance of success. Ah? You can tell fortunes? Ling Qing suddenly asked this question. I'm talking about chickens. Chinyu forced a smile and looked at Ling Qing, who was expectant. This little girl sometimes looked very smart, but sometimes she always asked such stupid questions. He really suspected that he was just pretending to be stupid. Then can you tell fortunes? Ling Qing asked persistently. Who? Okay. I won't. Chinyu took a long breath and nodded helplessly. The two of them were not on the same channel at all. I'm just teasing you. Ling Qing tiptoed, smiled sweetly at Chinyu, and jumped forward. Hey. Chinyu called Ling Qing. What are you doing? Ling Qing turned around, her long hair fluttering, stroked her hair, and looked at Chinyu with her big watery eyes. Leaving? Chinyu asked. Yes. Ling Qing nodded. And then? Chinyu continued to ask. Just like the plot in a TV series. Go home. Go to work. Ling Qing seemed to have found a point, and spoke very naturally. Can I not go home and not go to work? The expressions and eyes of Chinyu and Ling Qing were very natural. Will you support me if I don't go to work? Ling Qing raised his chin and smiled a little tall. Then go. I just want to tell you that the last trap is behind me. Behind me? Chinyu said, and turned around and walked towards the last trap. Hey, wait a minute. Your lines are wrong. Hurry up and start over. Ling Qing hurriedly trotted towards Chinyu. Nervous. Chinyu shook his head and smiled. A very sweet smile. Wow. Don't these two care about the occasion when showing affection? Ah. They are so sweet. They made me laugh. This wave of dog food is so unexpected. I report them for targeting singles. Wow. They are so well matched. And the more you look at them, the better they are. Looking at their expressions, movements and eyes, the picture is so strong. It's like Yin Tianshou and Lu Piapiao reappeared in front of us. If they don't end up together, I will never believe in love again. This is definitely the most faithful and sincere imitation among all the imitations. Chinyu and Ling Qing's self-entertainment in the wilderness was like a stone thrown into the sea, causing ripples in the live broadcast room. Almost immediately after the live broadcast of the two people's performance, some heroes made it into a short video and posted it on various websites. And the click rate rose rapidly. Almost all of these videos had a red flame shape at the end. Xie Tingting in the special live broadcast room had a very high evaluation of Chinyu. Chinyu and Ling Qing finally found the last trap. I'm so unlucky today. How come I didn't catch a single pheasant? Looking at the empty space in front of him, Ling Qing said with a bitter face and some disappointment. 7 traps. None of them hit. This is the first time Chinyu failed so badly. Who said I didn't catch any? Chinyu suddenly smiled and said lightly, because he saw the handful of wheat next to the trap, which suddenly shook a few times when the two of them appeared. Then Chinyu directly pulled away the wheat, and a rooster was lying there quietly, with its mouth half open, and the noose tightly wrapped around the pheasant's right leg. It was obviously because of the violent struggle, and now it has no strength. Ah! How did you know it was hiding here? Ling Qing's face was full of excitement and curiosity, because she had never thought that the pheasant would hide here. If she was alone, she would definitely not be able to find this pheasant. Keep your eyes and ears open. Plus rich experience, Chinyu said with a smug look on his face. Apparently, catching this pheasant made him feel very happy. After being raised in captivity, one pheasant can easily die of loneliness and solitude. After all, they are used to freedom. But if two are together, they have a companion. And that kind of thing will not happen. TSK. You are showing off again. Ling Qing curled her lips and glared at Chinyu. This guy is completely different from when I first met him. Okay. Let's go! Let's go back. I think the male rabbit you were more concerned about can't wait to favor its 2 new concubines. Ha ha. Xinyu knocked the pheasant into his back. And he felt inexplicably funny when he thought of this question. I couldn't help but joke with Ling Qing. Chunyu, you are really too annoying. Wait for me. When we returned to the shelter, the sun had already set. Let's eat all the fish and snails left over from yesterday. These things are easy to spoil and breed bacteria. Xinyu put down his backpack and said to Ling Qing. Originally, they were going to finish the remaining food at noon today. But they finally couldn't stand the temptation of wild boar meat and gave up. Yeah, I got it. Do you want to steam or pan-fry the remaining pomfret? Ling Qing asked seriously. After all, I have been watching Xinyu last night. And I also learned some. Draw a tiger according to cats. It should be done. You look at it. Just make it. Looking at Ling Qing's serious appearance, Xinyu stunned and said, It is estimated that Ling Qing can't learn much. Huh? Dare to look down on me. Ling Qing looked proudly and began to take out the fish and snails in the cellar. Chapter 653, Look down on me. After killing the fish, throw the fish's internal organs directly into the fire. This is what Xinyu repeatedly emphasized. Things with blood must be dealt with quickly. Thrown into the fire. Or buried. I must make a very delicious dinner tonight to see if Xinyu dares to look down on me. And Xinyu took out the hare and put it in the rabbit nest he dug. The hare has already dug several holes. Although the pile of soil on the ground should not be very deep. Just in case, I still have time to nail some bamboo poles around the rabbit nest to prevent the hare from making 2 deep holes and escaping. As for the pheasants, Xinyu directly cut off some of their wings. Of course, it's not the wings that are cut off, but the feathers on the wings, so that they will not be able to fly. When he was in his hometown, he liked to raise pigeons very much. At the beginning, in order to prevent the pigeons from flying away, this method was used. But even so, Xinyu still built a chicken shed with bamboo on the edge of the shelter to ensure that there is no risk. After doing all this, Ling Qing's dinner was ready. It's time to eat. Chunyu. Ling Qing called Chunyu in a low voice. And for some reason, he seemed a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Why do you look like a thief? Xinyu looked at the embarrassed Ling Qing and asked. You are the thief. The fish doesn't look good, Ling Qing said angrily. He was already annoyed by the failure of the cooking demonstration. Xinyu walked over and looked at the fried fish on the bamboo plate. The smile on his face froze and disappeared little by little, and finally turned into embarrassment. Excuse me, did these fish offend you? Looking at the pomfret in the bamboo plate that had been separated from the bones and broken into pieces, Xinyu looked at Ling Qing and asked. Oh! Don't say it, try it. It should taste good. Ling Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. He originally wanted to show off his cooking skills, but now he really shot himself in the foot. Are you sure? I see you even forgot to put the kelp. I guess there's no salt? Xinyu's eyes twitched fiercely. It was too difficult for Ling Qing to finish a dinner alone. Oh no! Stop talking. It's live. I don't want to save face. Ling Qing muttered quietly with her head down, and quickly picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of minced fish and put it into her mouth. At that moment, her face changed suddenly. The taste was completely different from what Xinyu made last night. Ha ha ha. Miss Ling Qing is so funny. A few good fish were messed up by her into such a miserable look. Ha ha. Talent. Miss Ling Qing's little expression is so cute. Looking at Ling Qing's expression, it must be very unpalatable. If she really can't eat it, just vomit it. The quarrel between these two is so funny. But their relationship is progressing so fast. Looking at Xinyu's little expression, it's so funny. Everyone in the second live broadcast room was amused by Ling Qing and Xinyu. I didn't expect that the two people who were always serious would be so funny today. I wonder if they forgot to take medicine when they went out. Or, if you really can't swallow it, spit it out. It's okay. I won't laugh at you. Looking at Ling Qing's hard-to-swallow expression, Xinyu smiled and said, You are obviously laughing at me now. And you haven't stopped at all. Ling Qing pouted and said with an angry face. No. I just remembered something that made me happy. Xinyu quickly shook his head to deny it. Okay. Let's eat. Xinyu quickly squatted down, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up the fish meat and ate it with relish. Although it was a joke, it was a luxury to have such protein supplements in the wilderness. After dinner, the two took a hot shower, and the fourth day was spent in thrills and surprises. The thrill was because Chinyu almost got eliminated by the jackal, and the surprise was because they got less than 100 kilograms of wild boar meat and found a herd of wild goats. This is undoubtedly a very good gift for them now. Chinyu, what are we going to do tomorrow? After lying down, Ling Qing asked with a comfortable look on his face. It seems that this sentence has become a habit for her, and it also shows her dependence on Chinyu. Tomorrow I'm going to make some pottery, so that we can get rid of that irregular broken iron pot, and those bamboo bowls and plates. Chinyu lay flat, holding his head with both hands, just able to see the crescent moon in the sky. Today's moon seems to be rounder than yesterday. Now we have enough food, water, and fire. So it's time to do something to enjoy life and get closer to civilization. Chinyu said lazily. You can also burn ceramics? Ling Qing looked at Chinyu in surprise. A little incredible. This guy. Isn't he too versatile? There is a big difference between pottery and porcelain. Under our current conditions, I may try to burn some pottery, but I can't burn porcelain. Chinyu started to explain. Ceramics is a general term for pottery and porcelain. Pottery is rough in workmanship and has relatively low requirements for soil and firing temperature. But porcelain is more particular. Not only does it require higher soil and firing temperature, but it also has the most difficult part of glazing. Well, I don't understand these, but it sounds interesting. I will do it with you tomorrow. Ling Qing was puzzled for a while, and then spoke with interest. Okay, no problem. Chinyu nodded. After all, his own strength was limited, so Ling Qing would definitely help. Okay, let's go to bed. Chinyu adjusted his consciousness and said to Ling Qing. After a thrilling and tiring day, the two fell asleep quickly. Maybe they are already familiar with it. The two of them didn't pay attention to the strange calls at night. They slept very sweetly last night. Ling Qing still liked to put half of her body on Chinyu's body, and Chinyu seemed to be used to this way of sleeping. The next morning, the two woke up very early and slept very well. They slept until they woke up naturally. This feeling is very comfortable. It's the fifth day. Another beautiful day. Good morning. Chinyu looked at Ling Qing and greeted him with a smile. In such a place, mentality is too important. If you don't have a good mentality, even if there is enough food and water, some people can't stay. Good morning. Ling Qing smiled and ran to the back of the shelter and wrote down the time they persisted on the wall. Then what are we going to do next? Chapter 654 Clay. After writing down their survival time on the wall, Ling Qing asked again. This time, she really didn't know. Although the food was unpalatable, she could still make it. But she knew nothing about pottery. Let's go! We need to find some clay. Chinyu picked up the military shovel, put on his back, and said to Ling Qing, pottery is not as difficult as porcelain, so ordinary clay is enough to make pottery. Of course, the iron content in these clays must reach or exceed 3%, so that the pottery fired will be easier to make. If the iron content is less than 3%, the fired pottery will easily crack. Yeah, let's go! Ling Qing also carried his small backpack and followed Chinyu. The two spent a full hour searching before they found the clay they thought was suitable. Of course, Chinyu didn't know whether the iron content in this clay could reach 3%, so they could only take it back and try it first. If it doesn't work, they can only find some other clay. The two of them carried 2 backpacks of clay before going back, because they had a lot of things to make. Pots, bowls, and pans. All of these had to be made, and at least one had to be prepared to prevent them from breaking when firing pottery. Chinyu and the others are actually preparing to fire pottery. Many of the other groups have not solved their food and clothing problems, but Chinyu and the others are now thinking about enjoying life. It's obvious that Chinyu and his friends not only want to survive, but also want to live. They are ready to survive for a year. Although pottery firing is not as delicate as porcelain firing, it is also very difficult. The requirements for clay and temperature are very high. I don't know if they can succeed. Looking at Chinyu's confident look, I think there should be no problem. Right? In the live broadcast room, many people began to discuss Chinyu and Ling Qing's pottery firing. Many people think that Chinyu is an all-rounder, as if there is nothing he can't do. But some people think that Chinyu is just trying. And it is not certain whether he can succeed. Because pottery firing has very strict requirements for steps, clay and temperature. Without any tools. The difficulty is as high as 5 stars. An hour later, Chinyu and Ling Qing returned to the shelter and cleaned a clean ground in the yard. Because whether it is pottery or porcelain, they have very strict requirements for clay. There cannot be any impurities in the clay or porcelain clay. Because if there are little impurities or bubbles on the clay embryo during the firing process, it will cause the clay embryo to break or the risk of exploding the kiln. This is a very, very tedious job. Because the clay in this place must contain all kinds of impurities. So their current job is to pick out all the impurities. Without a fine filter. This work is quite time-consuming and wears out people's patience. You start first. Pick out as many impurities as possible. And I'll carry the clay again. After Chinyu poured the clay on the ground, he spoke. Because there is not much clay now after removing impurities. It is probably impossible to mold what you want. Yeah. Go ahead. Be careful on the road. Ling Qing nodded. Their workload is very huge. So she can't hold Chinyu back. Okay. If you are tired, take a break. Anyway, firing pottery may not be completed without 3 or 4 days. After Chinyu finished speaking, he left the shelter and ran all the way. Without Ling Qing, Chinyu's speed can be several times faster. A day passed quickly. The only job of Chinyu and Ling Qing today was to remove impurities from the clay. This seemingly easy job took the two of them a whole day. Finally finished. After removing all the impurities from the clay, Ling Qing sat down on the ground. He was breathing heavily. Because he had been sitting for a whole day. His waist and back ached. As if his body was about to fall apart. Is it fun? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing, who looked weak, and asked with a faint smile. No. I don't want to do this kind of work anymore. Ling Qing shook his head. This was definitely the most tiring day for him. No doubt about it. Okay. Take a rest. Tomorrow's work will be relatively easier. Chinyu patted Ling Qing on the shoulder. Then stood up and found some large palm leaves to cover the fruits of their day's labor. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the hum of the helicopter once again circled overhead. Another person can't hold on. Ling Qing looked at the beam of light in the sky and murmured. Well, this place is like this. Very cruel. Chinyu nodded. Perhaps they didn't feel it. That's because he has rich wilderness survival skills and experience. And there is a system in his body. It's already amazing for ordinary people to be able to hold on in the wilderness for 5 days. Well? Ling Qing nodded. She knew that the wilderness was cruel. Just like the jackal scratches on Chinyu's arm. If it were me, or someone who was mentally unstable and could not deal with it rationally, my life would probably be in danger. And I, meeting Chinyu, should be the luckiest thing. Right? The next morning, Chinyu and Ling Qing got up early in the dark. Because it would be very hot after the sun came out. And some people could not stand the heat. And this would affect the moisture content of the soil embryo. After waking up and washing up simply, Chinyu took a bucket to fetch water. Because they now have more clay. So they need more water. Generally speaking, the moisture content of the embryo's soil is between 25% and 35%. Which is when the embryo's soil is most plastic. So various plastic molding methods can be used. There are 2 simplest methods for making embryos with water content within this range. The first is the oldest molding method, which can be completed with bare hands and some simple tools. The second method, the clay strip method, is also relatively simple. This method is mainly used to make some large pottery, such as water tanks. Of course, many pottery firings still use this method. Chinyu wants to use the first method, the molding method, because they don't need large pottery such as water tanks. They just need some pots and pans now. So there is no need to use the second method. After bringing the water back, the first step is to mix the mud. The water content between 25% and 35% is actually very easy to control. As long as you mix the dough at home. It's not difficult. The most difficult thing is that it must be mixed very evenly. There can't be a little bit of soil in it. And the mixed mud must be very smooth. Because they will use the pottery they make next for a year. The quality must be up to standard. Chapter 655 Some mistakes. Okay. Now we start to melt all the lumps of soil. There can't be a little bit of clay in it. Understand? Chinyu said seriously. This matter is related to whether pottery can be fired successfully. so it can't be sloppy at all. Ah, so troublesome, Ling Qing said impatiently. Originally, she thought that picking out impurities was troublesome enough, but she didn't expect it to be even more troublesome now. Trouble? This is just the beginning? The real trouble is still behind. Qin Yu smiled quietly and said, and the clay embryo. In fact, in the whole process of firing pottery, it is already a relatively simple step. Of course, that was based on the props. Now they can only rely on their own hands, so they will naturally feel very troublesome. Ah, I thought it was easy to make pottery. Ling Qing pouted and said in a low voice, you think too much. Nothing is simple in the wilderness. Qin Yu said bluntly. Now they are lucky. The geographical location of landing is relatively advantageous, so they don't have to worry about food and water. Otherwise, their troubles are more than this. Okay, then let's work hard. We must be able to eat with a bowl. Ling Qing clenched his fist and made a cheering gesture to encourage himself. This process is indeed more tedious and time-consuming than Qin Yu imagined. When the two of them mixed the clay thoroughly, the sun was already hanging above their heads. Although there were some errors in the calculation, the speed at which the clay dries does not seem to be as fast as imagined. Okay, next we can make the clay embryo. Qin Yu picked up the clay and began to knead it. He wanted to try the effect first. The clay was just the right hardness and softness. And soon Qin Yu kneaded the first bowl. Of course, after kneading the model of the bowl, a layer of charcoal ash was applied on its surface. Because when firing pottery, there were not so many glazing materials, and humans could not turn quartz and shells into powder. So they all used some straw or carbon ash to complete the ordinary glazing. Then Qin Yu dipped some water and made the inside of the bowl as smooth as possible, so that the fired bowl would look smoother. Ah, it's so simple. I loved to make this kind of thing with mud when I was a kid. Ling Qing looked at the first bowl that Qin Yu made, and then she became interested. This was their favorite thing to play with when they were young, and it was also their childhood fun. Okay, in that case, I'll leave the step of making the embryo to you. I'm going to make a steam bun kiln now to burn these pottery. Looking at Ling Qing, who was confident, Qin Yu confidently handed over the step of making the embryo to Ling Qing. I'll make the kiln myself. Of course, this won't take too much time. Yeah, watch me. By the way, what are we going to do? Ling Qing suddenly asked. Although she knew how to make it, she didn't know what utensils they needed in Qin Yu's plan. Let's do this. 4 bowls. 4 plates for serving dishes. 2 water cups. 4 larger jars. And other daily needs. You can think about it, and leave the rest to me. That's all Qin Yu can think of at the moment. Of course, there is also a brazier. I guess Ling Qing can't make it, so she can only finish it after making the kiln. Yeah, I know. Ling Qing nodded. For her, this kind of thing was a piece of cake. Making a kiln is not a difficult thing. Qin Yu had seen some related things before. There are easy ones and simple ones. The simple ones are usually built directly with stones or lumps of earth. Although they can be used, the effect is not very good. The second one is more difficult. But I may need to burn pottery in the future, so I will choose the second one. First, I have to mix a lot of mud. There is no requirement for this kind of mud, as long as it is mud. After the mud is mixed, a rectangular pit should be dug out on the ground, which is used for making fire. On the top of the pit, put some branches, and put thick strips of mud on the branches, just like a steamer. After the fire is lit in the pit below, the branches above will burn, and the mud strips will be burned dry. This layer is used to place the clay embryo. Then use the soil to surround it, just like a steamed bun, leaving only a door in the front and a window on the top of the outer steamed bun kiln. That's it. Although it sounds very simple, it took Qin Yu nearly 2 hours to actually do it. The reason why it took so long is that the steamed bun kiln built by Qin Yu is relatively large, with a diameter of about 1 meter. Although this number doesn't sound impressive, this kiln can hold 4 bowls, 4 plates, 2 water cups, etc. at one time. In the videos of pottery firing that I watched online before, the earthen kilns they made could usually accommodate only 1 item at most. At most, 2 items. After the bun kiln was built, Qin Yu hurried to other places to pick up a lot of dead branches as firewood. He also made a fan with bamboo and a broken wooden board. The principle is very simple. That is, tie the wooden board to the lower end of the bamboo. The principle is very similar to drilling wood to make fire. As long as you rub the thin bamboo hard, you can generate a strong wind. Although the requirements for firing pottery are not particularly strict, when the middle color is produced, it also needs a high temperature of 900 to 1100 degrees to fire. So there is a fan, so that this temperature can be reached quickly, or the temperature can be lowered. After Chin-Yu had burned the kiln for nearly half an hour, the branches in the kiln had been burned out. The kiln was almost dry. What is this little girl doing? After a full hour and a half, she didn't even make a few clay embryos. This not only made Chin-Yu doubt whether Ling Qing was bragging just now. Hey, beautiful Ling Qing, are you embroidering? It takes so long? Chin-Yu couldn't help it and asked, because the area of his shelter was limited. The earthen kiln was built outside. Yeah, I'm almost done with the embroidery. Wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Ling Qing's voice came out from the shelter. After a few minutes, Ling Qing finally came out. I said your speed? Emma, you are really embroidering? Chin-Yu was about to say that your speed is too slow, but after looking at the clay in Ling Qing's hand, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because all kinds of flowers are painted around the clay, especially on the 4 bowls. There are a pair of very cute kawaii figures, one man and one woman, leaning against each other. It looks like love. Does it look good? Ling Qing smiled. Her face was painted like a little cat, and she waited for Chin-Yu's answer expectantly. It's just SOSO. Chapter 656 Thoughts in the Heart. Chin-Yu said deliberately jokingly. To be honest, the clay figures made by Ling Qing have completely exceeded his imagination. Whether it is their shapes or the craftsmanship that adds points to the shapes. If it were handed over to me, I might not be able to make it so beautiful. TSK. You obviously want to praise me. Why don't you dare to admit it? Ling Qing pouted, as if he knew what Chin-Yu was thinking. Okay. I admit that it is very beautiful. Hurry up and wash your face. It's so dirty. Chin-Yu took a piece of mud off the tip of Ling Qing's nose, nodded and said with a smile, I knew you were saying one thing and thinking another. After receiving Chin-Yu's praise, Ling Qing jumped to wash her face. All the fatigue of today seemed to be swept away. Under this temperature, after an hour and a half, the bowls, plates and cups that were pinched earlier were almost dry. At this level, they can be put into the earth kiln for firing. Then Chin-Yu put 4 bowls, 4 plates, and 2 cups into the earth kiln. In fact, there was still space in the earth kiln. But Chin-Yu did not dare to put everything in, because it was too dangerous. If the earth kiln collapsed, it would be a waste of effort. So the rest will be left for tomorrow. Or later. Let's make the food for tomorrow first. Firing pottery is the most boring and long process. First, it is fired at a low temperature of 300 to 500 degrees for 2 or 3 hours, so that the pottery can slowly solidify and crystallize. If it is fired very fiercely at once, the pottery will easily burst. Then it is fired at a fierce fire of about 900 to 1100 degrees for 2 to 4 hours, so that the pottery will fully crystallize. At this time, the fan I made comes in handy. Next, it is to start cooling again. This process is particularly long, at least 3 or 4 hours, and at most 7 or 8 hours. Oh my god, Chin-Yu really knows how to fire pottery. I thought he was just bragging. Chin-Yu really doesn't show off his abilities. He's an all-rounder. Chin-Yu's skillful technique in building the earthen kiln and using the fan shows that he is very comfortable with the process. But I have to say that Miss Ling Qing is really skillful. The bowls and plates look like they were made by machines, and the flowers are painted very lifelike. I agree with the above statement. Miss Ling Qing is really great. The two of them complement each other. If anyone tells me that Miss Ling Qing is a burden again, I will be angry with them. Chin-Yu, come on. I'm looking forward to your finished product tomorrow. In the live broadcast room, many people were shocked. They didn't expect that Chin-Yu and Ling Qing had such a skill. One person can build a kiln, and the other can make exquisite clay molds. They are a perfect match. Not only the audience, but also the people in the director team were shocked that Chin-Yu was so good. He could even do this long-lost craft. Many people have to admire that Chin-Yu is really an all-round talent. Of course, his partner Ling Qing also performed very well. Zhang Lixia from the first group and Ling Qing from the second group, 2 female players, performed particularly well in this wilderness survival. 7 hours later, the sky was already covered by night. So tired, This is definitely the most tiring day since I came here. Chun Yu sighed. Even with his good physical fitness, he could feel the soreness and weakness of his arm muscles, because the fan he made was quite physically demanding even with the bowstring drill. After all, 4 hours is no joke. Thank you for your hard work. The meal is ready. We can eat. Ling Qing wiped the sweat off Chun Yu's forehead and said. She saw all of Chun Yu's hard work. Well, let's go! Let's eat. After Chun Yu added some firewood to the earthen kiln, he ignored it. Now the pottery firing has entered the final cooling process, so there is no need for him to keep watching. As long as the temperature returns to normal tomorrow morning, the fired pottery can be taken out. And from the current situation, because of his carefulness, the clay embryo has not cracked. All the pottery is relatively complete. How is it, Chun Yu? Have my cooking skills improved today? Chun Yu looked at the meat slices and wild vegetables in the pot and still had an appetite, mainly because of the experience of last night. Ling Qing knew to add some kelp shreds. They had boiled the sea salt 4 times and filtered it several times with a homemade filter. So now the coarse salt has basically become white coarse grains of coarse salt. And the impurities such as calcium and magnesium in it have almost been filtered out. As long as it is dried for another day tomorrow, it will be completely edible. Chun Yu picked up a piece of pork slice, which was a bit old, but the taste was still okay. Just barely. 60 points. Chun Yu nodded and gave a passing score. Of course, this is a more demanding premise. This kind of dish is already considered a top delicacy in the wilderness. Cut! Always hitting me. Don't know how to praise me. Ling Qing pouted and snorted coldly. I feel it's okay. I'll give you 1 more point. I'm afraid you'll be proud. Chun Yu smiled and took a bite of the wild vegetable. Although it tasted a little bitter, it was still quite good. It seems that the job of cooking will be handed over to Ling Qing in the future. Eat more. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Chun Yu added a piece of lean meat to Ling Qing, stared at Ling Qing and smiled. This little girl is really getting better and better. Starting tomorrow, I can't just keep making pottery like this, because their most basic needs, bowls, plates, spoons, etc. have been solved. Then there is no need to spend the whole day on making pottery. Their current food basically comes from pork, so they have to fish, or get some nuts or grains again. Only in this way can they maintain the energy balance needed in the body. Although pork is rich in fat and protein, it does not contain carbohydrates and vitamins. Starting tomorrow, they will look for some other edible plants, preferably rhizomes, because those plants are rich in carbohydrates and minerals. Of course, if you look at the long term, they still have a lot to do. Winter is coming in a month or 2. They have to build a brick and tile shelter, and a clay stove, which are all very tedious processes. But now, in addition to the earth kiln, bricks and tiles can be burned. The ice is not frozen in a day, so these things really can't be rushed, and they must be done step by step. Thinking about it, Chun Yu fell asleep soon. Chapter 657 System. When I woke up, the morning sun had already torn through the darkness and hung in the east. Another beautiful day. The 7th day. Chun Yu stretched. And at this moment, the mechanical synthesized sound of the system sounded in his mind again. Congratulations to the host. Achieving the 7-day Wilderness Survival Achievement Reward. Catch hares *6. Reward, 6 achievement points. Catch pheasants *2. Pheasant eggs *20. Reward, 6 achievement points. Hunting wild boar *1. Reward, 10 achievement points. Killing the fierce beast jackal *1. Reward 15 achievement points. Make a bathroom. Reward, 2 achievement points. Fire pottery *15. Reward, 15 achievement points. Chun Yu looked at the dazzling numbers and swallowed hard. A total of 54 achievement points. If all of this is added to strength and speed, even if I really encounter a leopard, I can beat it down. Right? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new ability, Healing. Do you want to unlock the new ability? The electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Healing? There is actually such an ability? Chun Yu's heart was instantly stirred up by a storm. With his physical strength, if he is equipped with the ability to heal, even the fierce beasts in the wilderness will find it difficult to hurt him. Unlock the healing ability. Chun Yu said it in his mind without thinking. If you don't unlock the new ability, you're stupid. Anyway, it doesn't cost money. No money. Yu suddenly seemed to remember something, and his mind moved, and he saw that his original 54 achievement points had become a pitiful 4 points. My big bastard. What's going on? Yu was confused. He had originally thought about it. Strength plus 30. Speed plus 14. Physical fitness plus 10. This, all of a sudden there are only 4 left. Answer the host's question. Unlocking the healing ability requires 50 achievement points. Host, please keep up the good work. After 1 month, the system will calculate the host's achievement points again. The system explained to Yu very humanely. Damn. You didn't say it earlier. It's really a fishing enforcement. 1 month? The first time was 3 days. The second time was 7 days. And the third time was a month. Yu regretted it. If he had added those achievement points to strength and speed, he wouldn't have to worry about the attacks of those beasts. But now, I unlocked a healing system. And it's gone just like that. It feels like the money was washed away by the water. It's quite uncomfortable. Well, since I unlocked a new ability, I'll add the remaining 4 points to the healing. Yu shook his head helplessly. Congratulations to the host. Healing ability, 4 plus 4. Hey Yu. Are you okay? Yu. Don't scare me? Yu, what's wrong with you? Ling Qing squatted in front of Yu and shook Yu vigorously. Ah! What's wrong? Yu suddenly turned his head and looked at Ling Qing and asked. You scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. Surprised? Stunned? Helpless? Ling Qing looked at Yu and imitated him. Yu's behavior just now, which was similar to that of an epileptic patient, really scared her. Sorry. I was sleepwalking just now. Yu scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly. I didn't expect that when the system appeared. I couldn't help but make facial expressions. This is really a bit scary. Sleepwalking? It's really a bad habit. Ling Qing glanced at Yu. What if he got up in the middle of the night and sleepwalked to hit himself? Then what should we do first today? Ling Qing looked at Lonely and asked. Let's go fishing first. Yu stood up and said. Ah? Fishing. So early. Don't we need to take out the pottery first? Ling Qing was a little surprised. The fish probably haven't woken up yet. Can we catch fish? Haven't you heard the saying? Fishing in the morning when the sun is red. Fishing in the evening when the chickens are in the cage. The pottery won't run away. But the fish will run away if it's too late. Yu walked out of the shelter and started to wash up. The valuable experience gained by the ancestors for several generations is still quite reliable. Whether it is catching fish or fishing, the best time is early morning and evening, when the sun just comes out in the morning. That is, around 5 to 7 o'clock. The fish will come out to look for food. So there will be more fish at this time, and they will float to the surface. The evening when the chickens are put into the cage is also a small climax for fishing. Oh! Ling Qing nodded, not quite understanding. To be honest, she had never heard of this sentence, because she did not like fishing as a hobby. So she had never studied it before. After the two washed up, they set off with their braided backpacks and homemade 8-point forks. In fact, Kaidao's fishing rod was left here. But Yu did not want to use the things left by that guy. Secondly, fishing is something that cultivates sentiment. And now he has to make a living. It was half an hour later when the two came to the lake. At this time, the morning sun had just risen and the afterglow fell on the lake. Sparkling. Bubbles appeared one after another on the lake. And some fish could be vaguely seen. See, when the sun just came out, the fish will come to the surface to look for food. This is what is called fishing in the morning when the sun is red. Yu looked at the fish that had their heads out of the lake and said with a smile. The last time they came was around 10 o'clock in the morning. So they didn't see any big fish. But now they can see some relatively large catfish floating on the water. Fishing in the morning when the sun is red. Fishing in the evening when the chickens are in the cage. I learned it. Yu is really an encyclopedia. It seems that there is nothing he doesn't know. Yu can't make straw sandals. Ha ha. Are you a devil upstairs? Asking a grown man to make straw sandals. What's wrong with men? Look down on men. Men can give birth to children now. Come on. Come on. You are so awesome. Give birth to one for us on live broadcast. Early in the morning, the live broadcast room became lively. Watch out. Fishing in such a deep lake requires enough strength, because your harpoon cannot reach the bottom of the lake. So there is no point of force. So the skill of retracting and releasing freely is very important. Qin Yu raised the harpoon and explained to Ling Qing. I don't understand. You should practice it directly. Ling Qing shook her head. Even if she understood, she couldn't do it. Strength is not something that can be controlled just by wanting to control it. Besides, she didn't know what the skill of retracting and releasing freely was. Okay. As expected. Then you watch now. The so-called skill is to make a clean and neat move. Fast and accurate. As Qin Yu's voice fell, the harpoon in his right hand stabbed down like lightning. Chapter 658. I shouldn't praise him. Plop. The harpoon went into the water, only about 20 centimeters below the surface. When Qin Yu lifted the harpoon, a large catfish weighing more than a pound was firmly pierced through the body by 2 forks. The large catfish was constantly swinging its body and struggling. What are you standing there for? Clap your hands, Qin Yu said to Ling Qing with a proud look on his face. Wow, Qin Yu, you are too amazing. I find that I really admire you too much. Ling Qing held his cheeks with both hands. His eyes were full of admiration. And he said with a crazy look on his face, That's right. Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Qin Yu raised his mouth, looking smug. TSK. You're panting when I say you're fat. Ling Qing glanced at Qin Yu. This guy is really too cocky. I shouldn't praise him. Come on. Try it too. Just now. After Qin Yu caught the fish were frightened and fled everywhere. But after Qin Yu threw a leaf into the lake, the fish actually swam back again. The IQ of fish is really far behind that of land animals. Well, watch me. Ling Qing nodded heavily. I must catch the fish. And then let Qin Yu see that I can do such a simple thing as fishing. Plop. 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 After more than 10 times, all the fish were scared away by Ling Qing. But there was not even a hair on her harpoon. Yes. Fish don't have hair. Why? I aimed so accurately. Ling Qing stomped her feet in annoyance. She aimed clearly, but after inserting it, she couldn't touch the fish at all. It's very simple. Because you have no experience. When you use force, your hand can no longer control the direction. Qin Yu explained to Ling Qing very straightforwardly. To catch with a harpoon, you must be fast, accurate and ruthless. Both are indispensable. It's too difficult to control the direction and speed while controlling the force. Ling Qing muttered with a look of loss on her face. A little frustrated. It's not difficult. Once you get used to it, it's actually very simple. Qin Yu suddenly dropped his right hand again, and the harpoon pierced a catfish, which was also quite large. Then he looked at Ling Qing and said with a smile, See? It's just such a simple thing. When he came here last time, he thought there wouldn't be many fish in this lake. But now it seems that he was wrong. There are still many fish here, and their reproductive capacity is relatively fast. Qin Yu, you are so annoying. Ling Qing turned his head away, a little angry. It's comfortable to be with this guy, but it's too annoying, because he is so omnipotent. It seems that there is nothing he can't do, and he has no sense of existence at all. Let's go! Let's go to the other side. It seems that all the fish here have been scared away by us. Qin Yu looked at the lake and found that it had become quiet. Even a pig would be scared away by Ling Qing's random barging just now. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded. In this situation, she couldn't help at all because she was really bad at fishing with a spear. After reaching the other side, Qin Yu caught 3 larger fish, 2 catfish and a black carp, all weighing about 1 pound. The harvest was not bad. At this time, the sun had slowly risen, and most of the fish had returned to the lake from the surface. The lake water is not very clear, so today's fishing is over. Let's go! We have a good harvest today. Qin Yu looked at his back. There were 5 fish in it. They should be able to eat for 2 days. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded, somewhat conscious. She was obviously not catching any fish, and she was a little depressed. Don't worry too much. It's normal not to catch fish for the first time. Qin Yu's face was full of tenderness, and he said to Ling Qing sincerely, Thank you. Looking at Qin Yu's sincere comfort, Ling Qing felt warm in her heart. The mood was much better. But Qin Yu's next words almost made Ling Qing vomit blood. It doesn't matter if you can't catch fish for the first or second time. There will be many more chances in the future. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he ran forward. Only Ling Qing was left with a confused look on his face. After 3 full seconds, Ling Qing was relieved. Chun Yu. You annoying guy. Stop right there. Then Ling Qing's angry roar came from behind Chun Yu. After returning to the shelter, Chun Yu put the fish in the cellar and began to check the results of their labor in the past 2 days. 4 bowls, 4 plates, 2 cups, and 4 spoons. Not a single one is broken. So good. After taking out the pottery one by one, Chun Yu had a happy smile on his face. He didn't expect it to be so successful the first time. The reason why he made 4 was because Chun Yu was afraid that some of them would be damaged. So he was just in case. But now none of them were broken, which was a pleasant surprise. After all, it was his first time to burn pottery, and he didn't have much confidence at the beginning. Now you can put this big guy in. Chun Yu looked at the big pot in front of him and put it directly into the second layer of the earthen kiln. Although their iron pots can still be used, they are really not aesthetically pleasing. So Chun Yu can't wait to replace them. Then Ling Qing went to pick up some firewood and started burning pottery again. This time, in addition to the big pot, there were also 2 jars together. Because after yesterday's firing, the earth kiln has been quite strong, and it is okay to bear that weight. Okay, let's wash it. See how effective? Chun Yu took 4 bowls and plates, and Ling Qing held a spoon. After receiving some water, it's okay at all. A drop of no drop. And the inside is particularly smooth. The pattern outside is very clear and beautiful. Chun Yu has to admire Ling Qing's heart and cleverness. We put these pottery soaked in the water first. At noon, we can use it. Soak in the water. This can make it more strong. The second is to get the soil smell of the pottery. Chirp, chirp. Just as the 2 put the pottery into the water, they suddenly heard some faint calls. Very small, but very mixed. Chun Yu, did you hear any sound? Ling Qing was stunned. A little unbelievable, because this faint sound was particularly familiar to her. I heard it. It seemed to be the cry of hope. Chun Yu nodded, also with an excited look on his face. This is indeed an exciting thing. The next second, the 2 of them ran towards the chicken coop at the same time. Looking down, as expected, 7 or 8 furry little ones surrounded the hen. The hen seemed to be still hatching chicks. Yeah. Great. Our chicks are finally out. Ling Qing threw herself into Chun Yu's arms excitedly, and was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Yeah. Great. This is a very good start. We could open a chicken farm. Chun Yu was also very excited. This was definitely a brand new beginning. Chapter 659 Special Colors. In fact, when they brought back the pheasant eggs, he knew there were chicks in the eggs, but he didn't expect them to hatch in just a few days. Wow. Look at them. They are so cute with their fur. I really want to catch 2 to play with. Almost 90% of girls have no resistance to such furry things. Ling Qing is no exception. Looking at the furry little ones, she naturally can't help but want to touch them and try the feel. Hey. Stop. You can't touch them now. Otherwise the hens will peck them when they feel the strange smell on them. Chun Yu killed Ling Qing's dangerous idea in the cradle. This kind of wild chicken is different from domesticated ones. If their chicks are touched, they will give up feeding them and even peck them to death. Ah! I'm just talking. Ling Qing said to Chun Yu with a chuckle. It can be seen that she was very happy at this moment, witnessing the birth of several little lives, although they will inevitably be eaten by them in the future. Wow! Chun Yu's chickens hatched chicks. What? Chun Yu can hatch chickens? Are those chicks Chun Yu's? It's really a mess. Yes. They were all laid by the eggs that Chun Yu brought back. Everyone was chattering. Wow. Those chicks are so cute with their fur. I really want to touch them. The one upstairs is a young lady. Right? It's like this. Do you want to see it? You are driving upstairs. The evidence is solid. Please come with us. Looking for toothpicks in the forest. You dare to say you can grow big or small? Chun Yu. These chicks are so cute. Ling Qing lay beside the chicken coop for 5 minutes, and then reluctantly withdrew his gaze, looking at Chun Yu and asked, Yeah. It will be even cuter after a while. Chun Yu nodded seriously. Chickens that are 1 or 2 months old have the best meat and taste. 3-cup chicken, braised chicken, white-cut chicken, Hainan chicken. Just thinking about it makes people drool. I wonder when our little rabbit will give birth. Ling Qing didn't seem to understand the cuteness Chun Yu mentioned. She sighed again. With these little things, the whole feeling is different. It's lively. I decided to use today and tomorrow to make some stoves for cooking, and then make some earth bricks and burn some tiles to renovate our room. Chen Yu suddenly spoke to Ling Qing. After entering autumn, the weather changes almost every day. It has begun to feel a little chilly at night. Ling Qing probably feels it more deeply. Otherwise, he would not hug himself tightly to keep warm every night. And he can't think about these problems after winter comes, and he feels cold. In such a place, not only must you be highly vigilant at all times, but you must also plan and think carefully. While you still have this time, you can just solve the problem in front of you. Stove? Can you make this? Ling Qing looked at Chen Yu in surprise and asked. Because this kind of thing, although not complicated, is basically only seen in rural areas. And Chen Yu is so good, he should not be born in the countryside like himself. Right? Of course. You underestimate me too much. Chen Yu sneered. He could make this kind of thing when he was very young. It was just when he was making the earthen kiln that he thought it would be much more convenient to make a stove. Well, then you can concentrate on making those today. I will cook for us. And I just looked at it. The hemp has been dried. Just in these 2 days to make the straw sandals. Ling Qing also has his own plan in mind. These little things, he is no worse than Chen Yu in making them. Well, okay. Men and women work together. And work is not tiring. Chen Yu nodded. In this case, if they support each other and put aside their own selfishness, the two will live well. Why do I feel that what you said is a bit harsh? Ling Qing looked at Chen Yu with a questioning look. Every time he heard this sentence, he always felt that it had a special color. You see, this is your unhealthy thinking. Chen Yu pursed his lips and said with a smile. Then he walked out of the shelter and started to mix mud. He planned to make the stove first, because the stove is the least time-consuming and energy-consuming. In contrast, if you build a brick and tile house, you not only have to make earthen bricks by yourself, but also burn tiles. So it is a relatively long and tedious process. A stove is actually relatively easy, and it only requires enough mud to complete. The principle is very similar to that of an earthen kiln. First, a square frame is built with mud, about 1 square meter, because their shelter is only 30 square meters in total. A stove naturally cannot take up too much space. Moreover, if it is made of mud alone, there is no internal support, and it is easy to collapse if it is too large. The structure of the stove is also divided into 2 layers. The upper layer is used for making fire, and the lower layer, the ashes after burning will fall down, so that it will not be piled too high. In the middle of the top layer, a hole that can just accommodate the pottery pot needs to be cut out. At the back, a fist-sized hole needs to be left for smoke exhaust and ventilation. The principle is very simple, and it is not difficult to make. In 2 hours, Chen Yu has basically completed the production of the stove. The next step is to burn the stove. After burning dry, it will be more solid and not easy to collapse. How is it? Can it work? After easily finishing the earthen stove, Chen Yu asked Ling Qing with a proud look on his face. Because after the mud was done, Chen Yu used the clay left over from yesterday to apply a layer on the surface of the stove. Although it still looks quite smooth and durable. It's okay. Barely 60 points. Ling Qing glanced at the stove, imitated Chen Yu's previous tone, and answered slowly. But I still admire Chen Yu very much. In 2 hours, the stove has been finished. TSK TSK TSK. Women. What a creature that likes to hold grudges. Chen Yu shook his head as he spoke. Humph. It's good that you know. See if you dare to dislike me again in the future. Ling Qing pouted at Chen Yu with a look of success. She looked so cute. I love you so much. How could I dislike you? After these days of being alone, Chen Yu found that he liked to joke with Ling Qing more and more. It would be a great sense of accomplishment to tease her and annoy Ling Qing tomorrow. After hearing what Chen Yu said, Ling Qing blushed with shame and lowered her head. After the two of them exchanged a few words, Chen Yu continued to work, collecting firewood and burning the stove. After finishing this series of trivial matters, he started to heat the earth kiln with a fan. After raising the temperature of the earth kiln, it was almost noon. These days, Chen Yu always felt that time passed very quickly, and there was not enough time. Chen Yu, let's eat first. After eating, we'll finish it. Chapter 660 Harvest. Ling Qing shouted while serving the rice. Okay. I'll be right there. Chen Yu responded, washed his hands, and walked into the shelter. Wow. It smells so good. There are actually 2 dishes today. Chinyu looked at the 2 dishes on the table and pursed his dry lips. One was steamed catfish, and the other was Ling Qing's specialty: stir-fried pork slices with wild vegetables. It's been 7 days, and I finally used the plates. Looking at the plates for serving the dishes, Chinyu smiled bitterly inside. But now, although they have plates and bowls, they don't have staple food. Hold on for a few more days. Those wild wheats will be harvested soon. By then, they can eat noodles, pancakes, and maybe even rice wine. Life will definitely get better day by day. After lunch, Ling Qing continued to weave straw sandals. Although straw sandals don't look too difficult. In this environment, you have to find a way to use needles and threads yourself. It's definitely not easy to make 2 pairs of straw sandals. After half a morning, Ling Qing only made 1. I'm full. I'm going to make adobe bricks in the afternoon. I don't know how many I can make. Chinyu looked at Ling Qing and said, "Do you need my help?" Ling Qing looked up and asked Chinyu. In fact, she knew something about making adobe bricks. After all, 90% of the houses in their rural areas were built with adobe bricks. Although they are adobe bricks, they are not inferior to the red bricks bought. And there are many old houses that have a lifespan of several decades. No, I can do it alone. You will be responsible for our shoes, and then dry the salt. When you have time, pick some wild grass and vegetables for the rabbits. Chinyu shook his head. Making earth bricks is a physical job, and Ling Qing can't help much. The length of an earth brick is about 40 centimeters, and 10 bricks are 4 meters. Although such a room is not spacious, it is completely suitable for 2 people to live in. The height of the earth brick is about 15 centimeters. With the soil used for fixing, 1 brick is about 20 centimeters. When it is 2 meters high, it takes about 10 layers. That is, 1 wall requires about 100 earth bricks, even if the backside can be directly against the stone wall. A door in the front will require more than 2.5 sides, which is about 260 earth bricks. Of course, this is only 1 layer. In many rural areas, in order to make the house strong and warm, double-layer earth bricks are used. What a big project. Chinyu sighed helplessly. Sometimes I am impatient, and this kind of work is really boring. And the current situation is not just about earth bricks, but also about burning hundreds of tiles, cutting bamboo, and mixing mud. Just thinking about it makes me feel a headache. Chinyu rubbed his temples and muttered to himself in annoyance. Well, let's start working. Complaining blindly is not a solution, and work still needs to continue. Then let's start with earth bricks. Chinyu determined his goal and gritted his teeth. After the bricks are made, it takes about 1 or 2 days to be exposed to the sun, and I can use this time to burn tiles and cut bamboo. To make bricks, you need a brick mold. Of course, this is not a difficult task for Chinyu. With a few bamboos, it will be done quickly. Time passed by little, and at this time, in other groups that have not been eliminated, the first group, Huang Xiaolei and Zhang Lixia, seemed to have better luck after getting the lucky reward from the jackal. In the past 3 days, they have caught several bamboo rats in succession. There are also some birds that can be used. At this time, no one cares about being pretentious, so the first group is still doing well for the time being. The third group, Ouyangmi's group, is in a very bad situation. The helicopter that sounded the day before yesterday afternoon was because 2 players in their group had chosen to withdraw, leaving only her and Xiaonan. Me. This is not a solution. It's not that our survival ability is a problem. It's mainly because the location where we landed is really too bad. Xiaonan looked at Ouyangmi, who was at a loss, and said, "They have been on the island for 7 days. To be honest, they have searched the area within a radius of several miles, but they rarely see prey. Occasionally there will be some birds, mice and so on. If they hadn't picked up that animal by chance last time, they would have been eliminated long ago. Well, this problem accounts for part of it, but our survival skills are still lacking." Ouyangmi nodded and said, "It is obvious that Ouyangmi has lost a lot of weight in the past few days." In the third live broadcast room, Me. Come on. You are the best. Mijia is the strongest. Come on. I feel so bad for Mijia. The one upstairs. Your parents work hard every day. Why don't you feel bad? Brainless fans are terrible. This is just a variety show. Please treat it rationally. If it weren't for Xiaonan, they would have been eliminated long ago. In the third live broadcast room, many people cheered for Oyangmi, and some people advised everyone to chase stars rationally. Yeah. I think we can't sit and wait for death anymore. If this goes on, we may not last more than 2 days, Xiaonan said with a serious face. In this geographical location, there is no prey. Even if he has strong wilderness survival ability, it is useless. What do you mean? Oyangmi looked at Xiaonan. She had a good impression of this calm boy. I think we should move our position and find other suitable places to live as soon as possible while we still have physical strength, Xiaonan said very straightforwardly. He hesitated for a long time about this method. It takes a lot of energy to move positions. If they have not found a suitable place to live and food before the energy is exhausted, then they will face elimination. So this is an adventure and a gamble. If they win the bet, they will find a suitable place to live and survive. If they lose the bet, they will face the situation of being eliminated immediately. Oyangmi frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and nodded. They really have no other choice now. In this case, let's not delay any longer. Take all our survival tools and satellite phones and set off now. If they stay a little longer now, they will waste more time. Well, let's go! Oyangmi nodded. Both of them are decisive people. There is no hesitation. After packing up the tools, they triggered. As for the other groups, the fourth group, Zhu Jingyi's group, should be the group with the best living conditions except Chen Yu's group and the 30th group. In addition to these groups, many other groups are barely making ends meet. Of course, some people have the same idea as Oyangmi and others and want to move their positions. Or, the big fish eat the small fish. In the evening, Chen Yu counted the fruits of his labor. 1.2.3.4. 105. A total of 105 bricks. If you count them this way, my speed is not slow. 7 hours. About 4 minutes to make 1 brick. Mainly because of my good physical fitness. Chapter 661 Large Animals. For ordinary people, even if they have this speed, they can't keep up physically. After dinner, I can still work in the dark for 2 or 3 hours. And I should be able to make another 40 or 50. Then tomorrow morning, all the earth bricks will be completed. Things need to be done one by one, so that there will be more and more hope. I wonder if those goats ran away. Ling Qing asked while thinking during dinner. They have been in the shelter these days, and have not been to the bamboo forest. I don't know if they are still there. Why do you care about this? Chen Yu asked casually. Anyway, even if they lie there obediently, Ling Qing may not be able to catch them. Of course I care. If we catch them, we can drink goat milk and eat mutton, Ling Qing said, as if it was a matter of course. His tone was quite serious. Don't worry. They won't run away if there is no wild animal disturbing them. Chen Yu smiled. As if there were no large animals since the last leopard and jackal appeared. Maybe the leopard has gone away, which is good news for them. Without such a large wild animal, their life safety is at least guaranteed. Take a quick look. These straw sandals I made for you. Do you like them? Ling Qing suddenly took out a pair of straw sandals from behind her. The workmanship was very fine, and the insoles were made of rabbit hair. It felt soft and very comfortable. At the beginning, Chen Yu was still thinking that the insoles made of straw would be very uncomfortable to wear. Unexpectedly, Ling Qing thought so carefully. I like it. I really like it. Chen Yu nodded very straightforwardly, revealing his love without hesitation. These days, my feet are steamed by my leather shoes. With this pair of straw sandals, it is much more comfortable. I really can't tell that you are so good at needlework. Chen Yu looked at Ling Qing seriously. The first time, this little girl gave him the impression of being innocent, cute and not good at worldly affairs. After getting along with her, he found that she was different from those other innocent girls. She was a special kind, the kind of innocent girl and a good wife and mother. She can go to the hall and the kitchen. I'm not as useless as you think. Ling Qing was obviously a little happy and deliberately said to Chen Yu. I never thought so. Don't wrong me. Chen Yu quickly refuted. Although he thought Ling Qing might be a vase that only acted cute at first. But since the first day on the island, he changed his mind. These few days of getting along first, he saw Ling Qing's efforts. And naturally, he would not have such thoughts. Okay. I'm just teasing you. Try it quickly to see if it fits your feet. Ling Qing smiled. And Chin Yu's rebuttal expression just now made him very satisfied. Chin Yu put on the straw sandals on his feet. Although the rabbit fur was soft, the straw was a bit off his feet. Of course, this kind of straw sandals, naturally, can't be as comfortable as the shoes you buy. Not too big or too small. Just the right size. Can you calculate? Chin Yu looked at Ling Qing in surprise. She had never asked about her shoe size. But it was so suitable. Because when you received your hiking shoes, I saw that your shoe size was 42. Ling Qing stuck out her tongue and said proudly. Chin Yu was surprised, but also a little touched. Because he really didn't pay attention to these details. Okay. I like the shoes very much. Thank you. Chin Yu smiled and said sincerely. It's the first time you thank me. That's great. Ling Qing showed a happy smile on her face. This is probably the most satisfying time since she came to the island. Okay. Let's eat quickly. After eating, I have to start making bricks. The moonlight tonight is good. If you calculate it roughly, today is the 11th day of the 7th lunar month. Although the moonlight is not very bright, you can still see the work. Ling Qing sat on the stone at the door of the shelter and watched Chin Yu work. It's not that she doesn't want to help, but this kind of physical work, she can't help even if she wants to. Why don't you go to bed first? I'll do it for a while, and come in soon. Chin Yu looked at Ling Qing sitting on the stone and said, No, I'm not tired today. I'll sleep with you after you finish. Ling Qing shook her head. She had been making straw sandals all day and had not done any physical labor. So she didn't feel tired yet. Okay. It's up to you. Chin Yu nodded and stopped trying to dissuade her. If she wanted to watch, she could watch. Time passed very quickly while working. Chin Yu felt that she had made 50 earth bricks in just a short while. Judging from the number, she should have worked for more than 3 hours. Ling Qing was obviously a little exhausted. I told you to go to bed quickly, but you didn't. You were shivering with cold. What if you caught a cold? Chin Yu looked at Ling Qing, who was shivering, and said in a reproachful manner, I've used her several times. But this little girl is just stubborn. Chin Yu, what are you made of? Aren't you cold? Ling Qing looked at Chin Yu in confusion. I was wearing a jacket. But Chin Yu only had a pair of pants. His upper body was completely naked. It's not cold. My physique is relatively strong. And I was working just now. Chin Yu shook his head. For times the cold resistance attribute. To be honest, as long as it is not below 0 temperature, his current body can completely withstand 0. You are really a strange guy. Ling Qing looked at Chin Yu suspiciously. Even if his physical fitness is good, the temperature has dropped below 10 degrees Celsius in the middle of the night. How can you not feel cold without clothes? The two walked into the shelter. When they just closed the door, Chin Yu suddenly felt a sense of danger. The very clear feeling made Chin Yu's body suddenly stagnate. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Was suddenly. A heavy and deep cry came from behind a stone not far away. Chin Yu's heart suddenly trembled. And he quickly turned his head and looked out through the gap in the wall. How could there be a bear? Chin Yu frowned tightly. How could a bear appear in such a place? And he had never found it before. But it suddenly appeared tonight. Was this thing placed here by the program team? Or was it purely wild? Aren't you really not afraid that those celebrities will eat 1 or 2 of them? Dog, bear! What should we do? What should we do with Chin Yu? Ling Qing was still drowsy just now. But when she heard the roar, she woke up instantly, grabbed Chin Yu's arm tightly, and her body shook uncontrollably. Although she had never seen a bear with her own eyes, she was very clear about how powerful bears were. In other countries, there were many cases of bears killing people. This animal is not only fast, but also good at swimming and climbing trees. The largest bear can stand up to 4,500 px and weigh about 300 pounds. If it suddenly broke in, they would have no ability to resist it all. Don't be afraid. Move some firewood over here. Bears are most afraid of fire. Chin Yu stared at the bear and said to Ling Qing calmly. Ling Qing was completely confused at this time, but he had to deal with it calmly. No matter what kind of bear it is, they are very afraid of fire. As long as there is fire, they dare not come over. Yeah. Chapter 662, There is no adult bear. Ling Qing agreed with a trembling voice, and then hurried to move out a few burning firewood, and then covered some firewood, and soon the flames began to surge. It's okay. It doesn't dare to come over. Chin Yu nodded. Under the moonlight, his extraordinary vision could clearly see that the bear was not very big. It seems that it is not yet an adult bear. And the bear is standing at this time, which means that it is just looking out and has no intention of launching an attack. Chinyu walked out of the shelter slowly with a saber in his hand. The bear that was originally standing suddenly fell on all fours, which means that it wanted to attack or escape. Roar! Chinyu, who was now next to the fire, suddenly roared at the bear. The bear was frightened, then suddenly turned around and ran away. In the wild, bears often avoid people when they hear human voices, which is why many wilderness survivors carry anti-bear bells and make noises when they venture into places where bears are present. If you encounter a bear, don't think about running away immediately, because it is impossible for a normal person to outrun a bear. The first thing you have to do is to let the bear know that you are not its prey. The second thing is to never look at the bear, because if you do, the bear will think you are provoking it. It is quite dangerous. Is it gone? Ling Qing quietly lay down at the door of the shelter, looking around, and asked Chinyu in a low voice. It's gone! Chinyu turned around and nodded. The appearance of this bear was really strange, just like the group of wild goats. He hadn't found any trace of them before. Then it appeared quietly, as if the bear had followed the wild goats here. Then it was attracted by his pheasants, rabbits and pork. It was fortunate that it happened at night. If it happened during the day, it would be very dangerous. How could an animal like a bear appear here? I wonder if other groups have encountered this situation. Ling Qing asked Chinyu with some lingering fear. First, a leopard, then a jackal scratched Chinyu. And now a terrifying beast like a bear has appeared. I don't know. Chinyu shook his head and continued to say to Ling Qing, but it is very fair in the wilderness. That is, the more food you have on the land, the more dangers there are. Pheasants, hares, wild boars, and wild goats. These animals are almost all gathered around their shelters, which can be said to be rich in resources. But opportunities often go with danger. The richer the resources on your land, the more carnivores will accompany you. So being placed in such a place is both a blessing and a misfortune. Then, aren't we in special danger now? Ling Qing's heart was pounding with fear. If there was a wild beast in front of the shelter every night, even if he was not scared to death, he would have a mental breakdown. No. As long as our fire is not extinguished, those animals will not attack us. Chinyu shook his head and began to think about it. He originally planned to finish all the bricks tomorrow morning, but now it seems that this idea has to be shelved. The most important thing now is to strengthen his own wall. He always has a very uneasy feeling, which is exactly the same as the feeling when he saw the bear tonight. It seems that his pheasants and rabbits will attract many carnivores one after another. This is not good news. Oh. Ling Qing nodded, still very scared in her heart. She hesitated several times, but when she saw Chinyu's firm expression, she never said it. What's wrong? Are you still afraid of the bear just now? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing, who looked very bad, and asked, Chinyu, how about we? Ling Qing mustered up her courage, but still didn't say the rest. What's wrong with us? Chinyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Qing. He knew what Ling Qing wanted to say. He had seen a program similar to wilderness survival before, where a challenger chose to end the challenge without hesitation when he saw a bear. Ling Qing, a little girl, was very courageous for not being scared and immediately telling Chinyu to quit after seeing the bear. No. It's okay. What I mean is, do you think we can really hold on for a year? Ling Qing shook her head and said after thinking for a while, No problem. Trust me. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt. Chinyu said to Ling Qing very seriously. If Ling Qing quits, it means that he will be eliminated. If he doesn't persist for a month, he might not get a penny. He worked hard to finally make their days in the wilderness last. How could he be scared away by a bear? As long as he persists for another 22 days. When the system appears again, he must increase his strength and speed to the maximum. Then, even if it is a bear, he will be able to fight him hard. Okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chinyu patted Ling Qing on the shoulder and said with a smile, Yeah, I got it. Ling Qing also forced a smile and walked into the shelter. At this time, the live broadcast room exploded again. I didn't expect that Chinyu and his group would have such a different fate, as if they had encountered all the dangers. Is the program team serious? They even brought out the bear. Didn't they check the environment on the island in advance to see if there are any deadly animals? What are you thinking? Do you think that the 400 million is given to you so that you can go on a trip? Help them eliminate all the dangers. And then prepare enough food for them to take a vacation in the wilderness? I agree with the above. 400 million is not that easy to get. Besides, they signed an agreement before the expedition. If there are casualties, they will bear the consequences themselves. Yes, I know this, because a friend of mine was also selected in the 14th group. But if there are some casualties, aren't the program team afraid of taking legal responsibility? The above is overthinking. Since they dare to do this, they must have the capital to do so. Even in the middle of the night, the live broadcast room is unusually lively. After all, in today's society, there are only a handful of young people who can fall asleep before 12 o'clock. After all, self-discipline is something that not everyone can stick to. At this time in the director's office, Wang Yu and others have not gone to bed yet. Director Wang, bears are everywhere. Is this really okay? Wang Yu's assistant said to Wang Yu nervously. Chapter 663. Don't let accidents happen. If there is a serious accident, then their production team will be in trouble. Don't worry. They have signed the contract before. If something really happens, they can only blame their incompetence. Wang Yu smiled and said to the assistant with a confident look. But the assistant wanted to speak, but was stopped by Wang Yu. Wang Yu waved his hand and said calmly, "You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Even if something happens, it will only help us get some attention. As long as Chen Yu and his team don't have any accidents, there will be no big problem. You should go to bed first." Chen Yu looked at Ling Qing, who was still trembling with fear, and said, "After a busy day, I was frightened again. A good rest will make me feel much better. What about you?" Ling Qing looked at Chen Yu and asked, "I won't sleep yet. I'll stay outside tonight to see if there are any other wild animals." Chen Yu replied casually, "Since the bear can find this place, perhaps other animals can also find this place by following the smell of meat. That's too hard for you. How about I accompany you? If I let Chen Yu stay outside alone, I would feel a little guilty." "No need. There is no difference between two people and one person. You go to sleep first. I still have to work tomorrow morning. I don't want to see you working with two black eyes tomorrow." Chen Yu directly pushed Ling Qing into the shelter. Whether Ling Qing was asleep or awake did not affect him at all, because even if there were really wild animals coming again, she could not help at all. Ling Qing could not resist Chen Yu, so she had to sleep first. And she was really very sleepy. If it weren't for the appearance of the bear just now, she would probably be too sleepy to open her eyes. I don't know when. Chen Yu also fell asleep. And when he woke up, the sun had slowly risen. "Ah! My neck is so sore." Chen Yu moved his neck, and after sitting like this for a night, his waist and back ached. "I didn't expect it's already this time." Looking at the rising sun, it was probably around 7 or 8. I originally wanted to get up early, but I was too tired yesterday and slept very late, so I didn't wake up at all. Sorry, Chen Yu. I overslept again. Ling Qing slowly opened his eyes, as if he was awakened by Chen Yu's movements. After rubbing his glasses hard, he said to Chen Yu with sleepy eyes, "Uh-huh. I just got up too." Chen Yu stretched his waist and said to Ling Qing, then started brushing his teeth and washing his face. "Come on, Chen Yu. It's another beautiful day." After washing his face with cold water, Chen Yu felt that his spirit was back. In such a place, you must always encourage yourself and cheer yourself up, otherwise your mentality will easily be problematic. After washing your face and eating breakfast, it's time to start another day of work. Today's work is to reinforce the wall of your shelter, which is estimated to take most of the day. In fact, if you want to reinforce the wall, earth bricks are a very good choice because they are stronger. But the disadvantage is that earth bricks are too troublesome to make. I spent half a day yesterday and only made 150 bricks. And I want to build a wall more than 2 meters high. The demand for earth bricks will be very high. Of course, there is another way, which is also built with clay, but it is relatively more time-saving and labor-saving. In the 1990s, almost all the walls in rural homes were built in this way. The principle is very simple. First, 4 or 5 bamboo poles must be tied together firmly with ropes to form a bamboo raft. To build an earth wall, 2 bamboo rafts of the same length and width are needed. And then the 2 ends of the 2 bamboo rafts are tied together tightly with ropes, with a spacing of about 30 centimeters. But in the current situation, The beasts he has to resist are super large carnivores such as leopards, tigers and bears. So Qingyu planned to set the distance between the bamboo rafts to half a meter, so that even Xiong and his men would not be able to destroy it easily. Okay, now we can add soil. Looking at his masterpiece, Qingyu was quite satisfied. Now he and Ling Qing only need to pour the relatively wet clay into the frame they made. When the clay is almost flush with the height of the bamboo raft, he will use a stone hammer to compact the clay, and then he can continue to add soil. In this way, the earth wall made will be quite solid. In fact, it is very simple. If Qingyu and Ling Qing work at the same time, the speed is still quite fast. Moreover, this method of building a wall is quite wasteful of soil. In this way, a long ditch will be dug outside the shelter near the wall. It can be said to be a double insurance wall. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, the sun had already set at a 45-degree angle. It should be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Wow! Chunyu, we finally succeeded. Ling Qing looked at the wall in front of him with excitement. Although it was very tiring, the sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. And this wall has well guaranteed their safety. Yes, finally succeeded. Chunyu smiled bitterly. At this time, he could feel that his arms were just like others. However, his recovery ability was very strong, as if there was a very hot energy. When he felt that his physical energy was almost consumed, that energy would flow through every inch of Chunyu's skin. Whether it is the soreness of the limbs or the consumed physical energy, they will be replenished little by little. It seems that the healing ability that was just unlocked yesterday is working. Now our earth wall is not very strong, but if it is exposed to the sun for 2 days in this weather, it will definitely be very strong, and even a bear can't knock it down. Qingyu looked at the 50-centimeter thick earth wall and said with some pride, the construction of the earth wall is faster than he thought. He originally thought it would take a day, but now it seems that he still has some time. In the next 3 or 5 hours, he can finish the remaining earth bricks. In this way, the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they can start rebuilding their own room. A real room, not a shelter. Chunyu, you are such a genius. Ling Qing looked at Chunyu with admiration, not sparing his appreciation and praise. I didn't expect that Chunyu not only knew so much wilderness knowledge, but also was a first-class expert in making pottery, stoves, earthen bricks, and earthen walls. You know, except for some old people in the village. Basically no one knows how to do these skills. Qingyu is only about 23 or 24 years old, but he is so skilled in these almost lost skills. It's obvious. Who doesn't know it? Chapter 664 Living Standard. Chunyu shrugged, spread his hands, and spoke without any modesty. But this time, Ling Qing did not object. Oh, by the way, I see you are good at weaving cages. Can you weave bamboo mats? Qingyu suddenly turned his head and asked. Since he wanted to build a house, he would naturally have to make a brick bed. In this way, they can have a warm bed to sleep on during the winter. If they had a bamboo mat, their living standard would be significantly improved. Yeah, I am the best at these things. Ling Qing nodded. Generally speaking, he had learned to weave these things since he was a child, so it's not difficult for me at all. You are good at a lot of things. Qingyu smiled and said jokingly, but if Ling Qing helps to complete this kind of small things, I will save a lot of trouble. That's not. Ling Qing licked his lips proudly. There are a lot of bamboos here, and they live on it. It can be said that there is an inexhaustible supply, and weaving bamboo mats does not require too much bamboo. It is very simple. I just need to use a military knife to split the bamboo into pieces. That's it. As for how to weave, leave it to Ling Qing. My task is to get the remaining 50 bricks out before going to bed today. Of course, if time permits, the more bricks, the better. Because when I make a Kong, I also need dozens of bricks. When night falls, the hum of the helicopter sounds again, which means that someone else has chosen to quit because they can't hold on. At this time, the 14th live broadcast room has disappeared, which means that all the players in the 14th group have been eliminated. The star captain of the 14th group is a popular young man named Zhang. However, although they are all popular young men, the quality gap between them and Kai Dawei is simply a world of difference. Before quitting, he did not forget to comfort his fans and teammates. In 8 days, 2 of the 30 groups of contestants have been eliminated. 1 year doesn't sound very long. especially for young people who are struggling. But it's really not easy to persist in the wilderness for a year. Chinyu didn't know how long he had been making earth bricks, but he just felt that it had been dark for a long time. And he didn't count how many bricks he had made. Anyway, it looked like a lot when stacked up. Ling Qing had slept for a while after weaving the bamboo mat. It was really tiring to help all day today. Chinyu has the ability to heal, but Ling Qing doesn't have this magical ability. If he wants to recover his physical strength, he must eat and rest. After simply washing the mud off his body, Chinyu returned to the shelter and lay down. 0. Chinyu, you are really amazing. Ling Qing smirked, as if talking in his sleep. Chinyu didn't hear Ling Qing say, Chinyu, you are really amazing. But he didn't hear the rest clearly. Heh. After a few days of surviving in the wilderness, have you become my little fan? Chinyu gently took a leaf off Ling Qing's hair, smiled, and whispered to himself. Day 9. Another beautiful day. Chinyu got up early. He was a little sore last night, but after waking up, he didn't feel anything at all. Refreshed and full of energy. Chinyu, did someone quit again yesterday? Ling Qing asked gossipingly as soon as she opened her eyes, because she heard the hum of a helicopter in a daze when she fell asleep. Who cares? If one more group quits, won't we have more chances to win? Chinyu said casually. Whoever quits has nothing to do with him. What he cares about is food, shelter, peace, and how to spend a long year in this place. Our task today is to get more hemp trees and weave a quilt for ourselves. Before Ling Qing asked, Chinyu took the initiative to speak. Last night, he saw Ling Qing shivering with cold, in the temperature of 6 or 7 degrees. Just a jacket would not play a big role. Okay. Leave this little thing to me. Ling Qing nodded happily. She knew best whether the night was good or not. Brush your teeth. Wash your face. Eat. And then we'll set off. The adobe bricks have been made. Now they just need to be dried. Originally, he planned to bake the tiles today, but opportunities cannot keep up with changes. And he changed his mind last night. Since arriving on the island, they have not eaten much carbohydrate food except for some wheat. If this goes on for too long, they will have symptoms of hypoglycemia. So today, in addition to bringing back some hemp trees, he also has to look for some carbohydrates. Because the hemp trees are only a dozen minutes away from their shelter. The two of them first brought the hemp trees back to the shelter, and then went out again to look for carbohydrates. Remember? Generally rhizomes contain a lot of carbohydrates. Chinyu walked while popularizing some wilderness knowledge to Ling Qing. Oh, I see. Ling Qing just kept nodding obediently. As for whether he really understood, who knows? See, this plant is a rhizomes plant, and its roots are rich in carbohydrates. Chinyu suddenly squatted down, grabbed a few leaves of grass, turned his head, and said to Ling Qing, Ah? Isn't this mint leaf? Ling Qing was a little confused. This is exactly the same as the mint leaf they used to brush their teeth a few days ago. This is not mint leaf. Although the leaves are somewhat similar, the variety is completely different. Chinyu smiled, shook his head and said, the name of this plant is grass silkworm. And in some places it is also called earth silkworm. It has a great therapeutic effect on some when heat colds, dry coughs with little phlegm, and fatigue coughs. It is named because the rhizome resembles a silkworm. You can pickle it and eat it. Of course, the best way to eat it is to cook it into soup. Earth silkworm pig lung soup, which is mainly used to treat symptoms such as fatigue cough. While explaining, Chinyu casually pulled up a bundle of earth silkworm trees, and a bunch of white fruits that looked like silkworm stayed on the roots. After Chinyu put it in his backpack, he pulled some more. I haven't eaten the pig lungs at home yet. I can make earth silkworm pig lung soup when I go back today. I've been so tired these days, so I can replenish it. Chinyu stopped only after the two of them had enough food. Although the earthworm is also a rhizome plant, it does not contain many carbohydrates, but contains some water alkali, vitamins, protein, and other nutrients. Yeah. Ling Qing just nodded, because even if she knew about this kind of thing, she could not know its function, efficacy, and some nutrients like Chinyu. Let's go! Our goal today is not it. Chapter 665 Adventurer. Chinyu continued to move forward. What he needed today was enough carbohydrates. The grass silkworms were just an unexpected harvest. Ling Qing followed Chinyu happily. Remember, when we reach places where bears are active, We must always make some noise. Because bears usually choose to avoid people after hearing their voices. And bears don't have very good sense of smell and vision. Some adventurers, who don't know much about wilderness survival experience, will be in front of bears without knowing it. This is a terrible thing, Chinyu said as he walked. Just like an elementary school teacher, who was very careful to popularize the simplest knowledge to elementary school students. Yeah. Ling Qing just nodded and agreed, regardless of whether he remembered it or not. The two walked and talked for half an hour, and suddenly heard the sound of running water. There is a stream here? Chinyu said in surprise, when he heard the sound of running water. This is definitely not the stream he is using now. I didn't expect that there would be two streams in just such a short distance. It is really surprising. If there is a water source, will there be other groups living here? Ling Qing asked curiously. No. The program team will not put the two groups so close. Chinyu shook his head and denied it directly. In such a difficult environment, it will definitely happen if the two groups meet. After all, in order to survive, people may do things that they can't do at ordinary times. Completely removing the disguise. Perhaps the only thing that makes them feel afraid is the unmanned camera above their heads. Let's go to the waterside and see if there is anything to gain. Chinyu took the lead and walked in the direction of the sound of flowing water, followed by Ling Qing. When approaching the water source, there are many leafy plants, and those leaves are very large and vigorous. See, those big leaf plants are our goal this time. Chinyu pointed to the plants across the stream. The leaves are like the size of a cattail leaf fan, and the height is more than 2 meters. It has red flowers. Very bright. Ah! What kind of plant is that? It looks so big. Ling Qing asked, puzzled. She had never seen this kind of plant before. Maybe it was a plant that grew specifically in this rainforest environment. This is called banana taro. It is a rhizome plant with a very high starch content. Moreover, its rhizome is rich in carbohydrates, which is what we need most now. Chinyu's eyes revealed a look of desire. Banana taro can not only be cooked and eaten directly, but also has a very important use. That is, it contains a very high starch content, so it is the best raw material for making some vermicelli. If nothing goes wrong, they can have a meal of silkworm and pig lung soup at noon today. And tonight, they can not only eat banana taro rich in carbohydrates, but also make some vermicelli and have a wild hot pot. We can dig more of this banana taro and take it back, because it is not easy to deteriorate and rot, and it can be stored in the cellar for several months. This thing is very similar to sweet potatoes and potatoes, whether it is taste, nutrition, or starch content. Yes. Then let's get started. This place always feels a little eerie. Ling Qing started to work directly, because the stream was surrounded by tall bushes and big trees that blocked the sky. So it gave people a gloomy feeling. Let's get started. It's better for us to fill both backs, so that we can eat for at least a month. Chinyu also hurried to work. My backpack is relatively large, and it can hold at least 50 kilograms of rhizomes. Ling Qing's mini backpack can definitely hold 20 kilograms. 70 kilograms of taro is enough for them to eat for a month, or even longer. After about 2 hours, Chinyu and Ling Qing finally filled both backpacks. We have a great harvest, and we are going home. Chinyu directly carried his backpack, which should be more than 50 kilograms. But this weight is nothing to Chinyu now. Of course, Ling Qing's 20 kilograms is not too heavy for her, but it will take them at least an hour to go back. So it is still quite tiring. Well, we are really great. Ling Qing looked proud. And today they harvested. But they are quite big. With their wheat mature, at least it is grinded. The banana taro can maintain the carbohydrates in their bodies. Yes, we are great. The so-called good deeds. Chinyu and Ling Qing this time. It didn't return from the original road, but a little farther away. Of course, this is not that the two like to go to the long way to go, but because of this, on the way back, they can see if there are other foods or prey. Chinyu quickly. Can this fruit be eaten? Ling Qing suddenly saw a small deciduous small trees more than 2 meters high, with some light red fruits in front. It should be a fruit, but he has never seen it before. Figs? Chinyu took a look at the fruit on the tree. It should be figs. This fruit grows in tropical and temperate zones. This fruit can be sold for more than 10 or even 20 yuan per pound on the market. However, when I was adventuring in other places before, I also ate this fruit. It was soft and sweet and tasted good. Of course, It is rich in various minerals and nutrients. The most important thing is that figs contain 18 kinds of amino acids, and 8 of them are essential amino acids for the human body. Figs also have a very useful effect, which is to promote the decomposition of protein. Of course, eating some figs can promote digestion after eating too much meat. I didn't expect to see figs in such a place. We seem to be in for a treat tonight. The figs on the tree are ripe and can be eaten. If they are left for a week, they will probably rot and go bad. Chinyu put down his backpack, held the trunk with both hands, and shook it vigorously for a few times. And the ripe figs fell like rain. This kind of fruit is mainly eaten for its small granular pulp, so it is not afraid of falling. Great! We have fruit after dinner today, Ling Qing said excitedly while picking up figs on the ground. Since they came to the island, although they have no shortage of food, they have not eaten fruit yet. This is the first time, so naturally they can't suppress their excitement. Try it. Is it delicious? Chinyu picked up 2 and gave 1 to himself and Ling Qing. Since the adventure a year ago, he seemed to have not eaten this kind of thing. After all, this kind of fruit sells for more than 20 yuan per pound in the market, and he really doesn't want to spend his income in his time and space. There were too many people surviving in the wilderness, and this industry was not prosperous even if he started live streaming. So he almost just treated it as a hobby. Wow, it's delicious. Chapter 666, Blazing Flames. After Ling Qing took a bite, her eyes sparkled. The fruit was soft, rich and sweet. It was really delicious for her, who had worked for half a day. Well, put all of these in your jacket pocket. There were about 30 figs, and they ate them for 2 days. And because Ling Qing's jacket was 4XL, it was no problem to put such a small amount of things. After eating a few more, the two set off again. After replenishing nutrition and water, the two were full of energy. Half an hour later, they had arrived at the shelter, although they didn't do much work. When they arrived at the shelter, the flames were already blazing, and it was noon. What do you want to eat today? Chinyu? I'll cook it for you. Ling Qing knew that Chinyu had other work to do, so he took over the cooking. Of course, the most important thing is that Chinyu made the silkworm and pig lung soup today, which he doesn't know how to make. Today, we will eat grilled catfish, grilled banana taro and silkworm and pig lung soup, Chinyu said simply. Excuse me. How should silkworm and pig lung soup be made? Ling Qing asked awkwardly. I really don't know how to make this kind of thing. If I make it myself, I can make it. After all, it's just a soup. But the taste will definitely not be good. First, use the method of grilled beggar chicken to solve the catfish and banana taro. Remember to add salt and wild ginger to the catfish. For silkworm and pig lung soup, slice ginger and pig lung. Heat oil in a pan. Stir-fry ginger slices and add lung slices. Stir-fry until 60% cooked. Then add water and boil. Add silkworm. Boil over high heat. Simmer for half an hour. Sprinkle with scallions when out of the pot. Chinyu's explanation was very detailed, and Ling Qing also memorized it very seriously. Because the stove and the pottery pot are already completed, they can be used today. Ling Qing can't wait to try their new pot and stove. After Chinyu finished teaching, he went to do his own thing. It must take Ling Qing at least an hour to make lunch. During this time, he can make some models of tiles. In fact, burning tiles in the wilderness is relatively simple, except for the earthen kiln, because local materials can be used. Of course, now that my earthen kiln is ready, I just need to make a model. It's very simple. Just find a slightly thicker bamboo and divide it into sections according to its bamboo joints. Then separate these bamboo sections evenly in the middle. Then find another bamboo. But this bamboo must be thinner than the previous one. Then put the clay into the first separated bamboo tube, and then press it with the bamboo tube of the second bamboo, and press it a little. Scrape off the soil squeezed out on both sides, and the clay embryo of a tile will come out. It's as simple as you think. As long as you split the bamboo in the middle, it will be very fast to make. And the size of the tiles is basically the same. Mr. Chinyu can wash his hands and eat. Chinyu was doing it when he suddenly felt like it when Ling Qing shouted. She seemed to be in a good mood, which could be heard from the address. Right away. Miss Ling Qing. Chinyu washed his hands and walked into the shelter. The strong fragrance drifted into his nose, which made him feel refreshed. Yes, Miss Ling Qing. It's delicious and beautiful. Yu looked at the 3 dishes on the table. Of course, a banana potato is not all vegetables. Try it. The taste will not disappoint you, Ling Qing said confidently. This time, I added salt a little bit. And after tasting it, it was not salty or bland. Just right. After saying that, Ling Qing served Yu a bowl of silkworm pig lung soup and handed it to Yu. Thank you. This kind of life of being served by others seems to be quite addictive. Yu smiled and thanked Ling Qing. In his previous life, he had never been treated like this by a beautiful woman who personally served him food and water. You know what I'm doing? Ling Qing pouted, looking very proud. I know. You're the best. Okay. Yu nodded quickly, not wanting to argue over such a small matter. Is your tile almost done? After joking, Ling Qing asked seriously. Almost. I think I can finish it all by working overtime today. Yu picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, chewed it for a few times, and answered. The speed of making tiles was even faster than he had imagined. After I finish my meal, I guess I can start firing the tiles I made in the morning. And the steps of firing tiles are rougher than firing pottery. It only takes about 2 hours to complete. Of course, it must be fired with a strong fire. Then I'll help you in the afternoon. Ling Qing thought about it, and it seemed that he didn't have anything to do in the afternoon. So he simply fired the tiles with Yu first. In this way, they can live in a big house sooner. Okay. It happens that I am a little too busy to handle it alone. Yu nodded. He still had to continue making tile clay in the afternoon. And Ling Qing could help him watch the fire and let the temperature reach more than 1,000 degrees. Wow. They look like a couple. At first, I felt that Miss Ling Qing was like a cold goddess. And Yu didn't talk much. I didn't expect that when they were together, they turned into a pair of funny people. Haha. The above is wrong. No one is born funny. Funny people only show it in front of the people they like. Ling Qing and Yu have such a strong sense of CP. Yu is really a perfect boyfriend. Full of security. In the second live broadcast room, there were rave reviews. After lunch, Yu and the others continued to work. The regular operation should be to first fire the kiln, and then use tools to put the tile clay into it. But their conditions are limited now, so they can only put the earthen tiles in first, and then start to burn them. Because Yu's earthen kiln is relatively large, he can put more than 50 earthen tiles at a time. With the cooling time, it takes about 2.5 hours for one round trip. 3 times means 150 tiles, which is probably not enough. Yu thought about it. The 4 square meter house is indeed not big, but the tiles needed for one piece should be between 200 and 300. In other words, he needs at least a whole day today, and he has to work until late at night. In fact, he doesn't need to rush so much. It's just that if the house is built one day earlier, they don't have to huddle in the leaky shelter when the rainy season comes. After the beginning of autumn, it should have more rain on the island. They were lucky that it had not rained for 9 days since they came here. But this kind of luck would never last forever. So they had to prepare for a rainy day. After the brick house was built, they had nothing to worry about even if it rained heavily. Chapter 667 Very impressive. As night fell, the sky was dotted with stars, and the moon was rounder than last night. Finally finished, Yu looked at the tiles in front of him. They had already fired 4 kilns, with 50 tiles in each kiln, which meant 200 tiles. And add the 50 tiles that had not been taken out of the kiln. 250. Although the number was not very pleasant to hear, the results of today's work were very impressive. I can finally sleep. Ling Qing covered her mouth and yawned. After working for 8 hours, she felt a little overwhelmed. Now, as long as she lay down, she could fall asleep immediately. Well, go to sleep. Good night. Wilderness survival. The 10th day. Good morning. It's another beautiful day. Yu stretched his body. After the wall was built, he could finally sleep well without any worries. Good morning, Mr. Yu. Ling Qing smiled sweetly and greeted Yu. After working, he slept very well. Today we are going to catch wild goats. Yu smiled and said. Because of the brick and tile issues in the past 2 days, he didn't have time to see if the wild goats were still there. It should take another day for the earth bricks to be completely dried. So today they can go and see the wild goats. His purpose today was not just to see them, mainly to go hunting. If they could catch one alive, that would be great. In this way, they could not only get a lot of mutton, but also a piece of good sheepskin, which is a good thing in winter. It can be made into a sheepskin coat, and it can also be used as a wool blanket at night. Really? Ling Qing's face was excited. If they could hunt a sheep today, that would be great. They would have mutton soup to drink in the next period of time. Of course. But before I set off, I have to make a bow and arrow by myself. By the way, did you have any hemp left when you were making straw sandals a few days ago? Qin Yu asked Ling Qing with a sidelong glance. The bow and arrow I want to make must be powerful enough. Otherwise, I can't deal with large animals like wild goats. I thought about using the pig trap last time. But then I thought about it. Wild goats are very vigilant and very agile. Even the 3-safety trap may not be able to catch them. So I can only change to hunting with bows and arrows. With my current speed and strength, as long as I can shoot the wild goats, they will definitely have no chance to escape. Yeah, there are still some left. But not much. Ling Qing nodded. Because although the 2 pairs of straw sandals look like a little bit, the hemp consumption is still quite a lot. Let me see how much is left. Actually, Qin Yu's main purpose was to use the hemp to make a bow string. So he didn't need too much. Yes, I'll give it to you. Ling Qing nodded, and quickly gave Qin Yu the remaining hemp from making straw sandals. There was still a fist-sized bundle left. Enough? He didn't need much. So this bundle was completely enough. Okay, let's wash up and eat first, then start making bows and arrows. Qin Yu put the hemp aside. Making bows and arrows was not a very troublesome thing, because when he was a child, his favorite thing to play was slingshots and bows and arrows. Of course, this was also his only toy when he was a child. After eating some fried banana chips and some fruits, Ling Qing started to wash the pot, and Qin Yu started to make bows and arrows. Originally, Qin Yu wanted to use split bamboo as the bow arm, but after thinking about it, although bamboo is very tough as a bow string, the power of the shot will be lacking. It is okay to hunt some small animals, but it is not suitable for large animals such as wild goats. The hibiscus branch is not only very flexible, but also very hard and difficult to bend. For ordinary people, hibiscus branches are not suitable for bow arms at all, because it is too laborious. Even if it is made, there are very few people who can pull it open for normal use. But Qin Yu is different. Qin Yu's current strength seems to be 4 times that of a normal person, and he is not a weak normal person. So it is not difficult for him to pull the bough made of hibiscus tree. And the hemp twisted into a rope has a very strong bearing capacity. The bow he wants to make can be said to be a combination of strong forces. Qin Yu first peeled off all the bark of the hibiscus tree, and then rubbed the hibiscus tree with sand, so that his hands would not slip. Qin Yu bit it hard and it could be bent, but it was very tough. It's perfect. Qin Yu looked at the hibiscus branch in his hand, which was about as thick as 2 thumbs and 1 meter long. Qin Yu, the twine is twisted. Can you see if it works? At this time, Ling Qing brought the twisted twine over. Yes, just right. Qin Yu looked at the twine in Ling Qing's hand, which was folded 4 times, enough to bear a weight of more than 100 to 200 kilograms. No problem at all. Then Qin Yu used a military knife to cut a groove at both ends of the hibiscus to prevent the bowstring from slipping. Then Qin Yu bent the hibiscus with both hands, which was definitely comparable to a 70 to 80 kilogram arm strength bar. Come on. Tie the twine tightly at both ends. After bending the bow arm, Qin Yu said to Ling Qing. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded quickly. She knew that Qin Yu was struggling. 2 minutes later, the hibiscus bow was finally made. Qin Yu felt very comfortable, and it was very easy to hold. Then soak the hemp rope in water. After soaking in water, the hemp rope will have stronger bearing capacity. Qin Yu, let me try to see if I can pull it open. Hee hee. Looking at the hibiscus bough in Jimo's hand, Ling Qing became interested and wanted to give it a try. Are you sure? Qin Yu smiled slyly and said, TSK. You look down on me. What's so uncertain about this? Ling Qing curled her lips and rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. This guy clearly looked down on me. Of course not. Here. Qin Yu held back his laughter and handed the bow to Ling Qing. He had already predicted the embarrassing situation that would follow. Humph. Isn't it just a bow? How could I not be able to pull it? Open. 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 Ling Qing had already started to pull the bow while speaking. But after saying the word open for a long time, the bow did not move at all. Ling Qing didn't know whether it was because he used too much strength to pull the bow, or because the situation was too embarrassing. A blush appeared on his face. What's the matter? You can't pull it open, Chen Yu asked seriously, looking at Ling Qing's arrogant expression. But he was very happy in his heart. How? How is it possible? I was just warming up. Appeal. Ling Qing pouted and took a deep breath. With his waist and horse in one, all the strength in his body gathered in his arms. Ling Qing felt that he was full of strength at this moment. However, okay, I admit, I can't pull it open. Ling Qing was discouraged in an instant. Chapter 668, an embarrassing scene. She looked so angry. Quite cute. Wow. Miss Ling Qing's angry expression is so cute. She was so confident just now. But she broke down in a second. So funny. But to be honest, Chen Yu actually used the hibiscus tree to make the bow arm. Can he pull it open by himself? I'm very curious. I'm curious too. The pussy is full of Chen Yu. But if he can't pull it open later, it will be so embarrassing. I have the same idea. Let's all witness the embarrassing scene together. In the live broadcast room, most people can't wait to see the embarrassing scene of Chen Yu being unable to pull the bow he made himself. After all, Ling Qing pulled the bow, and it didn't move at all. Although Ling Qing is a girl, she has a lot of strength from the work she did a few days ago. While the audience in the live broadcast room was waiting to see Chen Yu make a fool of himself, Chen Yu had already made more than a dozen bamboo arrows. Chen Yu, are you done? Ling Qing looked at the dozen bamboo arrows that were polished straight and smooth by the sand and asked Chen Yu. Just a little bit. Chen Yu raised a sinister arc at the corner of his mouth, and then walked towards the chicken coop step by step. Little brother and sister, I'm sorry for you. Hee hee. Chen Yu smiled cunningly and plucked all the feathers on the rooster's tail. Of course, the hen was not spared from Chen Yu's ravage. There are 14 feathers in total. The rooster's tail feathers are longer, so 2 arrow feathers can be made. If so, I can make 24 bamboo arrows. Chen Yu calculated that with so many bamboo arrows, he should be able to kill a lot of prey. Hey Chen Yu, why did you pluck the chicken's tail? Ling Qing looked at the pheasant with bare buttocks behind it and asked in confusion. The pheasant without tail feathers looks so ugly. This is used to make arrow feathers. When the arrow is shot, it can balance and ensure the direction, Chen Yu explained. If there are no arrow feathers on the arrow, it is difficult to ensure the direction and balance of the arrow. Oh, so that's it. Ling Qing scratched his head, and then asked Chen Yu with a conspiratorial look. I didn't draw the bow just now. Did you laugh at me secretly? I want to watch you draw it now. If you can't, just wait to be laughed at by me mercilessly. Do you want to watch me draw the bow? Then you can watch it. But if you want to laugh at me, you may not have that chance. Chen Yu shook his head gently. How could he not be able to draw the bow he made himself? Who? Then Chen Yu took a deep breath, and held the bow arm tightly with his right hand, holding the bamboo arrow tightly between his left and right index and middle fingers. Then he pulled hard, and the hibiscus bow was easily pulled open. Whoosh! The next moment, the 2 fingers loosened, and the arrow flew out instantly with the sound of breaking through the air. Buzz! Then, when a subtle buzzing sound sounded, the bamboo arrow accurately shot into a tree trunk 60 meters away from the shelter. Yes. Perfect. 100 points. Chen Yu clenched his fist and made a self-encouragement gesture. For his performance just now, he gave the highest score. No. Impossible? Ling Qing blinked his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't believe it at all. Chen Yu actually pulled open such a heavy bow? And the bamboo arrow was actually nailed directly on the tree trunk. What kind of strength is this? Ling Qing finally summed up 5 words in his heart. Chen Yu is a god. Oh my god. This guy is a god. Right? Chen Yu actually pulled open the hibiscus bow so easily? Chen Yu must have practiced before. Those who wanted to see Chen Yu's embarrassment just now got slapped in the face. 6666. 6666. After a minute of shock in the live broadcast room, the screen was instantly occupied by 666. Very smooth. We can set off. Chen Yu pulled the bow several times with the empty string. Feeling very good. It seems that there should be gains today. 15 bamboo arrows. 7 of them are more blunt, and 8 are relatively pointed. As for why it is divided into this, Chen Yu naturally uses his own plans. The animals hunting are different. And the cultivation of cultivation is naturally different. Some animals Chinyu wants to shoot directly, and some animals do not need to kill directly. Then Chinyu packed all the bamboo arrows into the bamboo tube and carried him behind. It seems that the image of the wild hunter. When the shelter was out of the shelter, Chin Yushuan pulled down the cultivation of the trunk. The two began to set off and walk towards the bamboo forest. Now that they have this kind of strong bow, they don't have to worry about encountering bears and leopards. There is no animal that can't be solved by an arrow. If there is, it must be that my posture is not handsome enough. The power of the hibiscus bow in my hand is very strong. Even if I can't shoot and neutralize the leopard directly, I will definitely not let them have a good time. Half an hour later, Chen Yu and Ling Qing appeared in the bamboo forest. No traces. It's still the sheep dung from before. Chen Yu looked at the only way to enter the bamboo forest. The sheep dung in front of him was still left before. It seems that the sheep have not been active in this area recently. Ah! They won't. Had they already run away? Could they have been scared away by the bear a few days ago? Ling Qing asked in surprise and disappointment. It's very likely. Chen Yu nodded. In addition to eating fish, bears also catch some animals for food. And those wild goats will definitely be frightened when they see bears. Even if they have moved. It's not surprising. Then what should we do now? Ling Qing asked in disappointment and at a loss. Their original purpose was to catch wild goats. Now that the wild goats have run away, won't their plan go to waste? Not necessarily. Let's look for them again. Even if the wild goats have moved, there will be other prey in this place. Chen Yu was not as pessimistic as Ling Qing thought. Just because they hadn't been found yet didn't mean they had left. Even if they had really run away, they could still live well. After all, they still had wild boar meat. A lot of rabbits and pheasants. If it really didn't work out, they could eat leopard meat and bear meat. Let's go! Let's go to the place where the wild goats appeared last time, Chen Yu said to Ling Qing. And then he strode out. Ling Qing could only follow him, feeling a little disappointed. When the two walked to the place where the wild goats appeared last time, there was no sign of the wild goats either. Moreover, Chen Yu carefully observed the damage to some bushes and the degree of drying of the goat manure. They should have been gone for 2 or 3 days. Does it really seem to have left? Chapter 669 solved it with a rope. Chen Yu frowned. Disappointment is inevitable. But that's how it is in the wilderness. Nothing is expected. Forget it. Chen Yu, don't be too disappointed. Don't we still have pheasants and hares? Hee hee. Seeing Chen Yu a little disappointed, Ling Qing quickly spoke to comfort him. If both of them are affected by the negative emotions of loss, it will not be a good thing. It's okay. Isn't this the case in this kind of place? No one can control everything. Let's go! Let's go to the river to see. There will be many animals drinking water there in the morning. Even if we can't catch goats, we may get other gains. Chen Yu smiled. Although the wild goat, mutton and wool blanket were gone, he could not let negative emotions affect him. After walking for more than 20 minutes, the two came to the stream. Wait a minute. Chen Yu suddenly shouted softly. What's wrong? Ling Qing was startled by Chen Yu's sudden voice. Look! It's the footprints of the wild goat. And it's very clear. It must have been left last night or this morning. Looking at the footprints of the wild goat under his feet, Chen Yu's disappointment was instantly swept away. This means that the wild goat has not left, but ran to the stream. Still up there. Let's follow them. The footprints of wild goats go up. And if we follow the stream, we will definitely find them. Yeah! Hearing Chen Yu's words, Ling Qing nodded excitedly, and didn't expect the wild goats to run to such a place. If Chen Yu hadn't been there, he would have given up. The two of them walked up the river quietly, fearing that the wild goats would run away. 10 minutes later, the herd of wild goats finally appeared in everyone's sight again. It was still the same 9 goats, eating grass with their heads down, without any sense of danger. You stay here first. The two of you make too much noise. Chen Yu turned his head and spoke to Ling Qing in a low voice. Chen Yu and Ling Qing nodded and held their breath, fearing that if they breathed too hard, they would scare the goat away. Give me the leather rope. This was Chen Yu's second plan. Although the power of the hibiscus bow and arrow was very strong, it was impossible to make the goat lose its ability to move immediately. So Chen Yu would rush up and use the rope to kill the wild goat the moment the bamboo arrow hit it. Ling Qing silently handed the rope to Chen Yu. Whether he could eat mutton or not, it was a matter of one move. He couldn't help But he definitely couldn't become a burden to Chinyu. Chinyu took the rope and pinned it to the side of his pants. Like a cheetah looking for food. Using the grass and branches of the bushes as cover. He moved forward little by little. There was almost no movement or sound. Can Chinyu really shoot the goat? Oh my god. I held my breath watching. That's right. It made me nervous too. I think it's difficult. I have to admit that Chinyu's hibiscus bow is very powerful. But there is absolutely no way to kill the wild goat with one shot. So it's very suspenseful. Yes. I am a little worried now. I am afraid that Chinyu will shoot the goat and let it escape. And then it will be like the last jackal. Making wedding clothes for others. If Chinyu can catch a wild goat this time, I will reward him with a supercar, +1. Stop spamming. Just watch carefully. In the second live broadcast room, everyone was nervous. As if they were in the scene. And Chinyu was hunched over. Moving forward. And moving forward. 80 meters. 60 meters. 50 meters. This distance is not enough. Chinyu's nervous sweat slid down from his eyebrows. At a distance of 50 meters, he had a 90% chance of hitting the wild goat. But if it ran away after being hit, he might not be able to catch up. We must move forward a little further. Chinyu swallowed his saliva and moved forward little by little. A wild goat suddenly stopped eating grass and suddenly looked up at Chinyu. Chinyu's body suddenly stopped. Like a rock. Completely still. Not even daring to breathe. After watching for 10 seconds, the wild goat found that there was no danger. So it lowered its head and started eating grass again. Chinyu gritted his teeth and moved forward another 5 meters. A distance of about 40 meters. My current speed is definitely 11 or 12 meters per second. A distance of 40 meters. Plus the moment of starting. Should only take 4 seconds. It should be enough. Chinyu had roughly estimated the time in his mind. Then, it's your turn. Chinyu fixed his eyes on the pot-bellied ewe. He didn't know if she had eaten too much or if there was a lamb in her belly. But no matter what, she would be his most ideal target. And that size would definitely affect her speed. Whether I can eat mutton or wear a sheepskin coat depends on this. Chinyu slowly pulled the hibiscus bough, almost pulling it to the full. The next second, whoosh, the bamboo arrow shot out like a bullet, at an extremely fast speed, and appeared in front of the wild goat in almost an instant, without giving it any time to react. The bamboo arrow directly hit the wild goat's front thigh near its neck. The terrifying force carried by the bamboo arrow directly shot the goat several meters away. At the moment the bamboo arrow was shot, Chinyu's body, like a cheetah lurking for a long time, instantly pounced on the prey. Me. The female goat screamed miserably due to the severe pain and sudden fright. The other goats immediately scattered wildly. Before the female goat could react and struggle to stand up, Chinyu hugged the wild goat's neck. The body rolled several times on the ground. Chinyu underestimated the strength of the wild goat. Even an injured goat can inspire powerful strength when its life is threatened. After rolling several circles, the wild goat suddenly stood up and dragged Chinyu to run wildly. Chinyu held the wild goat's neck tightly with one hand, and took out the hibiscus bark from his waist with the other hand, and put it directly on the goat's neck. While the bark rope was put on the wild goat's neck, Chinyu flashed out like an agile cheetah, and appeared directly behind a tree as thick as an arm, and tied the bark rope firmly to the tree. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The wild goat was directly pulled to the ground. After Chinyu tied the bark rope to the tree, he grabbed the goat's horns with both hands and pressed the goat firmly to the ground. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. The goat made a desperate cry. Ling Qing was confused and opened her eyes wide. Everything that happened just now seemed to be played several times faster. Before she could react, Chinyu had already caught the wild goat. Hey, Miss Ling Qing. Why are you standing there? Bring the rope over. Chinyu looked at Ling Qing, who was confused 100 meters away, and said with a smile, Chapter 670 Law of Nature. Although I was injured when I caught this big guy just now, the excitement of catching a goat is beyond words. Oh. Okay. Ling Qing nodded woodenly, and quickly ran towards Chinyu with the rope. Chinyu. Are you okay? Ling Qing looked at Chinyu. His arm was scratched and bleeding. There were several red marks on his lower abdomen, which were obviously caused by being stepped on by a wild goat just now. It's okay. The skin injury will heal soon. Chinyu shook his head. This injury was not a big deal for him, and he would recover soon. Chinyu is awesome, broken voice. Chinyu is awesome +10010. Fuck. Nothing to say. Chen Yu is awesome. This guy is either a god or a psychopath. Normal people can never do this. Amazing speed and courage. This guy is amazing. I wanted to use luxurious words to praise Chen Yu. But now all I can think of is, fuck. Awesome. 666. 666. Godlike operation. Reward and no explanation. By Sibuda Chi Jia. Reward Supercar * 10. The Laughing Little Witch. Reward Supercar * 1. Dully Gu. Reward Supercar * 5. For a while, the second live broadcast room exploded again, with barrages one after another, and rewards. 666 to fly. Those who promised to reward Chen Yu if he caught the goat all kept their promise. In just a few minutes, the rewards in the second live broadcast room were close to 500,000. This is the amount of rewards in other live broadcast rooms in 1 or 2 days. Of course, Chen Yu and Ling Qing in the wilderness didn't know what happened in the live broadcast room. They didn't even know if anyone was watching their live broadcast. After all, there are many brainless fans in China now, and most people watch this show for their favorite idols. Now the idol of the second group, that is, Kai Dagu, has withdrawn. It is estimated that there are only a few people left in their live broadcast room. At this time, Chen Yu had already tied the 4 legs of the wild goat tightly, and it was impossible for it to escape. Then he quickly untied the bark rope around its neck. It seems that there is a lamb in its stomach. Chen Yu touched the wild goat's stomach, which was beating violently. It was obviously not because it ate too much, or because it had exercised too vigorously just now. Ah, there is a lamb. A curious look suddenly appeared on Ling Qing's face. Aren't the stomachs of sheep relatively large? To be precise, that is their stomach. Then if it dies, won't the lamb in its stomach also die? Ling Qing's face showed a look of regret. It's not because of her overflowing love, but because if the ewe doesn't die, after keeping it in a pen for a period of time, they can get a lamb, and also get goat milk. That's for sure. But my arrow didn't hit its vital point, but hit its front leg, so it won't kill it. Chen Yu shook his head, also a little excited. Judging from the appearance of this sheep, it is estimated that it will not be too long before giving birth. I can keep it in captivity first. After all, it is still more than 2 months away from the real winter. During these 2 months, even if the nights are relatively cold, they can still survive. Chen Yu, we will kill it after it gives birth to a lamb. What do you think? Hearing Chen Yu's words, Ling Qing said happily. This is not because Ling Qing is cruel, but it is like this to survive in such a place. It is impossible to survive without food. Under the premise that life cannot be guaranteed, who can you pretend to be a saintly white lotus? So there is no need to pretend to be so sympathetic and delicate in front of the live audience. That would be too hypocritical. Okay, just like what I thought. Chen Yu nodded. He originally thought that Ling Qing would say, wow, the goat is so cute and pitiful. We don't want to eat it or something. But Ling Qing's words just now made him very fond of it. This is the attitude that a wilderness survivor should have. If you want to conquer the wilderness, you have to stand at the top of the food chain. The strong prey on the weak. It's just the law of nature. It seems that Ling Qing's pure and lovely personality is about to burst. Miss Ling Qing is a bit too cruel. She actually wants to wait for the ewe to give birth to the lamb and then kill it. It's a typical case of killing the donkey after it has done its job. You would care about this kind of thing when you can't even fill your stomach after capturing 2 saintly bitches alive? Sorry. I have a good impression of Ling Qing, and I have become her fan. Those 2 people who said Ling Qing was cruel are really disgusting. This is wilderness survival. Understand? The world of keyboard warriors. We don't understand. Miss Ling Qing is great. Much better than those stars who show off in other live broadcast rooms. That's right. Those things that put on a show in front of the audience make me feel sick. Ling Qing's words were like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up different splashes. With mixed reviews, in the special live broadcast room, Lin Bin, Xiao Chong and Xia Tingting agreed with Ling Qing and Chen Yu's decision very much. This is the truest side of human nature in the wilderness. Chen Yu and Ling Qing finally carried the goat back to their shelter after an hour. Wow. So tired. This guy is too heavy. After blocking the wild goat, Ling Qing rubbed her shoulders. At this time, she felt that her shoulders were not her own, although 90% of the power was from Chen Yu. I am a little tired, but today's tiredness is worth it. Chen Yu also rubbed his shoulders and said with a smile, Although this wild goat is a female and relatively small, it is definitely about 180 pounds. And Ling Qing only played a balancing role in the front all the way. And the real strength was all from her. So even with her strong body, she felt a little tired. Chun Yu, are you okay? Ling Qing asked with concern. But when she saw the wound on Chun Yu's arm, she was shocked. Because the scratch on Chun Yu's arm had begun to scab, leaving only some blood stains. You recovered too fast, didn't you? Ling Qing couldn't help but shout out. Well, I said, my recovery ability is very strong. This little injury is nothing. Chun Yu smiled and replied. But he was also a little surprised in his heart. His current recovery ability is too strong. The scratches on his arms, and the place where the sheep stepped on his abdomen have no feeling at all. What a strange guy. Ling Qing muttered softly. Even if his recovery ability is strong, this kind of scratch scabs in more than an hour. Which is too fast. Okay. You take a rest first. I'll make a sheepfold for our sheep. Chun Yu patted Ling Qing on the shoulder and said, sheepfolds are much simpler than chicken coops. Because the chicken coop must have small intervals to prevent chickens from running out. But for sheepfolds, such fat sheep, even if the intervals are a little larger, it doesn't matter. Chapter 671 Unacceptable. But now there is a big problem. Their entire shelter is only more than 30 square meters. If the rabbit nest, chicken coop, and sheepfold are all placed in the yard, the space in the yard will be very small, and the smell of sheep manure is really unbearable. But if the sheepfold is built outside the shelter, leopards and bears will appear every day, which is really worrying. Forget it. Let's build it outside the shelter. After thinking for a while, Chun Yu finally chose to build the sheepfold outside the shelter, because the smell inside is really unbearable, and I have no mood to eat or sleep. Even if I build it outside, as long as my fence is high enough and I put some thorns outside, those animals should have no way to deal with it. Even if they really come. My hibiscus bough is not vegetarian. Maybe I can leave them with me at that time. After thinking about it, Chun Yu no longer hesitated and went to the bamboo forest with his saber and bow and arrow again. Cut some more bamboo, vines and thorns, and build a solid sheepfold. Nearly an hour and a half later, Chun Yu came back carrying more than a dozen bamboos, as well as some thorns and vines. In his hand, he also held a bamboo tube filled with milky white liquid. Chun Yu, what's in your hand? Is it the new drink you found? Ling Qing looked at the milky white liquid in Chun Yu's hand and asked curiously. It's as white as milk. It should be a drink. Right? Drink? Heh. Chun Yu chuckled and put down the bamboo and thorns on his shoulder. If this thing is a drink, it may be the most unpalatable drink. Chun Yu looked at the white liquid in the bamboo tube and said, Oh! Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what this is. Ling Qing couldn't wait to know what was in the bamboo tube in Chun Yu's hand. Poison. A poison that kills instantly. Chun Yu was very serious and said straightforwardly. What? Poison? Are you kidding? Looking at Chun Yu's serious expression, Ling Qing was a little confused. Why did Chun Yu make this kind of poison? Or was he joking with himself? But looking at Chun Yu's serious expression, it shouldn't be a joke. Why am I joking about this? Chun Yu shrugged. The thing in his hand was indeed poison. And it was a highly toxic poison. The arrow poison tree, also known as the Strictus nuts vomica, is the most poisonous tree in the world. Its juice, as long as a little bit of it is on the wound of a person or an animal, will immediately cause heart paralysis, arrhythmia, blood vessel closure, blood coagulation, and even suffocation and death. In some places, there is a saying about the arrow poison tree, which is 7 up, 8 down, 9 down. It means that once you are poisoned by the arrow poison tree, you can only take 7 steps to the top and 8 steps to the bottom. But no matter what, you will fall to the ground and die after taking the 9th step. This venom can help him deal with those large beasts, whether it is a bear or a leopard, as long as they are shot by his poison arrows. Then the only consequence for them is death. Then, what kind of poison is this? Ling Qing subconsciously stepped back. The words bloody throat made her feel a chill on her back. The name of this venom is called blood-killing venom. I use it to deal with those big guys who are planning to attack us. After Chun Yu finished speaking, he made a stopper with other bamboos and plugged the bamboo tube tightly. Otherwise, if they touch it, it will be troublesome, especially since the wound on his arm has not healed completely. Oh! Ling Qing nodded. The name of this thing seems to be more frightening than a bear. Okay. Don't be so nervous. This thing will be fine as long as it touches our wounds. Looking at Ling Qing, who was nervous and uneasy, Qin Yu comforted her. I'm not nervous with you here. After being comforted by Qin Yu, Ling Qing smiled and said, he always brings people a sense of security. Well, then I'll make the sheepfold first. You take out a few banana taro and crush them. Then put them in a jar of water. I'll make hot pot for us tonight. Banana taro is rich in starch. After crushing, the starch will condense at the bottom of the jar. And then after drying, it can be made into vermicelli like noodles. It's very delicious to eat it. Yeah. I'll make it right away. Ling Qing nodded. The attraction of hot pot is still very great. Qin Yu began to make the sheepfold, considering that wild animals would appear at night. Qin Yu directly cut the bamboo into 4-meter-long sections, 1 meter of which was buried in the soil, so that it would be more solid. The 3-meter-high sheepfold is a big challenge even for tigers and lions with excellent jumping ability. For bears, it is even more impossible to jump so high. After the bamboo is surrounded, the thorns are fixed on the sheepfold with rattan, which will be more secure. The most time-consuming part of this work is digging holes. Dozens of holes 1 meter deep are also not an easy task. After nearly 3 hours, Qin Yu's sheepfold was finally completed. He deliberately tested it and found it to be very strong. Then Qin Yu untied the rope of the wild goat, pulled out the arrow on the front leg, applied some herbs, and put it in. The wild goats that had just been put into the sheepfold fled everywhere, but they calmed down after being pricked by thorns several times. Qin Yu picked some grass around the shelter and threw it into the sheepfold, and then ignored the wild goats. After finishing all this, Ling Qing's lunch was ready. Boiled banana taro, steamed catfish, and white-cut meat. I didn't expect that your cooking skills have improved in just a few days. Qin Yu looked at the 3 dishes on the table and praised Ling Qing. Of course, I'm a genius. The kind that can learn by myself. It seems that after being with Qin Yu for a long time, Ling Qing has no idea how to write the word modesty. She said with a proud look on her face. Yes. Yes. Miss Ling Qing is the best. Qin Yu nodded and praised perfunctorily while eating. TSK. Too perfunctory. Ling Qing glanced at Qin Yu, but she was still happy in her heart. Qin Yu, I feel that our current shelter is so small. After joking, Ling Qing spoke seriously. Originally, at the beginning, she felt that the 30-square-meter shelter was quite good and spacious enough. But now there is a stove and a cellar in the yard, and pheasants and rabbits are raised, so there is not much space left in the yard. After entering, it gives people a feeling of being cramped. Yes, it is true. Chapter 672, Relieving Boredom. Qin Yu nodded. They have only been here for 10 days, and the yard has been used up. And in the future, they will definitely have other animals to join their farm. If this continues, the yard will not be enough. Isn't there an open area behind our shelter? When we have built the brick house and have some free time, let's build a farm behind it. Qin Yu thought about it and said, to live for a year. This is very necessary. And now he has all the equipment for building earth walls. And he will be able to build a rough framework in a few days. But with a detailed division. Several areas can be separated. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded. That's what she meant. Although there are pheasants and rabbits to entertain them now, the whole shelter will be filled with the stench of their feces over time. This is definitely unbearable. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. We have to take it slowly. This afternoon, let's go find some wild vegetables. And we'll have hot pot tonight. Qin Yu smiled and said. In fact, he himself missed the taste of hot pot very much. And now they have a lot of things complete. And they are fully qualified. Are we really eating hot pot? That's great. Ling Qing thought Qin Yu just mentioned it casually before. Unexpectedly, what he said was true. After lunch, at the hottest time of the day, the two of them carried backpacks, took 2 bottles of water, and some figs and set off. Every time they went out to find food, the place and distance were different, because this would help them understand the island faster and better, understand what other available resources are around them. After walking for more than an hour, the two picked up some small thistles, nettles, and wild alfalfa in their backpacks. But it was enough for a hot pot tonight. After all, neither of them was a big eater, so it was enough for dinner. Look, there's something good over there. Qin Yu looked ahead. About 50 meters away, there was a small deciduous tree. It is covered with red fruits. Now is the early autumn season, and many fruits are ripe. So this is a very lucky thing for them who survive in the wilderness. Ah, it's wild jujube. Ling Qing shouted excitedly. There are a lot of this kind of thing in their countryside. And she recognized it at a glance. Wild jujube is rich in trace elements and vitamin C. Its nutritional value is several times that of jujube and 20 to 30 times that of citrus. So in the market, the price is very high. Oh, you actually know wild jujube? Qin Yu looked at Ling Qing in disbelief. After all, the figs and wild jujubes grow in similar places. But Ling Qing didn't know figs. Humph! You underestimate the knowledge of a rural child. Ling Qing tilted his head and ran towards the wild jujube. Run slowly. Be careful not to fall. Qin Yu reminded behind him. Here. Try it. Ling Qing picked a handful of jujubes and handed 3 or 4 to Qin Yu. Qin Yu tasted it and found it sweet with a little sourness. Very suitable for quenching thirst and very delicious. Minister. The faint woody sweetness of green dates. Qin Yu. Why don't we pick all the wild dates back? After this month, they will all fall and return to the dust. Wild dates usually fall in early August. And after being eaten by ants and other insects, they can no longer be eaten. And now it is July 14th. About half a month. Okay. Qin Yu nodded. If he can't find other resources in this place, he may not come here again. So now we can pick all these wild dates back, and we don't have to come here again. Time passed little by little. And more than 3 hours later, the two returned to the shelter again. At this time, the two people's backs were full of wild vegetables and wild jujubes. There were small thistles, nettles, sedge, dandelions, and other wild vegetables. This kind of wild vegetables is best used for cold salad in early spring when it just pops up. But now it is early autumn, so it is naturally not so tender. But there is no problem with using it to cook hot pot. And generally these are basically both medicinal and edible ingredients, which are very good for the body. Okay, let's start making hot pot. You cut some meat slices, wild ginger and green onions, and boil the thick soup first, Qin Yu said while pinching the starch, which was almost completely dried. Then Qin Yu went to find a clean and flat stone slab and washed it to make the chopping board for kneading noodles. First, the starch was kneaded into a dough. Then a bamboo pole of uniform thickness was found. The surface was scraped off, and it was polished with sand, and then washed and used as a rolling pin. Of course, starch does not have the ductility of flour, but its toughness is particularly good. After half an hour, Qin Yu rolled out the starch ball and cut it into wide noodles. Qin Yu, my pot base is ready. Are you ready? Ling Qing asked impatiently. Ready. Qin Yu responded and took the cut noodles. Ling Qing used catfish as the pot base. The milky white pot base was paired with green scallions and red wild pepper, which looked very appetizing. Put the vermicelli in the pot. Add some wild vegetables, and we can eat it right away. 5 minutes later, the vermicelli had probably softened and was ready to be served. But the vermicelli made by Qin Yu was not so chewy. When making vermicelli in the countryside before, most people added some alum to increase the chewiness of the vermicelli. But they don't have that now. And eating too much of it is not good for the human body. And now the country has clearly stipulated that it is illegal to add alum to make vermicelli. The vermicelli seems to be ready. And now you can add vegetables to it. Qin Yu looked at the vermicelli in the pot, and it was ready to eat. Then he put the washed chicory, dandelions, and other wild vegetables into the pot. Although this kind of wild vegetables is not so tender, it is a vegetable after all. And it is easy to mature. Wow! It looks so appetizing. Qin Yu. Ling Qing swallowed hard, with excitement in his eyes. Then let's start eating. Just from the appearance, it is really attractive. There is meat, fish, vermicelli and vegetables. This kind of life is really too good. Well, vermicelli is especially delicious. Qin Yu, you are really good. Ling Qing ate a vermicelli, with a gleam in his eyes, and nodded to Qin Yu in praise. Chapter 673 Enjoying Life. Originally, when she came to the show Wild Survival, she was prepared to eat wild vegetables and old bookworms. Now that she thinks about it, it seems that they have had particularly good food since they arrived on this island. There are fish, meat, vegetables, and now vermicelli and wheat. And most importantly, They now have their own ranch. This kind of life does not feel like wilderness survival, but more like a yearning life. Tried dandelions. Although it is a bit astringent, it is also very delicious. Chunyu nodded, picked up a dandelion and put it in his mouth. Spicy, astringent and delicious. And this dish is also delicious. The two kept putting food into their bowls, both with excited looks. There was laughter and chatter. It was very heartwarming. Ah! Too much. Chinyu and his friends are really too much. Can't they turn off the camera when eating? I agree. Seeing how delicious they are eating, I want to go eat hot pot. Strongly request the director team to increase the difficulty. These two guys are simply enjoying life. Didn't the people above see the thrilling scene of Chinyu fighting with the jackal and the wild goat? You still want to increase the difficulty. Do you want them to come back alive? That's right. The reason why they live well is because they work hard. Right? Why are you so jealous? The comments on the barrage were full of sour comments, all thinking that Chinyu and his friends live too well. The program team should increase the difficulty appropriately. Of course, some people also think that the reason why they live well is because of their own efforts. Chinyu is a tough guy who fights head-on with jackals for a wild boar. If the members of other groups also have this kind of courage, they probably won't be hungry. Chinyu and Ling Qing took a bath after dinner. Night has fallen, although it seems to be a leisurely day today. They caught a pregnant wild goat. This is the biggest gain. I can have a good sleep tonight, recharge my energy, and build a house tomorrow. Lying in the shelter, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. The workload tomorrow is still quite large, but building a house is something people look forward to. Yeah, I can finally go to bed early tonight. People will feel especially good after eating, Ling Qing said playfully, thinking about the new house they will build tomorrow. I am a little excited. Go to sleep. Go to bed early and get up early. Good night. Chinyu gently turned his head and said to Ling Qing with a smile. At that moment, Ling Qing was actually in a trance for a moment. It seemed that something touched his heartstrings. Chinyu, if we really won the final victory and got a bonus of 400 million, what do you want to do most? Ling Qing suddenly supported his head with his arms, turned to Chinyu, and asked curiously. Chinyu pondered for a while and shook his head gently. I don't know. I used to think that 400 million is an astronomical figure. I can do a lot of things with it, but I really never thought about what to do with it. I think many people would be at a loss when they have so much money in an instant, and they don't know what to do. Buy a house? A big house? Or buy 2 breakfasts and eat one and throw one away? Or buy a sports car and go to the place where I used to work or go to school to show off to my former colleagues or teachers who often looked down on me? I used to feel that this was very cool and fulfilling. But now I think about it, it seems quite boring. It seems that life here is more fulfilling and interesting. What about you? If we can hold on to the end, you can also get 200 million. What are you going to do? Chinyu asked back. As for me, Ling Qing thought for a moment and said happily, if I really have 200 million, I will harden all the dirt roads in our village, and then take my younger brothers and sisters and grandma to travel around the country. Ling Qing finished speaking. Her face was full of happiness and longing. This is her wish, and it is also the reason why she took the risk to sign up for this program. Is this your dream? It seems a bit childish. Chinyu smiled. Although he said childish, his eyes were full of envy. If I also have a younger brother, sister or grandma, my wish should be similar to Ling Qing's. Childish? No. Ling Qing pouted. In her opinion, this is her biggest dream. Hey Chinyu. That, you really don't have a girlfriend? Ling Qing skipped the previous topic and asked with a smile. Try not to be so embarrassed. Is this true? Do you think any woman would be interested in a geek like me who has no money and no house? Chinyu laughed bitterly. In this realistic society, no woman would choose to jump into the fire pit. TSK. You are too modest. Or the girls you knew before are blind. Ling Qing curled her lips. There is no doubt that Chinyu is the most powerful and knowledgeable boy she has ever seen. So what type of girls do you like? Hey, don't you think you are too gossipy? I think you should be a reporter when you go back. Go to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow. Chirp, chirp. Early in the morning, the diligent birds made a crisp sound that made people feel a little annoyed. Chinyu sat up and stretched, and after yawning, He felt much more energetic. Another beautiful day. The 11th day. Come on. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chinyu walked outside the shelter to look at his wild goats. It seemed that no large animals had any intention of attacking them last night. Good morning, Mr. Chinyu. Ling Qing also jumped out with her hands behind her back and greeted Chinyu with a sweet smile. Good morning, Miss Ling Qing. Chinyu also nodded. After chatting last night, his good impression of Ming Qing increased a few points. A girl who is filial to the elderly and loves children must not be too bad. What do you want to eat for breakfast today? Ling Qing asked. Obviously, after learning how to cook, she wanted to take over this trivial work. Since ancient times, men have been responsible for the outside world and women for the inside world. Her thoughts are more traditional, so she can completely accept this concept. Today, there is no bread, so let's eat banana taro and drink some goat milk. Chinyu looked at the wild goats in the sheepfold. At this time, the wild goats seem to be about to give birth in the next few days, so there must be milk, which can be used to supply breakfast for the two of them. Anyway, as long as they give more grass, it will be a compensation for it. Oh, how could I forget the sheep? I'll go get the cup now. Ling Qing woke up from a dream and suddenly said excitedly. She actually completely forgot that they could still drink goat milk. Chapter 674 Goat Milk. If you want to know the nutritional content of goat milk, it is definitely not comparable to meat such as fish or pork. After Ling Qing took out the cup, the two entered the sheep pen at the same time, because it was difficult to successfully squeeze out goat milk with Chinyu's strength alone. Two people must cooperate at the same time. Chinyu directly grabbed the sheep's horns and knocked the sheep down, while Ling Qing was responsible for milking. It must be said that the two cooperated very well, and they successfully squeezed out goat milk in 7 or 8 minutes. Great! Fresh goat milk. I haven't drunk it for a long time. Ling Qing held the cup and was as happy as a child who picked up candy. Chinyu sipped the goat milk in the cup and frowned. It was very thick and had a strong smell of mutton, and of course a faint sweetness. If the nutritional content of goat milk was not higher than that of cow milk, he would never drink such a bad drink. What's the matter? You can't get used to goat milk? Looking at Chinyu's tangled expression, Ling Qing asked, although he took a big sip. It tastes good. I think goat milk is very delicious. Why do some people always get used to it? Different people have different tastes. Compared with goat milk, I prefer snake meat. Chinyu also took a big sip, although he didn't like it. This thing could provide him with a lot of energy. There is no food that cannot be eaten in the wilderness, and it is goat milk with extremely high nutritional value. What a perverted hobby. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu with disdain. Although the snake meat last time was indeed delicious, but when I think of animals like snakes, I always feel uncomfortable all over. Go roast your banana taro. Chinyu smiled and gently pushed Ling Qing's forehead. This little girl is becoming more and more disrespectful. After eating the roasted banana taro, Chinyu tried the earth bricks, which were completely dry. That means he can build a brick house. The principle of building a brick house is very simple, but it is also very time-consuming to implement. I don't know if I can build a brick house in 2 days. The first step in building a house is the foundation. The general foundation is made of stone and cement. The advanced high-rise buildings will also be made of reinforced concrete. Of course, the life of this foundation can at least reach several decades. But I only need to stay here for a year, so there is no need to make it so strong. And there is no need to use stones to build the foundation. Of course, they can't get reinforced concrete under their current conditions, so they have to use the old method for their foundation. The way to build a wall. In this way, as long as I make the foundation higher, does it mean that there will be more bricks left? Chinyu suddenly patted his forehead. I was really stupid. Why didn't I think of making the foundation higher? In this way, I can have a lot of bricks left, so I can make the house bigger. And I can also use the remaining bricks to build a Kong. Thinking of this, Chinyu suddenly became clear. Okay, let's decide. Thinking of this, Chinyu made up his mind. He started to prepare, and Ling Qing also came to help. Originally, he planned to build a small house of about 16 square meters. But now, he could expand the house. There will be a lot of things in the house by then. If the area of their shelter is not enough, they can directly move the pheasants and rabbits to the open grassland behind. Then they can build a pasture. Okay, then do your best. Yu clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Yeah. We will have a new house to live in soon. Ling Qing was full of energy and nodded excitedly, thinking that they can live in a new house. They can't help but be excited and full of strength. Yu first dismantled the shelter where Kai Dawei and his friends lived, and then dug a half-meter deep and 30-centimeter wide earthen canal with the largest area. This first step alone took him nearly 3 hours. The next time, they started to lay the foundation. That is, to use the tools they used to build earth walls to build 3 1.5-meter foundations. Because the higher the foundation is, the more bricks they can save. After the earth channel of the foundation was broken, the two people who were full of energy began to lay the foundation. The sun set towards the west little by little, and a day passed quickly like this. The two people didn't know what time it was, but it had been a long time since night fell, and all kinds of strange calls sounded one after another. When the 3 foundations were all built, the two people with high morale couldn't bear it at all. The muscles all over the body were sore that they didn't want to move. I feel that my body is no longer my own. I feel like I'm going to die. Ling Qing lay in the shelter, feeling as if his whole body was hollowed out of strength, and his body didn't belong to him. I guess today will be unforgettable for you. Right? Yu looked at Ling Qing, who was already exhausted, and said jokingly, I guess she has never been as tired as today in her life. Well, this is indeed the most tiring day I can remember. Ling Qing still has a little difficulty breathing, and spoke intermittently. Although she grew up in the countryside, and has done a lot of farm work and housework, she thinks she has good physical fitness. But today's work is definitely the first time for her. But thinking that we will soon have a new house and a con to sleep on, I am particularly excited. So all the tiredness is worth it, Ling Qing said with a firm face. This may be the real tired and happy. Well, I have to admire you. Your attitude is still very good. Yu smiled and nodded. The attitude of smiling at life. Anyway, sometimes I can't do it. In this regard, I can't compare with Ling Qing. Give me your hand, Yu suddenly said with a serious face. Ah? Ling Qing was confused. She thought she heard it wrong. I said, give me your hand. Yu emphasized again. He wanted to do an experiment. What? Ling Qing was stunned, looking at Yu with some vigilance. He wouldn't take advantage of the fact that I don't have the strength to resist and do something to me? And there's no camera now. Lin. Yu. What are you doing? We can't do this, we're still so old. Ling Qing looked at Yu tremblingly, but was interrupted by Yu before she finished. Hey, you little girl. What kind of naughty things are you thinking about all day long? Am I that kind of person? Yu naturally knew what Ling Qing was thinking. After all, in this wilderness, a man and a woman alone. Chapter 675 The Extent of the Law. I have learned some acupoint massage before, which can help relieve physical fatigue. Understand? Yu looked at Ling Qing with contempt. If he really wanted that, could she still resist? But this is a society ruled by law, and he naturally would not force himself to do things that violate the law. Now he may be able to violate the law. Oh, so that's it. Ling Qing's cheeks flushed instantly, and she looked embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. What else do you think? Yu smiled playfully and asked back. I thought it was also acupoint massage. Ling Qing responded awkwardly, and quickly handed over her hand. Yu grabbed Ling Qing's delicate hands. Although Ling Qing said that she had done rough work since she was a child, but her hands were very soft and tender, as if her fingers had never touched spring water. Yu gently pinched Ling Qing's knuckles, and then increased the strength little by little. How is it? Yu then asked. No feeling. A little pain. Ling Qing shook her head. Except for the pain of pinching the knuckles. It had no effect at all. Then Yu's face suddenly became serious. He could feel a ray of cool energy flowing through his body. From the body, all the way to his hands. What's going on? I suddenly feel a very cool feeling in my body, and my strength is starting to come back little by little. Ling Qing looked at Yu in amazement. This is too magical. Yu just pinched his hands, and he actually had such a comfortable and magical reaction. Okay, now take a rest, and you won't be sore tomorrow. Yu let go of Ling Qing's hand. In fact, he just wanted to try his healing ability to see if it could help others besides himself. Now it seems that although it is not as fast as healing his own body, it still works. Besides, Ling Qing was really too tired today. Many people will feel weak the next day when they are extremely tired. And some people may not be able to walk at all. In this case, in addition to the possibility that it is caused by long-term lack of exercise, there is also a situation of potassium deficiency and hypokalemia. Friends with this situation and more serious ones can go to the hospital for a checkup. Chunyu. What's going on? How come you just pinched me like that, and I felt much better and less sore? Ling Qing asked curiously. This is too magical. Ling Qing was more convinced that Chunyu was either a god or a half-god. Don't he understand? This is the charm of traditional Chinese medicine left by our ancestors. Western medicine can never achieve such a magical effect. Chunyu smiled. Of course, he couldn't tell Ling Qing his secret, so he could only let the Chinese medicine doctor take the blame. Oh, so that's it. It's amazing. I'm interested in Chinese medicine acupoint massage. Can you teach me tomorrow? Ling Qing looked at Chunyu with her big watery eyes and asked eagerly. Sorry. This is our secret technique, which is passed on to men but not women. Chunyu said proudly. Oh, teach me. Just treat me as a man. Ling Qing shook Chunyu's arm in a rare coquettish way. How can a man's chest muscles be so developed? Go to sleep. I still have to work tomorrow. Chunyu turned over, secretly delighted in his heart. It turned out that teasing a pretty girl was such a pleasant thing. Chunyu, you bad guy. You are so annoying. Ling Qing shouted angrily in the shelter. Of course, because they had already changed the camera equipment at this point. Their words could not be heard by the audience in the live broadcast room. Otherwise, the live broadcast room would probably explode again, because they were tired for 2 days. Even if they recovered some physical strength, they still slept until dawn. When Chunyu woke up, Ling Qing was sleeping soundly. It seemed that he was tired yesterday, and they went to bed late last night. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? Chunyu looked at the sleeping Ling Qing, smiled, and said to himself. After washing up, Chunyu went to mix the mud by himself. Today's job is to put mud on the bricks. They had already laid a 1.5 meter high foundation yesterday. So now the front eaves only need 2 meters, and the back wall 3 meters. Which is just right. When it rains, it will benefit the water. And the first thing to do now is to put up the wall and make the general framework of the house. Chunyu, why did you get up so early? After Chunyu finished the mud work, Ling Qing sat up half asleep and half awake. Even if I sleep until now, I still feel a little sleepless. But she also knew that she had to get up. Survival in the wilderness is a matter for 2 people. The early bird catches the worm. Chunyu turned around and replied. Then started moving bricks. Without a cart. Moving bricks with bare hands is definitely not an easy task. But now there is no other good way. So I can only rely on my own hands to solve it. After Ling Qing finished washing, the 2 squeezed goat milk, had breakfast and started working hard. Ling Qing made bricks. Chunyu was a craftsman. Of course, Chunyu would help when Ling Qing was too busy. After all, each brick weighed 10 pounds. And it would be natural for his arms to be sore after moving for a long time. It took the 2 of them a whole morning to mix mud, eat breakfast, move bricks, and build walls. In the afternoon, their task was to go to the bamboo forest again and cut some bamboo and thicker trees. Because the main beam and the back beam cannot be made of bamboo. They can't bear it. There are also some fresh palm leaves and thinner branches. After the wall was built and the rough model of the room came out, the 2 of them took the saber and bow and arrow and went to the bamboo forest. Chunyu, do you think this tree can be used as the main beam? Ling Qing stared at a locust tree, which there are many in their hometown. The wood is hard, and many people will cut them to make the main beam. Yes, we need this kind of tree. Chunyu looked at the locust tree in front of him. It was about the same thickness as his thigh, and the thickness was just right. After all, it had to withstand the weight of dozens of bamboos and hundreds of tiles. If it's too thin, it won't be able to support itself. Okay, let's get started. Chunyu took out his saber. Although his saber is very sharp and easy to carry, its only drawback is that it's too short. When chopping down a bigger tree like this, it doesn't have enough strength. If it were a machete, this kind of tree could be cut down in a few minutes. But now, it's estimated that it will take at least half an hour to chop down this acacia tree. Chunyu, I don't think I can help much. How about I go around and see if there are any edible wild vegetables and fruits? Ling Qing said, as she watched Chinyu chopping down a tree. Chapter 676. Not afraid of danger. She could not help standing here, so she might as well do something within her ability. Well, it's okay. But don't run too far. Okay? Chinyu continued to chop trees seriously and said, this ground is full of hidden dangers. If you accidentally step on a poisonous snake, it may be life-threatening. Especially for Ling Qing, who has no wilderness experience. Yeah. I know. I won't go far. Ling Qing nodded in agreement. She wanted to help. But it didn't mean she was not afraid of danger. There are likely to be poisonous snakes, bears and leopards lurking in this jungle. Of course, she didn't dare to stay too far away from Chinyu. By the way, take the bow and arrow with you. Even if you can't pull it. Animals will be afraid when they see you have a weapon in your hand. Chinyu reminded again. Many animals are very intelligent and generally will not attack dangerous prey. It will be much safer to hold a weapon in your hand. Well, I know. Ling Qing nodded and carried the bow and arrow on his back. Anyway, it's not heavy, and carrying it on your back can really protect yourself. At least it can make you safer. After Ling Qing left, Chinyu began to chop trees seriously. After about half an hour, Chinyu finally chopped down the acacia tree with great effort. But this is not enough. Although the tree was cut, I only need a length of 4 meters. So some branches and excess parts on the tree must be removed. After a long time, Chinyu finally processed the acacia tree, removed the excess branches, cut it into a 4-meter-long main beam, and even peeled off the bark. Sigh. It's really not easy to live. Chinyu looked at the acacia tree in front of him. Then he looked around. I don't know where that little girl ran off to. She hasn't come back for so long. Chinyu was a little worried in his heart. It should be at least an hour. There won't be any accidents. Right? Thinking of this, Chinyu quickly stood up and looked around. Dang dang dang. Are you worried about me? Ling Qing suddenly appeared 10 meters away from Chinyu, smiled at Chinyu with a peach blossom face, and said playfully, what are you thinking about? I'm just looking to see if there are any other things I can use. Chinyu turned back and said coldly, TSK. You're obviously worried about me, but I don't dare to admit it. You coward. Ling Qing curled his lips at Jing Mo's back and followed him. But this time his harvest was still quite big. Chinyu. Look. What did I pick? After walking in front of the acacia tree, Ling Qing said to Chinyu proudly. Then he took out a handful of blueberries from the pocket of his jacket. Blueberries? There are such things in this place? Chinyu looked at the dark blue fruit in Ling Qing's hand and said in surprise. But it's not surprising to find blueberries in such a dense forest. I just didn't pay enough attention before. Here. Try it. It's very sweet. Ling Qing handed the blueberries directly to Chinyu. He had eaten some when he picked them just now. Although you found wild blueberries, I still have to warn you very seriously. You can't go out alone for more than half an hour in the future. Chinyu said in a serious tone. Obviously, he was more serious this time. Then tell me, are you worried about me? If you nod, I will listen to you in the future. Ling Qing leaned close to Chinyu and asked Chinyu with a sweet smile. What are you thinking about? I'm just worried that if something happens to you, I'll be eliminated with you. Chinyu put a few blueberries in his mouth and said calmly. TSK. Men always say one thing and mean another. Ling Qing snorted coldly and stopped asking. But in her heart, she had already determined that Chinyu was concerned about her safety. After the two of them rested for a while, they continued to work. Chinyu cut more than a dozen bamboos. If they were divided into two, there would be more than 30 bamboos, which should be enough. Then, there were palm leaves, hibiscus bark, and some vines, which were almost necessary things. Chinyu, how can we take such a thick trunk back? Ling Qing looked at the trunk of the locust tree, which was as thick as her thigh, and a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. The wood of the locust tree was originally hard and heavy, and it was just cut, so the weight was even more unusual. You take those palm leaves and vines, and leave this big guy to me. Chinyu looked at the acacia tree and said to Ling Qing. This trunk is very heavy for ordinary people, but it is just average for Chinyu. So unless he carries it by himself, Ling Qing can't lift it at all if two people lift it, which is a bit troublesome. You mean you want to carry it by yourself? Ling Qing looked at Chinyu in surprise, with an incredible look on his face. The weight of this tree trunk is definitely more than 150 kilograms. Can Chinyu carry it? What else? Chinyu asked with a smile. After being asked by Chinyu, Ling Qing was speechless. It seems that Chinyu needs to carry it alone, because it is so heavy that she can't help much. I'm really sorry, Chinyu. I let you do everything alone. Ling Qing felt guilty. She felt like she was useless following Chinyu. Blueberries are delicious. Besides, you want me to do it alone? You're dreaming. Hurry up and lead the way with the palm leaves, Chinyu said jokingly with a serious face. Oh, I know. I didn't say I wouldn't carry it. Ling Qing glared at Chinyu and obediently carried the palm leaves behind her. She was very touched in her heart. She knew that Chinyu just didn't want her to feel guilty. After Ling Qing walked in front, Chinyu hugged the acacia tree with both hands and took a long breath. Get up. He gritted his teeth and put the tree trunk on his shoulders. It was about 150 kilograms. Not as heavy as he imagined, and even felt a little light. After all, strength 4 times that of an ordinary person is no joke. The two did not stop and returned to the shelter almost in one breath. Ling Qing's shoulders were a little red from the bark, but Chinyu did not feel any pain. Okay, you stay at home now. I'll go carry the rest of the bamboo back. After Chinyu put down the acacia trunk on his shoulder, he said something to Ling Qing and continued to walk towards the bamboo forest. Yeah, come back for dinner soon. Be careful. Ling Qing waved to Chinyu. Unconsciously, she already cared a lot about her partner. It seems that everything has been done. What should I do today? Ling Qing stroked her chin and thought seriously. Now they only have a few ingredients, and they have done everything they can. So there will inevitably be some repetition. Forget it. Let's continue with grilled fish today. After thinking about it, grilled fish is simpler. When their chicks grow up, they can kill them one by one and eat the meat. More than 40 minutes later, Chinyu carried bamboo back to the shelter. Ling Qing's grilled fish is almost ready to eat. Chinyu, come and eat, and then work. After Ling Qing took out the grilled fish, he called Chinyu. 2 grilled fish for 2 people should be enough to eat. Okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 677, Quite Hard. After putting down the bamboo, Chinyu washed his hands. I have been working all day today, and I am really tired. I don't know what time it is now. Ling Qing looked at the sun while eating, and it had begun to set in the west. The only way they can judge the time now is to look at the sun. When there is no sun, they can only guess. Such a life without a sense of time is really hard to bear. I don't know. Chinyu shook his head. He really didn't know the specific time. How about this? I will make a sundial tomorrow, so that we can know the approximate time every day. In fact, making a sundial is still very simple. But he always felt that the thing was not very useful. Anyway, life in the wilderness means working from sunrise to sunset. But now that Ling Qing said so, let's make one. Making a sundial is a very simple thing. Can you make a sundial? Can I ask if there is anything you don't know? Ling Qing asked with admiration. In her eyes, Chinyu is really all-powerful. Yes. Needlework. I really don't know how to do this. Chinyu nodded seriously. He really doesn't know how to do this. After finishing his meal, Chinyu started to do the rest of the work this morning. First, the main beam should be placed at a position of 2.5 meters, which is also a big challenge for Chinyu. Although he could lift the trunk of more than 150 kilograms with both hands, it was just a little short. It felt like a small mistake could lead to a big mistake. In the end, Chinyu could only put one end of the main beam up first. The other end could only be put up with the help of a ladder. At the beginning, Chinyu was very worried whether his ladder could withstand the weight of 300 kilograms, people and main beams. But it turned out that his worries were unnecessary. His ladder held up. After the main beam was up, the next step was to put up the rafters. The rafters made of bamboo were very light, which was very simple. However, it was still a bit troublesome to fix all the rafters on the main beam. That is, a hole must be drilled on each bamboo rafter, and then some wooden nails must be cut from bamboo. This way it can be fixed, and finally fixed with hibiscus bark. It will be foolproof. The process is naturally very tedious, but an hour later, Chinyu has fixed all the holes and wooden nails. Then it is the rafter part. If there is a ladder, just nail the rafter to the main beam, and then lay 2 layers of palm leaves on the rafter. Put some small branches on the palm leaves, and then wrap a thick layer of mud on the small branches. Then you can put on the tiles. Chunyu, is our new house finally ready? Ling Qing looked at the completed new house excitedly, with an excited look on his face. Their new house is much more luxurious than other new houses in the village. Well, it's almost done. Tomorrow, I'll build a brick bed, and then paint the walls, and it'll be done. Chinyu patted the dust off his hands and nodded. Although it looks a bit monotonous, it is absolutely practical. Although it doesn't look so bright and beautiful now, it will be completely different after being painted with clay used for firing pottery. Yeah, we finally have a new house. Ling Qing said excitedly. I guess other groups don't have such a good living environment. Okay, have a good rest tonight, and we'll get up early tomorrow to carry clay back. Chinyu looked at Ling Qing. Although he only had 2 meals today, he could hold on until tomorrow because lunch was postponed to the afternoon. When the new house is completely completed tomorrow, they can start preparing to harvest wild wheat. The next morning, the two got up very early and carried 2 loads of clay in the place where they carried clay last time. And this time, Chinyu found some clay with lime powder, because lime powder has a strong adhesive ability. Mixing some lime powder in the clay can effectively prevent cracks and fissures on the wall. Chunyu, can you do it alone? Ling Qing asked after carrying the clay to the shelter. Sure. What's the matter? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing. This job is relatively simple and can be completed by himself. Ling Qing can't help much. Yeah. Then I'll go to weave the quilt cover. The hemp that was dried in the sun a few days ago is almost dry. This is a very huge project. Even if she works day and night, it will take at least 7 or 8 days or even longer. And she used to weave scarves with cotton thread, but she has never tried to weave quilts with hemp thread. This is a big challenge for her. Okay, you do your work first. I'll take care of the rest. Chinyu nodded. He could do the current work by himself, so there was no need for 2 people to waste time. And I can't help you with the needlework that Ling Qing does. Painting the wall is not a tedious job, and his requirements for the soil are far less delicate than pottery. It's enough to avoid some large pieces of intact soil. Then start working. Chinyu looked at the soil that fell on the ground, found a can of water, and started mixing the mud. The water content of the mud for painting the wall should be between 35% and 40%, because it is too hard or too thin to be wrapped on the wall. After the mud was ready, Chinyu simply made a mud handle with bamboo and started to paint the wall. In fact, it is very simple. Just paint from top to bottom. As long as there is no obvious unevenness, there is no problem at all. As for whether it will crack in the future, let's talk about it later. After nearly an hour, the painting work in the house has been completed. Perfect. Chinyu looked at the results of his labor. Although it was not as smooth as a mirror, it was still acceptable. After all, I am not a qualified painter. Wow. Chunyu, is this our new house? It's so beautiful. I can't wait to live in it. Ling Qing looked at the walls of the room excitedly, looking at Chinyu's painting work. New house. Chinyu was stunned. This new house has 2 meanings. I just don't know which one Ling Qing is asking about. It's still early. The floor of the room has not been made yet, and I am going to make the earthen Kong first. If I want to live in it, it will probably take about 10 days. Chinyu explained. Because the walls of the newly built house are not dry. It will be very humid if you live in it, and you may get some eczema or something. It must be exposed to the sun for 7 or 8 days before people can live in it. Oh, okay. Ling Qing nodded, not disappointed. Chapter 678, What Will Happen Tomorrow? After all, their house has been built, so they don't have to wait 10 days. By the way, do you prefer bricks or bamboo for the floor? Chinyu suddenly asked. The floor must be paved. Otherwise the room will be dusty every day. Bamboo? I think bamboo looks more comfortable. Ling Qing answered straightforwardly. Green things always make people feel full of vitality and happy. Of course. Except for green hats. Okay. Then use bamboo. Chinyu nodded. He didn't have any objection to this. Anyway, his purpose was to reduce the dust in the room. After that, Chinyu walked out of the shelter and counted the bricks he had left. 1.2.3.4. There are still 105 bricks left. It seems that my prediction is far off. But it's okay. I'll make the con today. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make the floor after it's laid. Chinyu said to himself after looking at the remaining bricks. A Kong that is 1.8 meters long and 1.5 meters wide only needs about 50 bricks. As long as the Kong is next to the walls on both sides, it will save them a lot of bricks. Thinking of this, Chinyu didn't hesitate at all, and started to do it directly. Moreover, it was not particularly difficult for him to make a Kong. The sun was shining brightly. Although the temperature had dropped a little in the past few days, it was still hot enough to make people sweat. Chinyu's earthen Kong was almost finished. Now the only task was to make the Kong door and chimney. However, this was still very simple. You only needed to chisel a hole in the wall outside the room, and then use mud to make a moon-shaped door. Many earthen Kong chimneys were above the Kong door, so Chinyu dug a large area in the wall. After digging it through completely, he wrapped a bamboo with palm leaves, inserted it diagonally downward, and then used mud to flatten the surface. After the mud dried, he took out the bamboo directly, and the chimney and Kong door were completed. After the chimney and Kong door were completed, judging from the sunshine, it was only noon. Ling Qing made lunch, and Chinyu simply made do with it, and then started to use bamboo as the floor. At first, Chinyu thought about splitting the nan bamboo in the middle, so that some bamboo could be saved, and the ground would not feel uncomfortable when stepped on. But after thinking carefully, if it is split in the middle, it will easily warp up. So in the end Chinyu chose a whole bamboo. Anyway, for him, bamboo is something that can be cut at will in a year. The entire island is probably already arranged by the program crew. Some things that cannot be done outside can be done here. For example, hunting leopards, bears, and other national protected animals. Everything is just for survival, and the one who persists to the end is the final winner. Half an hour later, the floor of the room has basically been paved with bamboo. Now they just need to wait for the house to dry before they can move in. It's probably about 10 days. Not too long. I think we should go pick up some firewood first. Chinyu thought about it. They were very lucky these days. It didn't rain in this season, but no one knew what would happen tomorrow. Maybe it's still sunny now, but in an hour, there will be a downpour. If I find some firewood and dry their earthen Kong quickly, even if it's damp in the afternoon, it's better than being wet in the rain. After thinking about it, Chinyu set off with a bow and arrow. Now he will take a bow and arrow whenever he goes out. Since the appearance of the bear, Chinyu has been extra careful. His current strength and speed are indeed stronger, but he is not confident enough to feel that he can fight the bear head-on. After walking for a distance, Chinyu finally saw some dry firewood, because they had basically picked up all the dry firewood nearby in the past 10 days. So now to pick up firewood, you have to run to a relatively far place. It seems that I have to take time to chop some firewood back. Otherwise the days after winter will be difficult, Chinyu said to himself. In such a place, there are many things to do, and they are cumbersome, and many things cannot be thought of so thoroughly. Many things come to you when you are in front of them. You just know to do them. If there is a coal mine here, it would be great. Chinyu sighed to himself. Although firewood is not bad, its endurance is too poor. That is, it burns too fast. If you want to ensure that your flame will not be extinguished, you have to keep picking up firewood and keep burning. In this case, picking up firewood every day is a tedious task. But coal mines are just a matter of thinking. I guess my luck is not so good. What I think will come true. Alas, what is that? Chinyu just finished thinking, and suddenly found two gray-black things not far away. Then he hurried over, frowning slightly. Leopard feces. Has it not left here yet? Or are there other bears? Chinyu looked at the two gray feces on the ground and said softly, "This is good news for them. But it is not a good idea at the same time, because the appearance of the leopard will pose a great threat to them and even their animals. And a leopard is always active in their territory, which is not a good thing. However, if he can catch this leopard, he will get a lot of leopard meat and a precious leopard skin. It can be made into a piece of clothing or used as a quilt. No, this shouldn't be the feces of the same leopard." Chinyu squatted down and looked at the two piles of feces in front of him. One was very large, and it could be seen that it was the feces of an adult leopard. But the other was very small, attached to the large feces and not easy to detect. The small one was like the feces of an ordinary house cat. Could it be there is another little leopard? Chinyu was suddenly shocked. It must be like this. Then it is obvious now that the reason why the leopard disappeared in the past few days may not be that it left, but that it found a place to give birth to a little leopard. If this is the case, the disappearance of the leopard in the past 10 days can be explained. 10 days later, the little leopards are still unable to hunt by themselves, and can't even walk far. But leopards usually take them with them when hunting. This way they can learn hunting skills. It would be great to have a little leopard. Chen Yu suddenly smiled faintly. If he could tame a leopard as a pet in the future, it would be a very cool thing. Right? Then the current situation seems to be completely reversed. In the past, they had to be on guard against the attacks of leopards at all times. And now, I should take the initiative to find them. Go back first, and see the situation tomorrow. After Chen Yu carried the firewood, he returned to the shelter. As for the traces of the leopard, he would make plans after returning. As long as he had the blood-killing poison in his hand, the roles between the hunter and the prey should be reversed. Chapter 679 Guessing the Time. After putting the firewood into the Kong door and lighting it, Chen Yu sat next to Ling Qing, who was knitting a quilt. Guess what good stuff I saw today? Chen Yu smiled and asked. Ah, good stuff? Is it some fruit? Or wild vegetables? Ling Qing asked with interest. She was still very interested in good stuff. Anyway, it must be something that can improve life. Chen Yu shook his head gently. Wild boar. Goat? Ling Qing guessed again, with a puzzled look. Still not right. Chen Yu smiled and shook his head again. Don't guess anymore. Tell me what it is quickly. Don't keep me in suspense. Ling Qing pouted. If it wasn't these things, she really couldn't remember what other good stuff there was. Leopard. Maybe the leopard that scared away Kai Dawei and the others is back. And it has brought one or more little leopards. Chen Yu said excitedly. When I thought about having a leopard as a pet, I couldn't help but feel excited. After all, every boy has a pet in his dream. It can't be a dog or a cat, because that's what girls love the most. Boys, who doesn't dream of catching a tiger, lion or leopard as a pet? How cool. What? Ling Qing looked stunned. Then she put down the twine and bamboo sticks in her hand, and put her hand on Chen Yu's forehead with a serious face. You don't have a fever. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Calling a leopard a good thing? That thing scared me to death at night. If Chen Yu hadn't given me enough sense of security a few days ago, she might have been scared out of her wits. Chen Yu actually said that thing is a good thing now? Is he kidding himself? Oh, what are you talking about? Don't worry. I have a way to deal with leopards now. As long as I meet it, I can definitely make it to the table, Chen Yu said confidently. Are you sure? Ling Qing was a little unconvinced. Although the fighting power of leopards is not as strong as tigers and lions, but it is definitely not comparable to ordinary humans. Even if Chen Yu can escape from the hands of jackals and catch wild goats, but compared with leopards, they are not predators of the same level at all. Of course, I am full of confidence, and I can't wait to meet it. Chen Yu smiled quietly and spoke. Chen Yu, I think you are too crazy. Ling Qing shook his head and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief. Chen Yu actually wanted to catch the leopards that other survivors avoided. Chen Yu actually wanted to catch the leopards. Is this guy crazy? I agree. Although Chen Yu can kill jackals, the strength and agility of jackals are simply incomparable to leopards. I guess this is how bold people are and how productive they are. Those who say Chen Yu can't catch leopards probably forgot the bow and arrow in Chen Yu's hand. Right? The above is wrong. Even with a strong bow, it is not necessarily possible to kill a leopard. Hee. A strong bow may not be able to kill Chen Yu. But what if the arrow is coated with the poison of the arrow poison tree? That thing is said to be deadly. If you don't know, you can go to Baidu. Little brother, you can't confuse paper talk with actual combat? In the second live broadcast room, the conversation between Chen Yu and Ling Qing polarized the comments again. Most people thought the same as Ling Qing, thinking that Chen Yu was too crazy. Perhaps it was the killing of the jackal and the brute force that caught the wild goat that gave him the courage to expand. Of course, some viewers felt that Chen Yu had the strength. The strong bow might not be able to kill the leopard, but the poison of the arrow poison tree could definitely kill the leopard easily. Teacher Xiao, you are an expert in wilderness survival. Do you think Chen Yu's plan to hunt the leopard is feasible? In the special live broadcast room, Lin Bin looked at Xiao Chong and asked. In his objective judgment, this was a bit unbelievable. How could one person's strength possibly fight against a leopard? To put it more clearly, he didn't believe Chen Yu could hunt a leopard. It's feasible. Xiao Chong nodded without hesitation. If he only relied on a bow and arrow, He really couldn't hunt a leopard, and he might even be in danger. But as some viewer said, Chinyu's arrows also contain curare poison. It's not an exaggeration to say that the poison is so toxic that it can kill animals instantly. I've been to Africa for adventure. Some local residents and indigenous people use this poison to hunt animals. Basically, poisoned animals have no chance of survival. Of course, what we are more worried about now is that leopards are endangered animals and are protected by the state. So if Chinyu shoots them, it will be illegal. Xiao Chong explained to Lin Bin, and the audience in the live broadcast room very seriously. At the same time, a solemn look appeared on his face. The value of leopards is completely different from that of wild goats. The number of leopards left in the world is only 220,000. Please rest assured, Mr. Xiao, since the program team asked them to survive, they have the right to hunt. Lin Bin smiled and explained. If the program team did not take care of everything, then hunting jackals and wild goats would also be considered illegal. Oh, so that's it. Xiao Chong nodded, and had to admire the generosity of the program team. But think about it. In this program, so many popular stars were invited, and it was equivalent to signing a life and death agreement. A leopard is really not a big deal. This is not called madness. This is called confidence. Chinyu smiled and stood up. Anyway, even if he said it now, Ling Qing would not believe it. Or when he directly carried the leopard back in the future, she would probably believe it. Okay. You weave slowly. I'll go to make a sundial. Chinyu rubbed Ling Qing's head and then walked out of the shelter. The sundial is an ancient device that uses the position of the sun to judge the time. It is mainly composed of 3 parts: the benchmark that refracts the sun, the dial, and the time scale lines on the dial. When the sun moves, the shadow of the benchmark will move with it, so as to infer the time. Of course, it is not particularly accurate, but the approximate time of the day can still be known. There are 2 ways to estimate the time. The first is to judge by the length of the pointer shadow. The shadow is the longest in the morning, and then it gradually becomes shorter. But once it passes noon, the shadow will be elongated again. The second way is to estimate the time by the direction of the pointer. In the morning, the shadow of the pointer is in the west. At noon, the shadow of the pointer is in the north. And in the evening, the shadow of the pointer is in the east. Of course, it is obvious that the second direction method is more convenient and accurate to estimate the time. Then the next thing to do is to first make a sundial and engrave 24 hours on the outermost layer of the sundial. Chapter 680 Hunting them. In the inner circle, engrave 12 hours. As for the characters for identifying time in the storytelling club, there is no need to engrave them because I don't need them. The sundial is very simple. Just use the clay left over from painting the wall. As for the pointer, it is even simpler. Just carve one out of bamboo. After a simple thought, Chinyu started to make it. This kind of small thing can basically be completed in more than half an hour. Even if it is engraved, it will not take more than an hour. An hour later, Chinyu had already made the sundial. Originally, he wanted to dry it in the sun for a day. But then he thought that after drying, rain might dilute the time scale on the sundial. Finally, I chose to use a clay kiln to fire it. In this way, it would take no problem to use it for a year. After lighting the fire in the clay kiln, Chinyu began to relax. I should take a good rest. Take a nap or something. Since I started firing pottery, I have hardly had a good rest. Today, Chinyu took a rare 2-hour nap. After waking up, he felt refreshed. I'm going out for a while. Are you staying at home? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing and asked. Are you going to look for those 2 leopards? Ling Qing narrowed his eyes and asked Chinyu. Well, if I meet them along the way, I will choose to kill them. Chinyu nodded and said seriously. Leopards, jackals, and even bears are not only dangerous in Chinyu's eyes, but also food and warm clothes. As long as he kills them, he will live more comfortably in the coming winter and have more food. Ah? Do you really want to hunt them? Ling Qing frowned. This is not a fun thing. Of course, we can't refuse the food in front of us. Chinyu looked as if it was a matter of course. Isn't it like this in the wilderness? Either eat them or wait to be eaten by them. It's that simple. The only difference is that they have the choice to quit when they can't hold on. And someone will take them out. If it is a real wilderness survival, it will really show the human nature hidden in the deepest part of the heart. Then, I'd better go with you. Leopards are indeed dangerous, But it is more dangerous to stay in such a place without Chinyu. If I were alone in the shelter, I might be scared to death if I met a leopard. Don't be afraid. My main purpose is to see our wild wheat, and see if it is ripe. By the way, see if I can kill a few pheasants and rabbits. Of course, if they really meet them, they can only blame their bad luck. Chinyu smiled and said calmly, just like if they meet a leopard, he will definitely be able to hunt it. Alas, I don't know whose bad luck it is. Ling Qing frowned slightly and sighed softly. Okay, don't be so pessimistic. You must always remember that we humans are the creatures standing at the top of the food chain. Because we have this and can think. Chinyu tapped his temple with his index finger, smiled and said, those tigers, lions and brown bears are so powerful. But they are still locked up in the zoo for people to watch. I hope so. Ling Qing could only pray in his heart, and quickly followed behind Chinyu. Half an hour later, the two appeared in the open grassland where the hares were. Chinyu, look! Why are there still so many rabbits? And those little rabbits? Aren't they so cute? Ling Qing saw the hares and little rabbits from a long distance. When they came a few days ago, she hadn't seen little rabbits. The reproductive capacity of hares and pheasants is particularly strong, and there are almost no natural enemies of them in this land. Bears and leopards obviously don't visit these places very often, so they reproduce very quickly. And now I eat them. To put it in a vulgar way, it's to fill my stomach. To put it in a noble way, but for the ecological balance of this island. Wait a minute. We can eat hares tonight. The two quietly moved forward, and when they were 30 meters away from the rabbits, Chinyu stopped. At this distance, there should be no reason to miss. It's you. Chinyu looked at a fat hare that was relatively close to him, and a long arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took out the bamboo arrow behind him and pulled the bow a little bit. Whoosh! The moment Chinyu released his left index and middle fingers, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the bamboo arrow flew out instantly, as fast as a falling meteor, although the hare's reaction and speed were very sharp. In this situation, it had no time to react at all. Sizzle! Wow wow wow! The bamboo arrow directly and accurately hit the hare's neck, and then after penetrating the neck, the arrowhead was heavily nailed to the ground. No matter how the hare screamed or struggled, it was useless. The other hares had already run away in fear. Yes, Chinyu, you are awesome. Ling Qing excitedly gave Chinyu a bear hug. Chinyu had only shot 2 arrows so far, and both of them hit the target. Calm down. Calm down. Just do it as usual. Chinyu patted Ling Qing on the shoulder to comfort the excited Ling Qing. After Ling Qing let go of him, Chinyu walked over, picked up the hare, and put it in the backpack behind Ling Qing. Catching rabbits with traps depends on luck and skills, but hunting now depends on strength. Let's go and see if our food is ready. Chinyu walked in front, and Ling Qing followed behind Chinyu obediently, looking at Chinyu with admiration. He really looks more and more handsome the more I look at him. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu's back with a fangirl look on her face. Her voice was very low. She could almost hear it herself. What are you talking about? Chinyu heard Ling Qing's mumbling, but didn't hear clearly what she said. No, nothing. Ling Qing shook her head with a guilty conscience. Her heart was beating like a deer. It's over. Ling Qing, you are really finished. Ling Qing roared madly in her heart. She had to restrain herself. She was usually a well-behaved girl. How could she have such thoughts? You are so weird. Chinyu looked at Ling Qing with a blushing face, shook his head and said, she acted like a female man just now, but now she looks shy. Girls are really hard to understand. About 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the wheat field. The wheat had completely turned into a golden field. Chinyu grabbed a wheat ear, which was almost dry. It was estimated that it would be ready for harvest in 2 or 3 days. Let's go and see if there are any other discoveries. Chinyu turned his head and said something. Then he walked out first. Hey Chinyu. Wait for me. Ling Qing complained behind him, fearing that a leopard or a bear would suddenly appear behind him if he was not careful. Found a treasure. Chapter 681 Explore. Chinyu suddenly turned his head and said to Ling Qing. Then he looked at his feet. A pheasant nest far away, with 12 pheasant eggs in the nest. Eggs? We found chicken eggs again. Ling Qing excitedly picked up the chicken eggs on the ground. A few more fluffy little pheasants can be added to his chicken coop. Chinyu picked up a pheasant egg from the ground, touched it, and found it was cold. and the egg was heavier than the last time he picked it up. This means that there are no chicks hatched in these eggs, and they can be eaten directly. Well, there are eggs to eat tonight. Chinyu nodded. Eggs are a very important source of protein, whether it is the East or the West. An egg for breakfast is quite necessary. They have a poached egg to eat tomorrow morning. Of course, maybe it will not wait until tomorrow morning. Eat eggs? Don't we use to hatch chicks? Ling Qing looked at Chinyu in surprise. And obviously used eggs to hatch chicken, which was even wise. No. We picked up 20 eggs last time. Even if some eggs can't hatch chicks, there should be at least 15 chicks. And after 3 months, he can get eggs. Chinyu shook his head and explained. In other words, as long as 3 months, they will have a lot of chicks and eggs to eat. Well, I almost forgot. Ling Qing scratched his head and said embarrassingly, when I was a kid, my family raised chickens. They grow really fast. Hens can lay eggs in about 3 months. And they also have wild rabbits. So there is really no need to hatch so many chicks now. Pack the eggs first. Since we are here, and it is still early, let's explore places we have never been to. It's rare to have time to come out for so long. I can see what else can be used around here. Although I have enough food now, I have to continue to explore the resources on the island to live better. For example, something I am very short of now. Coal mines. If I can find it, it would be great. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded and carefully put the eggs into the back. Come on. You carry the arrows, and I'll carry the backpack. Chinyu took the backpack from Ling Qing's hand. Although it was not very heavy, it would be a bit tiring after a long time. And if I carried such a small thing, it would be the same as if I didn't carry anything at all. The two of them walked for a long time, and it was not known whether it was an hour or 2 hours. I didn't think of anything that could be used during the journey. The only thing that could be used was some wild garlic. Unlike the garlic on the market, the leaf base of wild garlic is very thin, although it is also triangular. It looks more like leeks. And the rhizome of wild garlic is not a big one that can be divided into cloves, but a whole one. As for the taste, it was similar to garlic. Of course, there were some raspberries, but they were almost out of season, so they were a little sour and not as delicious as expected. After eating some, the two had to go back. The sun had already started to set in the west. If they couldn't reach the shelter before nightfall, it would still be quite dangerous at night, because time didn't allow them to wander around. The two could only return along the original route, which would be faster. Even so, when they returned home, it was already dark. Wow, I'm so tired. I feel like my legs are not my own. As soon as he returned to the shelter, Ling Qing sat down on a stone and hammered his legs weakly. I have walked too much today. I have been walking since I left home. Take a good rest. Leave dinner to me tonight, Chenyu said with a smile, looking at Ling Qing, who was exhausted. Walking such a short distance is nothing for me. That's so embarrassing. Ling Qing smiled cunningly, stared at Chenyu with narrowed eyes, and said, if you really feel embarrassed, why don't you do it? Looking at Ling Qing's triumphant look, Chenyu suddenly said, forget it. Since you have agreed, I won't compete with you. Hearing Chenyu's words, Ling Qing quickly shook his head and waved his hands. When he returned to the shelter, the rabbit was dead. It was late now, and Chenyu didn't dare to go to the stream to kill it alone, so he could only do a simple treatment in the shelter. He left the rabbit's skin and rabbit meat, and threw the rest into the pot. Then he chopped the rabbit meat into pieces. What he wanted to make tonight was braised rabbit meat. The method was very simple. First, blanch the rabbit meat and take it out for later use. Then heat the pot, and then put a piece of rabbit fat in it and boil it into oil. Then put the sliced ginger and wild onion in to fan out the fragrance. And then pour in the blanched rabbit meat. Stir fry until it is 80% cooked. Then add some peppercorns. Add some blueberries picked yesterday and mash them. Add appropriate amount of coarse salt and kelp. Then add water. Boil over high heat. And then simmer over low heat. After about 15 minutes, when the soup is thick, it can be served on a plate. And the fragrant braised rabbit meat is done. It only takes half an hour. Wow, it smells so good. Chenyu, a man who can cook is so handsome. Ling Qing smelled the fragrant aroma and gave Chenyu a thumbs up. Who doesn't know? Chenyu spread his hands. After arriving at this place, he began to admire himself. Can we eat now? I can't wait. Ling Qing picked up the chopsticks with an impatient expression. I was already hungry. And with a rich aroma. I couldn't wait even a moment. Eat first. It will be ready soon. Chinyu turned around and washed the pan. 5 minutes later, 2 heart-shaped fried eggs appeared in front of Ling Qing. Chinyu, how did you do that? Ling Qing looked at the heart-shaped fried egg. Excited and curious. It's very simple. See? Just find a small piece of palm leaf. Tie one end. And then break the other end open. Chinyu was still holding the heart-shaped mold made of palm leaf in his hand. And explained simply. This was indeed very rare for him. After all, when he was working in the kitchen, plating was the first skill to learn. How did you think of this? Ling Qing asked in disbelief. He definitely couldn't think of making a heart-shaped mold with palm leaves. Of course it's not my idea. It's the wisdom left by our ancestors. Chinyu told the truth. This is indeed not his idea, but the wisdom and craftsmanship passed down from generation to generation. Anyway. You are the best in my heart. Ling Qing smiled sweetly at Chinyu. The ancestors didn't make her a heart-shaped poached egg. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Chapter 682 Jealousy. Chinyu sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of hare meat, and put it in his mouth. It was very delicious. The taste was moderate, and because he added blueberries, it had a little sour and sweet feeling. The greasiness of the meat was much less. Ling Qing also ate heartily, without caring about his image. First, he was really too hungry. And second, the braised rabbit meat and heart-shaped poached eggs made by Chinyu were so delicious. Oh my god! I can't stand it. Why is my instant noodles not ready yet? These 2 people are too much. Don't you know they are live streaming? Alas! Look at other people's wilderness survival. And then look at other groups. The gap is too big. Brother Chinyu is really getting more and more handsome. But he is too fond of Ling Qing. I am a little jealous. That's right. I didn't feel it at first. But now I feel that Chinyu really dotes on Ling Qing. There is definitely something wrong with these 2 heart-shaped poached eggs. Not everyone is treated like that. There was a wailing in the live broadcast room. It was fine for Chinyu and Ling Qing to show off their affection. But now they have turned it into a wilderness food show. Too much. It's really too much. Don't they know that many people haven't eaten yet at this time? Chinyu and Ling Qing ate a whole rabbit. Ah! This is a happy life. Ling Qing lay in the shelter, looking at the moon above his head, and sighed with satisfaction. The rabbit meat tonight is definitely the most delicious rabbit meat I have ever eaten. And the heart-shaped poached egg I will never forget. It feels so good to be full. Chinyu also patted his bulging belly. Very satisfied. If it is always this kind of life, it would be great. Work at sunrise and return at sunset, and there is a companion. Not afraid of loneliness. Chinyu, what is our plan for tomorrow? Ling Qing turned his head and looked at Chinyu and asked. It seems that this kind of question has become a habit. Of course. It is also because he regards Chinyu as his only support. Tomorrow, let's go to the beach to see if there are any resources we need. Chinyu said. If possible. They can also catch some seafood to eat tomorrow. I haven't eaten seafood for a long time. Ha. Let's go to sleep. Chinyu yawned. He got up too early this morning, so he was a little sleepy now. Ling Qing nodded, turned around, and turned his back to Chinyu. In fact, he slept with his back to Chinyu every night. But every time she woke up, her legs and hands were always on Chinyu's body. She also knew that Chinyu must know about this situation, but he was embarrassed to point it out to her. As for herself, she couldn't control herself after falling asleep. The next morning, the 2 woke up to the chirping of birds. After washing up, drinking goat milk, eating something simple, and taking 3 bottles of water, the 2 set off. Half an hour later, Chinyu saw something familiar again. It's leopard feces. Chinyu looked at the feces on the ground and said, It seems that this leopard has never left, but has been wandering not far from its shelter. It seems that this leopard has some plan. Ah? Then do we still have to go to the beach? Ling Qing subconsciously looked at Chinyu, looked around with horror, and asked in a fearful tone. Although Chinyu was full of confidence, he also believed in Chinyu. But the problem now is that I simply can't overcome my fear of wild animals. Of course, we've been walking for so long. Don't worry. It's okay. Chinyu patted Ling Qing's hand and calmed her down. When carrying a child, Leopards generally don't dare to attack humans. And even if it is an alternative, it probably won't hurt me and will be shot by me. Well, Ling Qing tried her best to overcome the fear in her heart and followed Qinyu to the beach again. After another full hour, the two finally appeared on the coast. Wow! Qinyu, look! There are so many treasures. Ling Qing looked at the things on the beach and shouted excitedly. Qinyu looked and saw that they were all shells and conchs washed ashore by the tide during high tide. It was useless to them. And this was not what Qinyu wanted to find. After Ling Qing picked up a few beautiful conchs, the two set off again, halfway along the coast. They also picked up some living snails, but they were all relatively small, and there was mud inside the shells. Qinyu, there is a reef pile ahead. There must be good things there. Ling Qing pointed to the front and said to Qinyu, last time, they got those jade snails from the reef. Qinyu nodded. Generally, there may be a lot of these crustaceans attached to the reefs near the sea. When the two walked to the reef, they were a little disappointed, because there were no jade snails or fragrant snails on those reefs. It seems that their luck this time is not very good. At least, not as good as last time. How come there is not even one jade snail? Ling Qing said with some disappointment. It made me happy for nothing. There are no jade snails this time. But there are better things. Qinyu looked at the bottom of the reef, where there were many good things. Better things? What are they? Ling Qing looked puzzled and confused. Why didn't he see anything? You'll know in a moment. Qinyu smiled and said, then took off his shoes, jumped directly from the reef into the sea. Ah! Qinyu, what are you doing? Come up quickly. Qinyu. Watching Qinyu suddenly jump into the sea, Ling Qing reacted, tears welling up in his anxious eyes. His eyes kept scanning around, but he couldn't see Qinyu. At the moment when he saw Qinyu jumping down, a strange thought suddenly appeared in Ling Qing's mind. That is, if Qinyu was drowned, what would he do? What is Qinyu doing? Why did he suddenly jump into the sea? What's going on? Why did Qinyu suddenly want to commit suicide? You don't have to commit suicide even if you are ugly. You idiot above. You are the one who committed suicide. Your whole family committed suicide. Qinyu must have found something good in the sea. How is it possible? There is nothing in the sea at all? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean that Qinyu can't see it either. Understand? Many viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked by Qinyu's behavior. I thought Qinyu suddenly wanted to commit suicide. There are also many viewers who firmly believe that Qinyu must have found something in the sea. So he jumped down without hesitation. And Qinyu just told Ling Qing that he found something better than the emerald snail. Chapter 683 Anxious. Qinyu. Qinyu. Ling Qing shouted several times. But he could not see Qinyu. He was even more anxious and at a loss. Hey, what are you shouting for? I am not here well. Qinyu suddenly popped out a big head, looked at Ling Qing and smiled. Qinyu, you scared me to death. Why did you jump down without saying a word? Ling Qing looked at Qinyu's head popping out. And suddenly the tears in her eyes came out, as if she was very frightened and wronged. Oh, it seems that I have played too much. Looking at Ling Qing with tears, Qinyu felt a little guilty. He did not expect that this little girl looked strong, but was so fragile in her heart. Don't cry. Don't cry. I was wrong. I will never play this kind of joke with you again. Qinyu could only apologize with an embarrassed face. But speaking of it, when Qinyu saw Ling Qing crying, he was really at a loss. He had never comforted a girl who cried in front of him. TSK. If you dare to scare me like this again, I will never talk to you again. Ling Qing glared at Qinyu and said with a wronged look, I was really scared just now. Okay. Okay. I promise you. You are not allowed to cry. Qinyu could only nod and agree quickly. Oh, by the way, I found something good. You quickly helped me throw down the backpack and the saber together. In this case, Qinyu could only quickly change the subject. Ah? What good thing? Ling Qing sobbed softly for a few times and asked curiously. But he still obediently threw down his backpack and saber. Oh my god. Qinyu is such a bad old dog. Looking at Miss Ling Qing's aggrieved look, I feel really bad. You scared my goddess to tears. No. I want to duel with Qinyu. That's right. Qinyu, that dog, actually did such a thing. Count me in. The two upstairs. If you want to duel with Qinyu, I suggest you find 2 teddy bears to practice first. And it won't be too late to duel when you come back alive. Ha ha ha. There's a werewolf upstairs. The hero upstairs is right. Chinyu is a man who can fight jackals alone. You can fight Chinyu alone after you beat the teddy bears. TSK. A bunch of otakus who never leave the house. Want to duel with brother Chinyu. Seeing Ling Qing being scared to tears by Chinyu. Many viewers were indignant and wanted to attack Chinyu. But they were soon drowned in the barrage. There are abalone and oysters. We are in for a treat tonight. Chinyu saw that Ling Qing was interested. And it was obvious that she was not angry with him. So he smiled and said, "The color of this thing is somewhat similar to the reef. And it is still in the water, attached to the reef. So it is not easy to be found. There are really abalone and oysters. Great. I haven't eaten abalone and oysters yet." Ling Qing, who was tearful just now, instantly cheered after hearing about abalone and oysters. Women are really made of water. These tears are like thunderstorms in June. They come as soon as they are said. Chinyu looked at Ling Qing, who was cheering and jumping for joy. Shook his head and said. Then he took the saber and began to pick off all the abalones attached to the reef. There were a lot of abalones. About dozens of them. And he hadn't passed the reef on the opposite side. So he probably wouldn't be in front. And under the reef. This place couldn't be seen from the top of the reef. And the drone couldn't take pictures. There were a lot of oysters below. Chinyu took a deep breath. Took the backpack and dived into the sea. After 2 minutes, he came out to take a breath. And then dived in again. After repeating this 3 times, Chinyu finally swam out along the reef. This time the harvest was huge. Very huge. Oysters and abalones mixed. A total of half a bag. Although I didn't count them carefully. I guessed that there should be about 34 of each. However, oysters are a great tonic for men. But eating too much is not a good thing. Especially at night. And a man and a woman sleeping together. It is easy to get into trouble. It seems that although oysters are good tonight, you can't be greedy. Wow. This is too much. Ling Qing looked at the oysters and abalone in the back with a surprised face. Chinyu. Ling Qing, who was surprised a second ago, suddenly looked at Chinyu with a serious face. Ah? What's wrong? Chinyu was a little confused. Why did she change her face so quickly? In order to make up for the mistakes you made today, you have to make this kind of food for me tonight. Understand? Ling Qing put her hands on her waist, looking like a queen. Haha. I understand, Miss Ling Qing. Chinyu shook his head helplessly, and could only cooperate. Then he continued, don't we have 2 bottles of water left? Help me rinse my body. Seawater absorbs moisture from the skin, which can cause dry and peeling skin at the least, and severe dehydration at the worst. This beach treasure hunt can be said to be a great harvest. Halfback abalone and oysters are enough for 2 days. Because it was still early, Chinyu didn't want to go back so soon. So the two walked along the beach again. But there was no other harvest. Nor the coal mine that Chinyu wanted most. The only harvest was a rusty chimney about 2 meters long. If it were normal, Chinyu would definitely not want to look at this kind of garbage. But now it has become a very precious thing. Let's go. Go back. It seems that we can't find anything useful. Chinyu shook his head. Although he gained a lot, he was still a little disappointed. Maybe this is human greed. Of course, it is not a good thing to have such greed in the wilderness. Yeah. Be happy. We have gained a lot today. Ling Qing seemed to see Chinyu's disappointment. So he smiled and said, am I unhappy? Chinyu also thought about it and adjusted his state. In such a place, only being able to find food and water is a gift from God. And one should be grateful, instead of greedily asking for more. An hour and a half later, the two returned to the shelter. Fortunately, they met a lemon tree on their way back. So I picked some lemons. Lemons are very good for cooking seafood or drinking in water. And they can also refresh you. Is it already 12 o'clock at noon? Chinyu looked at the sundial he had made in the shelter. Now the shadow of the pointer is in the north. Which means that the current time should be noon. Then let's just eat some abalone and oysters today. Chinyu looked at Ling Qing's face and said seriously, abalone and oysters, just for me. Ling Qing felt a little confused. Chapter 684. The taste has changed. She always felt that Chinyu sometimes spoke like eating porridge with one chopstick. And he was a little too wide. God, please send a thunderbolt to kill Chinyu. This dog. Why is it so disgusting to hear this guy speak? What do you mean by making do with abalone and oysters? Please let me make do with abalone and oysters. Brother Chinyu, you have changed. These two guys, they eat too well. Just came from the first live broadcast room. Teacher Huang and the others' jackal meat has gone bad. Chinyu's unintentional words made the live broadcast room boil again. Everyone thought Chinyu was pretending. But Chinyu really wasn't. What he wanted to express was that there was no staple food today. And he probably wouldn't be full. So he made do with abalone and oysters. It just changed the meaning when it reached Ling Qing and the audience. Yeah, that's right. There may be no staple food today. So we can only make do with these, Chinyu said seriously. After putting down the backpack, he began to deal with abalone and oysters. In fact, it is very simple. Just remove the internal organs of the abalone. For oysters, there is no need at all. Just keep them in water for a while. Let them spit out the sand. And then you can steam them directly. Or bake them in the shell. Ah! Is this what you mean? Ling Qing knew that he had misunderstood Chinyu's meaning just now. And felt a little guilty. Well, what else? Chinyu just responded with a sentence and focused on cleaning the abalone. Abalone is very easy to kill. And nearly half of it was killed in just 10 minutes. Oysters are not easy. To be honest, he was afraid that the tip of his saber would be broken when opening such things. After 20 minutes of hard work, Chinyu only opened 10 oysters. Fortunately, the saber was fine. Would you like one? Chinyu handed a freshly opened and cleaned oyster to Ling Qing and asked. Oysters, scientifically known as oysters, are a kind of seafood rich in various nutrients and minerals. Of course, those nutrients can be completely ignored. Its most important function is to produce sperm and strengthen yang. This is why many male companions love it. I don't want it. You eat it yourself. Although he knew that oysters can be eaten raw, and they are delicious and nutritious. Ling Qing couldn't eat them no matter how he looked at the soft lump that was still moving. Well, you don't have this good fortune. After squeezing a few drops of lemon, Chinyu put it directly into his mouth and chewed it a few times. The meat was very tender, just like tofu. But the taste is completely different. And with the sourness of lemon, it is a perfect match. Although it is very fragrant, Chinyu dare not eat too much. Because oysters are raw after all. And eating too much will cause bacterial infection or something, which is very troublesome. Okay, let's grill it and eat it. After eating an oyster, Chinyu pursed his lips with satisfaction. Although the grilled one is not as delicious as the raw one, it is still okay with some seasoning. In addition to eating oysters raw, the best oysters should be grilled oysters with garlic paste. And it happened that I just found some wild garlic yesterday. Because oysters are salty, you only need to boil the garlic. Put it on the oysters and grill it. And you can start eating. To bake oysters, you must first heat the earthen kiln very hot, preferably to 150 degrees Celsius. During the time of burning the stove, you can not only boil the garlic paste, but also steam the abalone. 10 minutes later, the abalone is already steamed, and you only need to add some scallion oil. And the temperature of the earthen kiln must have reached 15 degrees Celsius at this time. Under this high temperature, it only takes 3 to 5 minutes to mature. And during these few minutes, you can add scallion oil to the steamed abalone. Wow! It smells so good. I can't wait any longer. Ling Qing's eyes were shining, looking at the plump abalone meat. And he was a little impatient. Be patient. It will be ready soon. Not to mention Ling Qing. Chinyu was drooling with greed. He hadn't eaten abalone and oysters for a long time. 5 minutes later, the abalone and oysters were ripe at the same time. Fresh abalone with scallion oil. Oysters with garlic. It's done. Chinyu neatly arranged the abalone and oysters into a circle and placed them on the table. After all, life needs a sense of ritual. Watching the two people eating abalone and oysters happily, the audience in the live broadcast room drooled with greed. This is not wilderness survival. It's simply the temptation of food. It's so damn greedy. After Chinyu and Ling Qing finished eating 10 oysters and nearly 20 abalones, although they were not full, they didn't dare to eat more. First, the nutrients in these things are too high. If you eat too much, it is difficult for the body to absorb them. Second, this kind of cold food is not edible, and it is easy to make your stomach uncomfortable. The reason why Chinyu dared not eat more was even simpler and clearer. He was afraid that he would not be able to vent after eating too much. And he would not be able to control himself and do something out of the ordinary. It's so delicious. After eating, Ling Qing smacked his lips. looking unsatisfied. Obviously not full. If you are not full, roast 2 more banana potatoes? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing's appearance. Obviously not full. So he said, "No. I'm full. I'll eat tonight." Ling Qing patted her stomach. She was about 80% full. And she also knew that the food she had just eaten was nutritious. And eating too much would make it difficult to digest. By the way, Chunyu, I have something to tell you for the past 2 days. But I forgot to tell you. When we went to cut down the acacia tree, I saw a nest of bees where I went to pick blueberries. I wonder if there is honey. I was going to tell Chinyu last time. But after returning home, I saw Chinyu worried about me. And I forgot about it in excitement. And Chinyu has been too busy these days. So I didn't mention it. Bees? That's a good thing. Chinyu suddenly became interested and looked at Ling Qing with shining eyes. In addition to being rich in glucose and fructose, honey also contains various vitamins, minerals and amino acids, which are all essential for the human body. And honey is not only delicious and sweet, but also helps the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular promotion and blood circulation. Most importantly, it also protects the liver. So honey is definitely a very good thing without sugar intake. Whether there is honey or not. Let's go and have a look. Anyway, as long as there is a little possibility, I have to go and have a look. If there is no loss, there is a sure profit. If there is, they will have honey lemonade to drink in the future. Chinyu used the wood hoof philipore fungus to fill the fire. Because the most effective way to deal with small things, like bees, is to use smoke and fire. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded. They didn't have anything to do in the afternoon anyway. So they might as well go for a walk. And weaving a quilt by yourself is not something that can be done overnight. So take it slow. Anyway, there is still some time before winter. Half an hour later, the two appeared in the bamboo forest again. Chapter 685 Italian Bees. Ling Qing did not walk far last time. After only a few minutes, the two of them appeared in the area where blueberries grew. See? It's right there. Ling Qing pointed to a small deciduous tree, about 2 meters high. On a forked branch in the middle was a large honeycomb. And bees kept moving towards the honeycomb. Yeah. I see it. There's something. Chinyu looked at the bees on the honeycomb. Before coming, he was worried that the bees Ling Qing saw were wasps or horned bees. But now it seems not. What kind of bee is this? Chunyu. Hearing Chinyu say there was something, Ling Qing also knew that the bees in front of him could definitely get honey. This is an Italian bee. But in many places in our country, they are called foreign bees. Although the honey of this kind of bee cannot be compared with the honey of our native bees, it is also very delicious. Among honeys, it is considered good, Chinyu explained. Now many so-called native honeys, or wild honeys on the market are basically honeys of Italian bees. And 90% of honeys are mixed with other things. For example, boiled white sugar water. Then we have honey to eat. Right? Ling Qing asked excitedly. She didn't know what nutrients were in honey, but she knew that honey was sweet, delicious, and had the effect of nourishing and beautifying. Yes, if I boil it, we may get a jar of honey, Chinyu smiled and said. If it is pure honey, there is indeed not so much. But if it is boiled, there should be a jar. No more. No less. What should we do now? With so many bees, even if we get honey, we will probably be in trouble. This kind of bees basically have stingers. And once stung by the stinger, you will feel nausea, dizziness and other symptoms. Even worse, it may directly lead to death. Give me the jacket and stay away. Chinyu looked at the beehive and spoke. Then Chinyu paused the drone aerial photography for a while. After all, if Ling Qing took off her jacket, she would only be left with a close-fitting vest. Ling Qing's personality is not like those stars. And she is not so open. Ah? Yeah. Okay. Ling Qing was stunned at first, and then saw Chinyu turn off the drone aerial photography, and then quickly took off his jacket. After taking off the jacket, Ling Qing only had a close-fitting vest on his upper body, revealing his fair skin. Chinyu glanced at it, put the jacket on himself, and zipped it up. Ling Qing hid a few dozen meters away tactfully. She didn't want to be stung by bees. Please, don't sting me, Chinyu muttered to himself, then found some soil and smeared it on his face and hands. This can effectively prevent being stung. Okay, let's start. Chinyu took out the wood hoof phillows with fire, and then found some dry firewood and started a fire under the beehive. The scorching flames and billowing smoke instantly rose up, and the bees on the beehive felt the heat and flew away. Of course, there were also some unlucky bees whose wings were burned by the flames before they took off and fell into the fire. In just a dozen seconds, there were only 7 or 8 bees left, which were a large group of bees just now. Chinyu quickly took off the beehive, held it in his arms, and ran a few dozen meters at the fastest speed. However, even though Chinyu's speed was fast enough, there were still a few bees on his face. "Chinyu, are you okay?" Ling Qing looked at Chinyu holding the beehive in his arms, raised the corner of his mouth, and asked. "Ah, I'm fine." Chinyu shook his head, indicating that he had no problem. With his skills, how could he be in trouble? "But there are a few bees on your face." Ling Qing's mouth twitched slightly, and he pointed at Chinyu's face and said, "Ah, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chinyu's face changed instantly, and he felt bad all over. He slapped himself twice. The bee was flattened and stuck to Chinyu's face. Of course, the stubborn little bee would never let Chinyu have an easy time even if it was beaten to death or flattened. When Chinyu took the bee's body off his face, he felt a real sting, and the bee's sting was still on Chinyu's face. Fuck. The stinging pain made Chinyu blurt out a swear word without caring about his image. Being stung by a bee is really painful. The kind of pain that touches the skin and hurts the soul. "Chinyu, how are you?" Ling Qing looked at Chinyu nervously. Being stung by a bee can be a big deal, and you can't be careless in such a place. "It's okay. Let's go." Chinyu rubbed his cheeks and shook his head. It must be very painful. But fortunately, there are no other symptoms. However, although he suffered a certain amount of pain, he troubled the beehive. After returning, he can make honey, which is the most important thing. The two returned along the original route. When they returned to the shelter, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The first thing Chinyu did when he got back was to wash his face. He felt that the pain on his face was much relieved. Now he felt numb and swollen. Ling Qing was standing aside, holding the corner of his jacket tightly with both hands. He wanted to laugh at Chinyu, but he was too embarrassed to do so. But it was really funny. Ling Qing's face turned red because of this entanglement, and tears were about to come out. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in? If you want to laugh, just laugh. Chinyu rolled his eyes at Ling Qing. He touched his cheek again. Although he couldn't see what he looked like now without a mirror, he was sure that he looked very funny now. Puff. Ling Qing finally couldn't help it, but he quickly stopped smiling. "Yes. I'm sorry, Chinyu. I really didn't mean to laugh. But the way you look now. Yes. I'm sorry." Puff. The expression on Ling Qing's face showed the embarrassment, guilt, and the laughter. Boring. Chinyu glanced at Ling Qing, turned on the drone again, and then went to prepare the things for making honey. When he saw his current appearance in the reflection in the water, even he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He is just two different people. Ling Qing followed Chinyu's ass with a guilty look on his face, wanting to help. After all, he didn't help much just now, and he couldn't help laughing at Chinyu just now, which was indeed a bit wrong. At this moment when the drone was turned on, many viewers who were eating directly sprayed their food on the screen. "Fuck me, who is this fucking person?" Chapter 686 laughed. "Fuck. I entered the wrong live broadcast room. Who is that fat guy? No. I entered the second live broadcast room. But it's only been an hour. Did the contestant change? Is this still the little brother Chinyu I like?" Puff. Please forgive my insincere smile. Collecting honey is risky. Be careful when provoking bees. Wow. I'm laughing to death. Chinyu is so funny. The live broadcast room was full of incredible and hilarious scenes. No one expected that Chinyu, who has always been omnipotent, would be stung by a bee like this. Although I feel a little sympathetic to Chinyu. But that look is too funny. Of course, this time Chinyu was very self-aware. He could guess that the audience in the live broadcast room would laugh after seeing his appearance. But now that it's like this, there's nothing we can do. We can only wait for it to slowly disappear. Next, it's time to make honey. In fact, it's very simple to follow the rural folk method. That is, you need to boil a pot of water first. And then when the water boils, put all the beehives in it. And then boil it. In this way, the water at a good temperature will dilute the honey in the beehive and then flow out. Of course, not all the honey in the beehive is honey. and some newly formed little bees will be scalded to death together. Although it's a bit cruel. If you want to eat honey, you can't be pretentious. What's a few little bees? After boiling for half an hour, the honey in the pot is almost thick, and you can filter out the beehive and the scalded little bees. They didn't have a special filter container, so they could only use the broken fishing net again. After folding it 4 times, the mesh would be very dense, so that impurities would not enter the honey. Half an hour later, Chinyu filtered out all the honey. In addition to filling a jar, there was one more mineral water bottle than Chinyu expected. In total, there should be about 3 kilograms of honey, which is a huge harvest. 3 kilograms of honey is enough for them to use for a year. And even if it is not enough, the bees will work again not far from the old nest, build nests, and make honey. Come, taste our honey. Chinyu found a small bamboo, dipped it in honey, and handed it to Ling Qing. Ling Qing was polite and licked directly. It's so sweet. Delicious. Ling Qing looked at the honey with his eyes, which was exactly the same as the honey he ate at home when he was a kid. Of course, this is very authentic, very pure wild honey. Chinyu also dipped it with his fingers and licked it. It is really delicious, very sweet, and very delicate. Although I just boiled honey just now, it will cause some of the nutritional components of honey. But it will be safer, and they can give more honey. We have so many honey. Will it be broken if we can't finish it? Ling Qing asked, a little worried. With so much honey, they can definitely eat it for a long time. If it goes bad, it would be a pity. Don't worry. We will seal this jar and put it in the cellar in a while. Pure honey is like animal oil. It will coagulate, and its shelf life can reach 2 years. Chinyu nodded and explained very confidently. The possibility of honey going bad is very small, almost impossible, and he would not allow the honey he worked so hard to get to go bad. Yeah, then I'm relieved. Ling Qing smiled and nodded. In this way, they will have honey to eat in this year. 4, 5, 7. Let's seal it up and put it in the cellar first. This bottle of honey should be enough for them to eat for more than a month. Then Chinyu found 2 large banana leaves and sealed the mouth of the jar tightly with hibiscus bark. When putting it in the cellar, Chinyu looked at their inventory. There was still half of the pork, a lot of banana taro left, for catfish, some abalone and oysters. Their special refrigerator has a lot of food, and because some water was poured at the bottom of the cellar, the water would absorb a lot of heat when it evaporated. In this way, their cellar will always be in a particularly cool environment. Food will not spoil easily. There is such a big piece of lard. Chinyu looked at the nearly 10-pound piece of pig fat in the cellar and scratched his head. There is actually no need to put this thing here now. I can refine it into lard. Refining it into lard, so that when they cook in the future, they will not directly use fat to refine it on the spot. And after refining fat into lard, its storage time will be much longer, and there is no need to worry about deterioration or erosion. I think we have to go out again later. After Chinyu took the fat out of the cellar, he said to Ling Qing, "What are we going to do this time?" Ling Qing asked in confusion. "I am already very tired today. If I walk for a few more hours, my legs will probably be broken. Let's find some wild condiments. We will be back soon." Chinyu smiled and said he had his own plan in mind. That is, he was going to find more condiments, such as wild onions, ginger, garlic, and some fennel leaves, pepper leaves, etc. When boiling lard, you can put all these seasonings together. This method is called cannon oil. The aroma of the seasonings can be directly boiled into the lard, so that when they cook in the future, even if they don't use other seasonings, it will still be very fragrant. Yeah. Okay. Ling Qing nodded. Although it was really tiring, she couldn't let Chinyu do everything alone. In that case, she would really become a burden. This is what she hates the most. The two first found the place where they had found wild ginger, mint and pepper before. After picking some of these things, they went to the place where they saw fennel, wild onions, and wild garlic. As long as you know the location, it's still easy to find. In the wilderness, there is never a lack of seasonings or wild fruits and vegetables. But there is a very important condition. That is, you must know them, understand them, and make sure that you are safe after eating them, and you will not have diarrhea or endanger your life. Chinyu originally had experience in surviving in the wilderness, and in the wilderness knowledge give pack of the domination system. Many plants and animals are basically introduced. So he basically knows everything about these things. An hour later, the two returned to their shelter and looked at the time. It was about 5:30 in the afternoon. Boiling lard does not take too much time. But the more troublesome thing is that the fat blocks must be cut into small pieces, so that all the lard and the fat can be refined. Chapter 687 Refining Successfully. While Chinyu was cutting the fat, Ling Qing used a stone to smash all the wild peppers they had just picked. According to Chinyu, he wanted to make some chili sauce. She didn't dare to ask or say anything, so she could only quietly obey and do as he said. After a long time, Chinyu's fat was finally cut. The first step is to pour all the fat directly into the pot and boil it over medium heat. Of course, add a little water to the pot. This is to prevent the fat from sticking to the pot. Of course, the refining of animal oil and vegetable oil is different, so there will be no oil frying, and the water will evaporate little by little. When a little clear oil has seeped out of the bottom of the boiling pot, you can put in all the spices they found just now, such as pepper, ginger, scallion, rosemary, basil and wild garlic. Then use a spoon to stir constantly until the fat blocks turn golden and black, and the vegetable oil is completely refined. Then use the same method as filtering honey just now, and use a broken fishing net to filter out all the oil residue and spices in the lard. However, the temperature of the lard just refined is very high, so you have to wait about 10 minutes before you can filter it. Miss Ling Qing, you can come and help. Our lard is refined. Chinyu tried it with his hand on the top of the pot. It should be almost done. So he called Ling Qing. I understand, Mr. Chinyu. Ling Qing nodded and walked over. Huh? Why are you crying? Did I bully you? GMO looked at Ling Qing with tears in her eyes and asked in confusion. How dare you say that? Go and try to smash so many peppers. Ling Qing complained as tears flowed down her face. Smashing wild peppers is definitely not a comfortable job. Ha ha ha. Looking at Ling Qing with a complaining face, Chinyu couldn't help but smile. She was laughing at herself just now, and now she finally laughed back. After filtering the lard, the two of them poured a little lard into the pot to make hot sauce. Although lard is not very good for making hot sauce and may clump, it is quite a luxury now that they don't have vegetable oil. After doing all this, it was already dark, and the weather tonight didn't seem to be very good, because there was no moon yet. It seems that we really won't be lucky forever. It is very likely to rain tonight. Chinyu looked at the sky, which was gray and stuffy. It was obvious that it might rain tonight, and it might even be a downpour. Okay, let's quickly make some simple food, and then we can move our fire into the shelter. It is very unfavorable for the fire to go out in this weather. Chinyu looked at the sky and said to Ling Qing. Yeah, I see. Ling Qing nodded. Since coming to this island, I can see the moon and the stars almost every night. Tonight, I can only see the gray sky. To be honest, I feel lonely. Ling Qing hurried to cook. She was not in the mood to cook anything delicious tonight. She could only cook some pork and taro to fill her stomach. And they have made chili sauce now, which can be used to dip the pork in taro. Half an hour later, the pork and taro were cooked. The weather was unusually hot. It was completely different from the usual stuffiness. Let's move the fire here first. It seems we need to live in the new house tonight. Chinyu looked at the sky, which was even darker. Boom! Just as Chinyu's voice fell, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded out of nowhere, accompanied by lightning like a fire snake. Boom! Another loud bang. To be honest, this kind of thunder is a bit scary even in your own room at night. And now it's in this pitch-black wilderness. Crackle. Just half a minute after the thunder sounded, the raindrops hit the leaves and made them rustle. Pack up your things quickly, Chinyu said. And then he ran to the chicken coop and rabbit nest and covered them with a thick layer of palm leaves. This was his mistake. Not taking precautions. He knew that it was very likely to rain suddenly here, but he didn't take the time to build a roof for the chicken coop and rabbit nest. In just 5 minutes, Chinyu's whole body was completely soaked. But fortunately, the rabbit nest and chicken coop are now almost sealed. It is estimated that if there is no heavy rain, there will be no problem. At this time, Ling Qing had also moved all the things in their shelter to the new house. Hurry up and wipe it off. You're all wet. After Chinyu entered the room, Ling Qing quickly handed the towel to Chinyu, who was soaked all over. Chinyu quickly wiped his whole body. I wonder if the drone will be okay. Chinyu looked at the two drones. which seemed to be unaffected by the heavy rain. Seeing this, the program team had considered it. It's great to take a free cold shower. Chinyu smiled and said optimistically. In fact, they were very lucky. Their brick and tile house had been built. Although it had not been completely dried. It might be a little damp, but at least it could shelter from the wind and rain. And they would not be soaked like a drowned chicken. Then Chinyu and Ling Qing looked at the bamboo shelter they had built before. Although it was covered with palm leaves and dead leaves, a lot of rain had still penetrated into it. Chinyu, we are definitely the best group. Ling Qing suddenly looked at Chinyu and said, "Ah? Why do you say that suddenly?" Chinyu asked curiously. In the past, Ling Qing would ask every night, "I wonder how other groups are doing now. They should be better than us. Look, first of all, we have enough food now. And we also raise wild goats, rabbits, pheasants, wild boars and seafood. And there is enough food. Secondly, in this kind of heavy rain, we can live in the brick house without fear of wind and rain. And there are romantic candles." Ling Qing smiled very happily. Being able to achieve such conditions in the wilderness is already the richest among the rich. Isn't it? Well, you are right. This mentality is very good. But the other groups should be living well too. Chinyu thought for a moment, then smiled and said, in comparison, he was indeed more experienced than many players. And he also had the system to rely on. But there are always people who are better than you. Maybe there are hidden wilderness survival experts in other groups. So who knows how other groups are living? Yeah. I hope everyone can make it tonight. I hope everyone can pack up and go home tonight. Ling Qing first prayed very sincerely. Then remembered that they were all opponents now. And then quickly changed his words. At this time, the first group, Huang Xiaolei's group. Chapter 688 Cowardice. Teacher Huang, what should we do? Our shelter is now full of rain. Shen Mingxi looked anxious and cried. His clothes were all soaked, and it was very uncomfortable to stick to his body. And it was very cold now. The most important thing was that their fire had been completely extinguished by the rain. I saw it. It's like this, Mingxi. The rain now is just a shower. It will definitely pass in a moment. So don't panic. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine after the rain passes. Tomorrow morning, we will find a way to reinforce our shelter. And then light the fire. Don't be afraid. Huang Xiaolei kept comforting Ling Qing. But he was also very scared. After this rainstorm, they won't be able to find dry firewood tomorrow. And the hope of making a fire is very slim. And as for how long the rain will last, he has no idea. He was just comforting Shen Mingxi just now. I really don't know if I can hold on until tomorrow morning. Shen Mingxi was shivering with cold. And she had no sense of challenge at all. She just wanted to go home. Lie on the bed. Eat and drink. Hold on, Mingxi. We can do it. Huang Xiaolei was also shivering with cold. After all, he is now a 48-year-old middle-aged uncle. Naturally, his body is not as good as that of young people. Yeah, I know. Mr. Huang. Shen Mingxi could only nod. She was the one who was supposed to stay. So now, she would just have to hold on for one night. At this time, not only the second live broadcast room, but all the live broadcast rooms were very lively. In the first live broadcast room, Teacher Huang and Miss Shen Mingxi are too pitiful. Really? Teacher Huang and Miss Shen Mingxi are too pitiful. Looking at the two trembling. I really can't bear it. If you can't hold on, you can quit. We all see your persistence. Alas, it would be great if Teacher Huang and Miss Shen Mingxi were assigned to the same group as Chinyu. They must be very happy to work together. I wonder if Mr. Huang and his friends can hold on. I just came from the second live broadcast room. Those two guys live so well that they have built a brick house now. If Mr. Huang and his friends can find Chinyu and Ling Qing now, it would be great if they can cooperate. What are you thinking? You idiot upstairs. Do you think Chinyu and his friends' things are free? If you can't hold on, just find someone else. It's rare to see such a lively atmosphere in the first live broadcast room. 80% of the audience thinks that Huang Xiaolei and his friends have worked hard. Even if they quit now, no one would blame them. Some people even want them to go to Chinyu and Ling Qing. If they cooperate, there will be no problem in persisting for a year. Although Huang Xiaolei and his team are in a particularly bad state, their attitudes are still good. In the seventh group, the captain is a popular young man named Wang Jufeng. Hey, what should we do now? I can't stay in this place for a minute. A frivolous boy looked at Wang Junfeng and said coldly. At this time, the 4 people in the 7th group were soaked, like 4 drowned chickens that had been drenched. Quite embarrassed. And the 2 female players were shivering with cold. A jacket can't keep warm at all in an environment of 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. Team leader 1. Quit, quit. If you continue like this, someone will die. One of the female contestants, Shinsiyu, was shaking constantly, and she spoke to Wang Junfeng in a pleading tone. Okay. Then we quit. Wang Junfeng frowned, and then nodded with a very tangled look. In fact, he was just pretending to be calm now. His teeth were already trembling from the cold. He had never suffered such a hardship since he was a child. But now, he wanted to quit. But he certainly couldn't take the initiative to propose it, because if he did, he would appear very cowardly. And then his fans would definitely drop a lot. Now the young and handsome men are emerging in waves, like bamboo shoots after rain. If he doesn't work hard to build a good image for himself, he may be eliminated by the times. After all, he knew very well that he had no talent. The reason why he became a popular young star was inseparable from the various hypes of his management team. Although I am very unwilling. But Wang Junfeng pretended to be struggling. Finally, he pressed the satellite phone. Sorry. It is a thunderstorm with lightning and heavy rain. The helicopter cannot fly normally. Please take care. A mechanical synthesized voice came from the satellite phone. This disappointed all 4 people in the 7th group. At that moment, Wang Junfeng's facial muscles trembled, and he really wanted to smash the satellite phone directly. And then said, fuck. But he was calmer than his peers, so he endured it. He just took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and said to the other 3 people lightly, sorry, we can't go back tonight. TSK. Wang's acting is so bad that it's outrageous. I agree with the above. I want to quit like a hammer. But he's still putting on a show. What the hell? To be honest, I'm really disgusted. I was optimistic about him for being able to hold on until now. But now he's gone wrong. +1, +1. The above are all professional trolls. Didn't you see that Feng struggled for so long? Although the environment is very difficult, he doesn't want to give up at all. That's right. Those sour people upstairs only know how to be sour on others. How did Feng offend you? It's so disgusting. Feng. Struggle? If your eyes are useless, just donate them. In the 7th live broadcast room, the barrage was naturally not as crazy as the 2nd live broadcast room. But there were still a lot of them. It was mainly because there were many brainless fans of Wang Junfeng who kept swiping the screen. For what happened just now, the barrage showed 2 extremes. And in just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped directly from 20 million to 15 million. This may be something Wang Junfeng never expected. Of course, it's not just the 7th group. There are also the 10th group, the 13th group, and the 18th group. They also use satellite phones to call for help. But the answers they received were all the same. After the 4 live broadcast rooms made the call for help, the number of viewers in the live broadcast rooms dropped sharply. Because everyone knew that even if they didn't leave tonight, they would definitely leave tomorrow. So there was no need to waste too much time in their live broadcast rooms. Of course, the players didn't know each other in this situation. The downpour continued, and some people were completely desperate, swearing in their hearts that no matter what, they would leave this hellhole tomorrow. Chen Yu and Ling Qing were watching the rain, eating meat, and roasting fire at this time, living a very comfortable life. I'm full. So comfortable. Chapter 689 Familiar Feeling. Chen Yu stretched, sighed happily, and then tried his own earthen Kong. Oh! It's so hot! When Chen Yu put his hand on the Kong, his face suddenly lit up. Because the temperature of their earthen Kong was quite high. And it might be because he stuffed enough firewood yesterday. So the Kong was completely dry. Okay. Now you can make the bed and sleep. Chen Yu just picked up the sleeping bag. And 2 pieces of cloth-like things came out of the sleeping bag. Huh? What is this? Chen Yu looked at the things on the ground with some curiosity, as if they looked very familiar. Ling Qing hurried over and grabbed it. Her little face was as nervous as a frightened rabbit. What's the matter? What is that thing? Chen Yu asked with a curious look on his face. This is... Ling Qing's face was very red, and she stammered and couldn't speak. It can be seen that she was very embarrassed at this time. What is it? Is there anything between us that we can't see? Chinyu walked in front of Ling Qing, smiled and said, they have been sleeping together for half a month. But Chinyu has never found where this thing is hidden. No. It's mainly this. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu, and then lowered her head quickly, talking incoherently, and didn't know what to say. Oh, you don't seem to be such a hypocritical person usually. What's wrong today? The more Ling Qing said this, the more curious Chinyu became. What kind of thing would make Ling Qing 737 so concerned? Okay. Here you go. I made this for you. Ling Qing gritted her teeth and stuffed the thing directly into Chinyu's hands, then turned around like a fluster. Chinyu spread his hands and took a look. Huh? Pants? Why are you hiding this? Chinyu smiled and looked at the 2 pairs of boxer shorts and said casually, judging from the style and size, this was obviously knitted by Ling Qing for her. And it was made of the layer of fabric inside the jacket. It's so beautiful. Why are you embarrassed? Chinyu took it to Ling Qing and said puzzledly, although the 2 of them didn't have that kind of relationship yet. They had finally slept in the same bed for so many days. So there was nothing to be embarrassed about. But this place seems a little small. Chinyu pointed to the bulge in the front of the underwear and shook his head gently. My own things are much more magnificent than this. Ah? Where is it small? Ling Qing quickly looked at Chinyu. Logically speaking, the one she made should be relatively large. How could it be small? But when she saw the place Chinyu pointed, her pretty face blushed again. She had also seen underwear when she was shopping. So even a fool would know what the bulge in the front of boys' underwear is for. If a girl over 20 years old says that she doesn't know, she is definitely pretending. Here, I don't know your size. So, Ling Qing was embarrassed and explained palely and weakly. It's okay. Although it's a little small. But it can be worn. Finally, I have a change of underwear. Chinyu was excited. Although they could take a shower every day, they still felt very uncomfortable because they hadn't changed their underwear for such a long time. I didn't expect Ling Qing to be so thoughtful and actually made 2 pairs of underwear for me. Hey, when did you make this pair of underwear? How come I don't know it at all? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing and asked in confusion. Although he didn't stay with Ling Qing all the time. They were together 80% of the time. How could Ling Qing have time to make underwear? It was on the 4th day when we went to the island. When you went to see the rabbit and pheasant traps. Ling Qing said in a low voice. As a girl who loves cleanliness, although the conditions are difficult, it is still necessary to have clothes-fitting clothes. What? You finished it on the 4th day of the island. And you only give it to me now? Chinyu's face changed. He was actually uncomfortable for more than 10 days. What is this little girl thinking about? I'm a little embarrassed about this kind of thing. Since she has been discovered. Ling Qing is not so embarrassed and explains. She really didn't know how to tell Chinyu about this. If she said to Chinyu at night, hey, your panties, then Chinyu would say, it's your panties. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Although it has been delayed until now. You are really a talent. You can hide it for so long. And I didn't even notice that you changed your underwear. Chinyu smiled and shook his head. Somewhat unbelievable. For such a long time. He actually didn't notice Ling Qing had changed her underwear. Oh. Sorry. I really don't know how to start. Ling Qing pouted and said apologetically. She also knew that hiding it for so long was a bit wrong. But as a girl, she really didn't know how to start. It's okay. I'm just surprised. Anyway, thank you, Miss Ling Qing. Chinyu said sincerely. She could also understand Ling Qing. It was really hard to start talking about making underwear for a man she had only known for half a month. And they had only known each other for 4 days at that time. Many things that are difficult to start talking about are more difficult to start talking about the longer they are delayed. Chinyu has a deep understanding of this. You're not angry. Ling Qing smiled and said when he saw Chinyu's sincere look. He thought Chinyu was angry just now. How could it be? You made me a pair of underpants. If I'm still angry with you, then I'm really not a human being. Chinyu pinched Ling Qing's chubby cheeks and said with a smile. The feeling of the flesh is quite comfortable. What underpants? It's so ugly. Ling Qing pouted. Obviously quite happy. Okay. Then let's continue to make the bed and get ready for bed. Chinyu said with a smile. He finally had underwear to change tomorrow. Which was a very happy thing. Ling Qing nodded. And then spread the bamboo mat she had woven a few days ago on the bed. Then she spread the sleeping bag on it. Of course. Without the dead leaves, The bamboo mat seemed a little hard. But fortunately the temperature of the earthen Kong was very high, and it was very comfortable to sleep on it. Then the two fell asleep in the heavy rain. Until the next morning. The rain stopped. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hum of a helicopter sounded in the sky. And it was quite noisy. Obviously, this was not the sound of a helicopter. Another person has withdrawn. Ling Qing opened his eyes, and said in a daze. However, this situation was expected. The heavy rain last night would have dealt a heavy blow to many players physically and mentally. Fortunately, Qin Yu had the foresight to build a brick house in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would also face the question of whether to withdraw today. Chapter 690 Perfection. Normal. The rain last night was too heavy, and ordinary shelters can't withstand it at all. And the outdoor temperature last night reached 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. If you get caught in the rain, it will be easy for the players to catch a cold. Qin Yu sat up, rubbed his eyes and explained. It seems that this rainstorm has eliminated 4 or 5 groups of players. And in his own prediction, the rain last night should be able to eliminate 7 or 8 groups. It seems that the remaining players are also very tenacious. Forget it. Don't worry about them. We just need to take care of ourselves, Qin Yu said lightly after resisting. From the rainstorm last night, he realized many shortcomings in his shelter. The rabbit nest, chicken coop, and sheepfold were not well made, and they must be improved today. Otherwise, the next rainstorm, I don't know when it will come. Yeah, I'll make breakfast later, Ling Qing said, because she didn't know what he should do today. Yeah. Okay. Qin Yu nodded. His task today is to build a roof for the sheepfold, chicken coop, and rabbit nest. In this way, the next rainstorm will not make him so panic. In addition, the 2 jars they fired yesterday were filled with honey and lard. So if time permits today, he wants to fire some daily necessities. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the first live broadcast room, the first group, the 10th group, the 13th group and the 14th group all withdrew. In just half a month, 6 groups of players have withdrawn, including the 29th and 14th groups. There are only 26 groups left in the live broadcast room. Many viewers feel that it is not worth it for Huang Xiaolei's group to be eliminated. After all, Huang Xiaolei and Shen Mingxi are both very hard-working. But in that situation, both of them caught a cold. If they don't withdraw, it may be very dangerous to resist. So even if Huang Xiaolei withdrew, he still received rave reviews, which is much better than Kong Xingqing and Ruoyun, who withdrew within 2 days of the start. And not only Huang Xiaolei, but even Shen Mingxi was remembered by many viewers. On the other hand, Wang Jufeng from the 13th group was abused after he quit. In the situation last night, it was normal for him to not be able to hold on, and it was understandable for him to quit. But it was a bit too much to act for the audience in that situation. What's more, his acting skills are really not good. With the simultaneous withdrawal of 4 groups of contestants, the number of viewers in other groups suddenly increased. Qin Yu and his team still maintained the first position, with more than 90 million online viewers. Of course, this number of viewers sometimes does contain some water. After all, the live broadcast platform is still very powerful in doing such tricks. Of course, the contestants who are still insisting on the challenge have no way of knowing what the situation is outside. What they have to do now is to make their lives better. After Qin Yu and Ling Qing finished breakfast, Qin Yu began to prepare the roof, and Ling Qing's task was to burn a few more pottery. The roof of the rabbit nest is very simple. Just use mud to build a small house around the rabbit nest. Then put some bamboo poles and mud on it. And finally put palm leaves on the mud. At most, it will waste half an hour. The roof of the chicken coop is also quite easy, because the chicken coop more than 1 meter high is not challenging for Qin Yu. Just use bamboo poles to build it. Then cover it with a layer of soil. Find a few bamboo poles. Split them in the middle. Remove the bamboo joints inside, and then stuff them tightly into the soil. Anyway, as long as it can block most of the rain, it is impossible to make it as fine as your own residence. The ceiling of the sheepfold is the most difficult to make, because I made the sheepfold wall very high, and there are thorns all around. Even if I have a ladder, it is not an easy task. Time passed little by little. Noon after noon, until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yu finally handled these small details. The ceiling of the chicken coop, the ceiling of the rabbit nest, and the ceiling of the sheepfold. and the ceiling of their cellar, so that next time there is a heavy rainstorm, there will be nothing to worry about. Chunyu, do you think these are good? Ling Qing took out all the fruits of his labor today. A large wash basin, 2 jars, and some cups and bowls. They were all made very finely. But this time, none of them had patterns carved on the front. It seems that it is a waste of time. Well, it looks very beautiful. Chinyu nodded and praised sincerely. With these things, they can put some other things. You take a rest first. I will make a stove for us. Ling Qing was also tired today. After all, it takes 8 or 9 hours just to burn pottery. I have been working for a whole day. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded. She really couldn't stand it any longer. It was too hot and tiring to stay next to the earthen kiln. Originally, Chinyu hadn't thought about making a stove. But when they moved the fire into the house last night, it was too smoky and choking. If it continues like this, it will definitely not work. It is easy to cause carbon monoxide poisoning. If you make a stove yourself, you will not have to endure the smoky smell. And you can also keep warm in the cold winter. In fact, the method of making a stove is very simple. Just follow the stove model in the north. And when I went to the beach to hunt for treasure a few days ago, I just picked up a 2-meter-long abandoned chimney, which can be used. It is actually very simple to make a stove with clay. And Chenyu often dealt with stoves before. First, make a main body, which is about as thick as a bucket. However, in order to ensure its heat retention and service life, the thickness of this main body should be at least between 5 and 8 centimeters. The tube in the middle for making fire can be about 8 centimeters in diameter. After the main body is made, of course, a triangular base needs to be made. Of course, this kind of thing needs to bear the weight of the main body, so it naturally needs to be very strong. After the main body and the base are made, the top stove plate can be made. However, the top stove plate is not just made of clay, but needs to be fired. After all, they may need to use the stove plate to put a lot of things in the future, such as cups or bowls. If it is only made of clay, it is not very strong. When working, time passes very quickly. When Chinyu finished all the accessories of the stove, night had fallen. Chapter 691 Cheating Yourself. Ling Qing cooked dinner, consuming all the oysters and abalone left over from yesterday's lunch, and also grilled catfish. The second shelf life of these things is not as long as that of pork, and it is easy for them to breed bacteria and deteriorate. Okay. After the main body and base of the stove are dried, our stove will be completed. Chinyu clapped his hands, very satisfied with his masterpiece. Although it may not be as strong as an iron stove, the appearance is still very attractive. Come and try it. How are my abalone and oysters? Ling Qing said to Chinyu with a sweet smile. I just tasted it, and it doesn't seem to be much different. It's delicious. Chinyu nodded and ate a steamed abalone and grilled oysters with garlic paste. The taste was quite good. These seafoods tasted good to begin with. Just add some seasonings, and they will be very delicious. It's delicious. You could open a restaurant after you go out with your current skills. Chinyu gave Ling Qing a thumbs up and said admiringly, Hee right? I think I can do it too. Ling Qing was not modest at all. After eating an abalone with relish, he said to Chenyu, Then, will Boss Ling be in need of financial services? I'll apply for the job then? Chenyu said to Ling Qing jokingly, feeling playful. But after saying this, it seems that after I leave here, I can open a restaurant. After all, don't those stars use this method to make money from fans? If I persist for a year, I will have at least 10,000 or 20,000 fans. And I have skills. I don't lack finance, but I may lack a boss lady at that time. Do you want to apply for it? Ling Qing naturally knew that Chinyu was joking. He said it in the same joking tone. After all, the boss lady is a role played by women. Well, I have to go back and think about it, and then discuss it with my girlfriend. Chinyu stared at Ling Qing with a smile on his face and said, Aw? Girlfriend? Didn't you say you were single? So you were lying to me? Hearing Chinyu's words, Ling Qing suddenly stood up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and asked seriously, I didn't expect that I asked Chinyu twice. And he actually lied to me. Just said it. Such an excellent boy doesn't have a girlfriend. This is too incredible. I'm not lying to you. I really don't have a girlfriend. So you don't have to consider what you said just now. And you reacted so strongly just now. You are not interested in me, right? Qinyu narrowed his eyes, looked at Ling Qing with a sly smile, and asked. Seeing Ling Qing's embarrassed look, Qinyu felt a little funny. He teased Ling Qing every day, and he seemed to be quite happy. You are too annoying. Qinyu, I will ignore you. Ling Qing lowered her head, with a flushed face, and stuffed abalone into her mouth one by one. Her eyes kept moving around. Erratic. Oh, don't be so petty. I was just joking with you. Qinyu rubbed Ling Qing's head, and said with a smile. I didn't expect that even though they were so familiar with each other. Ling Qing still couldn't take a joke. The live broadcast room was very lively. At 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. It was the most leisurely time of the day after everyone had dinner. So at this time, most people would lie on their beds, quietly open Doshao Live, and then find the second live broadcast room of Wilderness Survival. It's over. It's over. Look at Miss Ling Qing's expression. She has completely fallen. Qinyu. I guess he will be the next public enemy of men. Qinyu. The hatred of stealing his wife is irreconcilable. Not to mention Miss Ling Qing. Even I, a viewer who watches the live broadcast every day, want to marry brother Qinyu. Miss upstairs. Please excuse me. Where do you live? How old are you? Who is in your family? Are you married? Get lost. What an embarrassment. Ah. I am so full and comfortable. Qinyu lay on the earth and Kong patted his bulging belly, and said with a look of enjoyment, This time of day is the most comfortable time of the day. Since I slept on a heated con yesterday, I didn't want to go to the shelter. After all, a wife, children and a warm con are the dreams of most men. Wow. Our wilderness survival is really so comfortable. Ling Qing also laid down next to Qinyu and sighed for a long time. Originally, she thought that if she wanted to persist for a year, she would have to greet snakes and caterpillars all day long. And their food, at most, is insects and wild vegetables. And they can catch a few fish when they are lucky. Unexpectedly, she is living better now than in the city, with delicacies from the mountains and the sea every day. Qinyu, you said that it's actually good to live away from the city, right? Ling Qing suddenly turned to look at Qinyu and asked seriously. Qinyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, What about our 400 million bonus? Besides, I have to marry and have children, pass on the family line, and bring honor to the family. Qinyu, can't you be a little more romantic? At this time, you should agree with the girl. Don't you understand? No wonder you are single. Ling Qing looked at Qinyu with a complaining face. This guy. How come he doesn't know how to chat with girls at all? There must be a reason why he is so outstanding but has no girlfriend. Okay. You're right. It's good to live here all the time. Qinyu was confused at first, but soon he was relieved and nodded in agreement. Humph. Perfunctory. It's too late. I'm angry. Go to sleep. Ling Qing curled his lips and turned his back to Qinyu. This guy. Sometimes he seems to have a high EQ, and sometimes he is completely like a straight man. I really don't know if he is pretending to be stupid or really stupid. Alas, women's hearts are like needles in the sea. So hard to please. After Qinyu muttered softly, he turned his head and stood back to back with Ling Qing. At such a close distance, Ling Qing certainly heard Qinyu's complaints. Then he frowned tightly. This guy is really annoying sometimes. The next morning, on the 16th day of wilderness survival, Qinyu woke up early, and this time, Ling Qing didn't press half of his body on him, and his left hand was on Ling Qing's body. His palm just fell on Ling Qing's chest. Today's situation is a bit abnormal. Qinyu looked at the position of the two people and was a little uncomfortable. And just when he got up, his left hand unconsciously grabbed Ling Qing's chest, which was bulging and soft, very comfortable. Oh my god! Chapter 692 Fruits of Labor. Qinyu sat up with a start and looked at his left hand. What did he do just now? However, it seemed to be very comfortable. Then Qinyu quietly resisted, brushed his teeth and washed his face. Milked and fried eggs. The whole process only took half an hour. The wild goats seemed to be accustomed to the fate of being milked every morning. And now the resistance was not so strong. So Qinyu could handle the milking work by himself. Wake up, Miss Ling Qing. After Qinyu made breakfast, he called Ling Qing to get up. After all, Ling Qing helped him make breakfast every day in the past few days. and also made underwear for him. So I'll treat her today. Well, I'm up. Ling Qing sat up in a daze, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. I don't know why, but I always feel uncomfortable sleeping last night. After getting up, washing her face, and brushing her teeth, Ling Qing was full of energy. After recording their date of going to the island, she started to eat breakfast. Hey, why aren't you talking today? Chen Yu looked at Ling Qing. Could it be that he just touched her breasts and she knew about it? Thinking of this, Chen Yu looked up at Ling Qing's breasts, her face. After finding that there seemed to be nothing unusual, he felt relieved. Don't want to talk. Ling Qing glanced at Chen Yu and seemed to be still angry. Okay. In that case, I'm going to go hunt pheasants soon. You stay at home and watch the house. Chen Yu probably said loudly. Ah, are we going to catch pheasants again today? Hearing about catching pheasants, Ling Qing immediately became interested. Instantly, the anger seemed to be thrown away. Don't think of leaving me alone. Ling Qing raised his chin and said with a smug look. Looking at Ling Qing's appearance, Chen Yu smiled triumphantly. This little girl is too easy to make happy. Half an hour later, Chen Yu and Ling Qing came to the place where wild rabbits appeared. According to convention, they must first shoot a rabbit to eat meat. And Chen Yu's skills, wanting to shoot a rabbit, is quite simple. And practice makes perfect. Unlucky rabbit. Chen Yu looked at the rabbit in front of him and threw it directly into the back grate behind him. Let's go. Let's go see if our wheat is ripe. By the way, catch 2 more pheasants. Their main purpose today is not the hare or the pheasant, but the wheat. When I came here a few days ago, the wheat was almost dry, and now it has been 4 days. There should be no problem. Yeah, I am the best at harvesting wheat. Ling Qing nodded and said happily. Then, like a happy lark, she jumped in front. After all, she had walked several times. Even without Chen Yu leading the way, she knew how to go. 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the wheat field. The wheat was completely dry at this time, and the ears and stalks were the same color. If ordinary farmers were harvesting wheat, this would be too dry, and the waste would be huge. But Chen Yu was not worried about this now, because the wheat field in front of him was very vast. At least 5 or 6 acres. The two of them couldn't eat so much food. Besides, these pheasants also need to eat. So just treat it as your own wild farm. Okay. Didn't you say you were best at harvesting wheat? Then let's get started. Chen Yu said to Ling Qing. But there is no sickle. How can I harvest it? Ling Qing frowned and looked at Chen Yu. When he was a child, he was indeed a good wheat cutter in the village. But without a sickle, he was like a hero without a place to use his skills. Then use your hands. Chen Yu smiled. Put down the backpack and bow and arrows behind him, and directly pulled out a bundle with a gun. Indeed, not easy, because the land here is too hard. Let's do this. Just cut it with a knife. After pulling out a bundle, Chen Yu also realized that it was not easy. Ling Qing had no way to pull it out, although it was a bit funny to cut wheat with a saber. They didn't have sickles now. Anyway, now we can cut as much as we can. Then, just pull it out with your hands? Ling Qing looked at Chen Yu and asked. It's not a wise idea to pull the weeds by hand on such hard ground. What else? Let's get started quickly. Our task today is arduous. Chen Yu shrugged. He couldn't think of a better way anyway. And this time, they didn't even bring an ordnance shovel. It seems that when they come tomorrow, they have to bring an ordnance shovel. At least it can help. The speed of the 2 people harvesting is comparable to the speed of a snail. It took a full hour to only cut 2 bundles. I'm so tired. My back hurts. Ling Qing stood up, rubbed his waist vigorously, and moved his body. This is simply torture. It's such a hot day. Squatting on the ground under the sun. His scalp is numb from the sun. His back and legs are numb from squatting. And it's been an hour. But the fruits of their labor are too daring to look at. Huh? It's really a bit tiring. Chen Yu also stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. But he was much better than Ling Qing, except for the pain of his hands being rubbed by the newspaper. He didn't feel anything else. Wait. Let's get something good for ourselves. After Chen Yu said something to Ling Qing, he walked into the bushes. A few minutes later, he came out with 2 straw hats made of branches. Here, put this on to prevent sunburn and keep you cool. Chen Yu handed Ling Qing a straw hat made of branches and said, in this climate, although they can't change the weather, They can find ways to make themselves more comfortable. After all, people are human because they have brains and are good at using them. Oh, why didn't I think of weaving a straw hat? Ling Qing said after taking the straw hat. When they were young, weaving straw hats and grasshopper cages were their most important source of fun in summer. Unexpectedly, on such a hot day today, she actually forgot such an important thing. Wait until you remember. I think we've both been burned to charcoal. Chinyu smiled and joked. Drink some water later. We'll continue working. If you can't do it anymore, just tell me and take a break. Because Ling Qing's physical fitness is not comparable to mine. So Ling Qing must be far behind me in this kind of work. Yeah. Thinking that we'll be able to eat noodles and pancakes soon. I don't want to rest at all. After drinking a mouthful of water, Ling Qing started cutting again with full energy. Chapter 693 Sharing the Burden. In this way, the two chatted while working. The weather gradually became hotter, and then gradually became cooler. After an unknown period of time, the sun was about to set, and Chinyu was ready to return to the shelter. Although there were no wheat harvesting tools, the two harvested about 20 bundles in one day. Of course, the price was that Ling Qing's left hand had several blisters, and he had no strength to work at all. Chinyu also felt his palms burning, and his palms were rubbed to a shiny state. Wait for me a moment. I'll go cut some vines and carry the wheat back. After speaking to Ling Qing, Chinyu's body went back into the bushes. 5 minutes later, he came out with a thin vine. Let's go. You take the backpack and the bow and arrow, and I'll carry the wheat. Chinyu handed the backpack and the bow and arrow to Ling Qing. Although Ling Qing was exhausted now, this kind of thing still had to be left to her. You can't leave everything to yourself. Well, how about I help you share some of the burden? Chinyu? Ling Qing looked at the wheat behind Chinyu and said, 20 or so bundles of wheat. Although not particularly heavy, but not too easy to carry. And there is still a half-hour journey. No. This is easy. Chinyu shook his head and refused. Although it looked like he was carrying a lot. It was only about 70 or 80 kilograms at most. So it was not heavy for him. Then the two of them walked towards the shelter while talking. 40 minutes later, the two returned to the shelter, and it was already dark. Although it didn't rain like last night, it looked dark. I guess tomorrow's weather won't be as hot as today. You cook for us first. I'll go get some food for the rabbits and sheep. After putting down the wheat on his back, Chinyu walked out of the shelter. They haven't fed them all day. Wild rabbits are fine. It doesn't matter if they are hungry. But wild goats are different. Not only is it an important source of goat milk for their breakfast, but it also has lambs in its stomach. Although of course it can't be treated badly. Wait, what do you want to eat tonight? Ling Qing suddenly stopped Chinyu and asked. Now they only have so many ingredients. She doesn't know what to cook now. Don't wild boars still have viscera? Let's get rid of all the wild boars' internal organs tonight. Oh, and there are silkworms. Cook them together. We should have enough for tonight, Chinyu said. There was more food in the past few days, so they all wanted to try something new. But now these are basically all they have. The internal organs are more likely to spoil, so they want to eat them quickly. Otherwise, if they spoil, they will be useless, and it will be a pity to throw them away. Yeah, I see. You go early and come back early. And be careful, Ling Qing said to Chinyu with concern. Of course, the main reason is that she was too scared to stay in the shelter alone. Yeah, I see. Chinyu nodded and turned around and walked out of the shelter. Most animals and birds come out at night. Various strange calls came from all directions, which scared Ling Qing a little. Chinyu, come back soon. Chinyu has been out for more than 10 minutes. Why hasn't he come back yet? Ling Qing looked around while cooking. It felt like Chinyu had been gone for a long time. Next time, I won't stay alone in the shelter again, Ling Qing muttered to herself, with a trembling voice. Even though 3 resin candles had been lit, the fear in her heart was not driven away at all. I'm back. Is the meal ready? When Chinyu's voice reached her ears, Ling Qing's tense body finally relaxed. The fear in her heart also disappeared instantly, and Chinyu could give her a strong sense of security. Yeah, it'll be ready soon. Come in and prepare for dinner, Ling Qing said happily. I was really scared just now, and felt a little numb on my scalp. Yeah, I'll be ready soon. After Chinyu poured the weeds into the sheep pen, he walked in with the weeds. Then he poured them into the rabbit nest. Wait a minute. It will be ready soon, Ling Qing said to Chinyu after he washed his hands. With Chinyu by her side, she seemed not to be afraid of anything. It's okay. Take your time. Chinyu shook his head. Things like internal organs must be cooked a little more, so that they will be safer. 10 minutes later, the silkworm internal organ soup was cooked. Although the name doesn't sound so good, the taste is definitely very good. Especially Ling Qing also put a lot of flavoring condiments in it, so it tastes particularly flavorful and fragrant. I didn't like eating pig liver before. I always felt bitter. But now I feel it's quite delicious, Ling Qing said incredulously while holding a piece of pig liver. Of course, pig liver is a good thing, Chinyu nodded, holding pig intestines on his chopsticks. In fact, many people don't like pig offal, feeling that pig offal is particularly dirty and unclean to eat. But in fact, this kind of pig offal is not only rich in various nutrients, but also very good. It's just that some people are not used to eating it. Come, eat a piece of small intestine. Chinyu kindly picked up a piece of pig's small intestine for Ling Qing, but was ruthlessly rejected by Ling Qing. Obviously, Ling Qing is the kind of person who doesn't like pig offal. Hey, I don't want to eat this kind of thing. Ling Qing showed a disgusted expression on his face, regardless of whether this thing tastes good or not. After thinking about its origin, I have no appetite at all. TSK. Really tasteless. Chinyu looked down on Ling Qing and started eating. Speaking of which, I was really hungry today. After dinner, the two fell asleep early. After all, today was a whole day of labor. Even if Chinyu could bear it, Ling Qing's body couldn't bear it. When I woke up again, it was already bright. Let's go! Let's go! Chinyu learned to be smart today. He took a military shovel with him when he left, because pulling wheat with bare hands is definitely a very, very stupid thing to do. Ah! I still have to go today. Can I not go? Ling Qing was obviously scared yesterday, with a drooping face and a reluctant expression. It was so damn tiring to cut wheat with a saber. Of course. Chinyu nodded. Then he said seriously, if you don't want to eat, well, let's go! Looking at Chinyu with a serious face, Ling Qing said nothing more. It took Chinyu and Ling Qing 4 days to cut about 1 acre of wheat. These 4 days were absolutely like a devil. Although Ling Qing worked intermittently, he was exhausted and even walked with difficulty. Chinyu was even more tired because he cut almost 8 out of every acre of wheat. After digging it out with an engineer shovel, he had to clean the soil on the roots. Chapter 694 Hard Work. This is definitely not an easy task, and the main reason is that their tools are too poor. Chinyu has thought of many ways, but the effect is not very obvious. And finally, he has to use brute force. So tired. After taking the last load of wheat to the shelter, Chinyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. Rubbing his shoulders, they were all red and oozing blood, even if he was wearing a straw hat he made when working. His neck was still sunburned. Chinyu, these wheat should be enough for us to last for a year, right? Ling Qing looked at the haystacks outside the shelter that were almost as high as a hill, and asked weakly, if she keeps doing this, she will be exhausted? Well, that's enough. The hardest work is over. As long as we grind all the grain into flour, it will definitely be no problem to maintain it for a year. Lenimo nodded and said, to be honest, he felt like vomiting when he thought about the wheat field now. It was too tiring. But now that the wheat has been sheltered, it is definitely not an easy time to turn it into flour. It still requires a very tedious process. Moreover, he may need to make a stone mill for grinding flour. Okay, take a break. After a good rest, we will start a new job again. Chinyu patted Ling Qing's shoulder and said a little weakly, these days are also a great test for his physical strength. And thinking about the next work still makes people feel upset. Yeah, I don't want to eat today. Ling Qing nodded. As long as he didn't go to cut wheat, he could do anything. Okay, let's eat together in the evening. To be honest, Chinyu has been very tired these days. Now he doesn't just want to cook. He doesn't even want to eat. After the two entered the room, they fell asleep on the bed. When they woke up, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Oh my god, I slept too much. Chinyu walked out of the room and looked at the sundial. It was almost 5 o'clock. Ling Qing was also woken up by Chinyu's movement. Wow, it's so comfortable to take a nap. Chinyu, you said we have a new task to do. What is it? Ling Qing stretched and looked at Chen Yu and asked, "After a nap? I feel more energetic. Our job tonight and tomorrow is to try to build a granary to store wheat. It doesn't need to be too big, and it can hold about 300 kilograms of grain. This task is handed over to you. You must get it done in 2 days at most." Chen Yu assigned it seriously, because if they don't beat the grain out and dry it quickly, it will easily rot or sprout if it is placed in a dry place. "Yeah, I know." Ling Qing nodded seriously. She was also very clear about Chen Yu's considerations. If the wheat is not harvested within the specified time, it will sprout by then, and their labor in the past few days will be wasted. This is absolutely not allowed. In the next few days, I will first make the push mill, and then make a bigger earthen kiln to burn the millstone. After these are almost done, we can harvest the grain. Chen Yu's plan is to make a push mill, because the push mill is relatively small and easier to make, so he can still make it himself. If it is a stone mill, it needs a very large stone millstone and grinding wheel, which he can't get in such a place, so he can only make a push mill, which is relatively easier to make. Push mills have existed since the Han Dynasty, and in the Western Jin Dynasty, this kind of mill was upgraded and improved. So there was a water mill later, and the push mill that Chen Yu wants to make now. If you go back a few decades, many rural areas have basically used this kind of thing. Even now, there are still such stone mills in many remote rural courtyards, but people nowadays don't use them much. The structure of the push mill is quite simple. It is 2 round stone wheels, thin on the top and thick on the bottom, hooked together, with a column center in the middle. The upper wheel is public, and the column center is round. The upper part of the whole circle is about 1 centimeter protruding, and the lower part is the female part. The upper part and the lower part are pressed back and forth to form a combined force to form what we call a mill. I really didn't expect that I would try to push a mill in this era. Chen Yu shook his head and smiled helplessly. Hundreds of years ago, people used donkeys, cows and other tools to push mills instead of mills. Forget it. It can be regarded as an experience of life. In the end, Chen Yu could only comfort himself in this way. After all, even if he complained all day long, no one would help him. So it is better to be optimistic than pessimistic. It's still early. I'll go and fetch some clay first. You close the fence. I'll be back in about half an hour. It's only 5 o'clock now. I can go and fetch some clay before it gets dark. Then I'll have to make a big stone wheel for grinding. Chen Yu knew very well that there was still a big gap between the fired pottery and the real stone. But now they have the conditions. It's really good to be able to grind the mill, so there's no need to think about how well they do. Well, okay. Come back early. Ling Qing hesitated for a moment, thought about the fact that he still had to build a granary, so he could only nod and agree. And now it's not dark yet, and there are no weird calls, so he is not as scared as last night. Yeah, got it. Remember to close the fence tightly. Chen Yu emphasized again. This is very important, because the fence they have renovated now can definitely block some large animals. So as long as the fence is closed, there will be no great danger. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded and began to chop the bamboo into thin strips with a saber. Started to weave the granary. When Chen Yu walked near the clay, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. The whole body was covered with black hair, and there was a white mark on the chest, which seemed to be foraging on the ground. Dog bear? How is it possible? How could that guy be here? The moment Chen Yu saw the bear, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly squatted down. This time, I was in a hurry and had to carry a shovel, so I didn't bring a bow and arrow. So now I can only hide for a while. Fortunately, the hearing, vision and perception of bears are almost the lowest among animals. Sometimes bears will only notice the existence of people when they walk directly in front of people. And now Chen Yu is a full 200 meters away from the bear. It is absolutely impossible for it to find Chen Yu. It seems that I can't get the soil from here. I'd better go to other places to look for it. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, and then gave up the previous piece of clay. Chapter 695 Guarantee. Because the location of the bear is less than 30 meters away from Chen Yu's destination. If the bear is startled at that time, it will not be a wise thing to do. And although humans may scare the bear away after making sounds, but after all, it is something that appears in the show, so you can't trust it completely. Furthermore, if I accidentally meet a stubborn bear, won't I be in trouble? Okay. Today I'm a vegetarian, so I'll let you go. You won't be so lucky next time. Looking at the sturdy bear. After thinking about it, Chinyu finally chose not to take the risk. Look for it somewhere else. If you can't find it, you can only use ordinary clay. We were supposed to come back in half an hour. But when we came back, it was already 6:30 in the afternoon. Close to dusk. Chinyu, didn't you say you would be back in more than half an hour? Why did you take so long? Ling Qing complained. She had been waiting for Chinyu for a long time. She thought something had happened to him. After all, Chinyu told her before he left that he had been out for more than half an hour. Because I encountered a bear when I got the clay last time. I wasted some time. Chinyu put the clay on his back down and said in a calm tone. It was as if seeing a bear could not stir up any waves in his heart. Ah! Bear? How did you encounter that kind of thing? Are you okay? Ling Qing asked nervously. He suspected that Chinyu had a bad body. Why did he always encounter leopards or bears every time he went out? I'm fine. But judging from the size, the bear just now was not the one that visited our shelter last time. Chinyu explained. Because the last bear was not as big as the one just now. Although it was dark that night. But he saw it clearly. So there are at least 2 bears on this island. No, not that bear. Then, how many bears are there in this place? Hearing Chinyu's words, Ling Qing became more and more worried. In this case, their lives are not guaranteed at all. It's not clear. But what is certain now is that there are at least 2 bears active in this area. Chinyu's tone is still unhurried. And he doesn't seem to be afraid of the bears. If it was before, he was really afraid of bears. But now, as long as he has a bow and arrow in his hand, he can't wait for the bear to come up first. Then why is the current situation not very dangerous? Ling Qing's face is a little pale and ugly. The bear was so powerful that they could not resist it. Moreover, according to what Chinyu said, there was more than one bear. Now there were bears and leopards active in their territory. And they also raised so many animals. These animals were very tempting to bears and leopards. In this way, their situation became even more dangerous. Don't be afraid. We will definitely find a way. Chinyu smiled and shook his head, comforting Ling Qing not to be afraid. Generally, these wild beasts dare not approach places with people. Even if they really dare to approach, he is not afraid of them. And if he encounters them a month later, he can still fight them even without poison arrows. Looking at Chinyu's confident expression, Ling Qing could only nod. Here, she had to trust Chinyu now. Okay, you make it up first. I'll go and make another earthen kiln. The earthen kiln that I made a few days ago was okay for burning some daily pots and pans. But it was not good for burning the big stone wheel for grinding. So now I have to make a bigger earthen kiln. And then tomorrow, I will start to burn the big stone wheel for grinding and the stone pillar in the middle. Because it had been done last time. The earthen kiln was not difficult for Chinyu. He just needed to make it a little bigger. Anyway, it's just a matter of mixing more soil. Well, I'll cook after I weave the bottom of the granary. Ling Qing nodded. He hadn't eaten for a day and was still a little hungry. He must cook more rice later. After mixing the soil, Chinyu began to prepare the earth kiln. This time, the earth kiln needed was larger. So Chinyu prepared to make some foundations with stones. In this way, the earth kiln made is not only strong, but also has a higher temperature when fired. In addition, the firing layer in the middle of the earth kiln must be replaced with stone slabs. Otherwise it will be easily broken. Chinyu's current task is to find some suitable stones to be used as the foundation of the earthen kiln and the stone slab in the middle for the large stone wheel. It is not easy to find so many stones. And now it is dark. Chinyu could only pick up some roughly and then return to the shelter. When Chinyu returned to the shelter, Ling Qing had already prepared dinner. You are back. Come and eat quickly. Ling Qing handed the fried meat slices and 2 grilled catfish to him and put them on the plate. Our pork and catfish seem to be a little stale, Ling Qing said while cleaning up the dishes. When I went to get the pork just now, it already had a bit of smell. I guess it will be completely inedible in another 3 or 5 days. Well, I'll think of a way later. Maybe we can smoke it out directly. Maybe we can store it for a longer time. Chinyu thought about it and said, the wild boar meat has been stored for many days. Even if the temperature in his cellar is relatively low, it is still very different from the conventional refrigeration machine. The temperature of the cellar cannot reach the temperature of refrigeration. Now these meats that are about to go bad can only be treated by smoking. Hurry up and try it. I have processed this meat. There is no smell. Ling Qing said to Chinyu after preparing the bowls and chopsticks. This time, when I fried the meat and grilled the fish, I put more seasoning. So I covered up the smell that was about to go bad. Good. Chinyu sat down, picked up a piece of pork, and chewed it in his mouth. It really didn't have a strange smell. And it tasted pretty good. Well, not bad. Your cooking skills are really getting better and better. Chinyu nodded and praised. It seems that Ling Qing has stayed here for a year. Even if she can't learn any wilderness survival skills, her cooking skills will definitely improve a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chinyu, for the compliment. Hee hee. Ling Qing smiled and said to Chinyu, even I admire my own cooking skills. I can make pork and catfish that are about to expire so delicious. Me. Chapter 696, Letting Down the Guard. Just when the two were enjoying their meal, the wild goats outside the shelter suddenly cried. What's going on? Chinyu? Hearing the goats cry, Chinyu suddenly became nervous. The wild goats seemed to have not cried much in the past few days. Why did they suddenly cry today? And the sound seemed a little hurried. And the first thought that flashed through Ling Qing's mind was that the goats must have been frightened. It is very likely a leopard or a bear has come, because the perception of wild goats is very sharp, especially for these natural enemies that feed on them. I don't know. Wait a minute. I'll go out and take a look. Chinyu had never been in contact with wild goats, so he didn't know why they were calling. Then Chinyu put down his bowl and chopsticks, and became nervous. He quickly picked up his bow and arrow and walked out. Seeing Chinyu walk out, Ling Qing became even more nervous, holding the corner of his clothes tightly in his hand. Chinyu walked out of the shelter step by step, holding the bow and arrow tightly in his hand, and looked around vigilantly. But he didn't find anything suspicious, and he couldn't see the shadow of a leopard or a bear. Huh? What's going on? Is this guy hungry? After checking for 5 minutes, Chinyu finally let down his guard. He looked at the weeds in the sheepfold and saw that there were still a lot of them. It was obvious that they were not hungry. This puzzled Chinyu. Well, let's wait and see. Chinyu could only return to the shelter with his bow and arrow. What's the matter? Chinyu? Seeing Chinyu come in, Ling Qing hurriedly asked nervously. Nothing. I guess the goat is lonely. Go to bed after you wash the dishes. I'll stay here tonight. Although he didn't see any shadows of bears or leopards, the wild goats were screaming so loudly. There must be something wrong. Can you do it alone? Ling Qing thought for a while and asked. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. If everything is fine, I will go in and rest. Chinyu nodded, signaling Ling Qing not to worry. Well, okay. I will go in and rest after I wash the pot. If there is anything, remember to call me. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu's determined expression and didn't know what to say. Besides, if she stayed here, it would only create tension, and she couldn't help much. After Ling Qing went to bed, Chinyu continued to work on his earthen kiln. Anyway, the goats still called from time to time. But as long as there was no sign of bears and leopards, there was nothing to worry about. About 3 hours later, Chinyu finally completed his earthen kiln. Next is to light a fire and dry the earth kiln. After getting up tomorrow morning, I will carry some clay back, and then I can make the clay mold for the stone wheel. Chinyu moved his body, yawned, and felt sleepy. Although he slept for 3 or 4 hours in the afternoon, people will feel very sleepy after the night, and will not recover until the early morning. This is a physical need, because this is the time of the day when people need to sleep the most. It seems that nothing will happen. Let's go to sleep. Chinyu looked outside. There was no movement, and then prepared to go to bed. After all, I can't stay awake all night just because the goat calls all night. Just when Chinyu walked into the room and prepared to go to bed, the goat's urgent call sounded again, and it was sharper than before. Ba, 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 ba. Damn it. If nothing happens this time, I will kill you in a minute. Chinyu frowned. He was upset by this kind of goat all night tonight, and it was so late, so his mood was naturally very bad. But despite saying so, Chinyu still walked out with a bow and arrow. Then he walked around and glanced around. There was still no movement, except for the occasional calls of nightingales. Chinyu felt a fire in his heart, and he must teach this hateful goat a lesson. Then he would block its mouth, so that he might be able to sleep well. Wow! Wow! Just as Chinyu walked to the sheepfold, He suddenly heard two very sharp sounds. Very thin. Very sharp. Like the cry of a baby. But the sound was not very loud. Fuck. No way. When he heard the two sharp calls, Chin Yu was suddenly startled. And then a look of joy appeared on his face. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he already knew what had happened. Has it given birth? Chin Yu quickly opened the fence of the sheepfold and walked in. The wild goat stood motionless on the ground. And at his feet, a lamb appeared. It was slightly larger than a wild rabbit and struggled to stand up. But its calves were trembling. As soon as its front legs stood up, it would suddenly fall down. Oh my god. A lamb is really born. I'm so stupid. I always thought that the goat cried because it felt danger. How could I not think that the goat was about to give birth? Chin Yu scolded himself. He was really stupid. However, the goat successfully gave birth to a lamb. This was definitely the last piece of news I got in the past few days. Me. After Chin Yu walked into the sheepfold, the goat seemed to feel threatened. It kept looking at Chin Yu and calling, but did not attack Chin Yu, but still stood there motionless. It must not have given birth yet. Chin Yu was overjoyed. Although the wild goat was weak after giving birth, it would definitely protect its child. But it was motionless now, which meant that it might not have given birth yet. There was still a lamb in its belly. Wild goats usually have 3 litters in 2 years. If it is the first time to give birth, it will usually be 1 lamb per litter. But when it comes to the second and third litters, the number of lambs will increase. The second and third litters usually have 2 to 3 lambs. After that, there may be a possibility of 4 to 6 litters. Of course, this possibility is relatively low. And the survival rate of the lambs is also relatively low. And at this time, as expected, a small head popped out from behind the goats, but wow. As soon as the lamb's head popped out, it started to cry. The second one. Great. Chin Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Originally, he thought there was only 1 lamb in the wild goat's belly. But now it has given birth to 2, which is already a pleasant surprise. Looking at the wild goat's vigilant eyes, Chin Yu had to quietly walk out of the sheepfold. Chapter 697, Exciting News. If the wild goats attack me to protect their children, it will be bad if they hurt the lambs. These 2 little things are very precious now. Great, our sheepfold finally has a new member. Chin Yu clenched his fists, and the sleepiness and anger just now disappeared without a trace. My pork is about to go bad, and I can hunt some rabbits and pheasants in a few days. When the lambs can eat by themselves, I can slaughter the wild goats. It will probably take more than half a month, or even a month. By then, the meat may not go bad so quickly. Chin Yu, what happened? I seem to hear a strange cry. After Chin Yu walked into the shelter, Ling Qing looked like he hadn't woken up yet, walked out of the room with sleepy eyes, and asked with his eyes half closed. I had been unable to sleep well because of the goat's cry. Just now, I suddenly heard a strange sound. Like a bird's cry. It also sounded like a baby's cry, although it woke her up. I have good news for you. Chin Yu smiled. And now he was no longer sleepy, and said to Ling Qing in suspense. Ah! What? Don't tell me you are going to see leopards and bears. Ling Qing woke up a little and asked, because she remembered the good news from Chin Yu last time, that he saw the traces of leopards. This kind of news is not so good for her. It is even bad news, because those things may threaten their lives. This is definitely good news. We have a lamb, Chin Yu said excitedly. I haven't heard such exciting news for several days. Huh? Did you say our goat gave birth? When Ling Qing heard Chin Yu's words, she instantly lost all her sleepiness and became extremely energetic. Her bright eyes sparkled. I want to see my lamb. Ling Qing was so excited that she appeared at the door of the shelter in an instant, and her speed made Chin Yu dumbfounded. Ling Qing's speed once again proved that human potential has no limit. TSK. Is it necessary to be so excited? Chin Yu shook his head and followed him out. Wow. Chin Yu. Look. There are 2. She actually gave birth to 2 lambs. It's really great. Ling Qing saw the 2 lambs in the sheepfold through the gap in the fence, and danced with excitement. With these 2 sheep, they will have food for the second half of the year, and they can also keep each other company. Are you so happy? After having lambs, we may not have goat milk to drink in the morning. Chin Yu smiled and reminded. Oh, I know. Ling Qing nodded nonchalantly, still focusing on the 2 lambs. Although it was midnight, there were still many people in the live broadcast room. After all, the lifestyle of young people nowadays is such that they can't fall asleep before 2 or 3 in the morning. Oh my god. Shinyu gave birth again? And there are 2 of them. These 2 guys are so lucky. What cute lambs. I really want to raise 2. Miss Ling Qing is so loving. The look in her eyes when she looks at the lamb is full of desire. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel like Miss Ling Qing is thinking about how to eat the lamb? +1. Little lamb, what the hell did I do to be eaten by people as soon as I was born? The live broadcast room was very lively. But at this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room was directly reduced by 9/10. After all, most people wouldn't watch live broadcasts in the middle of the night. Other live broadcast rooms were even more miserable. Ling Qing calmed down after being excited for a long time. Great. Chunyu. Our lives will definitely get better and better. Ling Qing finally turned his eyes away from the sheepfold and looked at Chinyu and said, Yes, for sure. When the mill is ready tomorrow, we can eat noodles and sesame cakes. The birth of the lamb also gave Chinyu a boost of confidence. After seeing the 2 lambs, Chunyu, who was originally a little irritable, felt full of energy. God always gives extra rewards to those who work hard. And this is true. Yeah. I feel so excited that I can't sleep. Ling Qing squinted her eyes and looked at Chinyu, smiling sweetly. The food brought to them by the 2 lambs is not comparable to that of hares and pheasants. These 2 lambs may allow them to have a warm and full winter. You can't sleep. But I still need to sleep for a while. Chinyu glared at Ling Qing and said unhappily. But she slept well. And he hasn't closed his eyes until now. People are like this. After sleeping for a while, it will be difficult to fall asleep again if they wake up suddenly. Ling Qing smiled coquettishly. She really didn't feel sleepy at all now. Then you can go to sleep now. I can't sleep anyway. So I'll continue my work. When Ling Qing said this, he had already brought all the bamboo and the bottom of the granary woven during the day into the house. She really didn't have the courage to weave it alone outside in the middle of the night in the wilderness. Oh, how embarrassing. If that's the case, I'd better obey your order. Chunyu showed a sly smile, then walked directly into the shelter and began to sleep. For better work tomorrow. TSK. It's too realistic. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu's back, pouted, and looked unhappy. However, this expression was just habitual. Then he sourly started to weave his own granary. Half an hour later, Chinyu's steady breathing could be heard. Chunyu turned over, and in this position, Chinyu's face looked towards Ling Qing. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu, with his handsome features, long eyelashes, and a faint smile on his lips. It was obvious that he had a beautiful dream. It's pretty good. Ling Qing looked at it, suddenly smiled, and whispered to himself. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shone on Swana Island. Because Chinyu's shelter was relatively high and there were sparse trees around, they could see the first ray of sunlight in the morning. Chunyu, get up quickly. In a daze, Chinyu suddenly heard Ling Qing's hurried voice, and his body was pushed a few times. Chunyu subconsciously sat up. In such a wilderness, he had to stay highly alert at all times. Even in Chapter 698 No interest. It was the same at the moment. What's the matter? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing and asked. I also have good news for you. Ling Qing smiled sweetly, looking mysterious. Ah, what good news? I'll tell you when I wake up. Chinyu obviously had no interest in Ling Qing's good news. He felt that there was no good news that could compare to sleeping now. Oh, get up quickly. I really have good news to tell you. Ling Qing pulled Chinyu up. And after this, Chinyu was no longer sleepy. Then he rubbed his eyes and asked, Tell me, Miss, what is the good news? Chinyu asked with a look of despair on his face. You know what? I just saw little rabbits. 7 or 8 little rabbits. Ling Qing was so excited that she didn't know where to put her hands. She felt a little sleepy in the morning. But when she was feeding the rabbits grass, she suddenly found this. It made her energetic again. You woke me up just for this. Chinyu rolled his eyes at Ling Qing. Rabbits have a much stronger reproductive capacity than goats. So even if they gave birth, there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, they had 5 female rabbits. Yes. So many cute little rabbits. It's not good news. Ling Qing answered with certainty. Oh. Okay. That's it. I'll wash my face first. Then start working. Chun Yu nodded, got off the Kong, put on his shoes, and nodded perfunctorily. The rabbit giving birth is indeed good news. But this kind of good news is still incomparable to the goat giving birth to a lamb. So naturally there is no such excitement. Alas, shouldn't it be worth being happy? Ling Qing looked confused and said to himself while looking at Chun Yu. Humph. Forget it. I'll just build my granary. After I'm done, I can pick wild vegetables to feed the rabbits. Ling Qing thought about it, and then started working. After Chun Yu washed his face, he had a simple breakfast. What he didn't expect was that the wild goats could give the 2 lambs 2 cups of milk every day. In any case, this was good news because they needed the nutrition of goat milk. An hour later, Chun Yu went to carry 2 more loads of clay, which should be enough to make 2 large stone wheels. Let's start making the embryos. Chun Yu looked at the clay on the ground, muttered to himself, and then started to mix the clay. The clay required for the large stone wheel is different from that for ordinary pottery. The water content of the soil must not exceed 20%, because if the soil contains too much water, it may be too soft and unable to withstand the weight, thus causing the soil embryo to deform. But if it is soil with a slightly lower water content, there is no problem. Even if there is a slight compression deformation, it will not have much impact. It took Chun Yu 2 hours to make the embryos. Then they were exposed to the sun for 6 hours to dry the outer layer of the 2 embryos. But the subsequent firing was much simpler. And now he is more worried about whether his earth kiln can withstand it. After all, 2 more than 40 kilograms of earth embryos, almost 50 kilograms, are difficult for ordinary earth kilns to withstand. I hope nothing will happen. Chun Yu held the earth embryo in his hand and prayed secretly in his heart. Because each of these things consumes a lot of his time and patience. Whether it is the earthen kiln or the earthenware of the big stone wheel, he doesn't want to do it again. Chun Yu gently put the first stone mill in. There was no accident. It was quite safe. Great. I can make a fire to burn. Looking at the earthenware in the cave, Chun Yu smiled, and then stuffed a lot of firewood in. When stuffing such a large, solid earthenware, the temperature requirement is particularly strict. In the early stage, it must be fired at a high enough temperature, and after 3 to 4 hours of firing, it can be switched to a slow fire. Then, it was fired for another 4 hours. In this way, the stone wheel was fired. But no matter what, this stone wheel fired from clay is definitely not as strong and durable as the one chiseled from stone. Time passed little by little, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, Chun Yu finally took a breath. Since 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he has been desperately turning the homemade fan, just to make the fire bigger and the temperature higher. Ah! My back hurts. After Chun Yu filled the earth kiln with firewood, he could finally rest for a while and take a breath. Thank you for your hard work. I will give you a back massage. Seeing that Chun Yu finally sat down, Ling Qing ran behind Chun Yu very obediently. She massaged Chun Yu's shoulders and back diligently. Oh! What's going on today? I even have a maid? Chun Yu said teasingly. I am usually very tired, and I have never seen Ling Qing massage my shoulders and back so actively. Yes, Lord Lin. Do you think my strength is okay? Ling Qing also cooperated very well, imitating the tone of the maids in the palace drama, and said in a delicate voice, Huh? You should be more normal. Is there something wrong? Chun Yu turned his head, looked at Ling Qing, and asked, After all, there must be something wrong with everything that is abnormal. No. I just saw that you are too tired today, so I serve you. Ling Qing answered straightforwardly. It doesn't seem like there is anything that needs Chun Yu's help. Well, very good. I finally got it. Comfortable, Chun Yu said with a look of enjoyment. It seems to be quite good if someone can pinch your face and massage your back every day when you are tired. Oh! By the way, did you say that you are ready to serve me tonight? Chun Yu suddenly turned around, smiled cunningly, and asked Ling Qing. Pa! Chun Yu's voice fell, and he was greeted by a heavy slap on the shoulder. Very loud. What are you thinking about? Then Ling Qing walked into the room with a blushing face. Chun Yu shook his head and followed into the room, because the next firing of the big stone wheel needs to be slow burned. If he adds some firewood in an hour, it should be fine. After all, the residual temperature in the earthen kiln is still very high. Hey Chun Yu, I just poured the water for washing rabbits outside the shelter. Is it okay? Ling Qing seemed to remember something, and suddenly spoke nervously. On the first day on the island, Qin told him that the smell of blood would attract new carnivores. It should be okay. Don't worry. Even if the leopards and bears really come, they will only send us airdrops, Chen said with a relaxed look. Now he is very confident. After all, he has the most poisonous venom in the wilderness, which can instantly make leopards or bears lose their combat effectiveness. Okay, let's take a rest first. Chapter 699 Dealing with it. Qin lay on the Kong and said to Ling Qing. But Ling Qing seemed to be very worried, with a bit of anxiety on his face. I really know how to cause trouble. Half an hour later, a sharp cry suddenly sounded outside the shelter. Chi chi chi. The sound was very similar to the cry of a bird. Sharp, but it was not so coherent, and it cried about once every 3 seconds. What sound is that? Chen Yu? The first time he heard the sound, Ling Qing's body suddenly trembled. Then he quickly asked, "It seems that the big guy has finally come to visit us." Chen Yu's expression was serious, although he had always been looking forward to the visit of this big guy. But now that it really came, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. You stay in the house first. Don't come out. I'll deal with it, Chen Yu said to Ling Qing with a serious expression. Then he picked up the bow and arrow and walked out. Although he felt that he could completely deal with the leopard with the bow and arrow and the poison of the arrow tree, he didn't know why he was particularly nervous. Maybe it was because it was dark now, and people would be more nervous and afraid in the dark. It's okay, Chen Yu. You can do it. Chen Yu encouraged himself and walked step by step to the fence, slowly opening the fence. The leopard was less than 20 meters away from the fence. It was probably the place where Ling Qing splashed blood. The moment Chen Yu opened the fence, the leopard, which was licking the ground, suddenly raised its head alertly, and an angry look appeared in its glowing eyes. Then it glared at Chen Yu and roared angrily. Half lying on the ground, it was full of hostility towards Chen Yu, and made a gesture ready to enter the palace at any time. Damn! I didn't provoke you. Why did you see me, as if you saw the murderer of its father? Chen Yu felt a little puzzled. The leopard's actions obviously did not regard Chen Yu as its prey. When Chen Yu saw the little leopard behind the leopard, he finally understood what was going on. So it was to protect its cub. But sorry. Although I am very moved by your mother-son affection, I need to eat meat. I need to hold on for a year. Chen Yu looked at the lion that was about to attack and said lightly, no matter whether it could understand or not. The leopard seemed to have heard Chen Yu's voice and became more irritable. Aoil. Then it roared again, obviously trying to scare Chen Yu away. It didn't think of really attacking Chen Yu. Sorry. For survival. Chen Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Then, he took out a bamboo arrow dipped in the poison of the karari tree from his back and pulled it out directly, aiming at the leopard. At that moment, the leopard roared, as if it sensed danger. It shot towards Chen Yu like an arrow from a bow. The speed was quite amazing. Almost a matter of a moment. But Chen Yu's speed was not slow either. At the moment the leopard stood up, his index finger and middle fingers suddenly loosened. The bamboo arrow shot out directly. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow instantly shot into the leopard's neck, followed by a painful roar. It was just a flap of its wings, but its speed did not slow down at all. In less than 2 seconds, the leopard jumped up and pounced towards Chen Yu. Fuck! Chen Yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he uttered a curse word, and his body subconsciously moved to the side. Bang! Chen Yu dodged the leopard's pounce. But the fence behind him was not so lucky. The solid fence was directly knocked to the ground. Ling Qing, who was hiding in the house and observing the situation, screamed in fear. This was the first time she saw a leopard at such a close distance. The leopard's body was a full 1.34 meters long and 50 centimeters tall at the shoulder. It looked like a huge monster, and the leopard print on its body, which looked like a copper coin, was scary. Oh no! Chen Yu cried out secretly, fearing that the leopard would attack Ling Qing, and he would have no way to rescue her. At the same time, he was very angry. Who the hell made up such a lie, saying that it would kill people with a single blow and that 9 steps would definitely lead to a fall? Don't they know that such behavior would kill people? However, he was angry. But his actions just now had undoubtedly completely angered the leopard, and if he wanted to calm down this battle now, he would either kill the leopard or be eaten by it. There is no other way. At this time, The audience in the second live broadcast room was already going crazy. And now it was everyone's leisure time after dinner. So watching the live broadcast became a must-do for many people. Oh my god. What's going on? It's really a leopard. How can a leopard be so big? The leopards on TV are not so big. Didn't you say that the venom of the deathly throat is very strong? What's going on? It seems that the venom of the arrow poison tree is not that strong at all. Movies are really harmful. Chunyu. Hold on. Leopard hee. Don't you want to eat my meat? Wear my skin? And keep my cub as a pet? I will bite you to death now. The idiot above. I advise you to be kind. That leopard. Please be a human being. Where is the director team? Someone is going to die. Why don't the director team go to rescue? What are you thinking? I signed a life and death agreement. Life and death are determined by fate. Do you think 100 million is so easy to get? The live broadcast room was instantly covered with barrages. And basically 90% of the people felt terrified. The fear and helplessness can be felt across the screen. There are also many people calling the director team. Although they have signed a life and death agreement. This really caused a death. Which is not good. Of course. There are also some people who like to watch the fun and think that since Chunyu plans to eat the leopard, then he had to prepare to be eaten by the leopard. The law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak. This is fair. Not only the live broadcast room, but even the director team was in chaos at this time. Everyone was terrified when they saw the leopard rushing towards Chunyu on the screen. Wang. Director Wang. Call the rescue team quickly. No matter how powerful Chunyu is, he definitely doesn't have the ability to fight a leopard alone. Wang Yu's assistant said in a very urgent tone. If it's a little later, Chunyu will really be bitten to death by the leopard. Quick! Call the rescue team and prepare for rescue. Wang Yu didn't hesitate at all and spoke directly. Even if Chunyu and Ling Qing had an accident, he would be able to calm it down and let the show go on. But the problem is, if Chunyu and Ling Qing had an accident, many people would probably give up the show because of it. This is a situation he doesn't want to see. I know, Director Wang. Chapter 708 plan came to mind. A staff member nodded quickly and called the rescue team leader Wukong. Hello. Captain Wu. Right? It's like this now. You must be fast. As fast as possible. At this time. In order to prevent Ling Qing from being attacked by the leopard. Chunyu suddenly turned around and ran out of the shelter. That is where the leopard had just stayed. Although Chunyu was very nervous, his thinking was still very clear. That is, there was a little leopard behind the leopard just now. So when he ran here, the leopard must have thought that he would attack the little leopard. So it would give up the plan to attack Ling Qing, the leopard's own cub. Sure enough, Chunyu's guess was completely correct. At the moment when his body flashed out, the leopard also rushed towards Chunyu at the fastest speed. The speed was quite fast. Even Chunyu's speed, which was 4 times faster than that of an ordinary person, was not as fast as that of a leopard. Soon the leopard rushed up. Chunyu's body suddenly stopped. And he came up with a plan. The moment his body stopped, he turned around, swung the hibiscus bough in his hand, and hit the leopard's head heavily. The only thought in his mind now was that he had to get rid of this leopard as quickly as possible. Snap! The hibiscus bough was thrown heavily on the leopard's neck. Ah, the leopard wailed, as if it had not been attacked at all. It was just stunned for a second. And its eyes were fierce. It looked even more eerie in the dark. The leopard was only 1 meter away from Chunyu. Then it suddenly jumped up and slapped Chunyu with its sharp claws. In this case, Chunyu had no time to dodge. And if he didn't resist, even if the leopard's claws didn't cut him open, there would definitely be 5 bloody marks deep enough to see the bones. So in the current situation, Chunyu's only option was to use his arms to block the leopard's front claws. Almost when Chunyu raised his arms, the leopard's claws had already slapped him. Paw! When the leopard's left front paw hit Chunyu's right arm, the terrifying force directly hit Chunyu and flew out. He flew a full 2 meters away. When the leopard's sharp front paws hit Chunyu's arm, 5 blood marks were left on his arm. The moment Chunyu fell to the ground, the leopard rushed up again frantically. Fuck! Is the leopard so powerful? Chunyu's heart was instantly filled with shocking waves. His own strength should never be underestimated. But even so, he was still hit so far by the leopard's slap. This definitely exceeded his understanding of the leopard's strength. At the same time that Chunyu fell to the ground, the leopard pounced directly at Chunyu. The front paws directly pressed down on Chen Yu's shoulders, and the bloody mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. There was still a burst of stench in the mouth. Ah, the leopard roared, and the bloody mouth bit directly towards Chen Yu's neck. This is their hunting habit. When holding down the prey, they will bite the prey's neck at the first time, letting them die little by little. They will not let go until there is no sign of life at all. Looking at the bloody mouth that bit down, Chen Yu held the leopard's jaw with his left hand, and hit the leopard's neck with his right fist. In this desperate situation facing death, whether it is a person or an animal, they will stimulate the potential in their bodies. Chen Yu was no exception. With a strength 3 times greater than that of an ordinary person, he punched the leopard hard on the throat. Woo woo woo. The leopard groaned after being hit hard on the neck, shook its head, and a fierce light appeared in its eyes again. It bit Chen Yu. The force was even stronger. Chen Yu felt that he could not support it with one hand, so he had to quickly change to 2 hands. Although the leopard could not bite him, it meant that he had completely lost the ability to attack the leopard. Moreover, the leopard's 2 front paws had dug into his shoulders tightly, and the piercing pain was wearing away Chen Yu's strength. More importantly, the fear that made people feel desperate made Chen Yu feel a little overwhelmed. He used his legs to resist several times, but failed. At this time, almost all the audience in the live broadcast room held their breath, as if they were in the scene. They were extremely nervous. Everyone was afraid to breathe and watched Chen Yu being pressed under his neck, unable to resist. At this time, the barrage was unusually deserted, with 1 or 2 comments occasionally. No, my physical strength is constantly declining, and this will be very disadvantageous to me. Chen Yu was very anxious because his physical strength was fading, and blood was flowing out of the wound on his shoulder. The more he struggled, the faster his energy and blood would be consumed. Just when Chen Yu had no other options and his mind was in a mess, a dull sound suddenly woke him up. Bang! With a dull sound, a bamboo as thick as an arm hit the leopard's head directly. With the leopard's body flipped and rolled off Chen Yu's body. I don't know if the previous blow was too heavy, or if the poison of the arrow poison tree began to take effect. At this moment, Chen Yu seized the opportunity to survive, and stood up like a civet cat. Then he pounced directly on the leopard. Bang! 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 Then his fists fell densely on the leopard's head like raindrops. Chen Yu's punching speed was very fast. In 30 seconds, Chen Yu's fists were already covered with blood. The leopard, which had been struggling violently at the beginning, struggled slower and slower. Woo-woo in the end. Only a shrill groan was heard from the leopard's throat, and the body was twitching constantly. Obviously, it was impossible to survive. Bang! 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 After a few more punches, the leopard was completely motionless and lay there limply. Chen Yu stood up at this time, with blood all over his fist. And just now, he punched too hard, and the blood of the leopard splashed on Chen Yu's body, plus the blood that just seeped out of his shoulder. At this time, Chen Yu was completely like a bloody man. He looked very scary. Ling Qing looked at the leopard who had no breath, and then looked at Chen Yu who was covered in blood, and the bamboo pole in his hand fell from his hand. The whole person slumped on the ground. His face was completely pale, and there was almost no trace of blood. Obviously, the thrilling battle just now did leave a great fear and shock in her heart. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. If she didn't take action, Chen Yu might be bitten to death by the leopard. I really can't imagine it. It's too cruel. It's really too cruel. Chen Yu looked at Ling Qing, with an incredible look in his eyes. Chapter 701, Shocked. He never thought that the cowardly Ling Qing would actually take action at the critical moment and help him kill the leopard successfully. Although, if he was killed by the leopard, Ling Qing would also be in great danger. But to overcome the fear in one's heart and attack the animal that one fears the most is not something that ordinary people can do. You must bear very, very great pressure. Are you okay? Chen Yu squatted down, looked at Ling Qing, and asked in a gentle tone. Ling Qing was very frightened just now, and his current appearance must be even more terrifying. But no matter what, he had to comfort Ling Qing at this time. What's wrong? Don't scare me? Ling Qing lowered his head and looked at Ling Qing, who looked dull, and was obviously shocked by the scene just now. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After a full minute, Ling Qing slowly raised her head, looked at Chen Yu, and suddenly hugged Chen Yu tightly. She raised her head with a heart-wrenching cry of sadness. fear and terror that spread across the isolated island. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Everything is over. Chen Yu hugged Ling Qing, patted Ling Qing's shoulder gently, and spoke in a very gentle voice. Ah. Ah. Being comforted by Chen Yu, Ling Qing's voice became louder, as if she wanted to vent all the fear and helplessness in her heart through crying. Don't cry. This will never happen again. Don't be afraid. Chen Yu could only do this, hugging Ling Qing tightly, trying to make her feel supported. If Ling Qing hadn't overcome the fear in her heart and suddenly came out to help her, now lying on the ground motionless, maybe it's not necessarily that he is still a leopard. At this time, Chen Yu suddenly felt a very hot airflow spreading throughout his body, especially on the wounds on his shoulders. There was this very hot, itchy feeling, and along with the numbness, the pain also disappeared little by little. Chen Yu knew that it was the healing ability of the system that began to heal his wounds. 2 minutes later, Ling Qing had stopped crying and was only sobbing softly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound, and it was very close. Soon the helicopter landed on the empty land above Chen Yu's shelter. Hey! Are you here to rescue? Chen Yu sneered. If he really waited for their rescue, he would have been dragged away by the leopard when he came back. But think about it. They signed a contract when they participated in this show. It was equivalent to a contract for accidental injury. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter difficulties in the challenge, they would compensate the family with a certain amount of compensation. In other words, if they were in time, they would rescue them. If they were not in time, they could only blame their bad luck. Data. After more than 10 seconds, noisy footsteps sounded. Brother Chen Yu, are you alright? The leader was still Wukong, whom I met last time. Behind Wukong, there were 5 people. A total of 6 people. It seems that they are also afraid of the beasts in the wilderness. It turned out to be Captain Wu. I don't remember that I contacted you with a satellite phone. Chen Yu stood up and said with a smile. I misunderstood, Brother Chen Yu. The purpose of our visit this time is to rescue you. But now it seems a bit redundant. Wukong looked at Chen Yu, who was covered in blood, and the leopard lying on the ground and died, and said with some embarrassment. First it was a jackal, then a leopard. He admired Chen Yu from the bottom of his heart. This kind of place is like this. Since you have chosen it, you must be fully prepared. You are here for work, and I am here for money. Chen Yu smiled and said. He was telling the truth. Rescue is Wukong's job. But whether they can save it or not is hard to say. Haha. Wukong smiled awkwardly. He never expected that Chen Yu would kill a golden leopard. And he didn't even use a saber. Brother Chen Yu, I see that you are seriously injured now. What do you decide to do now? Continue the challenge, or go out with us for treatment? Wukong looked at Chen Yu at this time. No matter how serious the injury was, he looked very scary anyway. Besides, the leopard's claws pressed on his shoulder, and he was seriously injured. In such a place, a wound on the body will be very easy to get infected. Ling Qing, are you feeling better? Chen Yu did not rush to answer Wukong's words, but looked at Ling Qing and asked calmly. Well? Ling Qing nodded. Obviously, he has controlled his emotions, and the arrival of the rescue team has reduced the fear in his heart. What do you think? Quit, or continue the challenge? Chen Yu asked very seriously. His own injuries are not important, but Ling Qing must have been greatly frightened this time, and Chen Yu is afraid that she can't bear it. Chen Yu, let's quit. Your wounds are too scary. If you continue like this, the infection will be troublesome. Ling Qing looked worried and scared at the 10 small holes on Chen Yu's shoulders, and said with a crying voice, I'm fine. I'm asking for your opinion now. Do you want to quit? Chen Yu looked at Ling Qing seriously and asked, although his wounds looked very scary. With his own recovery ability, it would only take a few days. Ling Qing's eyes showed a struggling look. What happened tonight made her terrified. But she had persisted for so long. And there were little rabbits, chickens, and lambs. Their lives were really good. If she gave up like this, she would be very, very unwilling. I listened to you. Ling Qing looked at Ling Qing, and the struggle in his eyes disappeared a little bit, which became firm. No matter what the road is, since Chen Yu follows, it will be black all the way. For more than half a month, I have faced Chen Chen. Yu is completely trusting. So let's trust again. Okay. Chen Yu nodded towards Ling Qing. He acknowledged that he was really a little bit great this time, which caused himself to be killed. But in the future, he would never do such adventure. Then Chen Yu turned his head and looked at it. Wukong said with a smile, "Captain Wu, we choose to persist and continue to challenge. Give up? It is absolutely impossible. I have persisted for so long. And the bread and milk will soon have. Even if Ling Qing chose to give up, I could never give up like this." Chapter 702 Fame. Brother Chen Yu, now is not the time to show off. Everyone can see your ability. The 400 million bonus is tempting. But you can't delay your injury any longer. With your knowledge, you should know what it means to be injured in the wilderness. And with your current fame, it's not difficult to make money even if you go out. Wukong said very seriously. I often watch live broadcasts, and I like Chen Yu very much. If there is any accident, to be honest, I really don't want to see it. Thank you, Captain Wu, for your kindness. But giving up halfway is not my style. As for this minor injury, I can handle it myself. Chen Yu's tone was very calm, but his favorability towards Wukong increased a lot. In fact, he can do his job well, so there is no need to remind himself of these. Okay, since you are so persistent, then I hope that the next time we meet will be a year later. Looking at Chen Yu's firm eyes, Wukong also knew that he could not dissuade Chen Yu. Chen Yu had a very stubborn temper, and he could not interfere with the player's decisions. Yes, I will. Chen Yu smiled and nodded. He would never allow what happened today to happen again. Okay, as the old saying goes, then, I wish you good luck. Wukong smiled, his eyes full of admiration. Sure. See you later. See you later. Oh, by the way, Ling Qing. Right? You're very brave. Much braver than the man who scared you away last time. After saying goodbye to Chen Yu, Wukong looked at Ling Qing, and then turned and left. After a short period of excitement, only Chen Yu and Ling Qing were left there again. At this time, the live broadcast room, which had been silent for a long time, became lively again. Very, very lively. Chen Yu and Ling Qing, you are awesome. You are my idols. These two guys chose to persist in this situation. I admire them very much. Brother Chen Yu is too strong. He dared to fight the golden leopard alone. He is really strong. As a man, I am fascinated by his courage and boldness. Miss Ling Qing is also very powerful. She is with a girl. Yeah, I agree with the above. Without Miss Ling Qing's killer move, the consequences would be disastrous. Yes, the brave Miss Ling Qing is much stronger than those vases. Although there is suspicion of stealing heads. But Miss Ling Qing's stick is so handsome. Breaking news. Jungle Leopard Woman was ruthlessly slaughtered by shooters and assassins on the opponent's high ground. People like this above are really drunk. Everything can be related to the game. By Sibu de Chi Jie, reward Supercar *5. The Little Witch Who Loves to Laugh, reward Supercar *1. Bianhua, reward Shark Beans *666. The local tyrants are here. Everyone should avoid them. In the live broadcast room, most people were praising Chen Yu and Ling Qing. And the strength, courage and bravery they showed were indeed worthy of praise. At the same time, the rewards were also one after another. However, although this incident was very sensational, it did not make Chen Yu and Ling Qing popular again. After all, the golden leopard is a national first-class protected animal, and the matter cannot be too publicized. It must have been suppressed by someone. Even so, many viewers directly took screenshots of the short video while watching the live broadcast and posted it online. For a time, Chen Yu and Ling Qing became famous. In the wilderness, only Chen Yu and Ling Qing were left with a confused look on their faces. What should we do now? Chen Yu? Ling Qing's face regained some color, and he looked at Chen Yu and asked, Let's drag the leopard back first. I'll kill it tomorrow. Chen Yu thought for a while and said, I was already a little tired tonight, and I lost too much blood, so my head was a little confused now. But are you okay like this now? Ling Qing said worriedly. After being frightened just now, he said that his legs were still a little weak. And Chen Yu also fought with the leopard, which consumed more energy. Add to that his wound, and he probably has no strength left. It's just a minor injury. No problem. It's only 160 to 170 kilograms at most. Chen Yu looked at the leopard lying on the ground and said with a smile, although he was really tired now, He could still carry such a small thing into the shelter. Moreover, he was not sure if he left the leopard outside, if it attracted other animals, he would really not have the strength to deal with it. Then, Chinyu directly dragged the leopard's 2 front legs and carried it into the shelter. Although it would save more effort to drag it in, it would damage the leopard's fur. You know, the leopard's fur is very important to him. Go wash up first. It's scary to be covered in blood. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu, who was covered in blood, and said, "It's late at night. It looks scary." "Wait, it's not over yet." Chinyu smiled and suddenly said, "It's not just the leopard that came here just now, but also a cub. He is also very interested in the cub." After saying that, Chinyu walked out of the shelter again. Chi. After walking about 100 meters, Chinyu suddenly heard a familiar scream. It came from the grass in front of him. "Don't be afraid, little guy. I won't be so rude to you." Chinyu pulled aside the grass and saw the trembling little leopard. It was only the size of an adult cat, furry and very cute. Perhaps it was too small and had no ability to escape. Chinyu easily caught the little leopard. He took it back to the shelter. Chinyu walked into the shelter, holding the little leopard in his arms, which was furry and very comfortable. "Chinyu, is that a leopard in your arms?" Ling Qing still looked at the little leopard in Chinyu's arms with some concern and asked. "Well, don't worry. It won't bite anyone now." Chinyu smiled and then handed the little leopard directly to Ling Qing. "Help me get it. I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, regardless of whether Ling Qing agreed or not, he stuffed it directly into Ling Qing's arms. "Ah, Chinyu, take this little thing away from me quickly." Chinyu walked into the bathroom and heard Ling Qing's heartbreaking roar. "Oh, don't be afraid. Just treat it as a kitten or a dog. Right?" The sound of running water accompanied Chinyu's simple and casual voice. Ling Qing was speechless. This guy was almost eaten by a leopard just now. Is there no shadow left in his heart? Half an hour later, Chinyu walked out of the bathroom, and the blood stains on his body had disappeared. But it was the disappearance of the blood stains that made the 10 nail marks on Chinyu's shoulders clearer, like 10 small holes. It looks quite sick. Chapter 703. Worried about my injuries. What's wrong? Do you feel that my body is very nice? Looking at Ling Qing's ugly face, he asked jokingly. Chinyu knew that Ling Qing must be worried about his injuries. It's time. And you are still so poor. Ling Qing rolled his eyes at Chinyu unhappily. Are you really okay like this? Do you really not need treatment as soon as possible? But I see that it is very serious. This kind of injury is not serious. But it is definitely not a minor injury. Especially in this wilderness with more bacteria. It is very easy to get infected. If it is really infected, it will be a bit late to go for treatment. It's okay. I know some disinfecting herbs, and I will be healed soon after applying them tomorrow. Chinyu smiled, and looked like nothing happened. It felt like the wound was not on his body. Oh my god. Chinyu's wound is so scary. Yeah. Just now the blood was dripping, and the wound was hidden from view. Now it is indeed a bit scary. He still insisted on challenging even in this situation. He is an admirable man. The young man is still a little too arrogant. This is a bacterial infection, which is quite troublesome. It's just for the audience to see. I dare to guarantee that they will quit in less than 2 days. The above. Typical villain mentality. If you have the ability, go and let the leopard dig 10 holes for you, and then persist for 2 days. Don't worry about it. These keyboard warriors on the internet are omnipotent. Give them a keyboard and they will live from the Panga period to the destruction of the universe. The audience in the live broadcast room felt a little horrified when they saw Chinyu's shocking wound. In fact, even if Chinyu quit now, they also felt that it was understandable. After all, if the wound was infected, it would be difficult to deal with. Of course, there is never a shortage of keyboard warriors and trolls on the internet. Really? Ling Qing looked at Ling Qing with some doubt and asked. Such a serious injury. Can it really be treated with herbal medicine? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Okay. It's getting late. Let's go to rest. Chinyu smiled and comforted Ling Qing. But he knew his own body very well. If there was no system healing ability, he would not dare to take risks with his body. It was because he had enough confidence that he would do such a crazy thing. I hope you are really okay. Ling Qing frowned slightly, still a little worried. Then he walked into the shelter with a little leopard in his arms. although he was very scared just now. Looking at the cute and furry little leopard, Ling Qing actually couldn't let go of it. Of course, it will be fine. Chinyu nodded heavily. Then he went to add enough firewood to the earthen kiln before entering the room. This little firewood should be enough to burn the big stone wheel, so he can have a good rest. Entering the room, Chinyu looked at Ling Qing, and Ling Qing just stared at Jing Mo. Thank you. Thank you. The two of them said it almost at the same time, and then laughed, feeling a little funny. This is too tacit. You go first. You go first. Chinyu. Ling Qing. Okay. I'll go first. Chinyu smiled and shook his head. It's really rare for the two of them to have such tacit understanding. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. Chinyu put away the smile on his face and said to Ling Qing very seriously. If Ling Qing hadn't overcome his fear and caught the leopard off guard, he would have had no way out. Thank you for thinking about my safety in that dangerous situation. Thank you. Chinyu. Ling Qing also apologized to Chinyu very seriously. When the cheetah fell on the fence, it wanted to attack him, but Chinyu's would allowed him to avoid the leopard's attack. If Chinyu hadn't made that move, he might have been attacked by the leopard, and with his own strength and speed, he couldn't avoid it at all. This is also the reason why he insisted on staying in extreme fear, because Chinyu valued his safety more than him. I should have believed him. Oh well, let's even it out. No one needs to say thank you. Okay. It's so corny. Chinyu smiled, shrugged and said, yeah, we are a team. Ling Qing also smiled and nodded. By the way, should we give it a name? Ling Qing suddenly looked at the little leopard lying in his arms and said, yeah, we should give it a name. Then call it Little Cheetah. Chinyu is an adult, and he is not very good at naming. Huh? This is too casual. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu with disdain. It would be better to just call it Little Leopard. Or, let's call it Ban. Look at the black spots on its body. He will definitely like this name. Ling Qing lifted the little leopard up and said with a smile, This is how you named it. Chinyu laughed at Ling Qing. This name is not as good as Little Cheetah. Wilderness Survival. Day 21. Come Ban. Open your mouth. Drink milk quickly so that you can grow up quickly. Early in the morning, Ling Qing got up early, dragged Chinyu up, and squeezed goat milk for Ban. And they gave all the goat milk of the two of them to Ban. I say, sister, do you really want it to grow up quickly dash? Chinyu looked at Ling Qing, smiled and said, I saw its grow-up appearance yesterday. Humph. Don't bother me. Even if Ban grows up, he won't be the same as other leopards. Ling Qing glared at Chinyu and said proudly. Seeing Ling Qing's cold attitude, Chinyu felt that he seemed to have made a wrong choice, keeping the little leopard as a pet. It seems that he has begun to fall out of favor. Bah. Lose the favor of Hammer. Okay. Then you take good care of it. I'll go kill his mother. Chinyu turned around and walked out. Chinyu, do you know how to speak? Don't say such things in front of Ban. Ling Qing's reproachful voice came from the room. Okay. I got it. Miss Ling, Chinyu replied weakly. Damn. I didn't even drink goat milk today. How can I have the energy to work? Forget it. Let's find some herbs to treat my wounds. Chinyu thought about it and walked out of the shelter. Even if his recovery ability is very strong, he dare not be careless. If the wound is really infected, it will be very troublesome. Moreover, if he doesn't pretend to apply some herbs, the audience may suspect that he is cheating. Chinyu went to the shelter to find some small thistles and dandelion roots. These wild vegetables have the effect of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic effects. After returning, crush them and apply them to the wound. After returning, Chinyu applied the herbs to the wound, and then took 2 strips of cloth from the sleeping bag to tie up the wound, and then started to work. Chapter 704 Celebrate. The original task today was to burn the remaining large stone wheel. But plans cannot keep up with changes. The leopard was killed last night, and now I must kill it quickly and put the meat in the cellar. The weather is still very hot during the day. Otherwise the meat will rot in a few days. When killing the leopard, you must be careful, because the leopard's skin is more precious to him than the meat. This winter, the leopard skin can play a very important role. Chinyu first opened a triangular fork at the corner of the leopard's mouth, and then peeled off the leopard skin little by little. Although it sounds simple, it is definitely not an easy task to do, because the female leopard has a large body. with a length of 1.4 meters. This length can be dried to make a leopard skin blanket. It took Chinyu 8 hours to process the meat of the whole leopard. Of course, this is just a simple process. Then all the unused things were burned to prevent attracting other large carnivores. Even if it is pure meat, it is about 140 kilograms, much more than the wild boar meat last time. Although the processing method of leopard skin is simple, many people don't know it. All animal skins cannot be directly dried, because if they are directly dried, they may shrink a lot. A leopard skin of 1.4 meters in length is estimated to be only 1 meter in length in the end, or even less. The correct drying method is to first make a rectangular frame with bamboo, then use the bark to straighten the leopard skin and tie it to the rectangular frame. In this way, you can get a complete, non-shrinking leopard skin. Chinyu, it's time to eat. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Qing prepared dinner. Today, I made a lot more. Whether it was meat or catfish. More than usual. Wow! Today's meal is very rich. Chinyu looked at the food on the table, including boiled pork, steamed catfish, silkworm soup, and roasted banana taro. Don't we have a new member joining us? Celebrate. Ling Qing smiled and said to Ling Qing, I think I really did something wrong. This little guy's appetite will grow so big in 2 months that we can't afford to feed him. Why don't we just kill him together and eat the meat? Chinyu looked at the little leopard Banban and showed an evil smile. Hey, Chinyu, if you dare to have ideas about Banban, I won't let you go. Ling Qing threatened angrily. They have only been together for half a day, and their relationship is so good. They have been together for such a long time. Do I still have a sense of existence in this family? Oh, just kidding. Let's eat, eat. Chinyu smiled playfully and started to eat by himself. Then he picked up a piece of meat and threw it to Banban. It's still young now, so I'll just indulge him. When he can hunt by himself in 3 months, he'll have to work for me. Anyway, in 3 months, my strength will definitely not be comparable to that of a leopard. Chinyu, your shoulder is bleeding again. Are you okay? After joking, Ling Qing said with some concern. Chinyu spent a lot of effort to clean up the leopard meat today. It's okay. In another 3 to 5 days, it will be almost healed. Chinyu replied casually. If I take good care of myself, it will probably be faster. But now there is no way. I have to work, so I will recover more slowly. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu in surprise. This guy's recovery ability is too strong. The 5 bloodstains on the right arm that was injured last night have begun to heal slowly, and a light white scab has formed. Chinyu, you belong to the octopus, right? You can recover so quickly. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu with a questioning face and asked. No, I belong to the wolverine. Chinyu smiled and said jokingly. After the two finished dinner, Ling Qing began to weave some winnowing things, because she is still very good at threshing wheat. Winnowing things, sieves, etc. are indispensable. Of course, I will tease the little leopard from time to time. And Chinyu began to continue to prepare his big stone wheel. He can make it tonight, but he may not sleep well. At about midnight, Chinyu finished his work. The work of burning the big stone wheel with a high fire has been completed. So the next step is to burn it at a low temperature for 4 hours. During these 4 hours, I only need to add firewood once in the middle. Get ready for bed. Chinyu stretched and yawned. Then he looked at the wound on his shoulder. Although he did more heavy work today, fortunately, there was no sign of the wound cracking. It seems that his healing ability is still quite strong. Ling Qing, who returned to the room, had fallen asleep. There were unfinished winnowing and sieves on the Kong, and Ling Qing also wove a small nest for Banban, patting it with some soft weeds. After Chinyu carefully put the things outside the door, he began to sleep. Chi early in the morning. Chinyu was awakened by this familiar strange cry. Oh my god! I really want to kill it and eat meat. Chinyu sat up with 2 dark circles under his eyes. I went to bed at midnight last night, and got up twice to add firewood in the middle of the night. Now I feel very sleepy. This little thing, chirping early in the morning, is really annoying. But Ling Qing had already gotten up early, and could be heard brushing his teeth. Chinyu had no choice but to get off the Kong and picked up Banban. If you dare to scream again, I will throw you out. After scaring Banban, Chinyu was satisfied and ready to brush his teeth and wash his face when he saw the frightened little eyes. Get up, Just in time. Let's go milk the goat. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu, who looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and said. Obviously Chinyu was woken up by Banban's cry. Wait. Brush your teeth and wash your face first. After Chinyu responded with a sentence, he started to wash up. 5 minutes later, he finished washing up and started to milk the goat. Fortunately, this goat has more milk. Otherwise, it would be a bit too late to provide breakfast for so many mouths. Here, this cup is yours. After squeezing 2 cups of goat milk, Ling Qing directly gave the larger cup to Chinyu. Why? Aren't you going to give it to the little guy today? Chinyu asked in confusion. Of course not. It's this cup. Ling Qing raised another cup of goat milk in his hand and said, What about your own? Chinyu asked. I don't need to drink it. Look, one of you is still young, and the other is now injured. So I'll be wronged? Ling Qing made a look of reluctantly giving up and said to Chinyu. After a simple breakfast, Chinyu began to concentrate on studying his grinding mill. 2 large stone wheels of the same size, but different thickness have been fired. Although the hardness and lifespan cannot be compared with the real stone wheels, but it can be used for a year. That's no problem. Chapter 705 Happy Time. An hour later, Chinyu had installed the push mill, and it looked quite decent. Linimo had drilled a small hole on the side of the stone wheel before firing it. It happened to be able to insert a bamboo pole, which was the handle for turning the stone wheel. This is more labor-saving. It seems to be quite useful. After the push mill was completed, Chinyu tried it and felt good. There should be no problem. And the most important thing is that it is relatively labor-saving. So he should be able to grind 1 or 2 cans of flour a day. At this time, Ling Qing's winnowing and sifting were almost finished. Then their next job was to thresh the wheat, turn the wheat into grain, and after drying it, they could grind flour themselves. There are no special tools for threshing wheat now, so you could only make one by hand. In the countryside, it was not so advanced in the early 2000s. There were no harvesters or tricycles. So the magic weapon for farmers to thresh wheat is a thing called a flail. It is very simple, but very practical. The production principle is also very simple. First, you need a bamboo that is 1.67 meters long, but not too thick, because when threshing wheat, you need a bamboo pole that can be held by both hands. Next, it is a simple weaving process. 8 bamboos as thick as thumbs are placed on the ground, and then the bark of the hibiscus tree is used to string them all together one by one. This forms a bamboo raft similar to a fan, wide in the front and narrow in the back. Then drill a hole in one end of the long bamboo pole, and then cut a small wooden stick. One end is cut flat, and the other end is left, shaped like a turtle's head. This acts as a shaft. Insert it into the small hole on the bamboo pole, and then tie the narrow end of the woven bamboo raft and the small wooden stick together. The next step is to use bark ropes to fix the wooden sticks, bamboo and bamboo rafts. Such a flail is made. This kind of rough handwork, Chinyu completed it in half an hour. You can also make this kind of thing? Ling Qing looked at the flail made by Chinyu. It is undeniably ugly, but she can still recognize it. She used this kind of thing a lot when she was a child. Of course, my brother's skill in making this was so great that it dominated 4 or 5 villages around. Chinyu smiled proudly and spoke arrogantly. They can probably harvest 300 kilograms of grain, although it sounds like a lot. If it is ground into flour, it is only enough for 2 people for a year. And this is when they can't eat flour every day. Okay, we can go to the wheat stall. Rediscover the happy time of childhood. Chinyu tried his flail, which was very flexible and perfect. Then the 2 of them spread the wheat in the yard of the shelter. The place was not big, but they should be able to thresh all the wheat in 2 times. After the wheat was spread out, it was already past 10 in the morning, and the wheat that had just been spread out had to be dried for a while. So they planned to finish their meal and work hard to thresh all the wheat today. At noon, Ling Qing simply cooked some wild vegetables and fried meat slices, and cooked the only 2 catfish left. He also cooked some meat, mainly for Banban. After lunch, the 2 of them started their boring work, which took a whole day. After lunch, Chinyu started to thresh the wheat, and Ling Qing's job was to filter the wheat threshed by Chinyu with a winnowing machine and a sieve. In short, wheat is a treasure all over. The wheat flakes can be used as materials for heating the Kong, and the wheat straw can be used as feed for goats in winter after being broken. Secondly, it can also be used to make fire. It's been a long time since I did this kind of work. and I'm not unfamiliar with it at all, Jinyu said with an interested smile while threshing the wheat. And there is no such irritability as when cutting wheat. Well, to be honest, I haven't done this kind of work for a long time since I started working. It really feels a bit like childhood, Ling Qing said happily while turning the wheat straw. And the most important thing is that although this job is very choking, it is not too tiring and not too boring. Okay, then let's speed up and try to thresh all the wheat today. Tomorrow night, maybe we can have noodles to eat. After thinking about eating noodles, pancakes, and dumplings, Jinyu felt his confidence increased greatly. I haven't eaten noodles for so long, and I miss the taste of noodles. Yeah, then let's work harder. Ling Qing also encouraged himself. In order to eat some noodles earlier, his hands also speeded up a lot. In this way, time passed little by little under the passionate work of the two. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the first round was finished. When the second round was finished, the sun had already started to set. Just because the wheat was threshed, it didn't mean that the work was done. The most important thing was to separate the wheat from the miscellaneous oatmeal and the straw. Jinyu, after you take the straw out, you can use the winnowing machine and I'll sift it. It will be faster this way. After 8 or 9 hours of work without a break, Ling Qing felt very tired. But in order to eat the food as soon as possible, he could only insist on the following. Okay, I'll come in right away. Jinyu carried all the straw out of the shelter in arms, and then began to roughly separate the broken straw and miscellaneous oatmeal from the food. This kind of delicate work is the most challenging for one's patience. And this kind of work is exactly what Jinyu dislikes the most. But even if he dislikes it, he still has to do it, in order to survive and live a better life in this year. Fortunately, the two of them cooperated well, and talked about everything. Talked about interesting things. Time passed quickly. When the two of them roughly divided the wheat, it was already very late. As for what time it was, they didn't know. But at least, it should be after midnight. Ah! Finally finished. Ling Qing stood up. And suddenly he felt a wing, and felt that his waist was not his own. He was so sore that he couldn't stand steadily. The whole body was out of control. And it was obvious that the body was a little numb because of sitting for too long. Although it's not very clean. It's too late tonight. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Jinyu looked at the granary in the room, which was basically full. If I didn't estimate it wrong, it was about 300 kilograms. At least 270 or 280 kilograms. Yeah, I'm really tired. I can fall asleep while sitting now. Ling Qing closed his eyes, as if he was tired even with his eyes open. Then he walked directly into the room, laid down and fell asleep. Chapter 706 Pain. Jinyu looked around, swept the yard briefly, and went to sleep. After a day of threshing wheat, he felt that in addition to some blisters on his hands, his shoulders seemed to be aching again. After all, it was a physical job. And it was a long-term physical job. Chirp. Cuckoo early in the morning. All kinds of strange bird calls woke up Jinyu and Ling Qing. Ha. Jinyu sat up and yawned. I'm a little sleepy. But now is not the time to sleep. Whether I can eat the above food tonight depends on today's efforts. I'm so tired. Jinyu. I feel my muscles are sore all over my body. Ling Qing also sat up and spoke with disheveled hair. Now I feel like my muscles are pricked by needles when I move. You can rest for a while. I'll go dry the grain. I think I can grind flour at noon. Jinyu looked at Ling Qing, who looked painful, and said, Yesterday, the two of them basically worked for more than 20 hours. And they didn't eat in the middle. My physical fitness is fine. But Ling Qing can't stand it. I don't know if my achievement points can help Ling Qing add attributes. This idea suddenly popped up in Jinyu's mind. If possible, I can add some attributes to Ling Qing's physical fitness appropriately. In this way, when I work in the future, when I work, I won't be like this now. Jinyu, can you give me a massage? I feel that the acupoint massage you gave me last time seems to be quite effective. Ling Qing suddenly remembered that he was in a similar situation last time. After Jinyu gave him a massage, he felt much better. Well, you take a short rest. After I dry the wheat, I will come over to give you a massage. Jinyu smiled and walked out of the room. The weather was very good, which showed that God was still taking good care of them. After Jinyu washed up, he dried the wheat. Then he simply roasted a few honey taro, had breakfast, and returned to the room again. Come. Eat something first. Chen Yu handed a taro to Ling Qing. Yeah. Massage me. I feel my waist is sore now. I have no strength in my whole body. I feel muscle pain when I move. Ling Qing turned over and could feel the pain. It seems that your condition is more serious. In this case, maybe palm massage alone is not enough. I may need to massage some acupuncture points on your abdomen and back. Chen Yu said very seriously. What? Need abdominal massage? Ling Qing opened her mouth in surprise. She had heard of back massage, but never heard of abdominal massage. Ling Qing was a little confused. Could it be that Chen Yu wanted to take advantage of her and made up an excuse? But it shouldn't be. They have lived together for so long, and Chen Yu has never done anything out of line. And looking at his serious expression, he shouldn't be that kind of person. Can the kind of massage you mentioned really relieve the pain in my body? Ling Qing looked at Chen Yu with some doubts and asked. Of course it can. Ancestral acupuncture point massage. If it doesn't work, it's free. Chen Yu suddenly smiled, looking very much like Huang Huihong, a massage and bone-setting master from Hujian Baozi Forest. Who wants to give you money? Ling Qing hesitated for a few seconds. Forget it. Just press it. It's just on the stomach anyway. Not anywhere else. Okay. I'm just kidding you. Put your hand out. Chen Yu smiled and said. Although the first bird to stick its head out is shot. Many protagonists are strangled in this way. And I don't want to be strangled in the cradle now. Chen Yu. You are so annoying. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Ling Qing's face was full of anger. I was ready. But this guy was just kidding me. Don't I dare? Okay. Don't be angry. Give me your hand. Chen Yu smiled apologetically. It's not that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare to. In anger, Ling Qing had to stretch out his hand. After all, his body was in great pain now. This would not only make him uncomfortable, but also waste a lot of time. Then he handed his right hand to Chen Yu angrily. Chen Yu grabbed Ling Qing's right hand and gently pinched Ling Qing's tiger's mouth. A stream of burning energy slowly injected into Ling Qing's body. With the injection of energy, Ling Qing clearly felt that the pain in his body was gradually weakening. The tearing pain was also slowly disappearing. Ling Qing was even more shocked. Could it be that the acupoint massage that Chen Yu had mentioned was really so effective? After 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Yu let go of Ling Qing's hand. Okay. Try it now. How does it feel? Then he took a long breath and said to Ling Qing. Ling Qing nodded. The pain in his body had disappeared. After standing up, he didn't feel any discomfort. I really don't feel anything at all. Chen Yu, you are too amazing. Right? Ling Qing looked at Chen Yu excitedly and said. Just now, I was still tingling all over. And even standing up was very difficult. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, the tingling feeling was completely gone. You think I'm kidding you. Chen Yu smiled proudly. But he didn't know how to massage and correct bones. He just shared some of the healing energy in his body with Ling Qing. Of course, this process is quite physically demanding. Hee. Then I'll go wash up. And then we'll work together. Ling Qing smiled. It turns out that being healthy is such a happy thing. After washing up, it was about 8 o'clock. But the wheat was almost dried. After all, when threshing the wheat yesterday, it was dried for several hours, and it was already dry. Now it's just a formality. The next step is to grind the flour. Although the ceramic mill I made myself is not as easy to use as the stone mill. But it's still okay to grind out some flour, and its lifespan should be able to last for a year. Then next, whether you can eat white flour or not depends on this time. Chen Yu put the grain into the red ditch in the middle, and then started to push the mill. To be honest, Chen Yu was a little curious about grinding, and felt it was a bit new. Want to try it? Yeah. Come on. Chen Yu, I want to eat dumplings with pork filling tonight. Ling Qing said on the side. Of course it's okay to want to eat dumplings, but we have to take turns for half an hour each. Understand? Chen Yu said, looking at Ling Qing with a smile on his face. Hey, I'm still a wounded soldier. Okay. Can't I rest for a while? Ling Qing pouted, rolled his eyes at Chen Yu, and said, Do wounded soldiers not need to work? Do you want me to show you the 10 holes on my shoulder? Chen Yu said, pretending to be angry. But his hands were still quite honest. Pushing the grinding roller and starting to grind. Chapter 707 Time Consumption. It is not as heavy as imagined. With a crisp sound of crackling, the wheat grains are crushed one by one. On the large stone slab under the mill, there are already clumps of white things. It seems that there is no problem at all. Chinyu smiled and said to himself, the white powder on the stone slab is flour. The first time, it was ground very roughly. Some wheat was even just squeezed and crushed, and did not form real flour. So it is definitely not okay to grind this kind of thing once. At least grind it 3 or 5 times, so that the flour and bran can be separated. When the time comes, after sweeping out the bran, what is left is the real flour. Of course, it is definitely not as fine as the one ground by the flour mill. And there is no way to separate the one side and the two sides so finely. But under such conditions, being able to grind flour is already quite good, and there is not much extravagance. After all, it would take at least decades for Ling Qing and I to invent a flour mill. If there is no iron ore on this island, it would take decades or hundreds of years to complete. After Chinyu ground the wheat 5 times, the visible particles were completely gone. The problem now is to separate the flour and bran. Although this is a very tedious process, fortunately Chinyu has found a way, which is the broken fishing net they picked up when they just landed. Speaking of this fishing net, it is really very useful. It is really useful to filter things. Last time it was oil residue and honey. This time, the flour can also be filtered with a broken fishing net folded in half several times. Chinyu kept pushing the mill, and after a layer of white flour was piled up on the big stone slab, Ling Qing would take the initiative to filter the flour. In 3 hours, the two had already ground out more than half a jar of flour, which looked like 5 or 6 pounds. If they ate it, it should be enough for half a month. After all, neither of them had a big appetite, and they couldn't eat noodles for every meal. Chinyu, it's almost done. Half a jar? Ling Qing said, looking at the flour in the jar. It's not because she felt tired and didn't want to do it. It's because the climate here is hot and humid. If they grind too much flour at one time, it might grow insects because of the humidity. So we shouldn't grind too much flour at one time. Well, let's make it even. Fill up this jar and stop grinding, Chinyu said casually. Ling Qing's worry is not unreasonable. But grinding flour once is indeed quite time-consuming. This jar should be able to last them for a month. During the month, as long as they expose themselves to the sun more, there should be no problem. Oh, okay. Ling Qing nodded and said nothing more. The two continued to work together to grind flour. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the jar was finally full. Chinyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was hard work, looking at the white flour, he felt that all the hard work was worth it. With flour, their living standard has taken a big step forward. White flour. We are great. Right. Chinyu? Ling Qing said excitedly while holding the jar and looking at the flour in the jar. To be honest, their flour can only be regarded as 2 noodles. Coarse noodles. But for them now, being able to eat the above food is already quite a luxury. Don't be proud. We still have a lot to do. Chinyu poured a basin of cold water on them. They are now completely free from the problem of food and clothing. But if they want to live more comfortably, it is still a long way to go. TSK. Don't you know how to cooperate? Ling Qing rolled his eyes at Chinyu. This guy is too uncooperative. In order to reward us for our hard work for so many days, let's make dumplings tonight. Chinyu smiled and said, now they have all the ingredients. Flour, seasonings and dumpling fillings. And he must make very luxurious dumplings today. Definitely dumplings that most people have never eaten. Leopard meat dumplings. Leopards are first-class protected animals in the country. Even those billionaires with a net worth of hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions can't afford to eat leopard meat. Right? It's not that they can't afford it. But hunting leopards is illegal. The richer the person, the less likely they are to take such a risk. Yeah. That's great. We can actually eat dumplings. Ling Qing was as happy as a child in his 20s. She never thought that she could grind flour in the wilderness and eat dumplings. Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. That's right. People in the wilderness can eat dumplings. But now, I can only eat dry steamed buns to fill my stomach. I don't know if there will be a second season of this program. I really want to go on an adventure with Chinyu. The above person is overthinking. The number of people who signed up for the first season reached tens of millions. And the second season is expected to exceed 100 million. How can we be so lucky? You are right. The prize drinks are always thank you for your patronage. It's all tears if I say too much. In the live broadcast room, there are all kinds of sourness and envy. People in the wilderness can eat fish, meat and dumplings, while they live in big cities, and can only eat instant noodles every day. It's really unfair. Seeing Chen Yu and Ling Qing living so well, many people have the urge to sign up for the second season. After Chen Yu and Ling Qing returned to the room, they took out about 300 grams of flour. Prepare to make dumpling skins. Miss Ling, can I roll out the dumpling skins? Chen Yu looked at Ling Qing and asked. If you make dumplings at home, it is indeed simple. But here, it is not so easy. First, you have to roll the skins, and then mix the stuffing. If you do it alone, it will take a lot of time, because the tool they have now is only a military knife. It will be more troublesome to chop the stuffing. Besides, rolling out the dough is not an easy task. Well, of course I can do it. It's a piece of cake. Ling Qing raised his head and said proudly. Not to mention rolling out the dumpling skin. He is also quite good at rolling out the dough. That's great. I won't worry about rolling the skin. Leave the dumpling filling to me. Chen Yu's ability can't help at all in this matter. If Ling Qing rolls the skin, their speed will increase by at least 1 or 2 times. Yeah. Don't worry. Ling Qing made an okay gesture to Chen Yu and went to roll out the dough. They haven't made a chopping board yet, because there was no flour before. They just made do with it. But now there is flour, so the chopping board is indispensable. I must make a chopping board when I have time. Fortunately, the large stone slab under their stone mill is large enough and very smooth, so rolling out the dumpling skin should be no problem. Then start chopping the filling. Chapter 708 Our Craftsmanship. Seeing Ling Qing already working, Chen Yu also took a military knife to the cellar to cut meat. Chen Yu chose the meat on the hind legs of the leopard, because the hind legs of the leopard are basically lean meat, which is most suitable for making dumpling fillings. Of course, because leopards are good at running, they are basically lean meat. In half an hour, Chen Yu had chopped the meat filling, and then added some chopped green onions, minced ginger and minced garlic, as well as some chopped fennel and salt, and began to stir evenly. Finally, he added a little honey to enhance the flavor. Originally, white sugar was used to enhance the flavor, but now they don't have white sugar, so they could only use honey to enhance the flavor. After Chen Yu mixed the dumpling filling, Ling Qing's dumpling skin was almost done. However, Ling Qing's method of rolling the skin is not the more common method of pulling the dough. Instead, he rolled out a large dough sheet, and then used a bamboo tube to spin them out one by one. This method is more primitive, but more convenient and simple, because Ling Qing's dough sheet is double-layered. After spinning 25 sheets, it can be separated into 50 dumpling skins. For the two of them, it should be about the same. How is it? It's okay. Ling Qing looked at Chen Yu and said proudly. Making these little things is his forte. Well, it's pretty good. Chen Yu smiled and nodded and replied. Then, he took the dumpling filling over, because Chen Yu beat the leopard meat dumpling filling for 10 minutes. It was very delicate. At the same time, the dumplings made with such fillings are particularly moist, and the meat is not easy to fall apart, and they are particularly tender and refreshing. Cut it out? You are perfunctory again. Looking at Chen Yu's perfunctory opening, Ling Qing tilted her head proudly. Obviously, I made the dumpling skin myself, so I can definitely give it a 90 point. Although it is a little dark, it is the color of flour, and I can't blame myself. Okay. I didn't perfunctory you. It's really great. Let's start making dumplings. Chen Yu rubbed Ling Qing's head and said with a smile, looking at Chen Yu's appearance. Ling Qing smiled happily. Yeah, I know how to make mouse dumplings. After Ling Qing finished speaking, she started to wrap them, and her technique was quite skillful. The mouse dumplings she mentioned were actually not much different from willow leaf dumplings. Willow leaf dumplings have patterns on one side, while the so-called mouse dumplings have patterns on both sides. Chen Yu looked at the finished product, which was indeed very beautiful, and the patterns were particularly uniform. Ling Qing was indeed a clever girl, which was undeniable. Chen Yu's dumplings were much simpler, just the ordinary dumplings often seen in restaurants and on the market, which only needed to be formed by pinching with both hands. Of course, Chen Yu was best at straw hat dumplings and shrimp dumplings. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, all the dumplings of the two had been completed. There were 4 or 5 types of dumplings, and the two of them had used all their skills to wrap all the types of dumplings they knew. Wow! I'm drooling just looking at them. Ling Qing looked at so many kinds of dumplings, swallowed hard, and showed a greedy look. To be honest, I haven't eaten pasta for so long, and I didn't expect that the first time I ate pasta would be leopard meat dumplings. This kind of thing is really hard to come by, or I will never be able to eat it in my life after leaving this island. I really want to commemorate this time. Chinyu smiled and said, after all, this is the first time. The first time to eat leopard meat dumplings. Well, there are really too many first times here. Looking at Chinyu's appearance, Ling Qing also sighed. Maybe there will be many firsts between us? Chinyu suddenly smiled evilly and said to Ling Qing, what are you thinking about again? Ling Qing rolled his eyes at Chinyu. Although he was innocent and didn't know much about the relationship between men and women, but he was not stupid. How could he not hear the implication of Chinyu's words? It's the same as what you thought. Chinyu smiled and said, Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Go and boil water. Let's cook dumplings. Looking at Ling Qing, who was starting to get serious, Chinyu didn't give her a chance to refute and started cooking dumplings. Gosh. Who said Chinyu was a straight man? He is obviously an old driver. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Comrade Chinyu is also a slut. There is no such thing as a straight man. They are all pretending. Haha. Every straight man is extremely slutty deep down. It's true. Chinyu's slutty operation just now also made all the audience have a new view of Chinyu. 10 minutes later, Chinyu's dumplings were finally cooked. Come and taste our craftsmanship. Chinyu took a dumpling out of the pot and gave it to Ling Qing, saying, Yeah. Ling Qing nodded. This is their first pasta meal. The first dumpling. When I took a bite, it was very smooth and tender, and the thick soup came out. It tasted very nice. It's delicious. So delicious. Chinyu, you should try it too. It's just that the meat seems a little dry. Ling Qing commented while eating dumplings excitedly. Logically, they didn't cook it for a long time, so it shouldn't be so dry. Chinyu picked up a dumpling and put it in his mouth, tasting it carefully. The dumpling fillings he mixed himself were naturally excellent and tasted very good. Just as Ling Qing said, the meat was a little dry. Golden leopards are carnivores that are particularly good at running, so they look like they are full of lean meat. But because the meat is tight, it tastes very dry. Chinyu explained. Whether it is a jackal, a leopard or a bear, their meat is not as good as that of herbivorous animals such as wild boars and rabbits. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the taste is really great. I'll eat 20. Ling Qing began to scoop dumplings without hesitation. After giving Chinyu a big bowl, he served the rest to himself. About 17 or 18. Oh, it would be better if there was vinegar, Chinyu said while eating dumplings. If there is no chili and vinegar when eating dumplings, it feels wrong, and I always feel that something is missing. In fact, now that I have wheat bran, I can make the most primitive wheat bran vinegar in the wilderness. It is also relatively simple to make koji centimeters, fermentation bacteria, and the raw materials are basically complete. And I have sour grass as the last step before pouring vinegar. It takes more than half a month for me to make a rough wheat bran vinegar. Of course, it is definitely not as good as the ones made in ancient times, and the taste is not as pure, but it is still okay to eat it. After all, it is better than nothing. Okay, then I will start making wheat bran vinegar when I have some free time, Chinyu thought secretly in his heart. Hey Chinyu, what are you doing? So absorbed. Chapter 709 Very supportive. Ling Qing kept waving her hands in front of Chinyu. Ah? What's the matter? Chinyu turned around and asked. What's the matter? You've been in a daze for a long time. What were you thinking about just now? Tell me the truth. Are you thinking about a girl? Ling Qing asked questioningly. Don't make a fuss. I'm thinking about how to brew some wheat bran vinegar. Chinyu glared at Ling Qing. What is this little girl thinking about? In this wilderness, how can he have the mind to think about other people's little girls? He can't even take care of his own family. Ah, you said you want to make vinegar? Ling Qing was a little surprised after hearing what Chinyu said. Of course she had heard of wheat bran vinegar, but that kind of thing is quite time-consuming, and it is difficult to make it successfully without the base vinegar. In addition, there are many tedious production processes and procedures, especially the production of chew centimeter, which is quite troublesome. although I don't know how to make it. I have seen pigs running even if I haven't eaten pork. And I have heard others talk about it. Just listening to it makes me feel that it is too tedious. Yes. You said that we now have salt, seasonings, and chili sauce. If there is no vinegar, don't you always feel that something is missing? Chinyu said while eating. Since I have the conditions now, I can definitely make it. Anyway, staying in this place, I don't have other things. But time is the most abundant. Well, if you say that, I feel like I really lack something, Ling Qing said thoughtfully. Chinyu is right. When eating dumplings or meat, and when eating noodles in the future, it really seems that something is missing if there is no vinegar. But wheat bran vinegar is very time-consuming and quite cumbersome. Are you sure you can make it? Ling Qing asked with some concern. Anyway, I can't help with such professional things. Just copy what you have learned. Whether you can make it depends on luck. Chinyu shrugged. Not to mention that he didn't have a complete knowledge of making wheat bran vinegar in his mind. Even if he had, in this wilderness, the conditions must be limited. And the purity of the vinegar he made would not be that high. As long as it tastes sour and is edible. It's fine. Yeah. I believe you can do it. Chinyu. Ling Qing looked at Chinyu seriously, and seemed to be very sure of Chinyu's idea. He supported Chinyu very much. Okay. Thank you for your encouragement. To wish our wheat bran vinegar a successful one. Let's go one by one. Chinyu picked up a dumpling and ate one with Ling Qing. Although there was no wine. Life needs a sense of ritual. Cheers. Ling Qing also cooperated with Chinyu and raised the dumpling to drink one. Did these two people stay in the wilderness for too long and become stupid? In the live broadcast room, almost all the viewers had this thought in their minds. After the two finished eating dumplings, it was almost 2 o'clock. Chinyu, should we go find the raw materials for making wheat bran vinegar now? After eating and washing the pot, Ling Qing asked. Well, that's right. There is no time for the time being this afternoon. So let's go out for a walk. Chinyu nodded. We can first find some materials for making wheat bran vinegar. If we can't find them, we can see if there are any substitutes. By the way, we can see if there are any resources that can be used. Since the wheat harvest, they haven't been outside for a long time. Yeah. Okay. I'll go get the backpack. Ling Qing said excitedly. It's been 5 or 6 days since we went outside. To be honest, we have been staying in the shelter and the wild wheat field for a long time. It's a good time to go for a walk today. Should we take Ban Ban with us? Ling Qing suddenly raised Ban Ban and asked. Hey, do you think we are going to have a picnic or something? You can't even carry yourself. And you still want to bring it with you? Lock it in the room, Chinyu said bluntly. They may not return to the shelter until nightfall today. Bringing that little guy with you will bring trouble to yourself? Okay then. Ban Ban, you stay at home alone to watch the door, Ling Qing said after putting Ban Ban in the room, touching his head. I don't know if he can understand it. Anyway, it chirped a few times. Then the two gave some wild grass to the goat and the rabbit and set off. The two people's action route is different every time. And the purpose is to explore all the available resources around them. In fact, what Chinyu wants to find most now is a coal mine. If there is a coal mine, they will live quite comfortably in winter. If not, it would be quite troublesome to go out and collect firewood every day. Chinyu, look, is this barley? Ling Qing suddenly seemed to have discovered something and quickly said to Ling Qing, because they are looking for a lot of things this time. Peas, barley, ground jeju, wolfberry flower root, dandelion, and lycium bark, that is, the skin of whitethorn root. These things are actually not difficult to find in the wilderness. But you must know them. Otherwise, even if it greets you, you will turn a blind eye. After hearing Ling Qing's words, Chinyu quickly turned his head and took a look. It was indeed barley. And it was already ripe, which was exactly what he needed. Highland barley and wheat are somewhat similar. But the difference is that Highland barley grains are thin and long, while wheat grains are short and round. And another different feature is that the spikes of Highland barley ears are longer, while those of wheat are shorter. Yes, that's right. This is what we need. Chinyu nodded. Finding Highland barley is a good start. It is estimated that they will be so smooth in the future. But there is only this much. Is it enough? Ling Qing asked. Although Highland barley was found, it was obviously wild. And there were only dozens of bundles. Enough? This thing is mainly used to make koji centimeters. And you don't need too much. Chinyu nodded. Because they only needed to make half a jar of vinegar. The amount of koji needed is naturally not much. This Highland barley flour is just one of the ingredients. Hee, great. We will definitely be able to find all the ingredients soon. Ling Qing's confidence increased after finding the Highland barley. Maybe they don't have to wait until the evening to find all the ingredients and go back. Well, I hope so. A good start is half the success. But a good start is definitely not equal to success. So it's really hard to say whether they can find all the ingredients. After getting the Highland barley, the two began to move forward. Half an hour later, the two found peas, groundwater chestnuts, and elm. In fact, in the wilderness, as long as you look carefully, you will find what you want. Your huge island. The resources contained in it for thousands of years, or even longer, are absolutely unimaginable. Of course, it's still the premise. That is, you must know this thing. Know those plants and animals. Chapter 710 Excitement. In this place, there are many things that can be eaten and used. Some people cannot survive because they don't know. They are afraid of being poisoned after eating. Or they have eaten something that cannot be compared. So they cannot survive. We found 3 things so quickly, Ling Qing said excitedly, carrying the things he just found. Of course, the reason for excitement is that they have only walked for more than an hour. So they are not that tired. If they get tired later, they probably won't be able to be excited. Well, it's probably a bit difficult to find wolfberry flower roots and lycium bark. Jinyu frowned and said, these things were not very conspicuous. And to be honest, it seemed that the ground bone bark itself was not very clear what it looked like. Because several plants looked very similar to the ground bone bark. Chunyu. Look! It's raspberries. Suddenly, Ling Qing pointed excitedly in front of him. In front of the two of them, there was a relatively empty field of weeds. And in the middle of the bottom, there was actually a small stone hill. In front of the small stone hill, there were yellow raspberries and some gray-white plums. Logically speaking, in some rural areas, this kind of raspberry ends in June and July. But now, according to the solar calendar, it is almost September, and this kind of thing should be out of date. But now it seems that the climate of the island is different, which caused this situation. Oh my god! This is really a good thing. Jinyu stared at the Yellowstone Hill and shouted excitedly. This discovery is definitely a very valuable discovery for him. Isn't it just raspberries? Is there a need to be so excited? Ling Qing looked at Chinyu, who was a little abnormal, and asked. With Chunyu's temperament, he shouldn't be so uneasy when he saw some raspberries. But now, his expression was slowly filled with shock and joy. It's really right for us to take this road this time. Chinyu walked in front of the small stone hill with an ecstatic look, seeming to talk to himself, and seemed to be talking to Ling Qing behind him. Chunyu, are you okay? Aren't they just some raspberries and gray-white plums? Are you so excited? Ling Qing asked in confusion. They have wild dates and unfinished figs. So there is no need to be so excited about some raspberries. Raspberries? TSK. I won't be excited about that kind of thing. Chinyu turned his head and said to Ling Qing frivolously, if he encountered such things when he first arrived on the island, Chinyu would naturally be a little excited. But now, seeing these things, Chinyu would only feel that his luck is okay, and he would be happy. But he would definitely not be so excited and happy. Not for raspberries? Then what are you excited about? Ling Qing asked again in confusion. In addition to raspberries, is there anything else on this small stone hill? Or ingredients for making vinegar? Seeing Ling Qing's puzzled look, Chinyu looked at the small stone hill and picked up a gray-black stone. The texture of the stone seemed to be very soft. Do you know what this is? Chinyu smiled, very happily, and asked Ling Qing. Ah? Isn't this a stone? Ling Qing scratched the back of his head. Why do you think it's a stone? Could it be a coal mine? But this is not a coal mine at all. Well, you are right. This is indeed a stone. But this kind of stone is very precious to us. This is hematite, Chinyu explained. Even he himself did not expect to encounter hematite in such a place. And it seems that there is a lot of hematite under this island. And this small stone hill may have appeared on the ground due to hundreds of years, or even longer crustal movement. But no matter how it came, it is definitely a very precious gift for him. With so much hematite, it means that they have truly entered the Iron Age. Smelting iron is a very long process. But this is hope. Is this iron ore? Ling Qing looked at the stone in front of him in a daze. If Chinyu hadn't told him, he really wouldn't have recognized it, and would have thought it was an ordinary stone. After all, he had never come into contact with iron ore before. Of course. So this is the most precious thing. Compared with hematite, I don't even want to look at raspberries. Chinyu seemed to be still excited. After all, this discovery is so amazing. Well, how do we take them back? Although hematite has been found now, this thing must be very heavy. If you want to carry it back, it will consume too much energy. Carry it back. What else can we do? Chenyu smiled bitterly. Now let alone that they can't make a cart with their ability. Even if they can't drive it in this environment. The only way is to carry it back one by one. That's too tiring, Ling Qing said worriedly. She definitely can't carry too much of this kind of thing. So she has to rely on Chinyu. This made her feel a little guilty. It's a bit tiring. But with these iron ores, we will live more comfortably. Okay. Since we found raspberries, pick as many as possible. And we'll go back to make canned raspberries. As for these iron ores, leave them to me. Chinyu looked at the raspberries on the small stone hill. Although they were not as valuable as hematite, they were still valuable, since they had been found. Let's take them back. After all, they can be canned and stored for a long time. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded obediently, and went up to pick raspberries. Because of the hematite matter, he couldn't help it all. Then Ling Qing started picking raspberries, and Chinyu started picking some hematite that seemed to have a better iron content. In fact, there was no need for him to bring back so much hematite now. He could just carry a comb and take it back. After a month, when the system appeared, he would surely have a lot of achievement points. By then, all the strength and speed will be added. Carrying these hematite back will be like playing. 10 minutes later, Ling Qing picked enough raspberries, because there were a lot of raspberries. And Chenyu also picked up a whole basket of hematite. Hematite is actually iron oxide, and the iron content reaches 70%. This bag of hematite on my back can at least smelt iron for 2 machetes. When I make a machete, I will feel much more comfortable. Chapter 7:11 Concern. Although his saber is sharp enough, it is limited to cutting. If it is really used to chop something, it will not work. If you make a machete yourself, it will be completely different. Let's go. We have a lot of things to do after we go back. Chinyu carried his backpack and said to Ling Qing. Yeah. Ling Qing nodded and followed behind Chinyu. Watching Chinyu carrying a heavy stone, I always feel very embarrassed. Chinyu, do you feel heavy? Perhaps because he was concerned about Chinyu, or because he was a little bored. Ling Qing walked behind him and asked. Of course it's heavy. Why don't you try it? Chinyu said unhappily. I just want to care about you. After the two returned to the shelter, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Chinyu made some marks along the way to prevent himself from losing the way when collecting or next time. Chinyu. Then I'll start cooking. After returning to the shelter, Ling Qing seemed to feel that he didn't help much today, so he spoke very consciously. Well, okay. I'll make the Tsuzi centimeter. Chinyu nodded, and then began to prepare his own vinegar-making materials. Actually, first of all, some Chinese medicine residues are needed. But I don't have them. And I didn't think of Digu pie. Now I found barley, wolfberry flower roots, dandelion, wheat and peas. And Chinyu found all the roots of rhubarb and small thistle, which are all Chinese medicine materials this time. To replace the Chinese medicine residues? Forget it. It's just common sense anyway. The worst thing is failure. Chinyu thought about it. And he definitely didn't have Chinese medicine residues. Although he could find some, it was quite troublesome. So he just used the roots of these Chinese medicines instead. I hope that the vinegar made by then will not be poisonous. Among them, dandelion and Digu pie are used to boil water. If Digu pie is not available, forget it. The other types are mixed together and crushed, and mixed with boiled water until the lumps can be pinched, and pinched into round lumps with a diameter of about 3 to 5 centimeters. The size requirement is not strict. The best time to make Tsuzi senmi is during the dog days, because the temperature is high during the dog days, and the fermentation is fast and thorough. The environment on the island is just right, especially the problem during the day, which is quite high. The specific method is to put the needed Tsuzi senmi into a large straw plug, A container woven with wheat straw. Cover it tightly after filling it. And do not ventilate it. Cover it for about a week. Turn it over. And cover it again until the tsuzi senmi is naturally dry. If a layer of fine white hair grows on the surface of the tsuzi senmi lump, it is a good tsuzi senmi. The key link in the production of this kind of tsuzi senmi is to master the covering time, which is difficult to achieve without years of experience. The successfully made tsuzi senmi is placed in a container, and a certain amount of tsuzi senmi is taken in each vinegar pouring. It is actually used as yeast, but there is no professional terminology, so the rural people call it tsuzi senmi. It sounds a bit cumbersome, but it is even more cumbersome to do. It takes half a month to make the koji centimeters alone, and the following steps include cooking the ingredients, smashing the koji centimeters, mixing with wheat bran, making the mash, filling the mash, making the pouring jar, filling the pouring jar, etc. It is quite cumbersome. If you want to really eat vinegar, it will probably take at least a month. But as long as you make vinegar yourself, you can eat it for a year. Working for a month and eating for a year is still very cost effective. Of course, the most important thing is that Chinyu is now relatively free and has more time. At around 9 or 10 in the evening, Chinyu barely finished making the koji centimeters. But whether he did it right or not, God knows. Now, I just have to wait for a week to turn over the song. After half a month, I will let it dry naturally, and then I can really start making vinegar. During this period of time, I can do a lot of things. For example, smelting iron ore, and then making a machete. If possible, I can also change my porcelain pot. In addition, I have been thinking about the farm and ranch. After my machete is completed, the first thing is to make my own farm and ranch. At that time, I will not feel that the shelter is always a bit smelly. As for what can be planted on the farm, Chinyu has not yet thought about it. In the early morning, Chinyu is awakened again by the chirping of birds. These things seem to not need to sleep. The 24th day. Another wonderful day for an angel. Chinyu got out of bed and said to himself, "It is quite necessary to cheer yourself up every morning and tell yourself that today is another wonderful day. There are still 6 days, and I can add attributes to myself in 6 days. Thinking about my achievements in the past 10 days, I should be able to earn a lot of achievement points. Thinking that there are still 6 days before the system will appear, I am really a little excited. Some time ago, I felt that after I had the poison of the arrow poison tree in my hand, I didn't need to be afraid of leopards, bears, etc. But after the thrilling battles in the past few days, Chinyu began to be a little scared and no longer relied on the arrow poison tree for all his hopes. When your own strength becomes stronger, that is the real strength. If your own strength is not strong enough, there is nothing that can guarantee your life safety in such a place. Good morning, Mr. Chinyu. Just when Chinyu was thinking about the system, Ling Qing's lazy voice sounded from behind. Chinyu turned around and saw Ling Qing, who was still sleepy. Good morning, what do you want to eat for breakfast today? Chinyu asked. I don't know. Just whatever. Ling Qing thought about it. It seemed that she had eaten everything she should have eaten, and now she really didn't know what to eat for breakfast. Okay. After Chinyu nodded, the two went to wash up. Chinyu was going to make an egg pancake today. They now had flour, and there were still some pheasant eggs that had not been eaten, so egg pancakes were not a difficult thing for him. After washing up, Chinyu began to prepare egg pancakes. Not many things were needed. A sticky paste of moderate thickness, 4 eggs, chopped green onions, and then some fried meat sauce. In order to eat well on the premise of being full, Chinyu first cut some of the wild rabbit meat that he had hunted last time. Cut it into strips, and then fried it on both sides with boiled lard, and then kept it for later use. Then leave some oil in the pan. Then pour the beaten sticky paste into the pan and spread it, trying to spread the sticky paste evenly around the pan. In this way, it can ensure uniform heating and make it mature as soon as possible. Basically, when the sticky paste is poured, you can beat the eggs in. Chapter 7:12 Praise. At the same time, spread the eggs evenly on the sticky paste. If the temperature is properly controlled, the sticky paste and eggs will basically be cooked after half a minute. Then sprinkle the chopped green onions on the eggs and turn them over. Then put the fried rabbit strips on the pancakes. If you like, you can also put some other vegetables. Finally, after rolling up the pancake, you can start eating. It's quite simple. It only takes more than 10 minutes from frying the meat to cooking. And if you make multiple at a time, it's even simpler. Just enough sticky paste and enough rabbit strips will do. After Ling Qing washed up, Qin had already spread 2 egg pancakes. Then the goat was milked. Because the goat seemed to have gotten used to being milked every day, it didn't resist as much as before. "Come out for breakfast," Qin shouted to the room. "Yeah, I'm coming." Ling Qing agreed and came out holding Ban Ban. "Wow, is it egg pancakes?" Ling Qing's eyes lit up when she saw the food on the table. She thought today's breakfast would be the same as usual, with 2 banana potatoes, a few pieces of meat and milk goat. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu actually made egg pancakes. Although the surface was a little dark, it looked very appetizing. "Chen Yu, you are really great. Why did you think of making egg pancakes?" Ling Qing asked excitedly. Although they had flour, she had never thought of making egg pancakes for breakfast. "Are you surprised?" Chen Yu smiled and said. When he was working, his breakfast was basically an egg pancake and a cup of hot soy milk. So he was quite familiar with egg pancakes. "Yeah. So surprised. You are really the most life-conscious boy I have ever seen." Ling Qing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. His face was full of admiration, not concealed at all. "Thank you for the compliment. How does it taste?" Chen Yu said with a smile. Being praised is something to be proud of, especially being praised by a beautiful woman. Originally, the egg pancakes were made with vegetable oil, but he couldn't get vegetable oil for the time being, so he could only use lard instead. But lard is easy to coagulate, so this egg pancake will not taste good if it gets cold. Ling Qing nodded, picked up a portion of egg pancakes and started eating. "Wow, it's really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious egg pancakes." Ling Qing kept nodding and praising while stuffing his mouth full. The eggs, dough and rabbit meat are all very tender, not too dry, and the lard is seasoned, so it is very fragrant, with a taste of wild onions. It is really delicious. Then you really have never eaten good food. Looking at Ling Qing, who was almost wolfing down, Qin Yu shook his head and said with a smile. She was so happy with an egg pancake. This little girl is too unsophisticated. Then Qin Yu picked up another egg pancake, took a bite, and chewed it a few times. It tasted really good. If there is any disadvantage, it is that the noodles are a bit sandy. After all, my push mill is not a real stone mill, but a ceramic mill. In the process of making it, it is inevitable that some dust will be ground into it. Alas, I just opened my eyes and felt a strong sense of malice. You two guys, you have such a good life. Even breakfast eggs and pancakes. This kind of life is much better than ours. Look at how delicious they are eating. I've decided, I'll go eat egg pancakes later. Showing this to people so early in the morning. Qin Yu and his friends are really too mean. No. I'm going to find a sense of superiority in other live broadcast rooms. Early in the morning, the barrage became lively because of an egg pancake. Many viewers feel that they live in the city, but their food is not as good as what people eat in the wilderness. They could feel Chen Yu's deep malice anytime and anywhere. Of course, some people went directly to other live broadcast rooms to see the players, who were still eating wild vegetables, so that they would feel more balanced. Half an hour later, the two had finished breakfast. Qin Yu's task today was to smelt iron ore. If time permits, he would make an axe and a machete. Smelting iron ore is definitely not an easy task. In fact, the best fuel for smelting is charcoal, because the melting point of iron is 1538 degrees Celsius. So it is difficult to reach that temperature with ordinary firewood smelting. It's just that I don't have charcoal now. I can indeed burn that kind of thing myself, but it's too time consuming, so it's easier to make a blower. Anyway, if you use a blower, you can also reach the melting point of iron. Chen Yu, do I need any help? Looking at Ling Qing, who was busy, he asked. I really can't see what I need to do now, and I don't know what I need to do to smelt iron ore. How about this? You help me smash all these hematite ores. The more broken the better. Understand? Qin Yu pointed to the hematite on his back and said, after smashing the hematite, the iron element in it is easier to extract. If it is a whole piece, it will be troublesome and time-consuming. Yeah, I understand. Ling Qing nodded. He could still do this kind of thing. Then he sat down and started to smash the hematite. Although this thing looks like stone, it is very soft and easy to smash. While Ling Qing was smashing the hematite, Qin Yu began to prepare the earthen kiln. when smelting iron ore. The earthen kiln must be dismantled in the end. It is not easy to build the earthen kiln for firing pottery by yourself, so it cannot be dismantled. So now, he wants to build another very simple smelting kiln. The first thing is to mix the soil. But this time, some dead grass needs to be added to the soil, so that the earthen kiln made in this way will be more solid and durable. After the soil is mixed, the next thing to do is to find 7 or 8 bamboos and tie them together. Then dig a hole in the ground and stand the bundled bamboo in the hole. The next step is to wrap the soil just mixed around the bamboo, so that a 1 meter high, chimney-shaped earthen kiln is formed. Of course, the bamboo does not need to be taken out at this time. After the earthen kiln is completed, add burning charcoal directly into the kiln door below and burn the bamboo. After the bamboo is burned, the earthen kiln is almost completely dry, because the fan last time was too laborious. So Chinyu is going to make a blower this time, which will save a lot of effort. The principle of the blower is very simple. You only need to find a bamboo as a shaft, and then drill a few long holes in the middle of the bamboo. Then make a few fan blades with bamboo and insert them into the long holes on the shaft. About 6 pieces will be enough.